Yifeng's resolute refusal caused Lin Dedian to be stunned. Xiao Yi, this is making a contribution to the country. If you have relevant information, why don't you show it? Lin Dedian asked. If you have any difficulties, you can also talk to Uncle Lin. It's not that there are any difficulties, but it's about the technology of cross-boundary transmission. The current Earth is not suitable for mastering. Yifeng shook his head and explained simply, the current Earth doesn't have the slightest ability to protect itself. If we open up channels with other worlds, it will definitely not benefit the Earth. At this time, Lei Ming came up with tea, put it in front of the two of them, and then added a sentence, Xiaoya's words are not unreasonable. The guy who came to the Earth before and made trouble in the Pacific Ocean, if it is not Xiaoya's person, go out. I am afraid no one on Earth can stop him. What Lei Ming said was of course Xiaoyao, who followed Yifeng last time. It seems that Lei Ming, as the captain of the National Security Bureau, is also very concerned about this matter. Is there really no way to deal with those people? Lin Dedian frowned slightly. I don't think the military technology of our Earth should be so bad. It's hard, leader. Lei Ming smiled wryly. The last time we dealt with that guy in the Pacific Ocean, we deployed the most advanced precision-guided missiles, but it was useless to him. Even if we deployed a nuclear bomb, I think it would be very difficult to kill that guy. This is similar to Yifeng's estimate. Xiaoyao with a cultivation level of 700 years is completely enough to withstand the explosive power of a nuclear bomb. And if he strikes with all his strength, except for the lack of radiation like a nuclear bomb, the power is not much different from that of a nuclear bomb. One more word. Yifeng smiled at the side. The guy from last time was called Xiaoyao, and he's just an ordinary cultivator of the 7th class world. When he said this, he immediately attracted the attention of Lin Dedian and Lei Ming. The 7th world, what is that? Their eyes lit up, staring at Yifeng, wanting to know the answer. In this world, there are levels between worlds. The 7th world is just the weakest world, and our Earth is not even ranked. Yifeng decided to briefly explain the world classification to the two of them, so that they would know the difference. If a cross-border space channel is opened on the Earth, it is very likely to provoke people from worlds such as 5, 6, and 7. We can't deal with one. As for people from higher-level worlds, they won't be interested in coming to our world. At this moment, Linda nodded with an ugly face. He, or the vast majority of people on the Earth, thought that the Earth should not be regarded as a low-level civilization in the universe, but now from Yifeng's words, he realized that the Earth's level in the world is actually so low. Thinking about it, although the scientific and technological level of the Earth has developed greatly in the past 200 years, it can even be said to be earth-shaking, but the real development time of modern military technology is only a few hundred years. Those other more powerful worlds, who knows how long they have existed. However, Yifeng's words overturned Lin Dedian's guess about the structure of the world. In other words, most people on the Earth did not expect that the worlds of heaven and earth actually existed in parallel. Originally, the science and technology on the Earth believed that in addition to the intelligent life on the Earth, there may be life in other places in the universe, but it is far away from the Earth. But God knows now that if he wants to see civilizations of other races and other worlds, he only needs to have the ability to teleport across borders. Uncle Lin, don't worry too much. Yifeng looked at Lin Dedian's worried expression, smiled and said, I heard from the elders of the inheritance that some worlds are very high level, but they are also developed by relying on technology. Not all of them are cultivated civilizations. As long as the core technology of those worlds can be get it, and the day when the Earth will rise will not be too far away. Can you get it? Lin Dedian couldn't help but feel a little moved when he heard the words. The level of science and technology in the high-level world is impressive. If you can get the technology in the high-level world, then the Earth's technology will definitely develop by leaps and bounds. When I have enough strength, it should be fine. Yifeng smiled helplessly. it's a pity that my strength is not even ranked in the 7th class world, let alone the higher level world. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Lin Dedian was inevitably a little disappointed, but he still smiled and comforted. Xiao Yi, your strength is obvious to all, and you are very talented. You will be able to get up one day. Be afraid, I am an old bone, it's time to wait for you to bring high technology back. How come? Yi Feng asked back, Uncle Lin, as long as you are willing to practice, with my current method, it is easy to prolong your life for decades. Most people probably wouldn't believe this, but as Lin Hongchuan's son, Lin Dedian had no choice but to believe it. Because Lin Hongchuan stayed on Peach Blossom Island for a while, and knew clearly that after Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng began to transform into immortal cultivators, the spirits of the two elders became more energetic, which was completely different from Lin Hongchuan. The three old men were about the same age. Lin Hongchuan knew that he might not be able to live for another 10 years, but Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng looked like they were young and middle-aged, and there was nothing wrong with them. Because of this, Lin Dishan's heart was moved all of a sudden, but he still had scruples in his heart. It is a normal phenomenon in nature, and it is also a manifestation of the cycle of life. If this law is violated, some bad things may happen. What's more, if he was the only one practicing, he would not feel very good. You must know that the entire Lin family is behind him. Big deal, the entire Lin family has started to practice. But in that case, it's not as good as the whole world's cultivation. What's the use of developing technology? Seemingly seeing what Lin Dedian was thinking, Yi Feng laughed, Uncle Lin, don't worry too much. In addition to using cultivation methods to prolong life, in those high-tech worlds, there are also some medicines that can increase lifespan. The increase in lifespan does not have much negative impact on people. The only one is that, because of the eternal law of nature, the longer the lifespan, the weaker the reproductive ability of creatures. In other words, in the cultivation world, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is for people to give birth to offspring. For Lin Dedian, this seems to be nothing to worry about, after all, he already has a daughter. As for Yi Feng himself, he didn't think about this issue. Although it is difficult, if the lifespan reaches a certain level, in the endless years, he can always have offspring. The current Yi Feng has not yet considered this issue. After coming out of the Lin family villa park together with Lin Shiqing, Yi Feng felt that he had a heavy burden on him. Occupying this Yi Feng's body on the earth made Yi Feng subconsciously want to do something for the earth. When I am strong enough, I will go to those high-tech worlds to exchange some technology and come back, which can be regarded as contributing to the development of the earth. With sufficient self-protection capabilities, the Earth will not have any problems in researching cross-border space technology. At least it can go to some relatively weak worlds and plunder some resources for development. Yi Feng, what are you going to do with Miao's house in Yanjing? Walking with Yi Feng, Lin Shiqing thought about it for a while, then asked aloud. Yi Feng squinted his eyes when he heard the words, you can ask Uncle Yang to send 2 people over to find out the situation of the Miao family. Your father doesn't know much about the situation of the Miao family, so we can only rely on ourselves now. But a mere Miao family will not pose any threat to us. Lin Shiqing nodded, then I don't care about this? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Yi Feng smiled and put his arms around Lin Shiqing's slender willow waist. The two figures gradually disappeared, which made many people in the Lin family's villa park secretly sigh with emotion. This Yen University's #1 beauty was finally picked away by someone, and the relationship between the two of them is obviously not a day or two. I didn't expect them to know until tonight. After returning to Qingfeng Heyuan Villa, Yi Feng activated the Eye of Feng Lei, teleported back to Peach Blossom Island, and ordered Yang Shunning to send 2 members of the Battle Soul Army to Yanjing to monitor the Miao family in Yanjing. Various actions of people. If these 2 members of the War Soul Army find anything, they can report it directly to Yi Feng. On Peach Blossom Island, most of Longwaner, Su Feiying, and the others had gone to the Menghuang realm, busy searching for materials for condensing the young god. When Yifeng was in Menghuang realm, he had perceived that there are many materials for condensing young god in Menghuang realm, and there are also very rare types. Which level of the wild world is it? Yifeng couldn't come up with an answer to this question. If he just looked at the ancient forest, he might only be classified as the 7th class world like the world of cultivating immortals. But if you go beyond the ancient forests of the Menghuang realm, there are some remnants of ancient gods, which are definitely not just at the level of the 7th class world. Yifeng didn't think much about this question. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with an answer. Now the entire Peach Blossom Island, including Yifeng, only needs time to consolidate their cultivation, and the overall strength will go further. For the next 2 months, Yifeng traveled back and forth between Qingfengyuan and Yanqing University, constantly absorbing the emotional power of the mundane world. In these 2 months, Yifeng's upper limit of cultivation has been directly increased by 20 years, allowing him to return to Peach Blossom Island and absorb the spiritual energy of Eternal Night Flame. His cultivation base finally reached 140 years, and then he absorbed one of the royal family's heaven and earth treasures, the dead grass in the abyss, which he had prepared long ago from Jin Xinqing's storage belt, and his cultivation level increased again for 10 years. 4. With a cultivation base of 150 years, Yifeng has entered the realm very quickly. The total amount of Zhenqi in his whole body has directly increased to 4 times that of 2 months ago, and the power of the sword qi he casts casually is several times stronger than before. Every 10 years of cultivation is a great improvement for a cultivator. It's just that Yifeng has been facing opponents who are much stronger than him, so the effect of improving his own strength is not so obvious. During these 2 months, Yifeng not only obtained an increase in his cultivation base and the upper limit of his cultivation base, but what pleased him the most was that the dragon heart finally completed the 8-fold transformation. Starting from the second change, when the dragon's heart was condensed into the dragon phantom, every subsequent change will cause some changes to the long dragon phantom. The third change, dragon scales appeared on the long dragon phantom. The fourth change, dragon claws appeared. The fifth change, Longan appeared. Until the 8th level of transformation is completed, the entire long dragon phantom has been condensed into a mighty and extraordinary dragon. Right now, in the center of Yifeng's Dantian, there is such a mighty and extraordinary dragon, wrapping around his core, enhancing the power of his core. Completed the 8-fold transformation, the heart of the dragon has actually doubled the quality of my true energy. Yifeng was quite emotional. The quality of Zhenqi represents the power of performing fairy and sword techniques. The quality of Zhenqi has been doubled, which means that Yifeng's immortal swordsmanship will be directly doubled after being cast through the heart of the dragon. For Yifeng, these 2 months were 2 months of rapid growth in strength. And the life in the Red Dust City also made Yifeng indifferent, coupled with the influence of the dragon's heart, he looked a little graceful. No wonder I've heard someone say that the heirs of Dragon's Sword are like immortals. Compared with 2 months ago, Yifeng's current strength has increased by 5 or 6 times. Although there is only 150 years of cultivation, it is impossible to lose even against a strong man with 300 years of cultivation. If he used the 5-colored dragon bow to sneak attack, Yifeng could kill even a guy with a cultivation base of 350 years. If you can reach 200 years of cultivation, you can start to comprehend the next picture of the dragon sword inheritance and comprehend new sword skills. Yifeng's eyes flashed brightly, but he couldn't be so anxious to improve his cultivation, he had to take it step by step. It is incredible to increase the upper limit of 20-year cultivation in 2 months. Dragon Sword Ju is indeed an existence that surpasses the advanced cultivation of immortals. I'm afraid that only forces like the Dragon Sword inheritance from the 2nd-class world are qualified to practice the Dragon Sword Ju, which is beyond the advanced level of cultivating immortals. With the blood shield and the colorful dragon bow in my hand, two immortal weapons, my frontal combat power can be compared to that of a 300-year-old cultivator. It seems that the last change in the heart of the dragon can return to the cultivator with master. Immortal world is going. Yi Feng planned so. The last change of Shenlong's heart requires relatively high emotional power. He feels that he has been staying in Yanjing, and the emotional power he can absorb is getting less and less, and the speed is getting slower and slower. Perhaps, going back to the world of cultivating immortals may speed up the absorption of emotional power, and by the way, I can accompany Su Feiying to the Mo family in Nanling to clean up the evil forces in the local area. But before that, the matter of Yanjing Miao's family had to be resolved first. After 2 months of tireless investigation by 2 members of the War Soul Army, they finally learned that the Miao family in Yanjing is now connected with many international cultivation forces. To deal with Peach Blossom Island, Yanjing Miao's family knew that relying on their own family's strength was definitely not enough. The overall operation against Peach Blossom Island is in the midst of intensive arrangements and will start soon, but no matter whether it is Yanjing Miao's family or other forces, they don't know, and Yi Feng easily knows all his arrangements. The soul cultivator has no shadow or form, so it's no disadvantage to inquire about the news on the earth. All the major cultivation forces on the earth have a premonition that the storm is about to surge. And this turmoil was completely caused by the Peach Blossom Island forces in the Hua Kingdom. This force is led by Yi Feng, a cultivator from the Hua country. It is said that under the leadership of Yi Feng, the new generation of Peach Blossom Island organizations are doing all kinds of evil. Not only has it occupied Taohua Island, a fairyland-like treasured place for cultivation, but it has also taken people from Kunlun Mountain and other forces under house arrest as hostages, and even wiped out several international cultivation forces. For example, the Viper Organization, the 88 Constellation Killer Organization, etc. Although the people in these 2 organizations are not good people, it is undeniable that these 2 organizations also play a very important role in the international cultivation world. There are quite a few people who will use these 2 organizations to spend money to eliminate disasters and pay for killers, which is nothing more than normal. But now, if they want to invite someone to kill, they lack 2 good options. Because of this, Taohua Island has become a thorn in the eyes of other cultivation forces in the world, and there are many people who want to get rid of it quickly. In this way, it is only natural that someone took the lead in forming an anti-Peach Blossom Island alliance. Not long ago, the Huagua cultivation community convened many people in the martial arts community to vote together. Regarding the matter of Peach Blossom Island, should other forces in the Huagua martial arts community participate in it? The voting participants are people from the entire Huagua martial arts circle, with a total of more than 400 years of cultivation and more than 50 years of cultivation. If you are a cultivator with more than 100 years of cultivation, you will have 2 votes, and if you are a strong person with more than 150 years of cultivation, you will have 3 votes. Once the 200-year cultivation base is reached, for example, Ouyang Ti, the former owner of Peach Blossom Island, has 4 votes. Under such a mechanism, during the entire voting process, a total of nearly 1,000 votes were collected, of which only a little over 200 votes were in favor of helping Peach Blossom Island. In other words, less than 20% of the entire Huagua martial arts community supported Peach Blossom Island. For this result, it can be expected, because the power of the entire international cultivation community is too strong, no matter whether they choose to help Peach Blossom Island or not, this time Peach Blossom Island will most likely be doomed. It is better to preserve strength than to die in vain. Once Peach Blossom Island is breached, the plundering of various resources on the island will definitely cause many international forces to fight among themselves. At that time, the major sects of Huagua will be able to take the opportunity to counterattack and drive these guys out of Huagua area. It's really a group of simple-minded guys who are greedy for life and afraid of death. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain thought secretly when he got the result of this vote. During the voting, he called on all the monks in Kunlun Mountain to vote to help Peach Blossom Island, but he didn't expect that even so, there were only so few people on his side. Since the international forces have united to attack Peach Blossom Island, how can they fail to determine the rules for resource allocation? At that time, even if there will be internal strife, the internal strife will be limited, and there may not be an opportunity to take advantage of. The key issue is that the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain knows that the current Peach Blossom Island is very powerful, but it is not clear for the time being whether it is strong or weak in cooperation with many international forces. Although Yifeng is strong, but no matter what, there is only one person, and it is difficult to support him alone. And once Peach Blossom Island falls, it means that one of the 3 great hidden places in Huagua will be removed. How can Pulai Island and Kunlun Mountain alone drive away those wolf-like international cultivation forces? It's all those idiots from Pulai Island. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain secretly hated that if Pulai Island could stand on the same side as Kunlun Mountain, maybe people from the entire Chinese martial arts circle would show up to help Peach Blossom Island. No matter what, there is absolutely no harm in having a good relationship with the incomparably powerful Yifeng. While thinking this way, the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain led his confidants and hurried to Peach Blossom Island. He wanted to show his determination in front of Yifeng before the big battle happened. That kid Yifeng has some mysteries. He has been dormant in Yanjing for the past 2 months. It seems that he doesn't pay attention to the international cultivation forces. Maybe he really has some knowledge. The Kunlun Mountain suzerain's eyes shone with shrewdness. When the life and death of Peach Blossom Island was at stake, he decided to stand by Yifeng's side and take a gamble. If others don't help, he will help from Kunlun Mountain. In this way, it is more obvious that Kunlun Mountain supports his compatriots, and it is easier to win Yifeng's favor. It's no wonder that the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was so thoughtful. It was because he was shocked by Yifeng's bow at the Viper organization base, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Soon, the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain brought a dozen of his confidants, together with Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue, who had been guests on Peach Blossom Island for a long time, to the sea not far from Peach Blossom Island. But he didn't know that Yifeng didn't lack manpower at all. 2 months ago, the labyrinth passage level he set up in the Bloodstone space has finally been fruitful until now, and he has selected 20 strong men with more than 200 years of cultivation to come out. The current Yifeng's strength has grown significantly, and he will definitely not be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight against a cultivator with a cultivation base of 300 years. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid of being unable to control the people who directly bring these people from the Bloodstone space to the earth. In addition to strength, Yifeng also controlled the channel for them to return to their own world, making them obedient. Of course, Yifeng won't treat these people too much. In his heart, these people are just his temporary subordinates. They can be used to defend Peach Blossom Island. After a while, when the situation on Earth stabilizes, he can send them back. Go to your own world, just like Jin Xinqing. A total of 20 powerful practitioners stood together in the central square of Peach Blossom Island. In front of them, Yifeng was observing the 20 people. In addition, Yifeng also noticed a few children and women on the side of the square from time to time. I never imagined that someone would be so persistent and bring out his wife and children together. Yifeng was deeply shocked. He knew very well how strong the puppet he set up to guard the level, even if it was a powerhouse with 300 years of cultivation, he would fall into it if he was not careful. However, some of the 20 cultivators in front of them dragged their wives and children through the maze passage. Seeing this situation, Yifeng didn't say much, and brought them out together. You are all elites. I know that you have passed the checkpoint, and many people have joined forces, but as long as you can pass the checkpoint, it means that you have enough strength. Yifeng glanced at the people in front of him, and his spiritual thoughts came out. Now, I only need you to stay on the island for 1 year to protect the island. After 1 year, I can send you back to the original world. Yi Feng, no sooner said than done. He brought the wives and children of several people out of the bloodstone space, and he already had a good reputation in the hearts of the 20 people. What he said at this time made the hearts of the 20 people full of longing. Ever since they were sucked into that floating continent, they have been thinking about going home all the time. Now, the opportunity is in front of us. Soon, Yi Feng explained the situation to the 20 strong men who came out of the bloodstone space, and explained to them how to send them back to their own world. As long as you protect my Peach Blossom Island within 1 year, after 1 year, I will send you back to your own world through the teleportation array. What Yi Feng said made all 20 people's eyes light up with hope. They believed Yi Feng's words without a doubt. After all, Yi Feng was in existence who could easily kill the leaders of several forest towns. They have no doubts about whether Yi Feng has the ability to send them back to their own world. After all, Yi Feng has already transferred them from the space of the floating continent full of giant double-winged dragons to this fairyland-like island. What's more, Yi Feng also arranged the wives and daughters of several of them properly. Each family has a beautiful courtyard to live in. In such an environment, if they didn't have relatives in their own world, I'm afraid they wouldn't want to leave. After all, the environment of Peach Blossom Island is too good, which greatly improves the cultivation speed of practitioners. After Yi Feng arranged the people in the bloodstone space, he gathered the 20 warriors together and became the guard to protect Peach Blossom Island. The captain is the black-faced man with the highest cultivation level among them. With more than 280 years of cultivation base, he is unmatched by anyone on Peach Blossom Island. In terms of actual combat power, even though everyone on Peach Blossom Island has many adventures, only Yi Feng can defeat him in a dignified manner. The black-faced man's name is Ma Gue, and he comes from a world with no hierarchy similar to Earth, but in that world, Ma Gue is already at the peak of everyone. With his cultivation base, he can indeed become the strongest in a place like the Earth, but during a trip, he accidentally activated a cross-boundary teleportation array and came to the wild world. Thus, it has been more than 30 years since it was absorbed by the passing floating continent. In Ma Gue's original world, there were his wife, his children, his family, and his relatives and friends. He was always thinking about going back. It's a pity that with his strength, he couldn't cross the space by himself and return to his own world. Master Yi, since you brought Ma out of that world, Ma should do his best for the matter of Peach Blossom Island. Ma Gue said sincerely to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the sincerity on the black-faced man's face, and said with a slight smile, "Don't worry, apart from this incident, there shouldn't be any danger on the island. As long as this one is done, in a year's time, you can all practice on the island with peace of mind." It's not that Yi Feng is confident, but if the so-called International Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance is repulsed this time, there will be no forces on the entire Earth who dare to attack Peach Blossom Island again. Organizations like xuanhuan are probably rare in the whole world. Even if they appear, Yi Feng is not afraid of them. That night, Peach Blossom Island ushered in another group of guests. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, I didn't expect you to come to Peach Blossom Island, but this time, you should not need to take action. Please go back. Yi Feng was on the shore of Peach Blossom Island, looking at the dozen or so practitioners from the hermit Kunlun Mountain. He said with a friendly smile. He was telling the truth, but since the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain came to help show his favor, how could he just leave like this? However, Hua Wuxue, who was with the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, felt that Yi Feng was talking too much. This time, most of the cultivation forces in the world were united to deal with Peach Blossom Island. This Yi Feng not only didn't thank them Kunlun Mountain for coming to help, but also let them go home? How unreasonable. Thinking of this in her heart, Hua Wuxue's pretty face was naturally a little puzzled. She and Sun Daiqing have been under house arrest on this island for more than half a year, and have no chance to visit other places on the island, so she doesn't know what Taohua Island has become now. He doesn't even know anything about cultivating immortals or other worlds. Hey, Brother Yi, now is not the time to be polite. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain smiled, and said to Yi Feng, facing those foreign robbers, we, as members of the Hua Kingdom, should contribute our strength. There are many people and strength, maybe we can play, what does it do? This statement made many Kunlun Mountain masters feel uncomfortable. The suzerain really spoke the truth. The other party doesn't want us anymore. This is too detrimental to the image of one of the 3 hidden places in Huagua. Although the suzerain said that this Shifeng's strength is unfathomable, but no matter what, this Peach Blossom Island is still a hidden place of the same level as Kunlun Mountain. Then you stay here, I will ask people to prepare more meals every day. Yi Feng waved his hand and let them go to the island without saying much. These words made the people in Kunlun Mountain even more unconvinced. Yi Feng dared to treat them as if they were here to make a living. With the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain here, the others didn't dare to say anything, but everyone was thinking in their hearts, since you are so arrogant, let you taste the pain first. When the time comes, if you ask us to go out and deal with those powerful foreign practitioners, we will push back for a while, and wait for you to plead. In such a mood, a dozen or so people from Kunlun Mountain stayed on Peach Blossom Island for one night. That night, they wandered around on Peach Blossom Island, trying to find out what was going on Peach Blossom Island, but they unexpectedly discovered that there were many existences with unfathomable cultivation on the island. Among them, the guard team headed by Ma Gue, the 20-member aura is the most powerful, and none of them can see through the Kunlun Mountains. Secondly, even some existences on the island that look like aborigines have low cultivation levels. Not much different from them. These are the dragon blood warriors from the Sar tribe in the wild world, each of them has practiced the star refining immortal code. Although their comprehension is not high, each of them has begun to comprehend the second star map. With the support of the treasures of heaven and earth brought back by Yi Feng, most of these dragon blood fighters' cultivation bases are close to 100 years. Converted into internal chi cultivation, that is close to 200 years, and the number of dragon blood warriors totaled nearly 100. With so many existences equivalent to the strength of the elders of Kunlun Mountain, the dozen or so people from Kunlun Mountain looked at each other in blank amazement. Some people didn't believe in evil, and felt that the strength of Peach Blossom Island might not be too exaggerated, so he randomly picked a few dragon blood warriors who didn't look very good, and competed with them. Although these dragon blood warriors have less than 100 years of cultivation, their actual combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Among the immortal techniques derived from the alchemy of stars, the star alchemy palm is recorded in the first star map. This is also the most important means of attack for each of these dragon blood warriors, and the level to which the star refining palm has been comprehended represents their actual combat effectiveness. The alchemy of star alchemy is not very convenient to use, but its power is extremely terrifying. As long as you pay attention to condensing the power of star refining in normal times, and release the star refining palm when facing the enemy, you can exert a power far beyond your own cultivation. Gathering the star refining palm for a month can completely increase the power of the fairy art by 10 times. Dragon blood warriors who have been cultivated for 10 years usually store enough star refining power for a month, and with a single palm, they can at least exert the terrifying power of 120 years of cultivation. In the world of martial arts, it is equivalent to a full blow from a top martial arts master with 240 years of cultivation. It is absolutely unbearable for the elders of Kunlun Mountain who have been cultivated for 200 years to receive such a slap. However, it might not be too wasteful to use such a powerful palm during the competition. You know it is really used to kill the enemy, how can it be wasted in normal times? This is their 1 month of hard work. Therefore, during the competition, the dragon blood fighters did not use the alchemy of star refining palm, but used many martial arts moves taught by Yi Feng. For example, Tai Chi, dragon elephant prajna palm, dragon claw hands, dragon subduing kicks, and so on. All the moves of Yifeng's club have been taught to these dragon blood fighters, and these dragon blood fighters regard them as classics, and they often practice and compare them. Usually, the only opponents these dragon blood fighters compete with are their companions who are also dragon blood fighters, or the invisible and invisible battle soul army. Now the outsiders who came to Kunlun Mountain really made them overjoyed. You can try the real power of these martial arts. In the first competition, a 95-year-old dragon blood warrior used the Yi family's mad magic boxing technique superbly, and defeated an elder from Kunlun Mountain. For the brutal dragon blood fighters, the most suitable martial art is the mad magic boxing, which has no rules, and it has a great sense of charm when used. Even Yu Wendian can't find any major weaknesses. In the second competition, a 90-year-old dragon blood warrior skilled in the use of basic fairy arts such as invisibility, blindness, red flames, etc., played around another Kunlun Mountain elder, and finally kicked him with a dragon-subduing kick fly, extremely chic. After 2 consecutive competitions, the people in Kunlun Mountain were stunned with astonishment. It is understandable to say that a battle is lost, and there may be various reasons, but losing 2 consecutive battles, or losing so simply, let them all know that this group of seemingly barbaric indigenous force is very strong. God. There are hundreds of such strong people on Peach Blossom Island. Compared with the current Peach Blossom Island, Kunlun Mountain is like scum? Only then did everyone in Kunlun Mountain know what Yifeng meant when he said that they don't need their help. Although they don't know where these natives came from, the fact is that these people are Yifeng's men. Using these aboriginals, Yifeng could easily sweep the entire Hua Kingdom, including Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island. Of course, everyone in Kunlun Mountain still felt that it was unreliable for Yifeng to rely on these natives to defend Peach Blossom Island. Because the opponents of Peach Blossom Island this time are cultivation forces from all over the world, no one will be weaker than Kunlun Mountain. And there are more than a dozen of such forces gathered together to deal with Peach Blossom Island, and this does not include those forces that act secretly, such as the ninjas of the Red Sun Ninja World, or the monks of Tianzhu. The cultivation circles of these 2 countries have long had enmity with Hua. This time, they did not act together with the International Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance, but chose to act alone, so that they could reap the benefits of the fishermen and finally get the most benefits. As long as Peach Blossom Island loses, the ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom and the monks of Tianzhu will definitely beat the dog in the water without mercy. To deal with the forces of Peach Blossom Island, the overall strength of all of them may be comparable to 20 or 30 Kunlun Mountains. After all, this is the basic unity of the cultivation forces all over the world. The most important thing is that the disturbance is big enough. It is almost easy to deal with a Peach Blossom Island. Some forces that did not want to intervene originally also participated in it. The purpose is of course to get a share of the action. Even if there are hundreds of natives around Yifeng, what's the use? After discussing privately, the elders of Kunlun Mountain decided to wait and see what happened. If Peach Blossom Island couldn't resist, they didn't want to stay here, or they might lose their lives. But the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue, don't think so. The lord of Kunlun Mountain had seen Yifeng's arrow that shattered the void and sank the headquarters of the Viper organization, and admired his ability very much, so he never thought that Yifeng would lose. As for Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue, after wandering around Peach Blossom Island all night, they discovered something unusual. There are many women around Yifeng, but now, he doesn't see a single woman on Peach Blossom Island. Even Lin Shiqing from Yanjing's Lin family is still in Yanjing. This made the 2 women puzzled. They knew clearly that Long Wanner, Su Menghan and other women were important fighting forces for Yifeng, but Peach Blossom Island was facing such a catastrophe, and none of them showed up. Yifeng, don't you need them to take action at all, and you are sure to defend Peach Blossom Island? Both Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue guessed so. After half a year in Peach Blossom Island, although they didn't figure out how strong Yi Feng was, they definitely knew more than other Kunlun mountain elders. Under such circumstances as Peach Blossom Island, the coalition forces of the International Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance finally approached the waters where Peach Blossom Island was located on board several Mi ships. The current Peach Blossom Island is no longer guarded by the Thousand Phantasms illusion, and it can be easily searched even from the radar. Therefore, when the troops of the League of Nations approached the border, the first thing they thought of was to attack Peach Blossom Island with firepower. With such a level of conflict, even the Chinese government dare not act rashly. The same as when Xiaoyao appeared last time, the middle-aged admiral, who belongs to the strength of the Miao family, decided not to do anything about the situation on Peach Blossom Island. But he didn't think that Peach Blossom Island was a fairyland treasure, belonging to the Hua Kingdom. If it was occupied by people from other countries, the global influence of the Hua Kingdom's cultivation circle would be weakened by more than half. The changes in the influence of the cultivation world have a great impact on the secular society. Maybe the good momentum of the rise of the entire Hua Kingdom will be interrupted because of this. Now, if Peach Blossom Island falls, the impact on the entire Hua Kingdom will not be small. However, the Yanjing Miao family, and the middle-aged admiral under its influence, were not worried about this time, because the International Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance was able to encircle and suppress Peach Blossom Island in such a blatant manner. Open convenience for them. Yi Feng is even clear about some agreements between Yanjing Miao's family and the League of Nations. After conquering Peach Blossom Island, Yanjing Miao's family only needs one item on the island, and the rest will be distributed by the International League. Yi Feng had a funny look in his eyes. That thing is probably a cross-boundary teleportation formation. Indeed, if the space technology of cross-boundary transmission can be researched, then what is a mere Peach Blossom Island? If the Yanjing Miao family wants to take it back, it will be easy. Not only that, but you can also take control of the world and become a global hegemon. Once mastering such advanced and powerful science and technology, how could the Yanjing Miao family put other forces in the world in their eyes? The country of China, the country of the United States, and the country of the Red Sun are all rubbish. His Yanjing Miao family can completely control the world. Yi Feng knew this kind of thinking very well, because in the past 2 months, he sent 2 members of the War Soul Army to scout around, and with their invisible and invisible features, it was easy to sniff out these confidential information. Yanjing Miao's family, just ignore him for now, just wait for this so-called international alliance to be defeated. Will a mere Yanjing Miao's family still be in my eyes? A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. The reason why Yanjing Miao's family has such ambitions is because they can use the force of the International Alliance to attack Peach Blossom Island. However, if the League of Nations collapses, it is impossible for the Yanjing Miao family to do anything to Peach Blossom Island anyway. Want to go to the island to rob the cross-border teleportation array? I'm afraid they will all die before they even go to the island. Yi Feng has already prepared a countermeasure against the army of the International Alliance. In other words, he doesn't need any strategy at all, just defeat the opponent directly. Guardian guards, dispatch and capture the most powerful people on those warships. When the International Alliance just arrived at the designated location, Yi Feng had already issued an order. The Dragon Blood Legion is on standby, and the entire army of the Battle Soul Army is dispatched to assassinate the leaders of the major forces of the International Alliance. The reason why the Dragon Blood Legion was on standby was because none of the Dragon Blood warriors of the Thrall tribe had reached 100-year cultivation level. Simply put, they couldn't fly yet. Although swimming in the past can deal with those guys, but the speed is too slow, it is not necessary, it is better to stand by on Peach Blossom Island. Soon, 20 Guardian soldiers with more than 200 years of cultivation all flew up from Peach Blossom Island and flew towards the gathering place of warships hundreds of kilometers away. And the more than 50 War Soul troops who stayed on the island were also led by Yang Shuning, and they were all out. Their task is to assassinate the leaders of the major forces of the League of Nations, in order to make the League of Nations leaderless, so that the command is chaotic and it is easier to be defeated. More than a dozen people from Kunlun Mountain stood in the middle of Peach Blossom Island, watching Yi Feng give orders. They couldn't help feeling a little strange. Who did he ask to assassinate the leaders of the major forces of the League of Nations? The existence of everyone in the War Soul Army is not known to people like Kunlun Mountain. Unless they have divine consciousness, they will not be able to feel the soul cultivator in front of them. Although it was a bit puzzling, everyone in Kunlun Mountain felt that they still underestimated Peach Blossom Island, or Yi Feng. This kid actually has a hidden force that can be used for assassination. Seeing Yi Feng ordering so calmly, could it be that the so-called War Soul Army that carried out the assassination is very strong? Soon, they knew whether the War Soul Army was strong or not. It didn't take long to wait, and there were some fluctuations in the space above Taohua Island, and then Ma Gue, who had been cultivated for more than 280 years, flashed out. In his hands, there is an extremely powerful chain, which is locking a dozen or so foreigners with nearly 200 years of cultivation. In just a moment, Ma Gue locked up all the 10 or so strongest people on several warships, and brought them back to Yi Feng. This scene changed the expressions of more than a dozen people in Kunlun Mountain. Ma Gue was only one person, but he was able to arrest all of these 10 people in an instant. What kind of terrifying strength is this? It's brutal. Among the dozen or so foreigners who were captured, there were some terrifying and notorious existences, with extremely vicious names. Among them, the 200-year-old star-killing wolves had at least thousands of lives in their hands, and they were all from the world. The lives of some other strong practitioners were killed, not ordinary people. However, such a vicious star-killing wolf was captured instantly by an unknown black-faced man on Peach Blossom Island, and 9 other powerful practitioners who were no less powerful than Star-Killing Wolf were captured together. At the same time, more than a dozen people in Kunlun Mountain felt that their brains were not enough. Peach Blossom Island, how could it be so powerful? The League of Nations, which was thought to be terrible before, seems vulnerable in front of Peach Blossom Island today. This Yi Feng's strength is too terrifying, even his subordinates are so powerful. One can imagine how far he has reached. The elders of Kunlun Mountain started whispering and discussing, and they all felt that following the suzerain to Peach Blossom Island was really right, otherwise how could it be possible to witness such an unbelievable scene with their own eyes? It's not necessarily true. Maybe this kid doesn't have much strength, so he relies on these subordinates. No matter how talented a person is, it's impossible for him to grow so fast. Who knows? However, Peach Blossom Island can no longer be underestimated now. This time, the League of Nations is likely to fail. From now on, Peach Blossom Island will be the strongest force in the world. That's not necessarily the case. You must know that the people of the League of Nations still have the most cutting-edge technology in the world. Maybe if a nuclear bomb is dropped, the entire Peach Blossom Island will be over. Several people whispered and discussed, but it didn't affect Yi Feng's mood at all. He looked up at the sky, squinted his eyes slightly, and received a message from the members of the Battle Soul Army ahead. I intercepted a message that a small nuclear bomb was launched from the mainland of the United States, and the target of the attack was Peach Blossom Island. Small nuke. Sure enough, the power of technology is going to be used. Yi Feng's eyes shone with anticipation. Ever since he knew that there is still a world that relies on technology to advance to a higher level, he has become curious about the power of cutting-edge technology. What kind of scientific and technological weapon is capable of fighting against the terrifying powerhouse who has attained Taoism and immortality? Of course, the scientific and technological weapons on Earth are too weak, so weak that they can't even be ranked in the 7th-class world. However, Yi Feng also wants to experience the power of cutting-edge technological weapons and nuclear bombs on Earth. Needless to say, Yi Feng, even some of the top military enthusiasts among the people on the earth probably don't know what the world's most advanced high-tech weapons look like. Although small nuclear bombs sound commonplace, Yi Feng and everyone on Peach Blossom Island know that this is definitely not a simple atomic bomb. Ghost Blood Shield, open. Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all. He was going to rely on himself to resist that small nuclear bomb. The Blood Shield is an immortal weapon, and in the world of cultivating immortals in the 7th tier world, the immortal weapon is already the highest level magic weapon, and its power is unquestionable. But this small nuclear bomb is the strongest weapon on Earth in the non-ranked world. Comparing the two, it is clear at a glance which one is stronger. A layer of dark blood-colored true chi barrier, mixed with tyrannical Earth-level space power, spread out in an instant, covering the entire Peach Blossom Island. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng swallowed 2 drops of Luotian water, and continued to stimulate the true energy, making the dark blood-colored true energy barrier meet the direction of the small nuclear bomb. If a small nuclear bomb explodes, maybe there will be something like nuclear radiation. It is impossible for Yi Feng to let that thing explode near Peach Blossom Island. Therefore, he used the Blood Shield to take the initiative to meet it, in order to use the Blood Shield to surround the explosive power of the small nuclear bomb and prevent it from spreading into the surrounding air. Soon, a small nuclear warhead exuding a ferocious aura dropped from the sky at an extremely fast speed. But no matter how fast the speed is, it cannot be faster than the Nether Blood Shield mixed with the power of space. The dark blood-colored true energy barrier quickly closed forward, surrounding the entire small nuclear bomb, followed by a terrifying explosion. A fireball surrounded by a dark blood barrier bloomed high in the sky. The power of the impact of the Ghost Blood Shield and the small nuclear bomb explosion almost shocked the surrounding space, but unfortunately, this small nuclear bomb still lacks some key forces, which made it unable to break through the siege of the Ghost Blood Shield after all. After all, it is impossible to advance the Earth to the level of the 7th class world. Seeing the explosion of the nuclear bomb high in the sky, Yi Feng easily resisted it with just a defensive magic weapon. Everyone on Peach Blossom Island cheered together. Yi Feng's island master's strength is really unfathomable. As for the more than 10 people in Kunlun Mountain, seeing this situation, they were all stunned. Even the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain didn't expect Yi Feng to be able to deal with the small nuclear bomb so easily. You know, the small nuclear bombs launched from the United States basically belong to the cutting-edge technological weapons on the Earth today. Even such a weapon can't deal with Yi Feng and Peach Blossom Island. What other methods can defeat Peach Blossom Island? As for the strength of the cultivator, it is already obvious. But for a moment, in addition to Ma Gue, who tied up a dozen people including Killing Star and Hungry Wolf and captured them back in an instant, the other 19 members of the guards from the Bloodstone space also captured dozens of repairmen. For a tyrannical foreign practitioner, he returned to Peach Blossom Island. Although these foreign cultivators have a very high cultivation level, each of them has a cultivation base of about 200 years, and some even have a cultivation base of 250 years. But under the guards, led by Ma Gue, there was no resistance at all. It seemed that only 5 minutes after Yi Feng gave the order, the 20 soldiers of the guards had already returned. A total of 40 or 50 people were captured and brought to Peach Blossom Island as prisoners. Regarding the strength of these 20 fighters, not only everyone in Kunlun Mountain felt inconceivable, but even the other people on Peach Blossom Island were a little surprised. They didn't expect the 20 fighters newly recruited by Island Master Yi Feng to be so powerful. The 40 or 50 people captured here each have a cultivation base of about 200 years. It is absolutely impossible to replace them with Dragon Blood warriors so quickly. Even if all the Dragon Blood warriors are dispatched, because they still cannot fly and swim, the speed can be imagined. And if they were replaced by members of the War Soul Army, they would not maintain their entities for a long time, and they could kill people, but it would not be so easy to bring people back alive. What's more, the War Soul army is regarded as the trump card by Yi Feng. It is impossible to be exposed in front of other people like this, and it is very inconvenient to gather entities to do things. Island owner, bring it back. Ma Gui flicked the chain, together with the other 19 guards, brought a total of 52 prisoners and landed in front of Yi Feng on Peach Blossom Island. Being led to fly such a long distance, these 52 foreign practitioners almost peed in fright. It's not that they haven't taken a plane before, but it's the first time that they are taken to fly like this. It feels completely different from flying. Moreover, the flying process was not comfortable, all kinds of dangling, especially the 10 people that Ma Gui caught were all tightly chained. When they came to Peach Blossom Island, in front of Yi Feng, the 52 prisoners were stunned. It turns out that these terrifying guys belong to the power of Peach Blossom Island. The one in front of him is the current owner of Peach Blossom Island in the photo, Yi Feng, right? Really young, but they have just seen that the small nuclear bomb that condensed the latest scientific and technological research results of the United States was easily blocked by the young man in front of them, as if a firework had been set off over the island, and no other waves could be set off. Is the strength of Peach Blossom Island already so terrifying? This makes them use what to resist. If this young island owner named Yi Feng wanted to dominate the world, it would not be difficult. The 52 people who came to Peach Blossom Island saw Yi Feng's strength. Of course they knew that their idea of attacking Peach Blossom Island this time was a completely wrong decision. Because the current Peach Blossom Island has completely surpassed the existence of this world. At the same time, on the rice warships near Peach Blossom Island, there were originally many experts from various international cultivation circles gathered, but now, those who were captured were taken away, and those who were killed were killed. The entire fleet is in chaos. The 20 soldiers of the Guardian Guard captured 52 of them with the highest cultivation level, while the people of the War Soul Army, led by Yang Shuning, did not have a high cultivation level among many organizations, but their words were very important. High-ranking officials were easily assassinated. The entire U.S. fleet has no leader, and the so-called International Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance collapsed within a few minutes. The power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. The current strength of Peach Blossom Island is enough to crush any power organization on the earth. And Yi Feng himself didn't take this matter too seriously. In his eyes, this incident was just a small episode before he returned to the world of cultivating immortals. Bring them here, I have something to ask. Yi Feng beckoned to Ma Gui, his spiritual thoughts came out, then he turned and walked towards the courtyard where he lived. As long as you find out the evidence of these people colluding with the Miao family in Yanjing, get it in your hand and hand it over to Lin Dedian. I believe that Huagua will handle it by himself. In any case, in Huagua now, it is not Yanjing Miao's family that covers the sky with one hand, not to mention that they want to dominate the world in vain. This kind of thinking will definitely make all other family forces in Huagua spurn. As long as this truth is made public by Lin Dedian, it is conceivable that not only the Yanjing Lin family, but also the other two major Yanjing families will definitely deal with the Yanjing Miao family together. After losing the support of many international cultivation forces, what kind of turmoil can Yanjing Miao's family cause? If even this matter could not be handled well, Lin Dedian would have lived in vain for so many years, and being the leader of Huagua until today is simply vain. Therefore, Yi Feng trusted Lin Dedian. He didn't want to meddle in the affairs of Miao's house in Yanjing, he just asked for some evidence. Yi Feng entered the house in his own courtyard, and Ma Gui began to call the captured foreign practitioners in alone. If you want to ask questions, of course ask alone, so that you are more likely to ask the truth and save a lot of trouble. But soon, Yi Feng spread the word again, letting a member of the War Soul army enter the courtyard. The reason is very simple, Yi Feng doesn't know too many foreign languages. Although he was able to communicate with these foreign cultivators using divine sense, these foreign cultivators did not have divine sense, and Yi Feng could not understand what they were saying, so he had to call for an interpreter. Soon, one after another, foreign practitioners were called in by Yi Feng. Everyone in Kunlun Mountain was fidgeting on Peach Blossom Island, but it seemed inappropriate to leave now, so they had to wait anxiously in the square. At least let Yi Feng come out and say something, right? The rest of the people on the island regarded the Kunlun Mountain group as heir, and no one went to greet them. Even Tang Qingling, it seemed that Yi Feng didn't have a good impression of the Kunlun Mountain people, so he didn't take the initiative to go forward call. This hurt the hearts of everyone in Kunlun Mountain, but they had just seen the tyrannical strength of Yi Feng and the entire Peach Blossom Island. How dare they say anything? There was a complex look in Hua Wushua's eyes. She never imagined that at the beginning, she was just a kid who just entered the martial arts world, and now she could grow to such a level so quickly. Even now, she couldn't even imagine what level Yi Feng's strength had reached. It is shocking that a simple magic weapon can withstand the explosion of the world's latest small-scale nuclear bomb. For a young man like Yi Feng, what else can he pursue in this world? What Hua Wushua didn't know was that Yi Feng didn't have many pursuits in this world of Earth, but in the whole world, there were still many pursuits. Soon, Yi Feng finished interrogating all 52 captives, and recorded a series of evidence with his mobile phone, which can prove the collusion between Yan Jingmiao's family and many international cultivation forces. This news probably doesn't make much sense to these international cultivators, but if other families in power in Yanjing know about it, they will immediately understand that the Yan Jingmiao family's idea is to fight the teleportation formation on Peach Blossom Island. The teleportation formation on Peach Blossom Island, Huagua has a lot of influence, but they all feel that this teleportation formation belongs to Hua country, so they didn't take any action against Peach Blossom Island. What's more, with Lin Dishan's relationship, he agreed a deadline with others, saying that Yi Feng could contribute the teleportation array to Huagua for research. Now that this deadline has not yet come, the Miao family in Yanjing secretly colluded with other foreign forces, simply not paying attention to other families in Yanjing. As for Yi Feng decisively rejecting Lin Dishan's request, Lin Dedian certainly didn't tell those people. Even if they told him, Yi Feng's reasons were very legitimate. By that time, the Miao family in Yanjing would definitely have been dealt with, and there would be no big opposition forces to blame Yi Feng. Just one Peach Blossom Island wiped out all the cultivation forces in the world. With such strength, if Yi Feng doesn't hand over the teleportation formation, what can others say? You are all elites on Earth, I won't kill you, but you don't want to leave Peach Blossom Island for the time being. Yi Feng came out from the courtyard, and sent a spiritual thought to the 52 foreign practitioners standing in a row. As for when you will be let go, it depends on your performance. 52 foreign cultivators, including whites and blacks, as well as ancient cultivators from ancient countries like Greece, received Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts to them one by one, and their eyes shone brightly. They already knew Yi Feng's strength very clearly. Now, even if they were asked to follow Yi Feng instead, some of them would immediately agree. After all, the strength shown by Yi Feng is already at the peak of the world. Follow Yi Feng, do you want anything? All of a sudden, the 52 people were all chattering, which made the translation guy from the War Soul army called by Yi Feng a little dumbfounded. With so many people talking at the same time, he couldn't translate with 10 mouths. However, he was still very conscientious, and immediately said to Yi Feng, many of them are saying that they are willing to serve Island Master Yi, and hope that Island Master Yi will give them a chance. A chance? Yi Feng was surprised, seeing the faces of the 50 people with different skin colors, but almost looking forward to it, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. This group of people thought that he, Yi Feng, was standing at the peak of the earth, and following him would be a blessing? How can it be so easy? I can give you opportunities, but other than that, you need to fight for them yourself. Yi Feng uttered his divine thoughts in a sharp voice. To tell you the truth, there are people in this world who are superior to others, and don't think that I am the strongest person in this world. In this world, there are many people who are stronger than me and the entire Peach Blossom Island. Some people can even destroy Peach Blossom Island just by waving their hands, and it is not so easy to follow me. This string of divine thoughts passed into the ears of 52 people, causing 52 people's eyes to change suddenly. What, is there anyone stronger than Yi Feng in this world? 52 people couldn't believe it. If there was such an existence, how could they have no news at all before? Could it be that everyone will be like Yi Feng, appearing out of thin air? Yi Feng didn't explain too much to them. Looking at their expressions, he knew that this group of guys only wanted to enjoy themselves and didn't intend to do anything at all. It's okay to use this group of people as tools, but forget it if you want to use them as subordinates. First of all, the martial arts mentality they practice does not have a pill core in their bodies, so they can't keep up with the speed of everyone on Peach Blossom Island. If Yi Feng were to create pill cores in their bodies, everything about the pill cores would leak out 100%. Moreover, it would take a long time to transform the inner energy into true energy. In such a long time, Yi Feng had already grown to the point where he didn't need these guys to do coolies. Now you have a chance to make meritorious service. Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts covered the surrounding sea area, squinting his eyes. There are ninjas from the Red Sun Kingdom coming, who of you will show it? Within the range of Yi Feng's divine sense, the 3 Red Sun ninjas actually swam directly to the edge of the coast of Peach Blossom Island. Without the protection of the mirage, it is very easy for outsiders to get close to Peach Blossom Island. Now on Peach Blossom Island, there are only a few small phantom arrays randomly set up by a few people, which can only block the sight of ordinary people. Once the eyes are filled with inner energy, they can see through such a small phantom array. These 3 Red Sun Kingdom ninjas have nearly 200 years of cultivation, and one of them seems to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he has already cultivated for more than 150 years. It can be seen that this young ninja is a new generation of genius cultivated by the ninja circle of the Red Sun Nation. When Yi Feng said those words, the 52 foreign cultivators looked at each other, with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. The ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom are here, and it is a good time for them to make meritorious deeds. Who doesn't know that there is a great hatred between the people of the Hua Kingdom and the ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom? Whoever can kill those Red Sun ninjas first will definitely be appreciated by Yi Feng. Although they heard Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts just now, saying that there are many stronger existences in this world, they didn't believe it at all. Yi Feng was the strongest they had encountered so far, that was enough. Swish! Swish! Almost in an instant, someone jumped out towards the coast of Peach Blossom Island, ready to find those ninjas from the Red Sun Kingdom, and act first to show off in front of Yi Feng. However, there are only a few people in this group who can use their brains. A dozen or so people, headed by the famous killing star Hungry Wolf, stood in front of Yi Feng without moving. Watching the others heading in various directions, they sneered in unison. These guys are too stupid. Under the current situation, there are only 2 possibilities for the ninjas from the Red Sun country to dare to land on Peach Blossom Island. One is that those ninjas have enough cards, and even like Yi Feng in front of them, they are powerful enough to suddenly rise to rule the world. Another possibility is that these Red Sun ninjas came to join Yi Feng. No matter what the situation is, it is not appropriate for them to act rashly. The former will put them in danger of death, while the latter may affect Yi Feng's interests. Island Master Yi, may I ask if we should dispatch? Killing Star Hungry Wolf asked Yi Feng respectfully. A string of English, and the members of the Battle Soul Army immediately translated it. Go, catch alive if you can. Yi Feng waved his hand, then turned and left. He is going to open the cross-boundary teleportation array, go to the Monghuang realm, and find Su Feiying back. Once the matter here is over, they can go to the Immortal Cultivation realm immediately, and first give the lawless forces of the Mo family in Nanling to the world. Eradicate. After getting rid of the Mo family in Nanling, Yifeng reckoned that his dragon heart should have completed the 9th transformation, and he could go directly from the Mo family in Nanling to the Tomb of Dragon's sword in the center of the world. His consciousness has always shrouded the entire island. He didn't pay much attention to it at first. Isn't it just the 3 red sun ninjas? No matter what they want to do, this Peach Blossom Island is not a place where they can come and go easily. Yifeng's own people were all on standby and did not move out. Now, it was time for those 52 foreign practitioners to work hard. Soon, Yifeng discovered that those people were really desperate to deal with the 3 red sun ninjas. He was the first to find the traces of the 3 red sun ninjas, with a thin middle-aged man holding a dark light dagger. In fact, the 3 ninjas were not difficult to find, because they were ostentatiously in court. Walking on the island. The dark light dagger flashed, and the thin middle-aged man directly attacked the 150-year-old ninja boy in the front. Puff! A crossed shuriken flew straight and pierced into the thin middle-aged man's neck, causing his blood to fly, and his eyes popped out. He never expected that the thin ninja boy would have such sharp perception and insight. Just as he was about to strike, the crossed shuriken was already inserted into his neck. This speed made him unable to dodge, with nearly 200 years of cultivation, astonishing like a ghost. One person fell, but there were more people chasing after him. However, the 3 ninjas heading towards the center of Peach Blossom Island didn't care about these people at all. They carry enough shurikens, which are hidden weapons in the ninja world of the Red Sun Nation, and they can easily kill a strong man with a cultivation base of less than 200 years in one fell swoop. In an instant, 4 people were killed at the hands of that 150-year-old ninja boy. This guy, the concealed weapon technique is really good, and it's not far behind compared with the South. Yifeng was secretly surprised. That is the new generation of ninja geniuses from the Red Sun Kingdom. He is proficient in hidden weapon techniques and has extremely keen insight and speed. Even a strong man with 200 years of cultivation will find it difficult to catch him. Someone immediately revealed the identity of the ninja boy. A strong person at this level is already well known in the international cultivation circle, but unfortunately, such a reputation cannot prevent the young ninja from being hunted down. Soon, Star-Killing Wolf, who was ordered by Yifeng, led 10 people to approach the 3 red sun ninjas at the same time. Do it! Killing Star Hungry Wolf gave an order, his fierce eyes glistened with blood, and the scimitar in his hand slashed towards the young ninja like a gust of wind. Killing Star Hungry Wolf, who has cultivated for more than 230 years, is no longer something this young ninja can resist. The scimitar came to the neck of the ninja boy in an instant at a speed far exceeding the ninja boy's ability to dodge. One more step forward, the head will fall to the ground. Killing Star Hungry Wolf snorted coldly, and put the scimitar in his hand in front of the young ninja's neck. Tell me why you came to Peach Blossom Island. It's my own. The young ninja spoke frivolously, with a slight smile. I came to seek refuge with Island Master Yi. I didn't expect you to do it directly. It's really stupid. The lost life has nothing to do with me. I just protect myself. Ninja traitor. These 4 words flashed in the hearts of everyone present at the same time. Unexpectedly, this ninja genius would bring 2 200-year-old Red Sun ninjas to join Yifeng's Peach Blossom Island. Follow me to see Island Master Yi. Killing Star Hungry Wolf looked at the frivolous look on the ninja boy's face, and felt a little unhappy, but with this kid's strength, Island Master Yi should value it more, right? No need. Yifeng's divine thoughts entered the minds of everyone present at this moment. People from the Red Sun Kingdom, I can't believe it. I'll give you 5 minutes to escape. After 5 minutes, I will kill you, you. This divine thought made everyone's expressions change. This ninja boy is so strong, Yifeng doesn't want him? In the eyes of others, the ninja boy is very powerful, especially his potential, is very high. If he joins him, I believe that no force will dislike him. But now, Yifeng directly said that he couldn't trust people from the Red Sun country, and gave him 5 minutes to escape. The faces of the young ninja and the 2 middle-aged ninjas from the Red Sun kingdom changed. Is this Yifeng mentally ill? Someone betrayed the organization and sent him to be his subordinate, but he didn't even want it. What's more, he is not an ordinary person. The ninja boy thinks that his strength and talent are enough, right? Yifeng turned them down without hesitation. This made the ninja boy feel that he had been humiliated endlessly. Run away, I won't. The ninja boy gritted his teeth and raised his head, revealing the streamer tied on his forehead, with the logo of a certain ninja village on it. Yifeng, come out for me, let's fight with dignity. His roar resounded throughout the audience, but it was only after translation that Yifeng understood what this guy was talking about. Fighting upright? The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned slightly, and he appeared on the coast in a flash. Here, 3 ninja traders and dozens of captured foreign practitioners gathered together, each staring at Yifeng's figure that appeared floatingly. The other people from Peach Blossom Island didn't come over, because they didn't need to deal with the affairs here, and it was enough to leave it to Yifeng alone. You are not qualified. Yifeng shook his head towards the young ninja, let alone an ordinary inner chi cultivator with a cultivation base of 150 years, or a cultivator of immortality with a cultivation base of 150 years, it is impossible for Yifeng to match him now. The current ninja boy is like a child in front of Yifeng, he can be crushed easily. Stop talking nonsense. Yifeng's contempt caused the young ninja's self-esteem to be severely injured. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily, how can someone in your Hua country be stronger than our Red Sun country? Today, our Red Sun country will occupy this Peach Blossom Island. These words exposed the purpose of his visit this time. It turned out that this guy had come here to pretend to surrender, and wanted to find a chance to occupy Peach Blossom Island. It's a pity that Yifeng didn't trust them from the very beginning, giving them a chance to escape was already a shame. Since they didn't want to run away, there was no need for Yifeng to be polite. Ninjutsu, Earth Dunjutsu. The 2 middle-aged ninjas behind the young ninja reacted extremely quickly. The moment Yifeng appeared, they secretly mobilized their inner energy and prepared ninjutsu until they finally performed it. The figures of the 2 disappeared at once, Yifeng's divine sense spread out, and he easily noticed that the other party was actually in the soil of Peach Blossom Island. It seems that this earth escape technique still has some skills. However, this was too childish for Yifeng. Brilliant swordsmanship, terrifying gods and ghosts. Yifeng grasped the dragon sword in his hand, and used the divine brilliant swordsmanship from the royal family. 2 consecutive sword chi pierced the ground, and directly slashed at the 2 middle-aged ninjas who were trying to sneak attack with the earth escape technique. Puff! Puff! With 2 muffled snorts, the middle-aged ninja was beheaded by Yifeng in the ground like this, even the corpse could not see the sun. Superior. Just at this time, finally some foreign practitioners who were originally captured turned their heads against Yifeng, and all of them showed fierce expressions on their faces. These guys were just pretending to surrender, until now, they revealed their true colors. Do they think they can defeat Yifeng together now? Yifeng didn't know what they were thinking, but soon after the news came from the members of the Battle Soul Army from around Peach Blossom Island, he finally knew what was going on. It turned out that these guys secretly contacted some other practitioners, diving from the bottom of the sea to approach Peach Blossom Island, including the strong men from the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu. Do you want to cooperate with the inside and the outside? It's a pity. Yifeng's eyes flashed. According to the news from the War Soul Army just now, Yang Shuning has led everyone to take care of all the guys who wanted to sneak in from the bottom of the sea. Even the corpses were dispersed with soul power, without leaving any traces. I just feel sorry for the captives on the island, there are still people who want to cooperate with them and kill Yi Feng. Seeing at least a dozen people around violently attacking him, Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all. He was really angry. Brilliant swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. The sword energy swept out, and with the momentum of breaking the sky, the sword energy instantly slashed at the violent foreign practitioners. I don't know what gave you the courage to dare to attack me. Yi Feng snorted coldly. Before the words fell, the sword chi that was extinct in all directions had killed all the targets. 10 foreign cultivators with more than 200 years of cultivation were killed by Yi Feng's move. Originally, Yi Feng didn't really want to kill these guys with fairly good cultivation. After all, they are relatively strong existences on the earth. If these people are all dead, then the overall cultivation strength of the earth will be even worse. But now, Yi Feng has figured it out. People on the earth are born without cores, which makes it impossible for the cultivation civilization of the earth to get on the table. Perhaps for the earth, developing technology is the best choice. Under Yi Feng's move, no one dared to move. The star-killing wolf, the strongest among the foreign prisoners, watched Yi Feng kill 10 people with ease. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Luckily he didn't do anything just now, otherwise he might have become a corpse lying on the ground by now. Who else wants to take the initiative against Yi Dao? Let's fight with me. Kill Star Hungry Wolf first. Killing Star Hungry Wolf stood up viciously, staring at the audience, expressing his sincerity to Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't believe him so easily. Seeing him put on such a look, he just smiled lightly. I'll leave it to you to handle this. Your name is Killing Star, right? I also know another Killing Star, but it's a pity, compared with others, your strength is ridiculously weak. The killer Shashing from the soul world, that soul cultivator, has the ability to kill Yi Feng. If Yi Feng didn't have the void vines, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Compared with that soul cultivator Killing Star, the Killing Star Hungry Wolf in front of him was like a child. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Killing Star Hungry Wolf's self-esteem was deeply hit, but he didn't dare to refute, because he knew that with Yi Feng's cultivation, he was absolutely qualified to teach him a lesson. I just don't know, who is that guy who is also called Killing Star? In the arena, the remaining young ninjas from the Red Sun Kingdom were sweating coldly. Yi Feng killed so many strong men with 200 years of cultivation with one sword. This cultivation and swordsmanship were far superior to him. Yi Feng, do you dare to give me 3 years, and then I will compete with you again? The young ninja was proud and looked at Yi Feng with a rebellious expression. Yi Feng was a little speechless at these words of the unruly boy. This kid, doesn't he feel too good about himself? Give him 3 years, of course, Yi Feng doesn't care. Even if you give him 30 years, I believe the gap between the two sides will be bigger than it is now. But the key problem is that Yi Feng has no habit of leaving troubles for himself. You talk too much nonsense. Facing the ruthless young man from the Red Sun Kingdom, Yi Feng's expression turned cold, and the dragon sword passed in his hand, gathered his true energy. Sword fighting. Sword chi flew across, and the young ninja was pierced through his heart all of a sudden. With an expression of unwillingness on his whole face, he stared at Yi Feng firmly. The fall of the ninja boy made everyone around him gasp. Yi Feng's attack came too fast, right? Everyone didn't even react at all. The ninja boy who was full of arrogance just now was pierced by the sword energy, and died like this. You must know that just now, many people wanted to deal with this young ninja, but he reacted quickly and easily killed him with a hidden weapon. But Yi Feng's sword made this talented young ninja completely unresponsive, and was pierced through the heart like this. Boom. The body of the ninja boy fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust. If it is 3 years later, a kid like him is not worthy of my sword. Yi Feng snorted softly, turned around and left, and sent out his spiritual thoughts to kill Xinglong and the others around him. You still have 29 people left. What should I do? I believe you all understand. I don't want to see the situation like that just now again seen. Island Master Yi, don't worry, with me, Hungry Wolf, there will never be anything like this happening again. The strong man, killing star Hungry Wolf said in a deep voice, and the young man from the Battle Soul Army immediately translated the words to Yifeng to know. It's better that way. Yifeng nodded, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. If these people were more peaceful, Yifeng would not bother to deal with them, because these people's cultivation level is not worthy of Yifeng's attention. But these people are the strongest cultivators on Earth. If they were all killed, Yifeng would feel inappropriate. Anyway, Peach Blossom Island now has 20 guards, plus the combination of the War Soul Army and the Dragon Blood Legion. It is impossible for these few guys to mess up anything. Especially that star-killing Hungry Wolf. Let me focus on him. Although he looks very obedient, such a person is often the most dangerous. Yifeng appeared on the side of the cross-boundary teleportation formation, and said to the two members of the War Soul Army guarding beside him. Yes, Brother Yi. The two nodded in agreement. Then, Yifeng issued a series of orders to the two of them, asking Yang Shuning, Ai Xuanhuan, and others to implement them one by one. Not long after, the entire army of the Dragon Blood Legion was dispatched, and according to the technology learned from the U.S. Navy, they quickly boarded the 6 warships dispatched by the U.S. this time. These 6 warships are Yifeng's spoils this time. Although they are of no use to him, they are still a fortune, so don't waste it. The plan of the League of Nations to attack Peach Blossom Island has completely failed at this time. Even the practitioners from the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu who wanted to fish in troubled waters were caught and killed by the War Soul Army without any sympathy. According to the report sent back, during the entire battle, hundreds of practitioners from the International Alliance died, while the ninjas and monks from the Red Sun Kingdom lost 20 to 30 people each. Although there are not many people, these are the top combat forces in their respective forces. At this moment, whether it is other originally powerful cultivation forces in the world, or the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu, 2 hostile countries close to the Hua Kingdom, the number of cultivators with top combat power has decreased sharply. I'm afraid it won't be long before the many cultivation resources on Earth will go through a stage of redivision. The matter was almost settled. Yifeng didn't say anything more, and poured his true energy into the cross-boundary teleportation formation on Peach Blossom Island, ready to go to the wild world. Now, many people around Yifeng have gone to Menghuang Realm to look for materials for condensing the Yang God. It has been 2 months now, but no one has returned. Yifeng was not worried about what would happen there. After all, if something happened, someone would have come back to tell him. Moreover, without going through wind and rain, how can you truly become a strong person on your own? Going to the wild world to practice is just a not too dangerous experience. You must know that when Yifeng first went to Menghuang Realm, his cultivation base was only a few decades, which is far worse than that of everyone now. It is precisely because of the various experiences in the wild world that Yifeng has such a powerful fighting ability. Of course, his biggest trump card is the inheritance of the dragon sword, which some other people do not have, but Yifeng grows up the most. The key is to rely on your own efforts. The space reversed, and Yifeng's figure disappeared from Peach Blossom Island. With Yang Shuning, Yu Wendian, and others on Peach Blossom Island, the previous turmoil will definitely be dealt with easily, and Yifeng doesn't have to bother with such trivial matters. And Yifeng left Peach Blossom Island this time, and he didn't intend to come back in a short time. When he was in Yanjing, he had already bid farewell to Lin Shiqing. Find Master in the wild world first, and then go to the world of cultivating immortals from the Star Refining Temple with her, and seek revenge on those guys from the Mo family in Nanling. Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he made a plan. Then the heart of the dragon will change to 9 levels, and you can go back to the tomb of the dragon sword in the center of the world of cultivating immortals, to complete the experience. Just as he was thinking, his figure finally arrived at the Menghuang realm after a long absence through the cross-boundary teleportation array. When Yifeng's figure appeared in the wild world, in the ancient temple leading to the earth, he immediately felt the aura of the surrounding thousand-image illusion. The mirage of thousand images is worthy of being a double phantom formation. Even in a place like Menghuangji, there are no ferocious beasts and dragons that can see through its image, and easily block all existences that may threaten the earth. Unless there is a strong person who has attained the Tao realm for 1,000 years or more, the Qianxiang illusion realm is an impossible tortoise shell, and the safety factor reaches 100%. It seems that no one is in this temple. It seems that everyone is still looking for materials to condense the sun god. Yifeng thought for a while, and didn't stay in the ancient temple for too long. Let's take a look at the Alchemy Star Temple first. He came to the gates of the ancient temples, urged the Eye of Wind and Thunder and the power of the mysterious space with all his strength, and teleported towards the direction of the Star Alchemy Temple in his memory. Swish! After his cultivation had been raised to 150 years, Yifeng traveled thousands of miles with just one teleportation, and arrived at the gate of the Star Alchemy Temple surrounded by abandoned ancient temples. If they found enough materials to condense the young god, there would be only 2 places for everyone to go. Besides returning to the earth, they could only come to this star refining temple. Concentrating the young god requires an absolutely safe place, and in the Star Alchemy Temple, the level of safety is definitely the most safe place that everyone can find. Yifeng walked into the Star Refining Temple, and sure enough, he found that several people were in the Star Refining Temple, in the process of condensing the young god. Condensing Yangshan is a process, it takes a lot of time to succeed, and there are many details in it. Therefore, after Shu Shu collected enough materials for condensing the young god, she returned to the Star Refining Temple and asked the power of inheritance of the Star Refining Immortal Code for the method of condensing the young god. By the way, she brought several other people to the Star Alchemy Temple, and let the power of inheritance teach them the method of condensing the young god. Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Qi are all in the process of refining the young god in the Star Refining Temple. Yifeng didn't bother the 5 girls, because condensing the young god is a very long process. Yifeng spent several months with the help of the 2 vermilion fruits. Now if the girls want to condense and succeed in Yangshan, it will take at least a year, or even 2 years, and the length of this time is also related to the talents of the girls. I don't know where Master is now. Yifeng thought in his heart. He didn't run around, but sat down at the entrance of the Star Alchemy Temple, and practiced with peace of mind. Before he made an agreement with Su Feiying that if he obtained enough materials for condensing the young god, he would come to this place to meet up. Now it seems that Yifeng will have to wait for Su Feiying for a while. Time passed quickly, more than a month passed like a stream of light during Yifeng's concentrated cultivation. His upper limit of cultivation has finally reached 160 years. He randomly took out the treasures of heaven and earth in the storage space of Dragon Sword Order, absorbed them, and raised his cultivation to 160 years. The total amount of true qi in his dantian and meridians has doubled again, and the power of any immortal and sword techniques has also doubled again. Now he has no pressure against ordinary cultivators who have cultivated for 300 years. If he uses the colorful dragon bow for a sneak attack, he can almost kill all those who have cultivated for 360 or 70 years with one arrow. A strong man with a cultivation base of 367 years is equivalent to the 2 senior brothers of Yuechan that Yifeng met before, the 2 who were refined into magic puppet pills by the magic pupil of the world. Back then, Yifeng was completely invincible, but now he could be shot to death in front of him, and all of this seemed like a world away to him. Although only 1 or 2 years have passed in the real world, what he has experienced has been more than 10 years. The time of cultivating in the meditation space of the Dragon Sword Tomb is still deep in his memory. With 160 years of cultivation, Yifeng's confidence to return to the world of cultivating immortals has also become much stronger. Just at this time, a beautiful figure that he had been waiting for a long time came. Su Feiying wore a snow-white skirt, stepped on the void, and came floating. Yi Feng swept his consciousness. Su Feiying now has a cultivation base of 135 years. It seems that she has had many adventures in the wild world, and has absorbed a lot of heaven and earth aura from the treasures of heaven and earth. Due to the abolishment of the Star Tomb art that had been cultivated for 200 years, Su Feiying's current cultivation level is not as good as Yi Feng's. As for the actual combat power, the gap with Yi Feng's is probably even bigger. After all, the current Yi Feng not only possesses the multicolored dragon bow, the most powerful arrow is dozens of times stronger than his own cultivation, but also possesses a fairy-level defensive magic weapon, the blood shield. Offensive and defensive complement each other. Master, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Feng stood up and spoke to Su Feiying, who flew over. Sorry, I found some good materials that can help me condense a higher quality Yangshan, so it took me a little more time. Apologetic expression appeared on Su Feiying's pretty face. It was obvious that after seeing Yi Feng's furious young god, she was not satisfied with condensing a young god of average quality. At the very least, it must be of the same quality as Yi Feng's furious thunder god, reaching the Xian level quality. The Xian level young god has twice the speed-up effect on the cultivation of immortals. If it is a young god with a lower quality, the effect will be much worse, and it can completely affect the life of the immortal. Therefore, for the second time in her life to condense Yangshan, after having Yi Feng's experience, Su Feiying decided not to be sloppy. However, before condensing the young god, let's go back to the immortal cultivation realm and settle the score with the Mo family in Nanling. There was a special color in Su Feiying's eyes. She had a lot of hatred for the Nanling Mo family. After all, when she was not strong, she was forced by such a lawless family to marry an extremely ugly huge dude. This revenge must be avenged. I think so too. Yi Feng nodded. It took him more than a month to wait for Su Feiying at the gate of the Star Refining Temple. During this time, apart from improving his cultivation, the progress of the dragon heart was quite slow. This made Yi Feng quite anxious, but it didn't affect the overall situation after more than a month. From the mouth of the blood dragon, Yi Feng knew that there were other contenders for the inheritance of the dragon sword, decades earlier than he started training. After a certain experience, it is definitely not something that can be passed with time, but requires other things, so two people who started the dragon sword inheritance experience very early got stuck on that experience. It's unfair to start training decades earlier, but the dragon sword has been passed down for thousands of years, and the rules set are naturally not something Yi Feng can change. Moreover, as Yi Feng from the No level, 7th class world, it is not because of the rules that he can get the dragon sword inheritance of this 2nd class world. Each successor of the dragon sword is selected from some low-level worlds that rarely enter the eyes of high-level worlds, because although these worlds are low-level, there may also be some very talented beings in them. Because of this, Yi Feng discovered the ancient ring of dragon sword in Huiyun Cave before, and was selected by the dragon soul in it. After deciding what to do, Yi Feng and Su Feiying entered the Star Refining Temple together. If he wanted to go to the immortal cultivation realm to trouble the Nanling Mo family, he could only do so through the one-way teleportation array. Ever since she practiced dragon sword art and became dragon sword maid, Su Feiying's attitude towards Yi Feng was not as indifferent as before. In the past, although Su Feiying cared about Yi Feng, she was quite indifferent on the surface. She looked like an iceberg beauty. But now, when Su Feiying faced Yi Feng, her attitude and tone were much gentler, not because Su Feiying wanted to curry favor with Yi Feng, but a natural reaction after the status and identities of both parties changed. Of course, if it is against other people, no matter how powerful they are, it is impossible for Su Feiying to speak mildly. However, when the target was changed to Yi Feng, it was different. The two entered the Star Refining Temple, and after being guided by the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code, they soon arrived at the place where Jin Xinqing was sent away, the one-way teleportation array. Destination: Immortal Cultivation World, Nanling. Yi Feng sent out a divine thought about the power of inheritance. Good luck on your journey. A gentle female voice came from the power of inheritance, and then the one-way teleportation array in front of Yi Feng and Su Feiying lit up with white light. Immortal World. Ever since Yi Feng was reborn to the Yi Feng on Earth, it's not that he hasn't come back to the world of cultivating immortals, on the contrary, he has come back many times. It's just that every time he returns to the world of cultivating immortals, he always goes to the Tomb of Dragon Sword in the center of the world of cultivating immortals. As for other places in the world of cultivating immortals, he really hasn't been there for a long time, and he hasn't seen the grandchildren of the Mo family in Nanling for nearly 3 years. After the teleportation white light disappeared, the figures of Yi Feng and Su Feiying appeared between the rolling mountains in the south of the immortal cultivation realm. This is Nanling. Yi Feng looked around, feeling indescribably comfortable. One teacher and one apprentice returned to the place that brought a turning point in their lives. Once upon a time, he and Su Feiying wandered and practiced in this jungle, but they were targeted by the Mo family in Nanling, and they were trapped in this group of mountains for a full year. If it wasn't for the demon Lord Huiyun who came to provoke Su Feiying just in time, none of the following series of things would have happened. But now, with his strength, he is not afraid of even the existence of 300 years of cultivation. This is the huge improvement brought to him by the inheritance of Dragon Sword. To obtain the recognition of Dragon Sword inheritance, one must have enough talent, and Yi Feng's talent is almost unmatched by anyone, otherwise he would not be valued as much by the Blood Dragon. This stretch of mountains in the south of the immortal cultivation realm is about the same size as the Hua Kingdom on Earth, with constant ups and downs. If it was the former Yi Feng and Su Feiying, it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to leave this area. Not only the journey is long, and there will be various strong men sent by the Nanling Mo family to stop him on the way. The Mo family in Nanling is the overlord of this stretch of mountains. Because the resources in this stretch of mountains are not rich, few outsiders come to get involved in this area, and the Mo family in Nanling is connected with some other cultivation forces in the surrounding area, which also makes some vagrants in this area scattered. Xiao didn't dare to provoke him easily. In the vicinity, immortal cultivators with a cultivation base of 300 years are extremely rare. Once they appear, they will definitely cause a sensation in the whole Nanling. As for Nanling, it is only a small area in the world of cultivating immortals. In comparison, it is similar to the status of Yanjing City in China. It can be seen from this that the territory occupied by the entire world of cultivating immortals is much larger than that of the Earth. It seems that the world of cultivating immortals is not a planet like the Earth. Yi Feng was guessing in his heart, but the specifics would have to wait for him to reach the 1,000-year cultivation level and attain the Dao realm before he could know, or if he comprehended the power of the mysterious space earlier, he might also be able to find out the truth about the world of cultivating immortals. Let's go. After Su Feiying put her feet on the ground, she felt a lot more at ease, knowing that this place was indeed Nanling in the world of cultivating immortals. In this stretch of mountains, there are some special plants that are not found in other places in the world of cultivating immortals, so it is very easy to identify them. Su Feiying looked towards the west. In that direction, the residence of the Mo family in Nanling was located. The residence of the Mo family in Nanling alone had a radius of tens of kilometers, which was completely comparable to the size of a city. From this, it can be seen that how powerful is the Nanling Mo family in this area? Although there are not many natural resources and treasures in Nanling, if they are monopolized by the Mo family in Nanling, they will get a lot of benefits every year. This has also allowed the overall strength of the Nanling Mo family to continue to improve in recent years, not to mention that some casual cultivators in the region cannot be compared. Perhaps, the ancestors of the Mo family in Nanling may have cultivated for 300 years now. Concentrating the Yang God is a very time-consuming task. Su Feiying decided to return to Earth to concentrate on condensing the young god after the Nanling Imo family is settled. To this, Yi Feng of course agreed. The two began to walk among the rolling mountains of Nanling in the immortal cultivation realm, and their spiritual consciousness spread towards the surroundings. Soon, they felt that a group of practitioners seemed to be arguing about something in the forest not far away. This made Yi Feng and Su Feiying a little strange. It stands to reason that it is rare to see any talents in the rolling mountains of Nanling. After all, the area is too wide, and the cultivators in the area can only gather in a few towns. However, when Yi Feng just came to Nanling, he encountered a group of immortal cultivators arguing. It must be said that he was lucky. "Master, let's find out how the Imo family in Nanling is doing now," Yi Feng asked. Su Feiying nodded. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself, she and Yi Feng have had an adventure in recent years, but there is no guarantee that the Imo family in Nanling is still the same as before. Before the official action, it is still very necessary to find out the opponent's situation, so as not to be caught off guard. The two of them used the phantom sword technique at the same time, concealed their figures, and sneaked towards the place where the group of immortal cultivators were arguing. From a distance, the two noticed that among the group of immortal cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation base was only 100 years old, and it was impossible to detect the hidden figures of the two of them. Soon, Yi Feng and Su Feiying came to the side of the group of people at the same time, hid themselves, and began to listen. "From Bidian Sword Academy, hand over Zhuguo, or you will be bloodbathed here today." One of them, a lean man with a cultivation base of 110 years, led a group of subordinates and blocked a dozen or so people from the other side, forming a faint siege. The skinny man's subordinates all showed greedy expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were planning to rob the people of Bidian Sword Academy. There were only a dozen or so people in Bidian Sword Academy surrounded by them, but they didn't panic when faced with 3 times as many people as themselves. The leader was a young woman, with a heroic look on her brows. She didn't look like someone who would easily compromise. Hearing the thin man on the opposite side, the young woman snorted coldly, "You guys have to think about it, a vermilion fruit is worth making you an enemy of our Bidian Sword Academy?" This woman has a cultivation base of 120 years, and her subordinates also have cultivation bases of over 100 years. They are all condensed existences of the young god, and their average strength is stronger than that of the thin man. But helplessly, although the average strength of the young women's side is relatively strong, they are not much stronger, and cannot make up for the gap in numbers. If the two sides really fought, the young woman's side would probably fail in all likelihood. It turned out to be a member of Bidian Sword Academy. Yi Feng and Su Feiying each knew well that the Northern Heaven Sword Academy was a well-known sect of cultivating immortals before they were teleported to Earth. Within the range of Nanling, although the Imo family of Nanling occupies an absolute dominant position, it does not mean that there are no other sects in this area. For an existence like Bidian Sword Academy, the strongest can have a cultivation base of 110 years, and it can also dominate the world on Earth, but in Nanling, it can only be inferior to the Imo family in Nanling under. The scene in front of Yi Feng and Su Feiying was nothing more than the most common murder and treasure hunting in the world of cultivating immortals. It's just that there is something special about the killing and treasure hunting this time, because the two parties in the conflict actually come from two relatively large sects in the Nanling area. Although Bidian Sword Academy is not the top school in Nanling, it can be regarded as a middle-level sect. And their opponents, led by the thin man, were 30 or so immortal cultivators from Tianshaman. In terms of strength, the strength of Tianshaman and Bidian Sword Academy was not much different. In Nanling, apart from the strongest Imo family, Bidian Sword Academy and Tianshaman are all second-class sections. There are about a dozen such sects in the entire Nanling area. These second-class sects have mutual constraints, competition, and cooperation, and the relationship is intricate, and this is exactly the situation directed by the Nanling Imo family. The following sects compete and restrict each other, and they can ensure that their Nanling Imo family's dominance will not be challenged to the greatest extent. You must know that the world of cultivating immortals is a world where strength is respected. If there is a sect within the Nanling area whose overall strength exceeds that of the Nanling Imo family, then it will be a matter of time before the Nanling Imo family will be replaced. Even if the Imo family has some relations with the overlords in several areas adjacent to Nanling, if the Imo family in Nanling is not strong enough, these overlords will not be able to give the Imo family face. To maintain his dominance in Nanling, he had to rely on himself. However, Baidian Sword Academy and Nanling Mo's family still had some feuds. Such frictions existed among many sects. Even the people from Baixianjian Academy and Tianshaman are staged a scene of killing and seizing treasures here. What's wrong with Nanling? Yi Feng felt a little surprised. One must know that in the past, the relationship between these sects was not so tense, and it is not convincing to say that it was only for a vermilion fruit. There must be something that is hidden in the dark and not known by people. It's Bai Tianyao, the daughter of the head of the Baidian Sword Academy. Su Feiying's clear and pleasant voice came to Yi Feng's ears lightly, letting Yi Feng know the identity of the young woman who is the leader of Baidian Sword Academy. Master, do you know Bai Tianyao? Yi Feng asked softly. With the cultivation bases of him and Su Feiying, it is impossible for other people present to hear such a soft sound transmission, so the two feel relieved. In the past, Yi Feng was just a kid with 10 years of cultivation. There were some things that Su Feiying would not bring Yi Feng along. Therefore, Su Feiying knows many more people than Yi Feng, for example, the young woman Bai Tianyao, who is the leader of Baidian Sword Academy. This woman looked to be about 20 years old, and her appearance was quite fresh, but in the world of cultivating immortals, it was impossible to tell a person's age from his appearance. Only those who know Bai Tianyao's youth can understand. That's right. When I first came to Nanling, I met Bai Tianyao. She was only 18 years old at the time, but she had cultivated for more than 60 years. Su Feiying nodded and said softly, at that time, I bought a treasure of heaven and earth from her, and after absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I reached 100-year cultivation level. I see. Yi Feng thought to himself, it turned out that the two parties were just trading. And now this Baishanyo is really only 20 years old. It seems that Baixianjian Academy attaches great importance to Baishanyo. You must know that the world of cultivating immortals is no better than the earth. On the earth, due to the low pressure of competition, the number of natural materials and treasures of each sect is much more than that in the world of cultivating immortals. It is not easy to cultivate 120 years of cultivation. However, during the transaction, I think that Baishanyo is a nice person. Why don't we save her and ask her about the situation in the area? Su Feiying looked sideways at Yi Feng, asking for advice. It's all up to the master. Yi Feng smiled lightly. Although the relationship between him and Su Feiying has changed now, Su Feiying has changed from his master to a maid, but in Yi Feng's heart, Su Feiying is always his master, and this has never changed. And in the past, it was Su Feiying, not Yi Feng, who suffered the most from the Imo family in Nanling. Now when she came to trouble the Imo family in Nanling, Su Feiying should undoubtedly decide what to do. Yi Feng, on the other hand, has already made up his mind to just be a thug obediently, and absorb the power of emotion by the way, so that Shenlong's heart can start the 9th stage of transformation as soon as possible. Then let's do it. Su Feiying smiled and nodded. Her smile is always reserved for those closest to her, and only those who truly trust her can see her bright smile. Yi Feng lost his mind for a moment, then reacted. Even Yi Feng, after undergoing the 8-fold transformation of the dragon heart, was attracted by Su Feiying's beauty for an instant. If it was before, he would have to be stunned for a second before he could react. There are other ambushes around. Yifeng's spiritual consciousness spread to the surroundings, covering the entire 1,600-meter range, and easily discovered that there were still many hidden disciples of the Tiansha sect in the forest. Obviously, if Yifeng and Su Feiying didn't make a move today, then Bei Tianyao would definitely fall into the hands of Tian Shaman. As for whether she would be captured alive or killed on the spot, that's not certain. Wait for a while, and when they make a move, it won't be too late for us to make a move. Su Feiying thought about it and said, yes. Yifeng nodded, although with their cultivation level, they could easily get rid of about 50 disciples of Tian Shaman in the arena, but after all, there are too many opponents, maybe one or two of them will escape. That would be bad. So when the opponent makes a move, if Yifeng and Su Feiying strike unexpectedly, they will be able to catch the opponent by surprise and defeat the opponent with lightning speed. Soon, the verbal conflict between Bei Tianyao and the skinny man from Tian Shaman became more and more intense. Judging by the strength of both sides, it was almost time to fight. And Yifeng hid aside, easily absorbing the emotional power emanating from these people. To undergo the 9th level of transformation, the dragon heart needs to absorb various emotional powers. On Earth, Yifeng found that the absorption of emotional powers is getting slower and slower. All the emotional power in the city has been absorbed by Yifeng, so only by coming to a different world and absorbing other types of emotional power can the dragon heart undergo the 9th level of change. Be angry, hee. Yifeng thought maliciously in his heart, only when the people in Baitian Sword Academy were more angry and the people in Tian Shaman were more greedy and insidious, could he absorb enough emotional power. Anyway, with him and Su Feiying around, there was no need to worry about Bei Tianyao's safety. It's time for Yifeng and Su Feiying to go out when the two sides really start fighting. Soon, the conflicts between Baitian Sword Academy and Tian Shaman intensified. Thief, since you think that no one will know about this, then come and try it out. I, Bei Tianyao, am afraid that you will fail? Bei Tianyao was young and energetic, and after being provoked twice by the thin man from Tian Shaman, she immediately became very angry. With a wave of her jade hand, she notified the many immortal cultivators of Baitian Sword Academy behind her to do it. Hey, little girl, if you obediently hand over Zhugua to me, and spend the night with our elites from the Heavenly Fiend sect, I can spare your life. The lean man said wretchedly. Die. Bei Tianyao's face turned pale with anger, and she pointed the long sword at the thin man. Forget it, since you insist on doing it, then we have no choice but to risk our lives to accompany the beauty. The thin man laughed, but in this case, you still have to stay with us all night. Brothers, tell me, do you want to let the beautiful daughter of the suzerain of Baitian Sword Academy serve us? Ha ha ha. Of course I want to. Fuck this little brat to death. The laughter of a group of people hit her ears, making Bei Tianyao tremble with anger. How could people from Tian Shaman be so shameless? Behind Bei Tianyao, the disciples of the Baitian Sword Academy were all furious. Since they had already received Bei Tianyao's instructions, why should they hesitate? Although there is a lot of difference in the number of people, but with their higher cultivation, they may not be the opponents of the opponent's Tian Shaman group. Kill. Many disciples of Baitian Sword Academy flashed their swords at the same time, especially a handsome young man among them was very fast. With a flash of sword light, the handsome young man had already arrived in front of the thin man from Tian Shaman, and a set of sword energy swept towards the thin man. The cultivation base of the handsome young man in 105 years is slightly weaker than that of the thin man, but the gap is not that big. If he has enough powerful magic weapons and swordsmanship, this gap can be easily made up. However, the handsome young man obviously underestimated the lean man on the other side. This skinny man, who is not well known in the Tiansha sect, has extremely good cultivation. Seeing the handsome young man sweeping towards him with several sword chi, he smiled, and with one hand, a blue light barrier appeared in front of him. When When? When? The sword energy slashed on the blue light barrier and collapsed in an instant. The sudden strike of the handsome young man of Baidian Sword Academy not only failed to kill the thin man, but was easily blocked by the opponent. The face of the handsome young man changed, and at this moment, the situation around him took a turn for the worse. Originally, the two sides were fighting, but with their superior cultivation, 10 people from Baidian Sword Academy temporarily suppressed the 30 disciples of Tian Shaman. But all of a sudden, another 20 disciples of Tiansha sect who were lying in ambush rushed out of the forest beside them, forming a siege from front to back. Such a scene changed the expressions of everyone in Baidian Sword Academy. Too bad, the other party had already ambushed. Ha ha ha. It's still too late to surrender, otherwise, do you think someone will come to save you? The little leader of Tian Shaman, the skinny man, laughed wildly. Listen to me, if they don't surrender, then kill them all, leaving only that bitch Bai Tian Yao for everyone to enjoy. The subordinates are all optimistic, don't let anyone from Baidian Sword Academy leave alive. Immediately someone answered the words, which brought heavy psychological pressure to the people of Baidian Sword Academy. And the handsome young man who took the lead in attacking the skinny man immediately panicked when he saw this situation. I am from the Mo family in Nanling, how dare you kill me? The handsome young man had a look of astonishment on his face. He took a few steps back, and never thought of throwing a sword at the thin man again. Instead he shouted loudly, you let me go. I won't say anything about this side. Hearing this, Bai Tianyao's already unwell face turned even uglier in an instant. Mo Lichuan, how can you do this? Bai Tianyao didn't expect that at this time, someone of her own would escape, and the identity of this person was still so special. Humph, I'm from the Mo family in Nanling, and my status is far above yours, so why should I be buried with you? The handsome young man named Mo Lichuan spoke indifferently, then looked at the thin man who was evil that day, as if asking for his opinion. Haha, no problem, let the second son of the Mo family leave. The lean man laughed, waved his hand and said. Mo Lichuan's face brightened, he cupped his fists and said, in that case, I will help you Tian Shaman. Leaving like this made not only the lean man feel uneasy, but even Mo Lichuan had no idea. Therefore, in order to show his determination, Mo Lichuan could only do something first. With a twist of the long sword in his hand, he instantly pointed the tip of the sword at a male disciple of Baidian Sword Academy, and this was originally his companion who was traveling with him. Die! Mo Lichuan slashed at the male disciple, who was fighting fiercely, and that male disciple was fighting several disciples of Tian Shaman at the same time, so he had no energy left to resist Mo Lichuan's sword. Watching the stabbing sword, the male disciple of Baidian Sword Academy thought his life was over, but at this moment. When? A snow-white streamer jumped out from the side, and easily wrapped around Mo Lichuan's sword, blocking that fatal sword. Su Feiying made a move. At this critical juncture, Su Feiying's snow shadow streamer rushed out and saved the life of the male disciple of Baidian Sword Academy. Everyone present was shocked at the same time. Did someone else come to intervene? The thin man looked nervous, but at this time, several people in the field had already recognized the snow-white streamer. It's a streamer of snow shadows, the ice fairy is here. Mo Lichuan and Bai Tianyao exclaimed at the same time. Ice fairy! The exclamation of the two shocked everyone around. Could it be that the ice fairy actually appeared here? Especially Mo Lichuan, his breathing was stagnant. As the second son of the Mo family in Nanling, Mo Lichuan is very familiar with the name Ice Fairy, she is his dream lover. It's just that in the Nanling Mo family, his status as the second son is completely inferior to the lazy eldest son Mo Joga, so the Ice Fairy back then was betrothed to Mo Joga by the head of the Nanling Mo family. But he, the second son, was completely ignored. This made him hold his breath until one day, Ice Fairy and her useless apprentice disappeared from the entire Nanling area. The Imo family in Nanling immediately mobilized countless contacts to start looking for the ice fairy, but they didn't expect that the ice fairy disappeared in an instant. Not only did Nanling not find it, but there was no trace of it in the surrounding area. Unexpectedly, now, after nearly 3 years, the snow shadow streamer used by the ice fairy appeared. Immediately afterwards, the figure that haunted Mo Lichuan finally appeared in front of him. It's really her, Ice Fairy, Su Feiying. When Su Feiying's figure appeared in the dense forest, all the people present, whether they were from Tianshaman, by Shanjianyuan, or Mo Lichuan, the second son of the Mo family in Nanling, were all stunned. The Ice Fairy unexpectedly appeared again. However, Su Feiying, the Ice Fairy who suddenly appeared, had a cold glow on her pretty face. She didn't say anything. After helping the male disciple of Baidian Sword Academy to block Mo Lichuan's sword, the snow shadow streamer in her hand instantly extended to the surroundings. As a magic weapon of aura level, the snow shadow streamer has a special function, that is, it can be extended infinitely. Under Su Feiying's control, the snow shadow streamer immediately began to surround the surrounding jungle, as if to trap everyone present. After a short period of shock, all the disciples of Tianshaman present were ecstatic. Unexpectedly, the Ice Fairy who had been searching for a long time would appear here. It was really hard to find, and it took no effort to get here. If I catch this Ice Fairy and dedicate it to the Nanling Mo family, wouldn't I be able to get many rewards? Mo Jyoga, the eldest son of the Mo family in Nanling, just said that whoever can find Fairy Frost will be rewarded with 10,000 fairy coins. Whoever can catch the Ice Fairy and offer it to him will be rewarded with 100,000 fairy coins. Even if it is 10,000 immortal coins, it is an extremely considerable wealth in the world of cultivating immortals. One must know that Su Feiying's spiritual weapon, the Snow Shadow Ribbon, can be exchanged for 500 immortal coins. 10,000 immortal coins can even buy an incomparably precious natural material and earthly treasure like Heli Di Xingsha. Of course, such a precious thing is extremely difficult to find in the world of cultivating immortals, and even if it does appear, it is rarely circulated in the market. 100,000 immortal coins is also a very distressed figure for the Nanling Mo family, but for Mo Jyoga, the Nanling Mo family can actually spend such a large amount of money. It seems that they really care for the eldest son of the Mo family plus. The Tiansha sect disciples present were staring at Su Feiying flying in front of them, as if they regarded her as a large amount of fairy coins flying in the air. However, Mo Lichuan, who was blocked by Su Feiying, suddenly turned pale. He has also fought against the current Su Feiying, and he knows very clearly that the current Su Feiying is definitely not someone present who can deal with it. Now the cultivation level of this Ice Fairy may be about the same as that of the highest cultivation level present, but for some reason, the power of true Qi displayed by her is much higher than that of the same level of cultivation level. If you don't run, you will die. With such thoughts, Mo Lichuan immediately decided to run away. Everyone knows that although the Ice Fairy was coerced by the Nanling Mo family and had no choice but to make a marriage contract with Mo Jyoga, she hated the Nanling Mo family extremely. Although Su Feiying is Mo Lichuan's dream lover, it doesn't mean that he thinks that Su Feiying will let him go now. Leave. Taking advantage of the present, there are still many disciples of Tianshaman on the field, and it is not impossible to escape in the chaos. After a while, Su Feiying surrounded everyone with snow shadow ribbons, and it was too late for him to run away. Mo Lichuan's thoughts turned sharply, and his feet were as slippery as if they had been smeared with gutter oil. In the blink of an eye, he ran outside the encirclement, ready to escape. But at this moment, it's not that easy to run away. A somewhat lazy male voice came to Mo Lichuan's ears, making him alert. When Mo Lichuan raised his head, he saw a young man wearing a strange black dress, leisurely stopping in front of him, with an ancient long sword in his hand, shining strangely and inexplicably under the sunlight passing through the gap in the forest. "Hey, Isn't this kid a follower of the former ice fairy, Su Feiying's little apprentice? Back then, that kid seemed to have only 10 years of cultivation, which was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Nanling Emo family. Although 3 years have passed, it is impossible for this kid's cultivation to grow to the level of Emo Lichuan, right? Emo Lichuan was thinking in his heart, still harboring the usual contempt for Yifeng. Boy, if you want to live, get away. He growled resentfully, but unceremoniously stabbed towards Yifeng with the long sword in his hand. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Yifeng at all, such a worthless little bastard, just kill him with one sword. However, something happened that he didn't expect, and he saw Su Feiying's waste apprentice who had only been practicing for 10 years, lazily blocking the ancient long sword in front of him. When there was a crisp sound of metal intersecting, followed by a clang sound of the sword breaking, and the sword in Emo Lichuan's hand was cut off all of a sudden. On the other hand, Yifeng didn't move at all, and he was still lazily standing in front of Emo Lichuan. The second son of the Emo family in Nanling, Emo Lichuan, I recognize you. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Before I went to the street alone to buy some sundries for master, but you blocked my way with a bunch of scumbags and beat and kicked me. If master hadn't appeared, I would have died by your hands. Snort. Emo Lichuan felt guilty in his heart, but on the surface, he snorted softly, not to be outdone. His hands were shaking. This kid, how far has his cultivation reached? Why does it feel like this kid is even more terrifying than the ice fairy? Emo Lichuan was sweating coldly. At least, even Su Feiying couldn't break the spirit weapon level long sword in his hand just now, but Yifeng broke the spirit weapon level long sword in his hand with a light strike. Leave your life for now. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly, and he said something, but the movements of his hands did not stop. Brilliant swordsmanship, terrifying gods and ghosts. A frightening sword energy emanated from Yifeng's dragon sword, and penetrated Emo Lichuan's legs at once. Emo Lichuan, whose cultivation base was as high as 105 years, didn't even have the ability to resist at all, and was crippled immediately. Lost both legs. Fresh blood was sprinkled on the ground in the forest, and at this moment, under the shocked eyes of everyone around, Su Feiying finally surrounded the entire field. The stream of snow shadows surrounded the entire field, and immediately after that, the killing began. Puff. 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 The streamer of snow shadows scattered everywhere in the field, and quickly extended to dozens of kilometers, easily piercing through the 3 disciples of Tianshaman, destroying their dantians, and dying. Senior Ice Fairy. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the young girl Bei Tianyao. She never thought that the Frost Fairy would become so tyrannical, and she would appear suddenly to help Baidian Sword Academy. The girl looked towards the distance, and what shocked her even more was the apprentice of Fairy Ice. I heard that the apprentice of the Frost Fairy has not been high in cultivation, but he never expected that the second young master of the Emo family in Nanling would be abolished as soon as he appeared. In other words, the current Yifeng is probably stronger than Fairy Ice. The thin man from Tianshaman gritted his teeth, knowing that something was wrong. Originally, he wanted to encircle and kill a group of people from the Baidian Sword Academy in this place according to the headmaster's instructions, but the headmaster clearly said that no one else would appear in this place. What's going on with the Ice Fairy and her soaring apprentice now? But there was no time for him to think about it. The killing initiated by Su Feiying quickly made the people of Tianshaman realize that if this beautiful Ice Fairy was not killed, none of them would be able to leave here alive today. Senior, I'll help you. Bei Tianyao, the daughter of the suzerain of Baidian Sword Academy, let out a soft shout, and drew a ray of light from the snow-white long sword in her hand, and swung it towards several disciples of Tianshaman who surrounded her, forcing them back. At the same time, Bei Tianyao's figure floated and came to Su Feiying's side. Now Bei Tianyao knows very well that Su Feiying's side is the safest place, and as the daughter of the suzerain of Baidian Sword Academy, she has a heavy responsibility to shoulder and must not die here. Su Feiying didn't pay attention to Bei Tianyao's movements, but focused on mobilizing her true energy and controlling the snow shadow streamer. In just a split second, all the disciples of the Tiansha sect in the field began to fall into the siege of the snow shadow streamer. When using less to fight more, once Su Feiying's snow shadow ribbon is deployed, it is an extremely terrifying existence, but now Su Feiying's divine sense can completely control the snow shadow ribbon and dozens of disciples of the Tiansha sect at the same time fighting. Die! The thin man from Tianshaman didn't hesitate at this time, and roared at Su Feiying, who was not far away from him, and 2 punches pierced the air instantly, which seemed to be extremely powerful. Ghost Blood Shield. Seeing this at the side, Yi Feng took out the blood shield without even thinking about it, and activated his true energy. A layer of dark blood-colored true energy shield directly blocked the 2 fist lights. Boom! Boom! The fist light collapsed, and the dark blood-colored true energy shield derived from the blood shield disappeared all of a sudden. Yi Feng's move was just to use part of the power of the blood shield to create a shield of true qi. He didn't want this very level magic weapon to be completely exposed in front of others, otherwise it would definitely cause endless troubles. What? The eyeballs of the skinny man from Tianshaman stared out all of a sudden. What kind of thing did Yi Feng unleash? How could he so easily resist the 2 punches he unleashed with all his strength? One must know that he has a cultivation base of 110 years. No wonder, he was able to defeat the legs of the second son of the Nanling Mo family with a single strike. It seems that the boy is no longer the little bastard who only had 10 years of cultivation. Su Feiying didn't stop there, she tried her best to mobilize her Xinqi. There were screams incessantly in the arena, and half of the 50 disciples of Tiansha sect died under the attack of concubine Su's snow shadow streamer. Wait a minute, Fairy Ice, we don't have any serious grudges, why don't we just stop here? The thin man of Tianshaman was sweating coldly. Seeing that this operation failed, he would definitely be punished by the head of the sect when he returned. But even if it is punishment, it is much better than losing your life here. Senior? As soon as Bei Tianyao heard the thin man begging for mercy, she immediately turned her head and stared at Su Feiying with her big watery eyes, for fear that she would be merciful and let these people go. Kill them all. Su Feiying's tone was cold, without any ambiguity in her hands. She continued to push the snow shadow streamer with all her strength. The disciples of the Tiansha sect quickly screamed and fell to the ground to die. The lean man was sweating profusely, feeling unwell. It's over, the failure of the Tianshaman operation this time may affect the overall situation, and the most important thing is, where did this ice fairy suddenly appear from? Who can tell him the answer to this question? This problem is complicated, even if Yi Feng wants to tell him, it will take a long time. He doesn't have that much time to spare. In front of Yi Feng, Mo Lichuan's legs were broken, the fear in his heart completely outweighed the pain in his body. Lose your life, lose your life. He didn't want to die so young. Yi Feng. No, big brother Yi, great Xia Yi, Uncle Yi, let me go, I promise, I won't tell anyone about you when I go back. Mo Lichuan bowed down to Yi Feng, weeping. It's hard to imagine a man crying so much, as if he was being bullied miserably. You have to ask my master. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and didn't say much. Let's go together, or we'll all die. In the arena, the thin man from the Tiansha sect already knew that if he continued like this, he would undoubtedly die, so he immediately called out to get the surrounding Tiansha sect disciples to gather together and attack Su Feiying. But he didn't think about it. If those Tianshaman disciples could attack Su Feiying, would they wait until now? The streamer of snow shadow completely trapped these Tianshaman disciples. Not everyone can smash a magic weapon at the level of a spiritual weapon. These ordinary disciples of the Tiansha sect who have been cultivating for more than 100 years only have one magic weapon in their hands. The value of a magic weapon is about 50 cents coins, and they have to go bankrupt to get it. A spirit weapon worth 500 cents coins was simply not something they could have. Under the siege of the streamer of snow shadows, these disciples of Tiansha sect soon died one by one, and the thin man, while being entangled in the streamer of snow shadows, was cut to pieces by Bei Tianyao's sharp sword energy throat, suddenly died. Boom! Yi Feng threw dozens of fireballs casually, and burned all the corpses of the disciples of Tianshaman present. The extremely flaming fireball that he had used in his 160 years of cultivation was white in color and extremely high in temperature. The corpses of these Tianshaman disciples were instantly burnt into gas without leaving any traces. In the arena, there were only 10 people from Baitian Sword Academy left, along with Yi Feng, Su Feiying and Mo Lichuan. Swish! Su Feiying put away the snow shadow streamer, landed on the ground, and walked with Bei Tianyao. Yao Yao, let me go. Mo Lichuan knelt on the ground, crawled up to Bei Tianyao and Su Feiying step by step, and kowtowed to Bei Tianyao again and again. At the beginning, Mo Lichuan and Bei Tianyao were still in the same group, so there should be some relationship between them. I should have saved you. Who would have thought Bei Tianyao had a cold face, but you, as my fiancé, turned your back on you just now when you were in danger. If I say to spare your life, I'm afraid everyone in Baitian Sword Academy will not accept it. As soon as these words came out, everyone behind Bei Tianyao stared at Mo Lichuan fiercely. Indeed, just now Mo Lichuan not only wanted to escape, but even wanted to turn around and kill a person from Baitian Sword Academy. If Bai Shanyo still spoke for him, wouldn't he be too sorry for his family? Originally, Bei Tianyao was the daughter of the suzerain of Baitian Sword Academy. With her powerful talent for cultivating immortals and her beautiful figure, many young talents in Baitian Sword Academy secretly fell in love with her. There were even some male disciples who confessed their love publicly, but they were rejected by Bei Tianyao. Later, the Baitian Sword Academy compromised with the Mo family in Nanling, and agreed to marry Bei Tianyao into the Mo family and become Mo Lichuan's wife. The anger of many young people in the Baitian Sword Academy never stopped. Seeing Mo Lichuan running away and turning against him now, these young men from Baitian Sword Academy hated him even more. Unexpectedly, you were also forced to marry by the Mo family. When Su Feiying heard the word fiancé in Bei Tianyao's mouth, she probably knew what was going on, and couldn't help shaking her head. The Mo family in Nanling may not have acted too despicably. Puff! Su Feiying didn't hesitate, the streamer of snow shadow swept out at once, pierced through Mo Lichuan's dantian, and shattered his dantian. Immediately afterwards, an extremely flaming fireball blasted out, incinerating Mo Lichuan's body without leaving any trace. Seeing this, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Su Feiying might not do something to Mo Lichuan. Now it seems that Master really hates the Mo family in Nanling enough. This Mo family in Nanling, how come they have cultivated some top-quality goods? Yi Feng thought about Mo Lichuan's reaction when he faced the siege of Tianshaman, and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. Such a guy is too useless as a man, he can't even protect his fiancée. Senior, you killed him? Bei Tianyao was a little dazed watching Su Feiying start. Although she hated Mo Lichuan, she never thought about killing Mo Lichuan directly. After all, this Mo Lichuan is from the Mo family in Nanling. In this Nanling area, the Nanling Mo family is the overlord. Whoever dares to fight against the Nanling Mo family will have a dead end. The expressions of everyone in the Baitian Sword Academy behind Bai Shanyo also changed drastically. This time Mo Lichuan and Bei Tianyao acted together, and many other people knew about it. Now everyone in the Baitian Sword Academy led by Bei Tianyao has nothing to do, but Mo Lichuan has lost his life. This cannot be justified anyway. After returning, he will definitely face the accusation of the Nanling Mo family. This is trouble. Everyone in Baidian Sword Academy, including Bai Shanyo, broke out in cold sweat at the same time. Ice Fairy. Immediately, someone stood up. The matter of killing Mo Lichuan, but you did it alone, has nothing to do with our Baidian Sword Academy. Miss, let's leave quickly. That's right, Mo Lichuan's identity is unusual. Unlike these people from the Tian Shaman, they will be killed if they are killed. There is a price to be paid for killing this Mo Lichuan. Someone in the Baidian Sword Academy echoed and persuaded Bai Tianyao to leave. Shut up. Bai Tianyao turned her head immediately, and yelled softly with a cold face. Didn't these idiots see Su Feiying's strength just now? Don't think that the Ice Fairy is such a talkative person. Now that she appeared to help, she might just be in a good mood for a while, but it doesn't mean that the Ice Fairy is a friend of their Baidian Sword Academy. Bai Tianyao was very aware of Su Feiying's hatred for the Nanling Mo family, just like her Bai Tianyao. Therefore, Bai Tianyao could still understand Su Feiying's killing of Mo Lichuan, but if it was her, she would not dare to do it so easily. Senior, you saved us this time, and it's hard to repay your kindness. If you have any orders from now on, just come to Baidian Sword Academy, and this junior will obey. Bai Tianyao said respectfully to Su Feiying. I don't need anything in return. You just need to explain to me what happened to the Mo family in Nanling in the past 2 years. Su Feiying looked indifferent, and said to Bai Tianyao, also, what's going on with your Baidian Sword Academy and Tian Shaman this time? Could it be that something special happened in Nanling? All of this was what Su Feiying wanted to know. Yifeng smiled softly when he heard the words, turned around and left without thinking much about it. He was going to search around to see if there were any other suspicious people nearby. Although he and Su Feiying were strong enough to defeat the strongest Mo family in Nanling, it didn't mean that they could fight against the entire Mo family in Nanling. Therefore, the news of their return now cannot be leaked, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with the Mo family in Nanling. For the people at Baidian Sword Academy, Yifeng believed that Su Feiying would handle it well. 3/4 of an hour later, Yifeng returned to the place where Su Feiying and everyone from Baidian Sword Academy gathered, and found that they had indeed reached an agreement. It turns out that something really happened in this Nanling area, because a casual cultivator discovered a legendary tomb in the wild, which seems to contain many treasures, so even the Mo family in Nanling has set their sights on it. Seeing Yifeng's return, Su Feiying sent a voice transmission to him. These 2 waves of people from Baidian Sword Academy and Tian Shaman are also heading towards the legendary tomb, but the people from Tian Shaman, it seems that I have decided to win Baidian Sword Academy, so I choose to fight here to get rid of a competitor. For the deeper things, the people of Baidian Sword Academy will not be clear. They are still confused. They don't know what kind of ambition and courage the people of Tian Shaman have eaten here, so they dare to do it here. You must know that there is an agreement among the many sects in Nanling. Such a large-scale attack is against the agreement. At that time, Tian Shaman will face the siege of more than 10 other sects at the same time. This is no fun. Legendary tomb? Yifeng thought in his heart and gradually nodded. Most of the legendary tombs are the burial places of the powerful figures in the world of cultivating immortals a long time ago. Generally speaking, there will be some good treasures buried in them, such as high-level cultivating mines, powerful magic weapons, precious natural materials and earthly treasures, etc. That's why it attracted a series of people from Nanling Mo's family to go there, wanting to get something from this legendary tomb. As for the Nanling Mo family, they haven't done anything in the past 2 years. Their strength is still about the same as before, so there's nothing to worry about. Su Feiying continued, this reassured Yifeng a lot. In fact, as long as the ancestors of the Nanling Mo family, with more than 200 years of cultivation, did not improve, Yifeng would not be afraid of the opponent at all. But if the opponent's cultivation base is higher, Yifeng will suffer. Unless it is a sneak attack, it will be very difficult to kill the opponent. You must know that Yi Feng's cultivation base is only 160 years now, and fighting with a cultivation base of 140 years is already his limit. It is also impossible for a person with a cultivation base. In this case, we can go to the legendary tomb to have a look. Maybe we can get some natural treasures, and clean up the people of the Mo family in Nanling by the way. Yi Feng sent a voice transmission to Su Feiying. The Mo family in Nanling is quite powerful, some of them can be eliminated. Hearing Yi Feng's voice transmission, Su Feiying nodded. Wanting to deal with the Nanling Mo family is definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. If you rush directly into the territory of the Nanling Mo family and want to make a big fuss, then even with the strength of Yi Feng and Su Feiying, you will definitely be able to deal with it in the end. Drinking and hating ended. Of course, Yi Feng possessed the Eye of Wind and Thunder, so it would be no problem to escape with Su Feiying, but if you wanted to attack the Mo family in Nanling, it might not be so easy. In that case, please lead the way, let's go to that legendary tomb together. Su Feiying got up, looked at Bai Tianyao, and said. Bai Tianyao was a little surprised, but she nodded again and again. She originally thought that the Ice Fairy's appearance this time was just accidental, to kill Mo Lichuan, the second son of the Mo family in Nanling, and once she was killed, she would leave here and hide again. But I didn't expect that Su Feiying would propose to go to the legendary tomb with their people from Baidian Sword Academy. In this way, wouldn't it be easy for people from the Mo family in Nanling to meet? Could it be that the current Ice Fairy is no longer afraid of the Nanling Mo family? Thinking of this, Bai Tianyao shook her head. This possibility is too small. After all, the Mo family in Nanling is the absolute overlord of this vast area. More than 10 sects, including Baidian Sword Academy and Tianshaman, have been trying to replace it. Have not been able to do it for so many years. Perhaps, the Ice Fairy has some cards and backing? After thinking about it, Bai Tianyao would never have guessed that Yi Feng and Su Feiying came here to trouble the Mo family in Nanling. In less than 3 years, Yi Feng and Su Feiying's growth rate would definitely make people's jaws drop. Fortunately, the current Bai Tianyao doesn't know the true strength of Yi Feng and Su Feiying. As for the cultivation bases of the two, Bai Tianyao can roughly know, one is 120 years old, and the other is 150 to 60 years old. However, what the two of them can display is definitely much higher than this. It would be a big mistake to judge Yi Feng and Su Feiying's fighting strength based on their cultivation alone. Yi Feng's real strength was enough to deal with a tyrannical existence with a cultivation base of 300 years, and although Su Feiying was a little weaker, she was no problem against a cultivator with a cultivation base of 200 years. With this kind of strength, as long as things are handled safely, it is only a matter of time before the entire Nanling Mo family is uprooted. The disciples of Tianshaman lost more than 50 here, which can be called a heavy loss. Bai Tianyao stood up and analyzed the current situation with everyone. This time, the legendary tomb dispute, the Tianshaman will never get involved again. If it weren't for the 220 years of cultivation of the head of the Tianshaman, this sect would probably be in danger to suddenly become a second-rate sect. 50 disciples who have cultivated for about 100 years are already a considerable part of the strength of Tianshaman, but now they are all cleaned up by Yi Feng and Su Feiying by surprise here. Miss Baidian, you lead the way, and Master and I will follow behind. Let's go. Yi Feng said aloud, stood up, and retreated with Su Feiying, and quickly used the phantom sword technique to hide his body, just like when he started to ambush. In the perception of Bai Tianyao and others, the figures of Yi Feng and Su Feiying disappeared all of a sudden. This situation made everyone in Baidian Sword Academy dumbfounded. If Yi Feng and Fairy Frost really wanted to hide, no one would be able to find them? At least, they couldn't detect any aura from Yi Feng and Su Feiying at all. Forget it, let's go. Bai Tianyao shook her head, didn't say much, and led everyone towards the destination. Yi Feng and Su Feiying's actions are considered normal, otherwise they would show up swaggeringly and Mo Lichuan would disappear again. Anyone would have guessed that it was Su Feiying's move. In order to avoid alarming others, it is best for Yi Feng and Su Feiying to hide for the time being. The team walked through the forest. Yi Feng and Su Feiying followed closely behind, hiding their aura tightly while keeping an eye on their surroundings. This road in the forest is the shortest passage from the sect of Baidian Sword Academy to the location of the legendary tomb. It is precisely because of this that the people from the Tian Shaman will ambush here. But this place is thousands of miles away from the sect of Baidian Sword Academy. There is still half the journey to reach the destination where the legendary tomb is located. Yi Feng knew that since many forces in Nanling wanted to get some benefits from the legendary tomb, they might run into other people soon. His mind was concentrated, and his spiritual sense quietly detected the surrounding situation, and if there was any movement, he would be aware of it immediately. The people of Baidian Sword Academy led by Bai Tianyao traveled very fast, walking like flying. After all, they were all immortal cultivators who had been cultivating for hundreds of years. Because flying needs to consume too much true energy, when on the road, the average immortal cultivator can fly or can't fly. Yi Feng and Su Feiying followed closely behind, and quickly ran hundreds of miles away. At this moment, from another direction, a strong team suddenly appeared in the line of sight of Bai Tianyao and the others. It's from the Mo family in Nanling. When Bai Tianyao and the others looked at the group of people a few kilometers away, they all became nervous. Although it was not necessary, the killing of Mo Lichuan just now had something to do with them, so they couldn't help but not be nervous. Master, it's Mo Joga. Yi Feng and Su Feiying were behind, and of course they also saw people from the Mo family in Nanling. The leader is none other than the extremely ugly eldest son of the Mo family in Nanling, Mo Joga. And behind him, there are two parents of Mo with 200 years of cultivation, protecting Mo Joga's safety. This shows the disparity in the treatment of Mo Joga and Mo Lichuan by the Nanling Mo family. Yi Feng glanced at Mo Joga, and found that this guy was as ugly as ever, and Mo Joga's ugliness was hard to describe in words. There are a bunch of pimples on his round face, his nose is crooked, his eyes are big and small, and his eyeballs are like two dead fish eyes. Anyone who looks at him can't help but want to beat him up. More than 2 years have passed, this guy is still so ugly. Yi Feng hid in the dark, shaking his head slightly. It stands to reason that when a cultivator improves his cultivation base, his appearance will also change. At least his skin will become smoother and clearer, and his face will not be full of bumps and acne. But Mo Joga couldn't change his ugly fact by relying on his cultivation. But he has cultivated for 160 years, just like you. Su Feiying observed the scene in front of her, calmly, without any mood swings. In her eyes, it was the same whether Mo Joga was ugly or handsome. What she can't accept is that the Nanling Mo family used force to force her to do things she didn't want to do. It's also 160 years of cultivation, but the actual combat power is different. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, knowing that Mo Joga was absolutely powerless in front of him. Quietly, Yi Feng had already taken out the colorful dragon bow and held it in his hand. Soon, the people from Baishanyo and the Mo family from Nanling met. Mo Joga looked at Bai Tianyao, who was the leader. A pair of dead fish eyes gleamed with fascination, and his big tongue moved back and forth on his lips, which made people feel sick. But soon, Mo Joga discovered something strange. My brother, why isn't Mo Lichuan with you? Mo Joga glanced at the people in Baidian Sword Academy, but didn't see his younger brother Mo Lichuan. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Didn't that kid go to Baidian Sword Academy to play with Baishanyo? Could it be that the kid just lied and ran out to play in private? Hey, that brat, if you don't want such a beauty, you might as well give it to me. Emojioga stared at Bei Tianyao snow-white face, then glanced at her graceful figure, her undulating chest, and her eyes were full of obscenities. Master Emo Lichuan was on the way halfway, and he remembered that there was something he didn't bring, so he went back to get it. Let's go first. Bei Tianyao clasped her fists and said. Although Emojioga was very disgusting in her heart, but the other party was too big, she could only bear it for the time being. She can understand very well the feelings that Fairy Ice had felt when she was coerced into getting engaged to Emojioga. If it was her, she would probably want to die. Regarding the news of Emo Lichuan's death, Bei Tianyao certainly couldn't speak out so quickly, otherwise wouldn't she be asking for her own death? Although Emojioga didn't like Emo Lichuan, at least Emo Lichuan was from the Emo family in Nanling. Anyway, the people of the Emo family in Nanling can't know that Emo Lichuan's death has something to do with their North Heaven Sword Academy, that's fine. Oh, so that's the case. Then Bei Tianyao, how about we go together? Emojioga said, casually, when we arrive at the legendary tomb, if there is any benefit, I can let you order it, haha. This? Bei Tianyao looked embarrassed, and went with Emojioga? Who knows what will happen? Why, you don't want to? Emojioga glared at Bei Tianyao with fishy eyes, which made her nauseous. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, Bei Tianyao clasped her fists and said, Mr. Emo, I'm afraid we have to wait for Mr. Emo Lichuan again, so we won't be traveling with Mr. Eldest. That stinky boy, what are you waiting for him to do? My son is happy with you, and it's the same. Emojioga laughed, but he also knew that since Baidian Sword Academy betrothed his daughter to his younger brother, he might not be able to get involved. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it, let's go. Emojioga regretted in his heart, turned around and wanted to take people away. But at this moment. The two 200-year-old powerhouses behind Emojioga noticed something at the same time, but before they could react, a burst of terrifying space power penetrated the space. Puff! A multicolored arrow pierced through the void and shot into the dantian of one of the 200-year-old elders, piercing his entire body. With infinite power, that 5-colored arrow knocked the 200-year-old elder into the air, and his whole body was split in two. The tyrannical power of space prevented him from even screaming. The whole person died instantly. What happened? Everyone in the field was stunned. Where did this colorful arrow come from? In a blink of an eye, Bei Tianyao and other people from the Baidian Sword Academy remembered that they had Ice Fairy and her apprentice behind them, and the arrow must have been released by the two of them. It's just that this arrow has such terrifying power? The 200-year-old Emo family powerhouse in Nanling was easily shot and killed by an arrow, and there was no room for resistance. Bei Tianyao and the others broke out in cold sweat instantly. With such strength, if they wanted to destroy their Baidian Sword Academy, it would be a piece of cake. The suzerain of Baidian Sword Academy, Bai Shanyo's father, although he has 220 years of cultivation, but judging by the power of such an arrow, even if he has another 20 years of cultivation, what is the use? It's still a one-hit kill. Who is it? Emojioga panicked, and quickly roared towards the surroundings, with a look of panic on his extremely ugly face. Yifeng is here. Yifeng laughed, and jumped out from the side. After shooting the 5-colored dragon bow, he drank a drop of Luotian water, and his whole body was full of true energy. It couldn't be easier to deal with the Emo family in Nanling present. Yifeng. Emojioga and other members of the Nanling Emo family were taken aback at the same time. Isn't this the useless apprentice of the Frost Fairy Su Feiying? That arrow just now was shot by Yifeng? This is not scientific. Emojioga's heart was filled with hundreds of question marks. With his IQ, he immediately denied the possibility that Yifeng would be so powerful. After all, more than 2 years ago, this Yifeng was just a little bastard with a 10-year cultivation base. You must know that even Mo Jioga, with the strong financial resources of the Mo family in Nanling, has the current 160-year cultivation base. 4. How could the Shifeng grow up to the point where he could kill his cousin with 200 years of cultivation with one arrow in the past 2 years? Moreover, the arrow just now contained unparalleled power of space, which he had never seen before. He didn't believe that a little brat, who was more than 2 years ago, could grow to this extent now. Therefore, a gleam of joy soon appeared on Mo Jioga's face. Yi Feng, tell me quickly, where is your master Frost Fairy? Mo Jioga had endless expectations on his face. If she is willing to serve me obediently, I don't need to pursue her shooting and killing my cousin. This shows how absurd Mo Jioga's behavior is. What he said made everyone in the Mo family in Nanling behind him snort softly and watch with cold eyes. For a woman, he didn't even care about his cousin. This Mo Jioga is really the best. This time, there were 10 people from the Mo family in Nanling who came out with Mo Jioga, 11 of them including Mo Jioga. Behind him, there are mainly 2 strong men with 200 years of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it is enough to protect his safety in the Nanling area. The other 8 people are also the children of the Mo family in Nanling who have cultivated for more than 100 years. Judging from the age of these people, they are about the same as the people of Baidian Sword Academy, but their cultivation is more than 10 or 20 years higher. It can be seen that the financial resources of the Mo family in Nanling are much stronger than that of Baidian Sword Academy. Haha, so what if you pursue it? Yi Feng laughed loudly, can you move me? He has a graceful figure, and the black shirt he is wearing makes him out of tune with the people around him, but he looks chic and suave. He had already held the Gupu Chuanlong sword in his hand, pointing directly at Mo Jioga. Grandson, come and touch me. Yi Feng stood 10 meters in front of Mo Jioga and said arrogantly. His appearance made Mo Jioga furious. When did this little bastard become so insane? Eldest son, I'll deal with him, you and the others go and arrest Ice Fairy. The remaining Mo family elder who had been cultivated for more than 200 years immediately said to Mo Jioga. Now, the people of the Mo family in Nanling must not back down. Even though the arrow just now was extremely terrifying, and even made them all feel terrified, but now that someone from the Mo family has been killed here, how could they escape like this? What's more, the arrow just now caught the opponent by surprise, but now that everyone is prepared, if there is another arrow, everyone will definitely be able to dodge it. This 210-year-old Mo patriarch is about 50 or 60 years old, a little old, but his cultivation is real. He felt that Yi Feng's cultivation had reached 160 years, and he was definitely no longer the little bastard with 10 years of cultivation in the past. Therefore, he offered to deal with Yi Feng on his own initiative. As for the Ice Fairy, she was still hiding in the dark, and the elder couldn't detect where she was, so it was enough for Mo Jioga to lead someone to hold her back first. 210 years, and 160 years, the difference in cultivation between the two sides is already huge, and the difference in the total amount of true energy is as much as 32 times. This elder thinks that it won't take too much time to deal with Yi Feng. Although he was very puzzled, how did Yi Feng rise to such a terrifying level in a short period of time, but this elder could only make the arrangement in front of him. Quietly, he notified the 2 Nanling Mo family disciples behind him, asking them to quickly send out a signal to notify other Nanling Mo family members to help them immediately. The arrow just now shocked the people of the Mo family in Nanling, and they all had an ominous premonition. It's better to call for support earlier. The 2 Mo family children looked at each other, and immediately rushed out in different directions, wanting to leave this place. But at this moment, you'd better stay here obediently. Su Feiying's cold voice came from the side, and then the snow shadow streamer instantly extended, completely surrounding the 2 Mo family children, unable to move anymore. Ice Fairy! Emojioga was overjoyed when he saw this, and finally, after more than 2 years, he saw this beautiful woman who made him dream about again. Hurry up! The Emo family member immediately shouted, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he felt that Su Feiying's cultivation base was 120 years, and he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, but then his whole body shook. Unscientific, so to speak, who shot that arrow just now? 120 years, and more than 200 years of cultivation is too different. Even if he sneaks up and shoots arrows, it is impossible to kill his companion so easily. Either, it's this little bastard Yi Feng, or, there are other stronger people hiding in this forest. The elders of Mo's family made a decisive decision, knowing that now there is no time to waste. Everyone disperse, find an opportunity to inform others. Eldest son, follow me. The elders of Mo's family are not in the mood to deal with Yi Feng and Su Feiying anymore. The first priority now is to ensure the life of the eldest son Emojioga. What? I want the ice fairy. Emojioga was furious. What do you want? The elder of Mo's family snorted coldly, grabbed Emojioga, and wanted to take him away from this place. It's not that easy to run away. Yi Feng chuckled. He didn't expect that the colorful arrows could scare all these people away at once, but it was exactly what he wanted. If the opponents gather together, he will still have some trouble dealing with it. But now, since this group of people scattered and fled, it was impossible for them to be Yi Feng's opponent. Who can escape Yi Feng? The Eye of the Wind and Thunder. Stimulated by Yi Feng's true energy, his figure disappeared in a flash, and he came in front of the elder Mo's family who was pulling Emojioga. Go away. The elder of Mo's family kicked Yi Feng with a fierce expression on his face. You are too weak. Yi Feng flung out his sword contemptuously. Sword fighting. The strongest swordsmanship that Yi Feng had comprehended was unleashed again. A simple sword energy broke through the surrounding air with incomparably terrifying power, and stabbed towards the Emo family elder. The sword chi came to the elder Mo's family in an instant. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, and wanted to directly resist the sword energy, so he took out a spiritual weapon-level defensive magic weapon in the storage ring. A brown infuriating mask appeared in front of Mo's family elder, which made him feel certain, but then, something happened that shocked him. I saw Yi Feng's simple and unadorned sword energy smashing through the brown jinchi mask like cutting tofu. He could hear the sound of his spirit-level defensive magic weapon shattering. But now he has no time to think about the broken defensive magic weapon. This bastard. The elders of Mo's family were ashamed and angry. They didn't expect that Yi Feng in front of him would become so terrifying in such a short time. He mobilized his whole body's true energy, and quickly displayed the Nanling Emo family's Xinzong Immortal technique. Don't ask about swords. This is an extremely powerful defensive magic technique, especially against sharp weapons such as swords and swords. Yi Feng in front of him only has a cultivation base of 160 years. If you want to stop me, prepare to die. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the elders of the Emo family. After preparing to block Yi Feng's simple sword energy, he immediately used a killer on Yi Feng. But he didn't know that the power of Yi Feng's sword-fighting sword chi would be difficult for even a person with a cultivation base of 300 years to block it, let alone the elder Mo's family with a cultivation base of 210 years in front of him. The people of Baidian Sword Academy on the side have already stared dumbfounded. From the appearance of that arrow to the moment when Yi Feng swung a quaint sword energy towards the elders of Mo's family, only a few seconds passed, but the arena was already ending with unending death. The Emo family man is a strong man of the older generation, the younger brother of the current patriarch, who has cultivated for 210 years. This Yi Feng, in terms of cultivation, is definitely not as good as the old man of the Emo family. This sword energy will most likely be blocked. So what if I can resist it? Just one more shot of the colorful arrow just now will definitely wipe out all the people from the Imo family in Nanling. That's right, I just don't know who the Holy One was that shot the arrow just now. The people of Baidian Sword Academy talked a lot. The matter has nothing to do with them, they just need to stand far away and watch the play. However, they were all guessing that there were other strong people secretly helping Yi Feng and Su Feiying. After all, it seemed that Yi Feng and Su Feiying couldn't handle a strong man with 200 years of cultivation. They soon knew that they had been mistaken. Fighting swordsmanship is Yi Feng's strongest sword. As soon as the ancient sword energy came out, Yi Feng saw that the Mo family member tried to resist, so he knew that the other party was dead. Puff. Puff. The simple sword chi was destructive, and easily defeated the sword Maoan immortal technique it displayed, causing the Elder Mo's true energy to collapse, and then continued to move forward bravely, piercing through the dantian of the Elder Mo in one fell swoop. The elders of Mo's family did not expect such an ending, and immediately widened their eyes. How could you? Before he finished speaking, the sword-fighting sword chi exploded violently, killing the entire family of Mo to ashes. When the Elder Mo's family died, his body was shattered into pieces, but not a trace of fresh blood flowed out. He was soon completely burned to ashes by Yi Feng's extremely flaming fireball. Mo Jioga, who was behind Mo's elder, couldn't help being stunned when he saw this situation. This little bastard, Yi Feng, actually killed his second cousin with a sword? No, it's impossible. Before Mo Jioga could react, the rest of the Mo family's children who wanted to disperse and escape were also trapped by Su Feiying's snow shadow streamer, and lost their lives one by one. The people at Baidian Sword Academy couldn't believe it. Before, Yi Feng abolished Mo Lichuan with a sword, which had already surprised them enough. After all, more than 2 years ago, this Yi Feng was only a little guy with 10 years of cultivation. After such a short period of time, each of them has improved for more than 10 or 20 years, at most 40 or 50 years. Bai Tianyao improvement speed is very rare. But Yi Feng has raised his cultivation level by a full 150 years. That's not to mention, the current Yi Feng seems to not only have a cultivation base of 160 years, but the combat power he displayed far exceeds 200 years of cultivation base. If it weren't for this, how could it be possible to kill the Elder Mo's family who had been cultivated for 200 years with one sword? You must know that the Elder Mo's family can never be a vegetarian. I heard that this elder, with a cultivation base of 210 years, defeated a strong man with a cultivation base of 230 years in another area alone. At this moment, he was beheaded by Yi Feng with a sword. What level of strength has this Yi Feng reached now? No one can guess it, and Yi Feng himself certainly won't tell them. Master, how to deal with this guy? Yi Feng glanced at the extremely ugly Mo Jioga. Just kill it. Su Feiying's indifferent voice came over. Hearing this, Mo Jioga's face was extremely terrified, and he immediately knelt down towards Yi Feng. Brother, spare me. I remember you calling my grandson before? Yi Feng said lightly. Eh? That's impossible, brother, I'm your grandson. Mo Jioga immediately said bitterly, who spread the rumors everywhere, let me know that he must be killed. Then kill yourself, I don't want to get my hands dirty. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. This Mo Jioga is a huge dude, but he has one advantage, that is, he is good at judging the situation and has a thick skin. Under such circumstances, he can kneel down and say that he is a grandson. This is entirely to save his life. As long as you stay alive, you will have a chance to make a comeback. It's a pity that Yi Feng couldn't leave him such an opportunity. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Mo Jioga was taken aback for a moment, and then said, my Nanling Mo family has many treasures, if you let me go, I can give you a large part of them. The Mo family in Nanling is a dominant force nearby, and most of the natural materials and earth treasures they have collected are definitely extremely valuable. It's a pity, how could Yi Feng take this seriously? Since you don't do it yourself, I'll do it for you. Seeing that he didn't intend to kill himself, Yi Feng waved the dragon sword in his hand, and the ancient sword light burst out again. When Immortal reacted, the ancient sword light was already close at hand, and he couldn't make any moves to resist or dodge. Puff! A sword pierced through Immortal's dantian, destroying his 160-year cultivation base and killing him at the same time. This decisive swordsmanship made everyone in Baidian Sword Academy swallow their saliva in unison. This Yi Feng, is he crazy? Although he has the ability to kill the elder of the Imo family who has just cultivated for 210 years with a single sword, the strength of the Imo family in Nanling is far more than that. Now that he killed Imo Lichuan and Imo Jioga, he and the Nanling Imo family have definitely become mortal enemies. However, they didn't even think about it. Yi Feng and Su Feiying had already become sworn enemies with the Nanling Imo family 2 years ago. Snort. Yi Feng snorted lightly, and scanned his surroundings with his consciousness. Sure enough, Su Feiying had already killed the rest of the Imo family's children in Nanling. After the Jian fireball was cast, all their corpses and traces were destroyed without leaving any traces. It has only been 2 minutes since the people from the Imo family in Nanling appeared, and all the members of the Imo family in Nanling have been killed, as if they had never appeared before. Yi Feng and Su Feiying joined together and came to Bai Tianyao. Senior. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome for you to kill the eldest son of the Imo family in Nanling like this. Bai Tianyao said worriedly, but there was a scheming in her words. The members of the Imo family in Nanling were killed by Yi Feng and Su Feiying, and they had nothing to do with Baidian Sword Academy. In this way, Chiyu can be avoided. Compared with the Nanling Imo family, the strength of the North Sky Sword Institute is still too weak. Su Feiying understood what she meant, but she didn't say much. From Bai Tianyao's point of view, there is nothing wrong with thinking like this. Everyone has to make plans for themselves. Not to mention that Bai Tianyao now doesn't know that Yi Feng has the actual combat power of 300 years of cultivation. It was him who killed. Su Feiying said indifferently, then turned her head to the side. You continue to lead the way. The things here will not be known by the Imo family in Nanling in a short time. This is. Bai Tianyao nodded and took a deep breath. What happened today was simply too exciting. For the Imo family in Nanling, Bai Tianyao was naturally very upset. Neither of the two guys, Imo Lichuan and Imo Jioga, was a good thing, and death was exactly what she wanted. However, in this way, the sky in Nanling might change. Bai Tianyao shook her head. She didn't think too much. Let's see what Su Feiying and Yi Feng can do. These two people reappeared after more than 2 years, and their cultivation strength has increased so rapidly. I am afraid that they have some extraordinary adventures in the past 2 years, and they may have met some seniors. In this way, maybe the Nanling Imo family can be wiped out? Thinking of this, Bai Tianyao shook her head. How could it be so simple to wipe out the Imo family in Nanling? Yi Feng and Su Feiying, who are taking advantage of the momentary advantage now, may not have a better life in the future. When Bai Tianyao looked up, she found that the figures of Yi Feng and Su Feiying had disappeared again. Let's go. She took the 9 disciples of Baidian Sword Academy behind her and continued to move towards the legendary tomb. And Yi Feng and Su Feiying hid behind him, looking at the 3 storage rings in his hands with some joy. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, storage rings are extremely rare, but just now, Yi Feng and Su Feiying snatched these 3 storage rings from Imo Jioga and 2 elders of Mo's family. The contents of these 3 storage rings can be called rich. You know, these 2 elders of the Imo family are important figures in a certain Nanling family, and Imo Jioga is the most beloved princess of the family head. How could he not bring something with him when he came out? This time, Yi Feng won it. Even in Mo's house in Nanling, there are not many people who can own storage rings. After all, storage rings are worth thousands of cents coins each, and there is no market for them. In these areas near Nanling, it is difficult to see large quantities of storage rings for sale. In the entire Nanling Mo family, there are probably only a dozen people who have storage rings. Not even the second son, Mo Lichuan. Not to mention anything else, the value of these 3 storage rings alone is quite high. It just so happens that the people around Yi Feng don't have any storage rings yet, so these 3 storage rings can be taken back for them to use. Of course, Su Feiying definitely wanted to keep one. The storage ring she had before was swallowed up by the Dragon Sword ancient ring after it was handed over to Yi Feng. Now Yi Feng only has the Dragon Sword token as a storage item. If the bloodstone is counted, it is 2 pieces. And this cannot be given to Su Feiying. Therefore, Yi Feng gave Su Feiying all the 3 storage rings he harvested this time, and asked her to choose one first. This is something from the Mo family in Nanling, I don't want it. Su Feiying snorted lightly, as if she was playing a petty temper. Yi Feng looked at it and was stunned. How had he ever seen his beautiful master have such a face and demeanor? You must know that Su Feiying has always been called the Ice Fairy in the world of cultivating immortals. She is indifferent and honest. But now, like a little woman, she was playing petty temper with Yi Feng. However, since Su Feiying said so, Yi Feng didn't force it. Okay, since that's the case, once the matter here is over, we'll go to a nearby city to buy a batch of storage rings. Anyway, no one on Peach Blossom Island has them yet, so we'll always have to buy them. Yi Feng laughed. Do you have that many fairy coins? Su Feiying asked. Why not? You can buy hundreds of storage rings with all kinds of natural and earthly treasures on your body. As long as the other party has the goods, you don't have to worry about me running out of money. Yi Feng said confidently. Indeed, in the wild world, Yi Feng's harvest is too rich. Even if all the treasures are distributed to every cultivator on Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng still has a lot left. The same treasure of heaven, material, and earth cannot be absorbed twice by the same cultivator, so the extra treasure of heaven, material, and earth is of no use to Yi Feng. He might as well sell it and exchange it for something useful to him. The treasures of heaven and earth on Yi Feng's body can easily be improved for 5 or 10 years, and their value in the world of cultivating immortals is immeasurable. If you just take out some and sell them, you will get tens of thousands of immortal coins, so you don't have to worry about not having any immortal coins at all. Buy storage rings. What's more, Yi Feng was able to buy some natural and earthly treasures that he didn't have, and used them to improve his own strength. Thinking about it this way, it seems necessary to go to a town in the world of cultivating immortals. Duobao Pavilion, this is a place that sells various items in the immortal cultivation world. It can be said that it is an authoritative organization for trading in the immortal cultivation world. When the time comes, Yi Feng will find a branch of the Duobao Pavilion. Yi Feng checked the contents of Mo Jioga and the other 3 storage rings. There are not many treasures of heaven, material, and earth. After all, not everyone has so many treasures of heaven and earth on their body, but there are some other things, such as magic weapons, materials, etc., which add up to thousands of cents. Currency. Yi Feng can't use these things, so what's the use of magic weapons at the spirit level? And according to Su Feiying's words, these are all the things of Nanling Mo's family, which makes Yi Feng even less interested in using them. The magic weapons he made from random materials are better than these spiritual weapon-level magic weapons. At that time, it is time to buy some refining materials for everyone on Peach Blossom Island. After the plan was completed, Yi Feng and Su Feiying followed Bai Tianyao and the others all the way, and soon finally approached the location of the legendary tomb. After the harvest, Yi Feng was in a particularly good mood. The consciousness spread to the surroundings, and found that the entrance of the legendary tomb was in a valley, and in this valley, many people had already gathered. All of them were from the Nanling area, whose strength was similar to that of the North Heaven Sword Academy sect. The discovery of the legendary tomb has attracted countless people to explore. Once they get something from it, it will be a huge improvement for the entire sect, and it may even make the sect skyrocket. After all, the legendary tomb is too mysterious. This is the burial place of ancient legendary monks. Yi Feng and Su Feiying hid at the side. No one found them. None of the immortal cultivators gathered at the mouth of this valley had lived for 200 years. One must know that it is not so easy for even the royal general Lu Feng, who has cultivated for 700 years, to find Yi Feng hidden by using the phantom sword technique, let alone these immortal cultivators in front of him. Yi Feng's heart sank when he thought of the royal family's wind, and he didn't know what happened to her, and whether he would have a chance to see her again. Shaking his head, Yi Feng didn't think much about it. Now is not the time to think about it. Seeing 10 people from Bidian Sword Academy come to the valley, at the entrance of the legendary tomb, many people showed strange expressions in their eyes. Why wasn't Mo Lichuan with Bei Tianyao? But this thought just flashed through their minds. After all, no one is idle and meddling in other people's business. However, there was one thing that made them discuss endlessly. The people from Tianshaman haven't shown up yet. Could it be that something happened on the way? It shouldn't be. The Tianshaman's strength has risen sharply recently. Although it is not as good as the Nanling Mo family, it is not far behind. None of the sects we present are their opponents. How could they have an accident on the road? That maybe the two sects joined forces to trap them. What nonsense. But then again, the Mo family hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that something happened on the way? There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, as if they were waiting for the arrival of the Mo family from Nanling. That's right, such a legendary tomb was discovered in the Nanling area. The Mo family in Nanling didn't come, so would other people dare to do it? Don't dare. Therefore, we must wait for the people from the Mo family from Nanling to come, so that they can follow behind the people of the Mo family and enter the legendary tomb to explore and hunt for treasure. It seems that Mo Jioga's team came to explore the legendary tomb. Yi Feng thought in his heart, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems that this group of people will not be able to wait for someone from the Mo family in Nanling. Even if they do, they will definitely not be that kid Mo Jioga. It is very likely that when anything is wrong, the Mo family will dispatch stronger people to investigate. And that is another opportunity for Yi Feng and Su Feiying. With Yi Feng's current strength, it is still necessary to gradually cut off the strength of the Mo family in Nanling. If the strong Mo family swarmed up, it would be very difficult for him to resist. Then we'll just wait here. Yi Feng said to Su Feiying, and continued to hide in the woods in the valley. The sun is scorching, but fortunately, there are towering trees everywhere in the Nanling area, so it doesn't make people feel too hot. What's more, for a cultivator, the ability to withstand heat is much stronger than that of ordinary people. From noon to night, no one from the Mo family in Nanling showed up, which made the 10 or so sects at the gate of the legendary tomb in the valley startled and uncertain. What happened to make people from Nanling Mo's late? Even up to now, not even a single sign of the Mo family has been seen. Everyone was puzzled and suspicious, but only the people from Bidian Sword Academy had cold sweat on their faces. Others didn't know why, but they certainly knew why the Mo family from Nanling didn't come. Because they were killed by Yi Feng and Su Feiying on the way. However, the people of Bidian Sword Academy would not tell this, of course. That would be an act only a fool would do. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with them, but if it came out of their mouths, the taste would change completely. None of the people from Tianshaman arrived. It must have been an accident, but everyone present didn't know what happened. Soon, the sky was getting darker, and the full moon was rising in the east. and the moonlight sprinkled on the whole valley, covering the whole valley with a layer of silver frost, which was very quiet and beautiful. In the direction of Mo's mansion in Nanling, a burst of fire suddenly came, attracting the attention of everyone in the valley. "Look, someone is coming." As soon as the words fell, a group of more than 10 people suddenly appeared in the sky and flew towards the legendary tomb. The leader turned out to be a middle-aged man with 250 years of cultivation. The head of the Mo family, Mo Xinshan. Those who followed Mo Xinshan were all powerful beings of more than 100 years or even 200 years old. At this time, all the people in this group had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Obviously, something happened here that made them all have this expression. As soon as they saw all the elites of the Mo family come out, everyone in front of the valley immediately knew that something serious might have happened. Otherwise, how could Mo Xinshan personally lead so many Mo family elites to appear? You must know that the people Mo Xinshan is leading now are almost half of the entire Mo family's high-level power. If it were not for some urgent and serious matter, they would never have sent so many people. What is going on? Reminiscent of how they waited all afternoon, no one from the Mo family in Nanling showed up at the door of the legendary tomb. A group of people thought to themselves, could it be that something happened to the group of Mo family who came to the legendary tomb? Their guess was absolutely correct. Yi Feng and Su Feiying hid in the dark, watching Mo Xinshan, the patriarch of the Mo family in Nanling in the sky, leading a group of people. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Sure enough, a big fish was attracted. For the Nanling Mo family, Yi Feng can be said to have no affection at all. This family is showing off its power in the Nanling area with its strength. How many ordinary people have suffered? Guys like Mo Jioga have spoiled countless girls from good families in their daily lives, and they deserve to die. And having such a son is naturally inseparable from his father. This Mo Xinshan is also an old pervert. There are many wives and concubines in his family, and most of them are taken by him by force. In the Nanling area, sects like Baidian Sword Academy dare not speak out, let alone talk about those ordinary people who can't cultivate immortality. By killing Mo Xinshan, we are doing harm to the people. Yi Feng whispered to Su Feiying, and the two immediately got ready. Soon, Mo Xinshan landed in the valley with 11 Mo family elites, and they all flew here, which shows how urgent their trip is. Meet Patriarch Mo. See Patriarch Mo. Mo Xinshan descended into the valley, and all the practitioners, including Baidian Sword Academy, saluted at the same time. After all, this is the most powerful master of power in their Nanling area. Snort. Mo Xinshan's expression was extremely indifferent, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. You bastards, has anyone seen my son? Being scolded as trash for no reason, many people feel a little unhappy in their hearts, but on the surface they dare not have any opinions. Hearing Mo Xinshan's question, everyone looked at each other. His son? Mo Jioga or Mo Lichuan? However, they have never seen these two. On the way to the entrance of the legendary tomb, no one from the Mo family was seen. Could it be that his two sons led the team to the legendary tomb this time, but there was an accident on the way? Bai Tianyao was a little nervous. After all, in this situation, her psychological quality was still not good enough. Mo Xinshan immediately noticed a drop of cold sweat on her forehead. Bai Shanyo, where is my Lichuan child? Mo Xinshan turned cold, and asked Bai Tianyao. In the middle of the trip, he didn't bring something with him, so he went back to get it. Bai Tianyao said bravely, now she has no other choice, but to say so. She didn't know if Yi Feng and Su Feiying were still here, but even if they were gone, she didn't resent them. After all, if it weren't for them, they would have been killed by the Tian shaman. People were surrounded and killed. Facing the patriarch of the Mo family, Senior Ice Fairy should retreat. Bai Tianyao thought so in her heart. Mo Xinshan was facing her, pacing gradually, but he seemed to be able to see something from her face. Don't bully me. Do you think our Mo family is so easy to bully? Mo Zhinshan's tone turned angry, and he stared fixedly at Bai Tianyao. He found that there was something wrong with Bai Tianyao's eyes, so he pretended to be angry, trying to make Bai Tianyao nervous and confide in it. Now Mo Zhinshan was almost certain that the disappearance of his two sons had a lot to do with this Bai Tianyao, which made him burn with endless anger. Who is he? The patriarch of the Mo family in Nanling, Mo Zhinshan. Not to mention Mo Lichuan, but Mo Jioga is a favorite junior of the ancestor of the Mo family, and now he has encountered an accident here. How does this make Mo Zhinshan explain to the ancestor? Today, he must investigate the matter to the bottom. No matter who dares to touch his Mo family, he will pay the price. However, at this moment, Mo Zhinshan was completely unaware that there were two pairs of eyes staring at him coldly in the dark. Master, it's still the same as before. I used the colorful dragon bow to sneak attack and shoot Mo Zhinshan, but Master, stop the other Mo family members and don't let them escape. Yi Feng had already made a plan in secret. Su Feiying stood aside and nodded slowly. Mo Zhinshan was furious. At the entrance of the legendary tomb, this was the beginning of a long-awaited adventure, but now, an angry Mo Zhinshan appeared. Everyone was trembling, and Bai Tianyao, who was stared at by Mo Zhinshan, was sweating profusely, and was stunned all of a sudden. What should we do now? If Mo Zhinshan really knew that Mo Jioga's death was related to her, maybe the entire Baitian Sword Academy would not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. At the entrance of the entire legendary tomb, hundreds of people were trembling, and under the anger of the strong Mo Zhinshan, no one dared to say anything. Especially Bai Tianyao, who was stared at by Mo Zhinshan, was extremely nervous. Now, if you are not careful, it will be the time for Baitian Sword Academy to be destroyed. Although the previous Yi Feng and Su Feiying hated the appearance of the Mo family in Nanling, but with their cultivation base, they should be able to kill the two previous Mo family elders, which should be the limit. Now Mo Zhinshan, the patriarch of the Mo family in Nanling, has 250 years of cultivation, and his strength is 10 times stronger than the previous two Mo family members. Cold sweat dripped from Bai Tianya's forehead, and she was about to explain a few more words, but at this moment, she glanced out of the corner of her eye, and suddenly saw a familiar light. It was the colorful arrow that had killed the elders of Mo's family. Bai Tianyao opened her small mouth slightly, and before she could say anything, in her surprised eyes, that multicolored arrow pierced through the void and came to Mo Zhinshan's back. Where is the kid sneaking up? Mo Zhinshan was very vigilant, but that was all. After uttering this short sentence, he found that the tyrannical force behind him had actually touched his body. Puff! The multicolored arrows pierced through Mo Zhinshan's back with tyrannical and terrifying power at an unmatched speed. Mo Zhinshan, the majestic patriarch of the Mo family in Nanling, who has cultivated for 250 years, has no ability to resist under this arrow. The arrows of the colorful dragon bow, carrying the power of the earth-level space, arrived silently and instantly, even for an existence like Mo Zhinshan. When he felt the colorful arrows, it was too late to dodge. Even if such an arrow was aimed at Yi Feng would not be able to dodge, even with the Eye of Wind and Thunder. After all, the power of Earth-level space is too terrifying to be grasped and explored by ordinary people. The multicolored arrow pierced through Mo Zhinshan's back, making him unable to utter a word, and then the power of the Earth-level space exploded. After a loud bang, Mo Zhinshan's body was torn apart. Immediately afterwards, a snow-white streamer appeared in the eyes of everyone present, and surrounded everyone in the field at an extremely fast speed, including more than a dozen Mo family elites brought by Mo Zhinshan. These elites are already more than half of the strength of the Nanling Mo family, but in Yi Feng's view, they are no threat to him at all. Fighting swordsmanship. Yi Feng's figure flashed out. He swung the ancient long sword in his hand, and the ancient sword energy shot out one after another. None of those Nanling Mo family's 200-year-old powerhouses could last even a second under Yi Feng's sword fighting skills, and none of them had any chance to escape when they were targeted by sword fighting skills. The members of the Mo family in Nanling were massacred. Bai Tianyao was stunned. It was such an arrow that even Mo Zhinshan, the patriarch of the Mo family in Nanling, couldn't resist it. Who shot that arrow? She looked at Yi Feng and Su Feiying one after another, and felt that with their cultivation base, it was impossible to shoot such a powerful arrow. Could it be some kind of fairy art that allowed the two of them to work together to display the colorful arrows? Of course she didn't know that the multicolored dragon bow in Yi Feng's hand was a magic weapon at the level of a fairy weapon, otherwise there wouldn't be so many doubts. In the entire Nanling, magic weapons at the level of spiritual weapons are already very expensive, and the treasures of the next level are magic weapons that only a very small number of strong people can possess. On the top of the treasure artifact, it is only at the level of the Dao artifact before reaching the Immortal artifact, which shows how precious the Immortal artifact is in the eyes of everyone in Nanling. Everyone in Nanling may never see a fairy artifact in their entire life. Of course, the 5-colored dragon bow and the blood shield in Yi Feng's hands are just low-level magic weapons. In the eyes of the power of dragon sword inheritance, they are not too high-level magic weapons. It's just that such an immortal weapon is enough for a small place in the world of cultivating immortals, like Nanling. Mo Zhinshan died, and the Mo family elite from Nanling who he brought with him were also killed by a black-cloaked youth in an instant. Many disciples of the Nanling sect at the entrance of the legendary tomb were stunned, and could hardly believe what happened before their eyes. Time is too short. In just a split second, Mo Zhinshan's entire body exploded, and the other members of the Mo family in Nanling were also easily killed one by one, without any ability to resist. And what caused all this seems to be only a young man in strange black clothes, and a beautiful woman in a long snow-white dress, etc. Isn't this beautiful woman using the snow shadow streamer? And the person who used the snow shadow streamer, could it be? Suddenly, many people present remembered at the same time what happened to the ice fairy in the Nanling area. Because of being forced to marry by Nanling Mo's family, this frost fairy and Nanling's Mo's family are naturally in the same situation. It should be that she finally escaped from Nanling 2 years ago. Now that she is successful in cultivating immortals, she came back to take revenge on Nanling's Mo family? What's more, there were many young men among them who had coveted the ice fairy, Su Feiying back then, and they were sweating profusely when they saw this. Fortunately, they didn't do anything to the ice fairy at the time, otherwise they would die like Mo Zhinshan now. Poor Mo Zhinshan, he originally wanted to avenge his son, but he didn't even see his enemy's face, so he was shot and killed by Yi Feng's colorful dragon bow. Mo Zhinshan's death had a huge impact on the entire Nanling forces. Many people in the field reacted quickly and were already thinking about the changes that Mo Zhinshan's death might bring to Nanling. However, they were far from expecting what kind of action planned Yi Feng and Su Feiying would have next. Everyone, enter the legendary tomb. With a low tone, Yi Feng gave instructions to everyone present. The news of Mo Zhinshan's death here cannot reach the ears of the Mo family in Nanling, because he and Su Feiying will first go to destroy the Mo family's mansion in Nanling. There is the remaining half of the elite power of the Nanling Mo family, as well as the strongest ancestor of the Nanling Mo family. The ancestor of the Mo family in Nanling used to be said to have nearly 300 years of cultivation, and his current cultivation is probably around 300 years. Yi Feng is not very afraid. As long as the news is not leaked, he and Su Feiying can easily sneak attack each other to death. And Yi Feng was holding the ancient xuanhuan sword, and there were several corpses of Nanling Mo family elites piled up under him. Saying these words made everyone present look awe-inspiring. Could this boy be the apprentice of Fairy Frost more than 2 years ago? It was only 10 years of cultivation back then, but now he can easily slaughter so many elites of the Nanling Imo family. There is no doubt that Yi Feng and Su Feiying came to seek revenge from the Imo family in Nanling. Everyone thought so in their hearts, and regardless of whether the Nanling Imo family would perish in this catastrophe, their strength would be greatly weakened. Perhaps their chance has come. There was a shrewd look in the eyes of the old guys. Yi Feng saw the expressions of everyone present at a glance. I advise you not to make any crooked ideas. Yi Feng snorted lightly, and said lightly, but after I leave, whatever you do, it has nothing to do with me. Before that, you all have to be obedient. There are a total of 200 to 300 immortal cultivators from various sects present at the scene, and they are all sects like Bidian Sword Academy. The strongest ones who come to the legendary tomb this time are only 140 to 50 years old. Of course they didn't dare to disobey Yi Feng's words, they respectfully agreed one by one. Although they might kill Yi Feng if they rush forward, some people will always die. In this world, everyone regards their own lives as the ultimate, who would like to be those early birds. Since Yi Feng said they can do whatever they want when he leaves, they still don't want to mess with this evil star. It can be seen that the current Yi Feng and Su Feiying seem to have no idea about Nanling, so their interests will not be affected. Even because of Yi Feng's arrival, the Nanling Imo family's strength has been greatly damaged, which is very beneficial to their sects. Anyway, they are here to enter the legendary tomb and want to get some natural and earthly treasures. Since there is no competition from the Nanling Imo family, it will be more beneficial to them. Maybe they can get more good things in this legendary tomb. Under the orders of the elders of the sect, a group of people walked in towards the entrance of the tomb. It was a very simple stone gate. After entering, there was a bottomless and pitch-black passage. Some people have entered it to detect it, and reached an underground hall, but from that underground hall, there are many passages blocked by organs, so no one has entered it to detect it. This time, they are going to gather everyone's strength and enter those secret rooms to explore. By Shanyo, wait a minute. Seeing that everyone entered the passage of the legendary tomb obediently, Yi Feng was very satisfied, but when he saw that Bai Tianyao was going to bring people from Bidian Sword Academy into it, he yelled out. Master Yi, what are your orders? Bai Tianyao hurriedly lowered her head and cupped her hands. Just now, facing Imogen Shan alone, she was almost scared to pee as a girl. Fortunately, that colorful arrow happened to appear and blew Imogen Shan's whole body to pieces, which solved her crisis. At this time Yi Feng called her to stop, of course she turned her head quickly. Yi Feng's words made everyone in Bidian Sword Academy stop in their tracks, and respectfully faced Yi Feng. You stand guard at the entrance of this tomb. If anyone comes out of it and wants to escape, please use this to notify me immediately. Yi Feng took out a stone from the bloodstone space and handed it to Bai Tianyao. This stone condensed some space power of the bloodstone space. As long as Bai Tianyao poured his true energy into it, Yi Feng would be able to detect the change, and thus knew that there might be a problem here. Bai Tianyao stretched out her plain hand and took the stone from Yi Feng's hand, feeling a little surprised. This stone looks ordinary. How to use this stone to inform Yi Feng of something? Yi Feng explained the usage of the stone to Bai Tianyao, and then said lightly, as soon as you notify me, I can come here immediately. No matter who wants to run, I will let them see and leave. As for you people from Bidian Sword Academy, I will compensate you accordingly. As long as you do your best, these natural materials and earthly treasures will all belong to you after I come back. As Yi Feng said, he took out some remaining treasures from the Menghuang realm. There is no doubt that these treasures of heaven and earth are too tempting for the people of Bidian Sword Academy. Just for Bai Tianyao, if she possesses these treasures of heaven and earth that have never appeared before in the world of cultivating immortals, and absorbs the aura of heaven and earth, she can easily reach 150 years of cultivation, saving her a full 10 years of penance. Young Master Yi, don't worry, you will complete the task. Bei Tianyao eyes lit up, and she quickly said respectfully. Well, remember, let me know if there is any accident. Yi Feng nodded. He wasn't afraid that Bei Tianyao and the others would neglect their duties or run away by themselves, because the temptation he gave was definitely enough. As long as you do what he said, you will get some precious natural materials and earthly treasures after the incident, and the combined value is even greater than exploring the legendary tomb. Yi Feng and Su Feiying left together. At the entrance of the legendary tomb, Bei Tianyao and 10 disciples of the Baidian Sword Academy guarded it with professionalism, and found that no one came out of the legendary tomb and wanted to escape. After all, legendary tombs are places where treasures are hidden, and now that the Imo family in Nanling is away, it is a good time for them to hunt for treasures. Once Imo Zhinshan died, there was only one patriarch of the Imo family left. If these sects unite together, there is no need to be afraid of that guy. After Yi Feng and Su Feiying left the entrance of the legendary tomb, they circled around and came to an abyss more than 10 kilometers away from the legendary tomb. The power of space and the colorful dragon bow senses that the legendary tomb will eventually lead to this place. If we break it open with the power of Earth-level space, we may be the first to get the treasure inside. Yi Feng stepped on the xuanhuan sword and hovered in the air, staring at the cliff in front of him. Although our operation went well this time, you have spent a lot of money. You really should explore this legendary tomb. It's best to get something to make up for it. Su Feiying nodded approvingly, and the figure in the snow-white long dress floated aside, like a fairy, very cute. Each of Yi Feng's 5 colored arrows consumes his whole body's true energy. In order to ensure that he still has fighting power, he must immediately take a drop of Luotian water. So this time, although Yi Feng's actions went smoothly, the consumption of Luotian shui was too great. If he couldn't get some other compensation, just for revenge, Yi Feng must have suffered a lot. Fortunately, Imo Zhinshan was killed just now, shocking 200 or 300 people at the same time, which made Yi Feng's dragon heart absorb a lot of emotional power. It's not too long before the 9th change of the dragon heart. Yi Feng nodded, took a drop of Luotian water, bent his bow, and set an arrow. Colorful dragon bow, shoot. A multicolored arrow condensed out of Yi Feng's hand and shot towards the cliff. The power of the earth-level space attached to the arrow was so powerful that it smashed the hard cliff to pieces. Behind the 10-meter-thick cliff, there is another 10-meter-thick boulder. It is this boulder that resists other people's detection of everything in the legendary tomb. And this boulder also couldn't resist Yi Feng's arrow with the power of earth-level space. As if destroying the dead, the scene at the bottom of the legendary tomb appeared in front of Yi Feng and Su Feiying, and the aura emanating from it lifted the spirits of both of them. What emanated from the deepest part of the legendary tomb was an extremely rich aura of heaven and earth, which let Yi Feng and Su Feiying know at the same time that it must have been here for some years, and enough treasures of heaven and earth should have been born inside. Yi Feng and Su Feiying looked at each other. Without saying anything, they all flew towards the passage opened by the colorful dragon bow. It seems that a long time ago, the world of cultivating immortals was not a 7th-class world, but had many Taoist realms that had reached the 1,000-year cultivation base. These strong men who have attained the Tao realm are called legends in the world of cultivating immortals, and the places where their bones are buried after death are generally called legendary tombs. So far, at least there are thousands of years of history. Entering the deepest part of the tomb, a strong aura of heaven and earth rushed towards his face, causing Yi Feng to turn around and swing out his sword with a thought. With a bang, several boulders collapsed, blocking the passage he shot out just now. Otherwise, if the aura of the heavens and the earth spread out, it might attract other people. Although Yi Feng wasn't afraid, he didn't want to cause any trouble. It's better to make a fortune silently. Coming to this place is indeed a fortune. Yi Feng entered the deepest tomb, and his divine sense swept the surroundings, and found a lot of treasures. Since he came here, of course Yi Feng would not leave the advantages to the major sects of Nanling who will come in later. As long as it can be taken away, he will definitely take it away. Even if those sects are thrown into vain, it has nothing to do with Yi Feng. Master, this is a true spirit mushroom. It has 1,000 years of age, and it can improve the cultivation of immortals for more than 10 years. Master, this is actually the legendary celestial jade, which can increase the cultivation speed of a cultivator by 30%. Yi Feng scanned casually, and found two extremely precious treasures, the immortal jade and the true spirit mushroom. Among them, the true spirit mushroom grew together in a cluster, and there were more than 10 flowers, which made Yi Feng overjoyed. True spirit mushrooms only grow in places where the aura of heaven and earth is very strong. Even in places like Peach Blossom Island, it is impossible for true spirit mushrooms to grow, which shows that the conditions for their growth are harsh. And in this legendary tomb, there seems to be something blocking the aura of heaven and earth from radiating out, and something is constantly condensing the aura of heaven and earth, which has caused the aura of heaven and earth to be so strong that it is unbelievable. Even if Yi Feng just took a breath, he felt that the aura of heaven and earth had entered his internal organs, which raised his cultivation by a small amount. The cultivation speed here is twice as fast as that of Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng was amazed at this discovery, but it's a pity that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here can be absorbed less. After all, the tomb is too small, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed for thousands of years can't last long. Yi Feng looked at the immortal jade in his hand. It seemed that it was this immortal jade that had been gathering the aura of heaven and earth, and it would increase his cultivation speed by 30% if he carried it with him. Combining with each other, maybe Peach Blossom Island can be even better. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. In this legendary tomb, there are many other natural and earthly treasures, but they are all absorbed by what Yi Feng has seen before, so there is no way to improve his cultivation. Of course, he didn't let go of any of them, and put them all away. Even if you can't use it yourself, it's good to give it to people around you, no matter how bad it is. You can sell it for money in the world of cultivating immortals. He didn't forget that he still had to bring back a bunch of storage rings. The most precious thing in the whole tomb is obviously not the celestial jade, let alone those natural treasures. Yi Feng and Su Feiying collected all the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, and turned their attention to the center of the tomb. There was an ancient tripod as tall as a person. From the outside, there were some incomprehensible ancient characters engraved on it. It seems to be a medicine cauldron. Is this a medicine cauldron? Yi Feng was puzzled. No. Su Feiying gradually shook her head, walked to the side of the ancient cauldron, looked around the ancient cauldron for a long time, and then said, "The seal engraved on it is the ancient text of the world of cultivating immortals, and the whole is a text on body training. Ancient prose in the world of cultivating immortals." Yi Feng's expression froze. He knew that the current world of cultivating immortals would no longer be able to use ancient prose. It is said that the ancient prose of the world of cultivating immortals was said to be the world of cultivating immortals 10,000 years ago. In other words, does this ancient tripod have a history of tens of thousands of years? This is unscientific. This legendary tomb is only 1,000 years old. Could it be that the origin of this ancient tripod is longer than this legendary tomb? Undoubtedly, although Yi Feng is well informed, he really doesn't know the ancient texts of the world of cultivating immortals. In this regard, he is still inferior to Su Feiying. However, the seal engraving on this ancient tripod turned out to be an article on body training? Yi Feng frowned and asked, "How is this? Can you cultivate?" "Able." Su Feiying resolutely affirmed, with a dignified expression, "But it's very difficult." Her agile eyes looked at the bottom of the ancient tripod, and found that there were some small characters on the bottom of the ancient tripod, which were also written in the ancient script of the world of cultivating immortals, but these ancient script boys were far less charming than the seal carvings on the side of the ancient tripod. Soon, Su Feiying translated these ancient texts in the world of cultivating immortals. It turned out that the owner of this legendary tomb had indeed achieved 1,000 years of cultivation over 1,000 years ago, but was seriously injured and died after building his own tomb here. Yi Feng didn't care how high-spirited this Taoist was, and Su Feiying didn't want to know. He only knew that this ancient tripod was obtained by this Taoist by chance, and it seemed to be an ancient thing. Knowing that a strong person in the Tao realm understands the ancient texts of the world of cultivating immortals, he tried to follow the above body training instructions and started to train his body. This body training practice is called xuanhuan tyrant body, and practitioners need to be burned for 7 to 49 days in this ancient cauldron by unknown karmic fire before they can achieve any small success. Yi Feng had also heard about body refining exercises, but in the entire world of immortality, there were not many people practicing body refining exercises, because it was too difficult and one had to endure a lot of pain. However, if the body refining method is a great success, it will also have a very obvious increase in the strength of the immortal cultivator. To put it simply, if Yi Feng succeeds in the simplest body training method now, his physical strength will be increased by 10 times of the original. No need for foreign objects anymore, just one of his fists can kill a strong man like xuanhuan. Yi Feng always felt that the immortal cultivation world should have been a very high-level world a long time ago, otherwise Dragon Sword Inheritance would not have built a Dragon Sword tomb here. Then this xuanhuan dominant body passed down from ancient times should also be a good body training method. I just don't know how strong the nameless fire in this ancient cauldron is. Yi Feng was a little curious, but of course he couldn't try it himself now. He had to wait until the work here was over, and then carefully study some of the xuanhuan hegemony. After all, he doesn't know much about body training exercises. If he practices indiscriminately, it is easy to make mistakes, and it will be troublesome at that time. In order to save time, Yi Feng put the ancient tripod into the storage space of the Dragon Sword Order, and then prepared to leave this place with Su Feiying. In the depths of the legendary tomb, the most precious things have been taken away by Yi Feng and Su Feiying. Although there are some other tombs around, there is nothing too precious. As for other things that are not very precious, Yi Feng didn't bother to take the time to get them, so let's give some benefits to those Nanling sects who entered the legendary tomb. Next, it's time to go to the mansion of the Mo family in Nanling and trouble the ancestors of the Mo family in Nanling. Now that we have met the Nanling Mo family, we must beat the entire Nanling Mo family to death so that they cannot stand up. Yi Feng will not give these hostile forces any chance to rise up. It will be a trouble for him. As for those international forces on the earth, it is too low level for Yi Feng. He will ignore those international organizations. It is purely wasting time. The residence of the Mo family in Nanling is located in the center of the entire Nanling mountainous area. It has a very large area. Yi Feng and Su Feiying are very familiar with that location. From the location of this legendary tomb, the residence of the Mo family in Nanling is about 1,000 kilometers away. With Yi Feng's current cultivation level, he can teleport there in a flash with the eye of Feng Yun. Yi Feng held Su Feiying's soft wrist with one hand, and pushed the eye of Feng Lei with all his strength. His figure moved. The surrounding space quickly began to distort, and then Yi Feng and Su Feiying disappeared from the deepest part of the legendary tomb. More than 1,000 kilometers away, in the center of the Nanling area, is the mansion of the Mo family in Nanling. Mo Rong, the chief steward of the Mo family in Nanling, is sitting anxiously in the meeting hall. In front of him are several Mo family children, all of whom look a little nervous. It has been a long time since the head of the family took people out, but until now there is no news at all, and I don't know if there is any accident. The chief housekeeper, Mo Rong, frowned slightly. This is a slightly elderly man, but his cultivation base is more than 230 years old. He raised his hand and said to the Mo family children below, "You guys go to the entrance of the legendary tomb to inquire, and if you have any news, pass it back immediately." Yes. The three of them nodded at the same time, each feeling a little unconcerned. In the Nanling area, their Nanling Mo family is the biggest force. If the patriarch of the Nanling Mo family took people out to do business, what kind of accidents would happen? These few Nanling Mo family children absolutely did not believe it. However, the big housekeeper, Mo Rong, holds great power in his hands, and he has a high level of self-cultivation, which is extremely valued by the head of the Mo family. Regarding his orders, the three Mo family children have to obey, but they don't take it seriously in their hearts. Thing. In the whole of Nanling, it would be even more difficult for someone to kill our patriarch. If it's an outsider, we don't see a person who is stronger than our patriarch in half a year, let alone our patriarch. There are so many family elites. The three Mo family children all thought so in their hearts, and they were even more indifferent to the words of the chief steward, Mo Rong. They felt that even if they reached the gate of the legendary tomb quickly, it would take an hour or two. After all, their cultivation base was not high, and their flying speed was not as fast as the people brought by Mo Shan. When they arrived at the legendary tomb, what they saw couldn't be that the patriarch had encountered any troubles. It was probably that the patriarch entered the legendary tomb and got some rare treasures. When they think of this, they also want to go and have a look. Although they can't get the rare treasure, it's good to have a chance to have a look. You must know that the tomb discovered this time is a legendary tomb. It is pure luck to find such a place in the Nanling area. Therefore, many sects in Nanling will definitely empty out the contents of this legendary tomb before the news spreads. Otherwise, when people in other areas get the news, many sects with the strength of the Mo family in Nanling will come to compete. There is no part for them. Sects like Baidian Sword Academy and Tiancheman have absolutely no ability to compete against forces like the Mo family in Nanling, and it is impossible for them to snatch things from the legendary tombs. That is to say, the Mo family of Nanling sees that these forces all belong to Nanling. In order to strengthen the strength of the entire Nanling, they let Baidian Sword Academy and other sects also enter the legendary tomb and drink some soup. The overall strength of Nanling has improved, and it will also give the Mo family of Nanling more face and confidence when dealing with other regional forces. After the three Mo family children agreed to the chief steward, Mo Rong, they left the Mo family's meeting room, and at the same time, using their flying magic weapons, they flew towards the entrance of the legendary tomb. When the three Mo family disciples flew hundreds of kilometers away, near the Mo family mansion in Nanling, two figures quietly appeared out of nowhere. It was Yifeng in a black shirt and Su Feiying in a white skirt. Finally back to this place. Yifeng looked up at the Mo family's mansion, which occupies the most expansive area, and couldn't help being filled with emotion. The last time he came to this place was nearly 3 years ago. At that time, he, who had only 10 years of cultivation, followed Su Feiying, who had 100 years of cultivation, into the Mo family mansion in Nanling. How many stares did he suffer? Su Feiying, who has been cultivated for 100 years, is nothing in the eyes of the Nanling Mo family. Because of this, she was forced to enter into a marriage contract with Mo Jioga, and thus hated the entire Nanling Mo family. In fact, the entire Mo family in Nanling didn't have any good things. They were used to showing off their power in this area of Nanling, and everyone in them carried a bit of arrogance and defiantly. Come on, where do we start? Su Feiying took a step, turned her head, and asked Yifeng. Although Yifeng still called her master, in Su Feiying's heart, she began to listen to Yifeng's words involuntarily. After all, Yifeng's knowledge is wider than her now, and from the perspective of Dragon Sword inheritance, she is still Yifeng's Dragon Sword. Here comes the sword maid. Let's just break in and do some damage. Yifeng's eyes flashed with brilliance. When we kill all the strong people left behind in the Mo family's mansion, the ancestor of the Mo family will almost appear. If that old guy is alone, I can't fight alone. Can beat him easily. That's it. Su Feiying nodded. Immortal art, a powerful and unconstrained style. A pair of pure white Pegasus wings stretched out behind her, decorating her whole body, holy and ethereal. Yifeng was stunned to see it. No matter what time it is, Su Feiying is always so eye-catching. Yifeng didn't practice any fairy art that could fly directly, so he could only obediently release the xuanhuan sword, and Yujian flew towards Mo's mansion. A patchwork of mansion buildings soon appeared in front of Yifeng and Su Feiying. The buildings in the entire Mo family mansion are patchwork. After all, it is the mansion of the world of cultivating immortals, and it is much more magnificent than the big courtyards in ancient Huagua on earth. There are pavilions, terraces, and pavilions in a staggered manner. The mansion is green and lush, and the atmosphere is fresh and cool. Especially in the center of the whole mansion, there is a relatively good spirit gathering array, which makes the whole Mo family mansion a blessed place. A blessed land is no longer a good place for cultivation on earth, but in the world of immortal cultivation, a force that can occupy a blessed land is considered quite good. The figures of Yifeng and Su Feiying, who were flying in the air and approaching quickly, were quickly spotted by the people of Mo's house in Nanling. In particular, Su Feiying's pair of elegant Pegasus wings became her iconic thing, and some people in Mo's family in Nanling immediately thought of something. However, these people just felt a little familiar, and didn't immediately think that fairy ice was coming. After all, it had been more than 2 years, or nearly 3 years since Su Feiying left the world of cultivating immortals. Who is flying above? It seems that the target is the mansion of our Nanling Mo family. Could it be the head of the family or 2 friends of the young masters? Why do I feel that the woman with a pair of wings is familiar? I also think it looks familiar, but I can't remember who it is. A group of Mo family children talked a lot, but they didn't feel that they were in a catastrophe. Of course, for these ordinary Mo family children, Yifeng and Su Feiying would not make things difficult for them. After all, the forced marriage has nothing to do with these ordinary disciples. But if the Mo family suffers a big change, and all the strong men over 200 years old are all killed, then the status of the Mo family will plummet in the entire Nanling, and the fate of these Mo family children who are not popular on weekdays can be imagined. As for these, just talk to Yifeng. Su Feiying has nothing to do with it. Raging Thunder Sun God, come out. When he was about to approach the sky above the Mo family's mansion in Nanling, Yifeng activated his true energy, separated his wrathful Thunder Sun God from his body, and activated the wind and thunder eyes of the wrathful Thunder Sun God. Under Yifeng's control, the god of furying thunder began to teleport non-stop within the entire range of the Nanling Mo's mansion. Such a short distance teleportation would not consume too much power, and the god of thundering fury could quickly check the situation of the entire Mo family mansion. This series of actions made the people of the Mo family in Nanling a bit puzzled, but soon, the figure of the wrathful thunder god kept changing positions above the Mo family's mansion, and they suddenly understood what was going on. Someone is probing the terrain and situation of their entire Mo family. This made the children of the Mo family nervous. Everyone knew that now that the legendary tomb had appeared, the patriarch took most of the elites of the Mo family out to get some benefits from the legendary tomb. Taking advantage of this time, someone actually came to Nanling Mo's house to make trouble? That's ridiculous. Don't they know that the Mo family in Nanling still has nearly 300-year-old ancestors guarding it? With just 2 people, they dared to come to Nanling Mo's idea. They were so full. A group of Mo family children felt that Yifeng and Su Feiying were too ridiculous, but they didn't dare to be too careless, and began to notify some strong men who were still in the Mo family in Nanling. Immortal cultivators with a cultivation base of 200 years are already considered very powerful existences in the eyes of the ordinary children of the Mo family in Nanling. As long as they are dispatched, they can deal with the 2 guys in the sky who come to make trouble in minutes. In a courtyard of the Mo family mansion in Nanling, Report to the eldest son's wife, there are two guys flying over from the sky. It seems that they have evil intentions against our Mo family mansion. Someone immediately reported in front of Mo Joga's first wife, wanting this woman to come forward. This woman, born with a pair of fox eyes, looks tricky and mean, but full of coquettishness. Just one glance made the heart of the Mo family child who came to report it tickle. To mess with our Mo family? I just don't want to live. The woman said in a cold tone. When she heard the man's report, she immediately became angry. She is a girl from a small sect that is weaker than Bidian Sword Academy next to her. She was sent to marry Mo Joga. Not to mention her natural beauty, her cultivation talent is not bad. When Su Feiying left the world of cultivating immortals, Mo Joga still regarded her as life, and directly forced the woman into marriage, and let her marry into the Mo family, becoming the first wife of the eldest son of the Mo family, and also the only one so far. Lady. Although Mo Joga has always been fond of Su Feiying, the first wife's ability is quite remarkable, and through various means, Mo Joga has gained Mo Joga's attention. Relying on her own good talent, and using various means, she obtained the treasures of heaven and earth collected by the Mo family in Nanling, which greatly improved her cultivation. In just 2 years, the eldest son's wife has raised her cultivation base from 70 years to 135 years. This speed is not uncommon even in Nanling. It is already a first-class speed, and Mo Joga himself is almost the same. 135 years of cultivation has surpassed that of Su Feiying back then, which makes the eldest son and wife quite proud. If Su Feiying reappears, she will definitely get rid of it first, so as not to threaten her position as the first lady. You must know that as long as Mo Joga becomes the head of the Mo family in a few decades, she will be Mrs. Patriarch. When the time comes, she will have inexhaustible glory and wealth, and all kinds of natural and earthly treasures are at her disposal. The discovery of the legendary tune this time made the eldest son's wife itch, and she really wanted to get something in the past, but neither Mo Joga nor the head of the Mo family split into 2 groups to go to the legendary tomb, and neither of them took her with them. Let her know that her status in the Mo family is actually not very good. This made her feel resentful. She was already depressed, but now there are 2 short-sighted guys coming to Nanling Mo's house to make trouble. It's really a bear's heart and leopard courage. Take me out to have a look. The eldest son's wife said lightly, with a mean expression on her delicate cheeks, and followed the Mo family boy to the courtyard. Looking up, she happened to see Su Feiying's pair of Pegasus wings flapping and flying over her, which made her heart beat faster. What kind of ice fairy is it? This pair of wings can't be wrong. The eldest son's wife's pupils shrank. Her mind was as quick as hers, and she almost immediately thought that this was an excellent opportunity for her to take revenge. Undoubtedly, the eldest son's wife immediately felt an extremely strong desire to kill Su Feiying, who suddenly appeared again. Otherwise, when Mo Joga came back, as soon as she saw Su Feiying, there would be nothing wrong with her in the Nanling Mo family from now on. Almost without thinking, the eldest son's wife quickly ran towards another courtyard not far away. She had to go to rescue the soldiers first. Although the eldest son's wife has 135 years of cultivation, 10 times stronger than Su Feiying 2 years ago, this eldest son's wife has a delicate mind and did not take it lightly. Maybe Su Feiying also had some adventures in the past 2.5 years, and her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. So in order to wipe out Su Feiying in one fell swoop, she must be fully prepared to find a helper and kill Su Feiying together. What she was looking for was Mo Joga's younger sister, whom she met after marrying into the Mo family in Nanling. Like Mo Joga, this Mo Joga's younger sister is not as good as expected, but after cultivating immortality, her skin has become smoother and more delicate, which is not as unacceptable as Mo Joga's. Mo Joga's younger sister is used to being domineering on weekdays. She never takes anyone else seriously, not even giving her brother Mo Joga face. However, Imo Zhinshan still dotes on her very much, so no one dares to provoke her in the Imo family in Nanling. Except that when Su Feiying first arrived more than 2 years ago, because of Imo Jioga's protection, she slapped her loudly a few times, which made her hate Su Feiying for the rest of her life. At this time, the eldest son's wife went to look for Imo Jioga's younger sister, which obviously made the other party do their best to deal with Su Feiying. Moreover, the eldest son's wife can also use the hand of sister Imo Jioga to test Su Feiying's cultivation level, and she herself will check the situation later and make specific plans. With the scheming of the eldest son and wife, she will never put herself in a dangerous position, let alone kill Su Feiying openly. Otherwise, if Imo Jioga finds out, her future status in the Imo family in Nanling will definitely be affected. Big impact. It is undoubtedly the best choice to let Imo Jioga's younger sister take action. Since she is also a direct descendant of the Imo family in Nanling, this younger sister of Imo Jioga also has a cultivation base of more than 130 years. Since she is 3 years younger than Imo Jioga, her cultivation base is slightly inferior. Her name is Imo Qingyue. Soon, the eldest son's wife met Imo Qingyue. What, Su Feiying? That bitch? Imo Qingyue was cultivating at first, but when she heard what the eldest son's wife said, she immediately burst into anger. Once upon a time, she was slapped several times by Su Feiying for nothing, but under the protection of Imo Jioga, she couldn't do anything to Su Feiying. Even Imo Zhinshan loves Imo Jioga more than Imo Qingyue. After all, the Imo family in Nanling is still a family headed by men. Now that Ice Fairy Su Feiying came to Nanling Mo's house alone, and seemed to want to make trouble, how could Imo Qingyue let go of this great opportunity? Almost without thinking, Imo Qingyue ran out of her courtyard angrily, raised her head and saw Su Feiying flying in the sky, and lost her mind all of a sudden. Thinking of the scene of being slapped by Su Feiying more than 2 years ago, Imo Qingyue was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. It was the only time in her life that she was slapped on someone else. Bitch, die. Without even thinking about it, Imo Qingyue held 2 chain daggers in her hands. These are a pair of treasure-level magic weapons, even better than spirit-level magic weapons. Even in the entire Nanling Imo family, there are not many people who own treasure-level magic weapons. They are extremely precious, and their power is several % higher than spirit-level magic weapons. Imo Qingyue's figure disappeared in a flash, and in the next moment, she floated into the sky and appeared in front of Su Feiying. At this moment, Su Feiying was waiting for Yi Feng to report back the detected situation, when suddenly a familiar woman appeared in front of her with an angry expression on her face. Who is this woman? After Su Feiying thought for a while, she thought of the identity of the person in front of her. Imo Qingyue, Imo Jioga's younger sister, the little girl who had been slapped several times by her back then, did not expect to grow into such a big girl after 2 or 3 years of absence, but the gloom on her face made her Su Feiying was extremely displeased. Su Feiying knew that the other party's visitor was not kind, but she didn't say anything. Her expression turned cold, and the snow shadow streamer rushed out without even thinking about it. Although she has only cultivated for 120 years, and Imo Qingyue has 130 years of cultivation, Su Feiying has practiced the dragon sword art, and has even comprehended the strongest sword technique in the dragon sword art. The second level of fencing. With a random strike of her sword, the power of swordsmanship that she can unleash is enough to compare with a strong man with a cultivation base of 170 or 80 years. However, Imo Qingyue didn't know this. She swept her spiritual sense and found that Su Feiying had only cultivated for 120 years, so she couldn't help feeling contemptuous in her heart. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years, and I have only increased my cultivation base so much. It's too weak. Imo Qingyue didn't want to say anything more. A cruel smile appeared on her face. She wanted to get rid of Su Feiying directly, taking advantage of Imo Jioga and Imo Zhinshan's going to the legendary tomb. The treasure-level daggers in her hands drew streams of light and shot towards Su Feiying's direction. Dragon Sword Ju, sword fighting technique. Su Feiying didn't hesitate at all, since the vicious woman in front of her wanted to kill her. Why should she be polite to him? Sword Chi was attached to the streamer of snow shadow, and the snow-white sword Chi swept out as if destroying the dead. Su Feiying used the streamer as a sword. Although she could not exert the full power of the sword fighting technique, it was still extremely easy to deal with a mere Imo-Qingyue. The sword fighting technique gushed out, instantly knocking Imo-Qingyue's pair of daggers into the air, causing a flash of astonishment on Imo-Qingyue's face. What's going on? Isn't this Su Feiying only 120 years old? How could she resist my attack? No, it's impossible. Imo-Qingyue was shocked, and was about to attack Yi Feng again, but at this moment, the streamer of snow shadow extended infinitely, enveloping her in it. The quaint sword fighting technique burst out with sword energy, puff. Imo-Qingyue's whole body was pierced by dozens of sword fighting techniques, with an incredulous expression on her face. No, it's impossible. How could this bitch, who has only been cultivated for 120 years, be so strong that she has no ability to resist at all? Imo-Qingyue's eyes were full of astonishment and unwillingness. Before her consciousness disappeared, there was only one thought left: Patriarch, help me avenge. Imo-Qingyue's figure fell from mid-air, and at this moment, a roar erupted from the center of the Mo's mansion in Nanling. Where is the evildoer? Dare to act wildly in my Imo family's mansion, and even kill the granddaughter who is my favorite. Take your life. A burst of tyrannical true energy erupted from the center of the Imo family mansion, covering the entire Imo family mansion at once, shocking all the Imo family children. Unexpectedly, the patriarch of the Imo family would appear all of a sudden, and the two guys who came to make trouble were so powerful. Many people were shocked when they saw Imo-Qingyue being easily killed by Su Feiying. It seems that the people who came to Nanling Mo's house to make trouble this time are very strong. How long ago was the last time someone came to Mo's house to make trouble? But that time, the Imo family didn't suffer any loss. This time, the Nanling Imo family suffered a big loss. Seeing that Imo-Qingyue was killed by Su Feiying, the eldest son's wife couldn't help being frightened. This bitch has become so powerful now? This made her press the idea of doing it herself. After all, Imo-Qingyue would die if she stepped forward, and she would definitely die if she stepped forward in person. Now, even if she doesn't do anything, someone will come to deal with that bitch. You must know that this is the mansion of the Imo family in Nanling, and the ancestor of the Imo family has been in a state of hidden cultivation. Now that Su Feiying killed Imo-Qingyue, it was tantamount to forging a great enmity with the Imo family. Even if Imo-Joga came back immediately, it would be impossible to change the final result of this woman being killed by the ancestor of the Imo family. I don't know the details of the Imo family, so I came here to play wild, and the time of death is coming. The eldest son's wife sneered. When she heard a roar from the center of Mo's mansion, the eldest son's wife knew that Su Feiying's life was already in the old man's hands. There is no need for her to do it herself, she just needs to watch the show from the sidelines. Now that Imo-Qingyue is killed, the head of the family, Imo Zhinshan, may give her some of the treasures brought back from the legendary tomb. After all, she is also Imo-Joga's first wife. Soon, following that roar, an old man in a gray robe appeared from the center of the Imo family's mansion, flying into the sky. A burst of violent true energy emanated from the old man, and spread to the surroundings in an instant, covering the entire Imo family mansion, as if announcing that the ancestor of the Imo family had come out of the mountain. Concubine Suing flew in the air, a pair of pure white Pegasus wings fluttering gently. Facing the appearance of the ancestor of the Imo family, she had no intention of shrinking back. She raised her head and looked at the ancestor of the Imo family, only to see that this was an old man who looked somewhat similar to Imo Zhinshan, with profound cultivation, only a little bit short of reaching the 300 years of cultivation. This is the strongest existence within the scope of Nanling. Nanling is the strongest. This identity brought extremely strong self-confidence to the patriarch of the Mo family, and when he glanced at Su Feiying, a trace of contempt flashed across his face. Although this woman was admired by his grandson Mo Jioga, and she killed Mo Qingyue, who had been cultivated for 130 years with a cultivation base of 120 years, she seemed unusual. But in front of his 300-year-old Mo family patriarch, that's all. Anyone who dares to offend their Nanling Mo family will have only one end, and that is death. Little girl, you are dying. The patriarch of the Mo family looked at Su Feiying contemptuously, flew forward, and was suspended in the air 100 meters away from her, enveloping Su Feiying with a powerful aura. Yeah? Su Feiying was unmoved, and asked indifferently. Why, don't you have any help? Seeing Su Feiying's expression, the patriarch of the Mo family couldn't help being suspicious, but then he snorted coldly, even if there are some rescuers, so what? My Nanling Mo family is not a guy like you. A place where you can go. Suffer death. Now that the ancestors of the Mo family have guesses that may cause extra problems, of course they will not waste any more time. The true energy in his whole body began to condense in his hands, and the immortal technique inherited by the Mo family was about to be displayed. In the various parts of the Mo family's mansion in Nanling, all the Mo family's children with low cultivation base looked yearningly at the two people flying in the sky facing each other, with great longing in their hearts. As long as the cultivation base is sufficient, one can fly freely in the air. How tempting is this? In this world, only those with strong cultivation can gain the respect of others, otherwise they will be just one of the vast number of sentient beings after all. But no one noticed that there was a young man in a black shirt sitting leisurely in the meeting room of Mo's mansion. This young man is Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng had already silently beheaded a dozen or so guys in the entire Mo family's mansion for about 200 years, and now, he was facing Mo Rong, the chief steward of the Mo family in Nanling in the meeting hall. You are the big housekeeper of the Mo family, and you don't know where the Mo family stores their treasures? How absurd. Yi Feng looked at the big butler Missouri Rong in front of him, and said with contempt in his eyes, I'm sorry, I can only put you. Etc. A thought flashed in the head of the housekeeper, Mo Rong, and he yelled out loudly, then lowered his head unwillingly. If you can really solve the ancestor of the Mo family, even if I, Mo Rong, take you to the storage room of the Mo family, then I will let you go. How? Right now, his cultivation was completely suppressed by Yi Feng, and he didn't dare to move at all. Based on his feeling, Chief Steward Mo Rong knew that although Yi Feng only had 160 years of cultivation, his real strength was unfathomable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have 230 years of cultivation. Rong was suppressed. Under such circumstances, if he resisted or tried to notify the ancestors of the Mo family in the sky, he would definitely end up dead. The only way to survive is to agree to Yi Feng and take him to the place where the Mo family in Nanling stores the treasures of heaven and earth. No matter what he really thinks now, saving his life is definitely the top priority. Of course, this Mo Rong didn't really believe that Yi Feng could take care of the ancestor of the Mo family. After all, the gap in cultivation between the two sides is really too big. But after Yi Feng heard his words, a private and deep smile appeared on his face, and then he took out a longbow with 5 colors from his bosom. As soon as he felt the aura of this colorful dragon bow, the chief steward Mo Rong's expression changed immediately. This longbow seems to be a magic weapon of very high quality. As for the quality level, Mo Rong is not sure, because he has never seen a magic weapon of the fairy level in his life. After Yi Feng took out the 5-colored dragon bow, he immediately bent the bow and set an arrow, and aimed it at the ceiling in the meeting hall, as if he was about to condense an arrow and shoot it out. What is this kid going to do? The chief steward, Mo Rong, was a little puzzled. No matter what level of magic weapon, if Yi Feng wanted to kill the ancestor of the Mo family, he couldn't shoot arrows through buildings like this, right? The Mo family mansion is protected by a solid array. No matter how powerful his arrow is, it will lose some power because it is blocked by buildings. At that time, it is not certain whether the ancestor of the Mo family can be killed. Of course, he didn't know that the five-colored dragon bow possessed powerful Earth-level space power. As long as the arrows fired were locked by Yi Feng's consciousness, they would be able to break through the space and shoot through without being blocked by this building. Soon, Yi Feng condensed the true energy in his whole body, and condensed a colorful arrow on the colorful dragon bow. When this arrow was condensed, the butler Missouri Rong immediately felt a sense of danger, and a creepy breath rose in his chest. This arrow seems extremely terrifying. The chief steward, Mo Rong, had never seen such an arrow that made his hair stand on end. Even when he saw the ancestor of the Mo family occasionally, he never felt such a terrifying aura from the ancestor of the Mo family. In an instant, he seemed to understand why Yi Feng and Su Feiying came back this time. Now the strength of these two people has completely surpassed the level of the ancestors of the Mo family, and even the ancestors of the Mo family seem to be nothing in front of the current Yi Feng. Now, if Yi Feng uses the five-colored dragon bow to sneak attack, at least he can kill an existence with a cultivation base of 360 to 70 years, which is dozens of times stronger than that of the ancestor of the Mo family who has only reached the cultivation base of 300 years. As much. At such a level, Chief Steward Mo Rong would naturally find this arrow extremely terrifying. In mid-air, the ancestor of the Mo family, who was several kilometers away, seemed to sense something was wrong at this moment, but he didn't think much about it. For a long time, although he has encountered many life-threatening dangers, he has avoided them all by relying on his keen perception and quick-witted mind. Now, he hated Su Feiying in front of him to the bone. Who let this woman kill his beloved granddaughter, Mo Qingyue? If I don't kill this Su Feiying, he won't be able to sleep tonight. The true energy in his whole body was condensed, and the immortal technique inherited by the Mo family in Nanling was ready to go. However, at this moment, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space in front of him. Not good. The patriarch of the Mo family immediately sensed something was wrong. In the current situation, it was obvious that someone had launched a sneak attack on him when he wanted to deal with Su Feiying. If he is careless, it is really possible to fall into the opponent's hands. Humph, how naive. The patriarch of the Mo family snorted softly. With his reflexes, it was definitely not an easy task to kill him with a sneak attack like this. As soon as he was really angry, he gathered up the immortal art that was ready to go, and was about to use teleportation to leave this place temporarily. But suddenly, something happened that made his hair stand on end. He actually felt that the space around him seemed to be sealed off, and the meager power of space that he had comprehended could not be mobilized at all. What's the situation? The face of the ancestor of the Mo family changed drastically. Judging from his rich combat experience, it was obvious that someone had ambushed him in advance. Before he could react, the space in front of him suddenly shattered, and an arrow shining with multicolored light swept straight towards his face. This is? The patriarch of the Mo family was startled. He mobilized his whole body of Jinqi, and formed a Jinqi shield in front of him, trying to resist the multicolored arrow. But soon he found that his resistance was completely futile. This multicolored arrow is much stronger than all the attacks he has encountered before, and even the surrounding forces that block the space are emitted from this multicolored arrow. Who can release such an arrow? When he saw the Jinqi shield in front of him being easily defeated by the colorful arrows, the ancestor of the Mo family shrank his pupils, knowing that he might be doomed this time. He took one last look at Su Feiying in front of him. Behind this woman was a pair of snow-white wings, with a faint expression on her face, completely accustomed to the scene in front of her. I didn't expect it to end like this in the end. The ancestor of the Mo family secretly hated him. He never thought that the beautiful woman brought back by his grandson Mo Jyoga would now be able to get the help of such a terrifying and powerful person, and in turn kill the Mo family in Nanling. Under the current situation, no one can save the Mo family. The status of a strong man who can shoot such an arrow is absolutely extremely noble, at least not something that a little Nanling can imagine. The next moment, the dantian of the ancestor of the Mo family was pierced by this arrow, and the 300 years of cultivation he had cultivated until now were instantly destroyed. And his consciousness also stayed at that last glance at Su Feiying. Immediately afterwards, the body of the ancestor of the Mo family was pierced by the arrow, and the old body that lost its strength suddenly fell to the ground. This scene made many Mo family children who were watching from a distance in the Mo family mansion open their mouths and eyes wide open, almost unable to believe it was true. As powerful as the ancestor of the Mo family, with 300 years of cultivation, he founded the huge Nanling Mo family in Nanling, and now he was shot to death on his own territory. Many people barely reacted until the body of the ancestor of the Mo family fell to the ground, throwing up dust and fresh blood seeping out, and the people around were frightened out of their wits. The ancestor of the Mo family is dead. What does this mean? It means that the Nanling Mo family is about to be destroyed. The ancestors of the Mo family are all dead, so what can the remaining patriarch Mo Xuanhuan and others do? There is no one who can resist the terrifying strong man who was able to shoot the earth-shattering and weeping arrow just now. What's more, Mo Xuanhuan, the head of the Mo family, has long since died. After all, the two young masters Mo Jyoga and Mo Lichuan had no news outside, so Mo Xuanhuan took his people away from the Mo family's mansion and went to the legendary tomb. Everyone was shocked. And there were tens of thousands of people in the entire Mo family mansion, all kinds of complicated emotions mixed together, were easily absorbed by Yi Feng, who was standing at the door of the meeting hall. These emotional powers have pushed the power of Shen Longxin to another level, and it is not far from the 9th change. Okay, take me to the place where the Mo family stores the treasures of heaven and earth. Yi Feng was talking to Mo Rong, the chief steward of the Mo family, when he suddenly felt a woman fleeing in a hurry not far away, with a pair of fox eyes who looked extremely unwilling. Who is this? Yi Feng grabbed the big butler Missouri Rong, and with a flash, he came to the woman who was fleeing in a hurry. Who is she? Yi Feng stopped in front of the woman, squinted his eyes, pouted his lips towards the woman, and asked Mo Rong. Seeing someone blocking the way, the woman was startled. When she looked up, she saw Mo Rong, the chief housekeeper of the Mo family. But what surprised her was that Mo Rong was caught by a young man at this time. Who is this young man? The woman thought it looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before, until she remembered Su Feiying who was still in the sky, and suddenly realized, isn't this young man Su Feiying's 10-year cultivation apprentice? But now, even she, who has a cultivation base of 135 years, can't see through this young man's cultivation base. She is the first wife of the eldest son Mo Jyoga. The chief housekeeper, Mo Rong, heard Yi Feng's question, and immediately answered his question. Seeing Yi Feng shoot the ancestor of the Mo family to death with an arrow, the chief steward of the Mo family felt a kind of fear towards Yi Feng, which made him subconsciously answer Yi Feng's question without any delay. Mo Jyoga's wife? Yi Feng looked at the woman with a pair of fox eyes in front of him, and felt that she was quite beautiful. It seemed that she was also a poor woman who was forced to marry by the Mo family in Nanling, just like Su Feiying. Thinking of this, Yi Feng smiled slightly, and said, "Girl, now that the Mo family has been destroyed, you can go home on your own." Yi Feng didn't know about the eldest son's wife instigating Mo Qingyue to deal with Su Feiying, but he regarded this woman as a pitiful person. The eldest son's wife, who was startled at first, couldn't help being stunned at this moment, and immediately reacted, "Yes, thank you for saving this son." Since the other party doesn't intend to deal with her, then of course what she has to do is to run away quickly, etc. Just when Yi Feng wanted to let the other party leave, the butler Missouri Rong stopped him, which made Yi Feng a little strange. Does Mo Rong have anything to say? As for the eldest son's wife, her heart skipped a beat. It's too bad. Humph, Mrs. Young Master, it's not that easy to run now, is it? Mo Rong sneered, stood beside Yi Feng, pointed at her with one hand, and asked scoldingly, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Yi, just now Mo Joga's younger sister flew up to the sky to fight against your master, and it was entirely at the hands of this woman. Instigate. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes as soon as he said this. Could it be that the woman in front of him is not a poor person, but a sycophant who wants to use the influence of the Mo family in Nanling to climb to the top? At this moment, Yi Feng caught the flash of hatred in the eyes of the eldest son's wife, and understood something in his heart. It seems that this woman is not a good thing. Of course, Yi Feng wouldn't just kill the other party in such a mindless manner. Needless to say, since this is the case, whoever takes me to the Mo family's treasure house, I will trust his words. How about it? Yi Feng laughed, and glanced at the two of them lightly. Like these two people, one is the big housekeeper of the Mo family in Nanling, and the other is the wife of the eldest son Mo Joga, so they should know something about the treasure house of the Mo family. And the two of them must be very coveted about the things in it. If they were only allowed to lead the way, they might miss some of them and let them swallow the remaining treasures by themselves. This is not what Yi Feng wants to see. The eldest son's wife and Mo Rong looked at each other, and they both hated each other. In the past, the two often had some conflicts of interest. After all, when the eldest son and wife wanted to get some benefits, the big butler would jump out and intervene. But now in front of Yi Feng, the conflict between the two could be considered to have completely erupted. Now that the Mo family is gone, no one will have a better life in the future. If this is the case, I will not let you have a better life. Both of them thought in this way, as long as whoever can bring more benefits to Yi Feng will most likely be disappointed with the other person, and thus won't make him feel better. The two of them had such thoughts, which was exactly what Yi Feng wanted to see. Master, come down. Yi Feng raised his head and sent his spiritual thoughts to Su Feiying, and soon, Su Feiying flew to Yi Feng's side with fluttering snow-white wings, and then retracted her wings. They are? Su Feiying looked at Mo Rong and the eldest son's wife with doubts in her eyes. Although she had met Mo Rong, the big housekeeper, she didn't know Mo Joga's later wife, and she didn't know what Yi Feng was going to do by grabbing these two. This is the chief manager of the Mo family, and this is the wife of the eldest son Mo Joga. Yi Feng introduced, and then smiled. They will take us to the treasure house of the Mo family. The Mo family has been the overlord of Nanling for so many years, and there should be quite a few survivors. Not only the treasures of heaven and earth, but there should also be many magical weapons of the same level as magical weapons and spiritual weapons. These can be brought back to equip the people of Peach Blossom Island. You must know a magic weapon that can improve the strength of the immortal cultivator much. For example, Yi Feng, if he didn't have the colorful dragon bow, he would definitely not be able to kill the ancestor of the Mo family in one fell swoop. Su Feiying nodded, without asking any other questions. She stretched out her snow-white delicate hands, and a pair of treasure-level daggers appeared in front of Yi Feng. These were treasure-level magic weapons obtained from Mo Qingyue. Master, you can hold and use this pair of short swords yourself first. Yi Feng shook his head, but did not take the pair of daggers. Now in Su Feiying's hands, she still used the spirit weapon level Snow Shadow Ribbon, but she also had a pair of heaven-splitting and shocking swords from the royal realm on her body. But now, she lent the pair of swords to Long Wanner and Su Menghan, each with a sword, and went to the wilderness realm to practice and find materials for condensing the young god. Therefore, apart from the Snow Shadow Streamer, Su Feiying has no other weapons in her hand. This pair of short swords are treasure level, better than the snow shadow streamer, and the power of swordsmanship can be many times stronger. No need, can't you use the dragon control technique? Su Feiying shook her head, and threw the pair of short swords to Yi Feng. Now that the Mo family has been destroyed, you can use the dragon control technique to condense my 3 souls and 7 souls into a dragon soul. The dragon soul condenses into a long sword to face the enemy. Right. Yi Feng nodded with a smile and didn't dwell on this matter. Indeed, every dragon sword made will eventually be condensed by Yi Feng with 3 souls and 7 souls to condense the soul of the dragon. As long as they have the soul of the dragon, they can use the soul of the dragon to condense a long sword and use it in battle. The long sword condensed from the soul of the dragon can increase the power of swordsmanship, which is comparable to a magic weapon of the fairy level. For the time being, there is no better magic weapon than the dragon soul long sword. After the discussion, Yi Feng and Su Feiying moved separately. Yi Feng followed the big housekeeper Mo Rong, and Su Feiying followed the eldest son's wife to search for the treasure stored by the Mo family. There are a total of 8 treasure houses in the entire Mo family mansion. This is what Mo Rong and the eldest son's wife have explained unanimously, so there should be nothing wrong. After splitting up, Yi Feng could see chaos in the entire Mo family's mansion everywhere, and all kinds of Mo family children ran for their lives. They all knew that after the death of the Mo family patriarch, the entire Nanling Mo family had survived in name only. If they don't run now, when will they wait? Master Yi, come with me first. After bypassing several buildings quickly, Mo Rong led Yi Feng towards the place where the ancestor of the Mo family practiced. The ancestor of the Mo family has a magic weapon of the level of a Taoist weapon. It is with this magic weapon that he can set up a formation under the Mo family mansion and make the Mo family mansion a blessed place. Mr. Yi, are you interested? Mo Rong put on a flattering look. Okay, take me to get it. Yi Feng nodded, he was quite interested in this. If he could get that magic weapon of Taoist level, the aura of heaven and earth on Peach Blossom Island would definitely be more intense. Following Mo Rong all the way, Yi Feng came to the center of the entire Mo family mansion. The closer he was to this center, the more Yi Feng could feel the rich aura of heaven and earth. It seems that the formation formed by the Nanling Mo family relying on the weapon-level magic weapon is indeed effective. Even if it is carried on the body, it can increase the speed of cultivation by a lot. However, the ancestors of the Mo family in Nanling were able to lay out a formation that accumulates the aura of heaven and earth, and their means are also extraordinary. You can see how the formation is arranged. Yi Feng made up his mind, and soon followed Mo Rong, entering the Mo family ancestral hall where few people could enter. This is the center of the entire Mo family's mansion, and it is also the place where the ancestors of the Mo family cultivated on weekdays. Few other people can enter it, and in the past 100 years, no one outside the Mo family has been able to enter it. Yi Feng walked into the Mo family patriarch hall, and felt that the aura of heaven and earth in this place was more intense than the surrounding area, and even almost reached the level of the cave. It has increased the cultivation speed of immortal cultivators by nearly 30%. The Mo family has good means. If the news spreads, this place may attract more powerful forces. The Mo family's strength alone will not be able to defend it. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This Mo family hides this very well, making outsiders mistakenly think that the Mo family's mansion is just a blessed place. I never thought that the central location has achieved the effect of a cave. This made Yi Feng look forward to the Taoist artifact and the formation that the ancestors of the Mo family deployed to accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even though Mo Rong is the current head steward of the Mo family in Nanling, he has never entered the Mo family's ancestral hall. Now that he enters, he can feel the strong aura of heaven and earth inside, and his expression can't help but change. Unexpectedly, the Mo family in Nanling, where he lives, has a hidden world. It's a pity that this ancestral hall only allows the direct line of the Mo family to enter, and the collateral members of the Mo family have no qualifications to enter it at all, which also allows this secret to be kept forever. Okay, you wait here, I'll go in and have a look, it may take a few days. Yi Feng was in the middle of the hall of the Patriarch Hall, and said to the big housekeeper, Mo Rong, calmly, during this time, don't let anyone in, unless my master is looking for me. If you ignore my order, you know the consequences. Master Yi, please. Mo Rong hurriedly smiled ingratiatingly, and stood still in the hall of the Patriarch Hall. With his current strength, ordinary Mo family children are really no match for him. If he guards the ancestral hall, no one can enter it. What's more, in normal times, the chief steward Mo Rong had always had some conflicts with the descendants of the direct line of the Mo family. Now that the ancestor of the Mo family died, he found a new backer, which might be a good thing. I just hope that I will do my best to help this young master Yi. Mo Rong made up his mind. Fortunately, in the past, he didn't embarrass Yi Feng, who had only 10 years of cultivation, and he didn't show any embarrassment to Su Feiying, and he respected the two of them from the beginning. After all, the two of them are the inheritance disciples of the lost sect, the Star Tomb sect, and they may have some means. Now it seems that his original guess has come true. Mo Rong stood still at the entrance of the Patriarch Hall, ready to guard here for a few days. One is to show obedience to Yi Feng's orders, and on the other hand, this place is so rich in aura, he can also get a lot of benefits from practicing here. The only thing he was worried about was that the eldest son's wife would bring the Mo family's treasury to Su Feiying. In this way, it's hard to say who Yi Feng would pay more attention to. Although it was Yi Feng's order to stay here, he couldn't figure out what Yi Feng was thinking. After thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he issued the order as the chief steward of the Mo family, and notified several of his confidants on weekdays. Now the entire Nanling Mo's mansion is in chaos, and Mo Rong's confidants are also in the same situation, but after coming for a while, they looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to what Mo Rong said. You stay here and don't allow anyone to enter, or you can practice here. Mo Rong said coldly, when the situation stabilizes, I will not forget you. Now that the Mo family is in crisis, it is good for you to practice here quietly and improve your strength. Remember, you are not allowed to enter the depths of the Patriarch Hall, otherwise I can't even save you. If you don't want your life, you can try. In normal times, these confidants were well trained by Mo Rong, each with a cultivation base of 160 to 70 years. In the Mo family in Nanling where Yi Feng killed all those who had cultivated for 200 years, these few people added together, really few people could break through. When several confidants were overjoyed and were practicing in the hall of the Patriarch Hall, Mo Rong ran out quickly. He wanted to go to several treasure houses and take out all the treasures in them, so as not to be caught by the eldest son's wife first. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to the chaos in the Mo family. Someone might find out about the situation here soon, so they would come to investigate and seek benefits. This has nothing to do with Yi Feng, because before those people arrived, he and Su Feiying must have taken away all the Mo family's possessions. He entered the depths of the Mo family's ancestral hall, and found an underground passage here. He didn't know where it led, but the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth emanating from it let Yi Feng know that the purpose of his trip was in the deepest part. He stepped onto the passage without encountering any obstacles, and came to an underground stone room smoothly. On weekdays, the ancestors of the Mo family would never leave the ancestral hall, so this place does not need any protection from institutions, allowing Yi Feng to easily enter it. This is the Great Spirit Gathering Formation. Yi Feng glanced, but saw that in the center of the underground stone room, a mysterious gathering spirit formation was operating naturally, absorbing and condensing all the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the nearby range into the entire Mo family mansion. In other words, they were all gathered in the Mo family patriarch hall. The aura of heaven and earth in other parts of the Mo family's mansion just permeated some from the patriarch's hall. The underground stone room of the patriarch's hall is the most essence of the entire Mo's mansion. The building of the patriarch hall has a not-so-weak barrier to prevent the detection of spiritual consciousness, but Yifeng discovered that his spiritual consciousness accompanied by the power of the earth-level space can easily penetrate the barrier that prevents the detection of spiritual consciousness. Soon, he knew what Mo Rong had done in the hall of the Mo family ancestor hall, so he couldn't help but twitched his lips and ignored it. This formation may really take several days to comprehend it. Yifeng looked at the Great Spirit Gathering formation in the center of the underground stone room. His eyes flashed with interest. If he could comprehend this Great Spirit Gathering formation, it would be of great benefit to his future development. 3 days passed quickly. At this moment, Yifeng and Su Feiying were sitting in the underground stone room of the Mo family's ancestral hall, feeling the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside, and at the same time comprehending the Great Spirit Gathering formation. It has to be said that although the current Nanling Mo family is not very strong, their ancestors are very talented. From this spirit gathering formation, Yifeng gained a great understanding. With his talent, it took a full 3 days to comprehend this gathering spirit formation, which shows how complicated this spirit gathering formation is. But now, Yifeng has completely understood this large spirit gathering formation. It turns out that the core of this large spirit gathering formation is a stone, which is the Taoist level magic weapon that Mo Rong, the chief steward of the Mo family, said. Yifeng didn't recognize this stone, but Su Feiying had heard of it. It was called the Jeweling Stone. It was extremely precious. When Su Feiying's master, that is, Yifeng's ancestor, was not dead, Su Feiying followed him to travel to many places. She once saw this beautiful spirit gathering at an auction in a big city in the world of cultivating immortals. Stone. In that auction, the Jeweling Stone was not an overly precious treasure, but it was sold at a high price of 30,000 cents, which was equivalent to 3 Halidi star sand. Unexpectedly, the Mo family in Nanling is so rich. However, it is very reasonable for this spirit-gathering colorful stone to be used by the ancestors of the Mo family in this way. After all, it can strengthen the strength of the entire Mo family. We will bring back the colorful stone of gathering spirits, and set up such a large formation of gathering spirits on Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng said to Su Feiying. Don't worry, the aura of heaven and earth is so strong here. How about we use the 3 souls and 7 souls to condense the dragon soul sword here? Su Feiying didn't take advantage of the magic weapon available, but she was rather anxious about it. Also, Yifeng nodded with a smile, and his divine sense probed out of the patriarch hall. These 3 days have passed, and the entire Mo family has been in chaos. Some of the Mo family's children who were afraid of being chased and killed by the enemy almost fled the Mo family's mansion on the same day. The younger ones just pack up and leave, but quite a few people searched the belongings of the elites of the Mo family who were killed by Yifeng and made a fortune. Regarding these, Yifeng did not pay attention to them. Mo Rong and the eldest son's wife brought many benefits to Yifeng and Su Feiying respectively, and emptied all the treasures in the 8 treasure houses of the Mo family in one fell swoop. In order to curry favor with Yifeng, the 2 of them didn't keep anything for themselves. Obviously they hoped that Yifeng would give them some benefits in return. At this moment, Mo Rong had already sent his confidants away with his belongings, and they were quietly guarding in the hall of the patriarch hall, and the eldest son's wife was the same. In the entire Mo family mansion in Nanling, probably only these 2 people are the most calm. The rest of the Mo family children are all worried about the future path in their hearts. When Yifeng and Su Feiying began to practice the dragon control technique in the underground stone room of the patriarch hall, and condensed Su Feiying's 3 souls and 7 souls into a dragon soul sword, finally several groups of people came to the Nanling Mountains after the chaos. family mansion. The leader of this group of people is obviously the people from Tianshaman. Most of the elites of the Tianshaman sect were beheaded by Yi Feng and Su Feiying in the process of ambushing the Baidian Sword Academy. At this time, the strength of the entire sect dropped drastically. However, at this time all the powerful sects in Nanling, such as Baixianjian Academy, were exploring in the legendary tombs, and they couldn't spare any manpower for a while, so they couldn't come to Mo's house in Nanling in time. The leader of the Tianshaman was an old man who was blind in one eye. He was dressed in a red cloth robe and looked strange and evil. On his back was a long iron-blooded knife exuding a bloodthirsty aura. He is exactly the head of today's shaman, Feng Yin Zi, with 220 years of cultivation. Feng Yin Zi is still quite a courageous person, and has been planting an inner ghost in Mo's house in Nanling. When he heard that such a change happened in Mo's house in Nanling, he immediately led all the disciples of Tiansha sect and rushed to Nanling. Ling Mo's house. The patriarch of the Mo family in Nanling died, and he knew that the situation in the whole Nanling would immediately change drastically. At this moment, if his Tianshaman wants to continue to exist, and even develop by leaps and bounds, it must be more aggressive than other sections. Just be fast. I hope that those who killed the ancestors of the Mo family have not left, but they can support them and control the entire Nanling. Thinking in his heart, Feng Yin Zi led hundreds of people from the entire Tiansha sect, and finally arrived at the Mo family's mansion in Nanling. Since some Tiansha sect disciples have only 10 or 20 years of cultivation and cannot fly, the old man, Feng Yin Zi, can only run with them for 3 days. I can come here. Arriving now, Feng Yin Zi doesn't think it's too late. On the contrary, if he arrives too early, the people who killed the ancestor of the Mo family might think that they want to rob the Mo family's property. Up. Now that 3 days have passed, the Mo family's belongings should have been robbed long ago, and Feng Yin Zi brought the entire Tiansha sect disciples to the Mo family's mansion again, showing his sincerity. Feng Yin Zi led the disciples of the Tiansha sect to search the huge Mo family mansion, and soon found some remaining Mo family disciples, and arrested them one after another. Under the leadership, none of these Mo family children can escape. Soon, Feng Yin Zi brought the guardians of the Tiansha gate to the Mo family patriarch hall, and met Mo Rong, the eldest son, and his wife, who were guarding the hall of the patriarch hall. As soon as he saw Mo Rong, Feng Yin Zi, the old man's only remaining one eye, flashed a gleam of brilliance. The big housekeeper is still there. It seems that this guy must have taken refuge in those people who killed the ancestors of the Mo family. Mo Rong, may I ask where are the seniors who killed the ancestor of the Mo family and killed Nanling? Feng Yin Zi immediately cupped his fists and asked Mo Rong. Seeing the old man in the red cloth robe, Mo Rong sneered inwardly. To put it in a bad way, the head of the heavenly demon sect in front of him is just taking advantage of his random thoughts to make a living. Sorry, they are very busy, please go back to the head. Mo Rong said indifferently. With his cultivation base, he is not afraid of Feng Yin Zi, who has a cultivation base 10 years lower than him. Although this Feng Yin Zi brought many people from Tiansha sect, there is still the terrifying Yi Feng in the depths of the patriarch hall. Mo Rong is not afraid of this Feng Yin Zi rushing in. In this case, the junior is waiting here. Feng Yin Zi laughed, and even led a group of people to guard the gate of the patriarch hall. With such a group of elite disciples from the Tiansha sect, it really is impossible for a fly to fly in. Mo Rong watched in the hall of the patriarch's hall, and sneered in his heart, but he didn't go out to say anything. After all, the other side has a lot of people, and evil spirits are not easy to provoke. Let's talk about everything when Yi Feng and his master come out. When the old man, Feng Yin Zi, led people to guard the gate of the patriarch hall, Yi Feng certainly noticed it all at once, but he didn't care. Anyway, all the belongings of the Mo family in Nanling are in Yi Feng's bag now, and he and Su Feiying can leave once the matter here is settled. As for the wives of Sha Fengxia, Mo Rong, and Mo Jioga, it has nothing to do with Yi Feng. In the underground stone room of the Mo family's ancestral hall, Yi Feng was performing the dragon control technique with ease, condensing Su Feiying's 3 souls and 7 souls into the soul of the dragon. To Yi Feng's surprise, he and Su Feiying's hearts and minds were incomparably compatible. When the 3 souls and 7 souls were condensed, they didn't encounter any obstacles at all. One must know that Yi Feng spent a lot of energy when training Yuechan back then, but now when he casts the dragon control technique on Su Feiying, it goes so smoothly. From this point of view, Su Feiying already had 100% trust in Yi Feng. Time passed by every minute and every second, the sun rose and set and rose again, and 2 days passed by. In the early morning of this day, Su Feiying was finally able to skillfully control the dragon's soul in her body, and let it absorb all kinds of treasures stored in Yi Feng's body, raising the cultivation level of the dragon's soul to 60 years. The soul of the dragon absorbs the treasures of heaven and earth, and the speed of improving cultivation base is half of that of a cultivator, but the speed in front of him is already very terrifying. The key is of course that Yi Feng has too many treasures stored in heaven and earth. In addition to getting another batch from the Mo family in Nanling, even Yi Feng himself, as long as the upper limit of his cultivation is high enough, he can easily reach 200 years of cultivation. But at this moment, what made Yi Feng even more excited was that the dragon heart in his body had finally absorbed enough emotional power, and was about to start the final transformation. This is thanks to the various cultivators who were attracted by the death of the ancestor of the Mo family in Nanling in the past few days, gathered in the mansion of the Mo family in Nanling, and brought about endless emotional changes. Now everyone in Mo's family in Nanling is full of different emotions such as excitement, apprehension, longing, etc., allowing Yi Feng's dragon heart to quickly absorb emotional power. The 9th level of change, Qi. Yi Feng snorted softly, but saw that the dragon heart in the center of his dantian finally transformed into a complete oriental dragon. The dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon teeth, and dragon head were all lifelike. At the moment when the dragon heart completed its 9th transformation, Yi Feng seemed to feel a fierce dragon's roar spreading from the depths of his soul, which made his whole state of mind more clear. My strength has risen to another level. Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly. Now, even if he faced the enemy head-on, he could still fight against the existence of 320 years of cultivation. For the strong. Even against a strong man with 400 years of cultivation, Yi Feng relies on the blood shield, and the opponent can't do anything to him for a while, let alone Yi Feng has a killer ready, that is, in a different space void vines absorbing the power of space. That is the existence that even the killers and stars in the third-class world feel afraid of. Yi Feng's strength has increased greatly, and he is full of confidence. It seems that it is time to put away the gathering spirit stone and go to other places in the world of immortality, to buy some storage rings and the like. There are many monks in Peach Blossom Island now, except that their cultivation is not bad, they are not comparable to those in the world of immortality. With the same level of cultivation, the monks on Peach Blossom Island might not be the opponents of those cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals. After all, these people have the worst magic weapons at the level of magical weapons, which can increase the power of their own immortal arts by several %. The improvement of Peach Blossom Island's overall strength is still inseparable from Yi Feng's efforts here. After all, there is no one on Peach Blossom Island who can refine magic weapons by himself. Soon, Yi Feng included the spirit gathering stone in the dragon sword token. Without the effect of the spirit-gathering colorful stone, the entire spirit-gathering formation immediately lost its effect, and even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Mo's house in Nanling began to gradually scatter. But this has nothing to do with Yi Feng. Master, is there a relatively large city near here that can buy enough magic weapons for storage? Yi Feng asked Su Feiying. Su Feiying is more familiar with the world of cultivating immortals than Yi Feng. There is a big city 10,000 miles to the north, Xuanhuan City, we can go there. Su Feiying thought for a while and replied, but suddenly felt something, and frowned slightly. Wait, something seems to have happened outside, maybe we should go out and have a look. Yi Feng made a sound in doubt, but as his spiritual sense detected outside the Mo family patriarch hall, he also frowned. Today's Mo family in Nanling has become a place where major sects gather. Apart from Tian shaman, many other sects have rushed over in the past few days, and they seem to want to gain some benefits from it. But these sects, including Tian shaman, have been completely subdued before they can gain any substantial benefits. Such a big event in Nanling naturally alarmed the cultivators in several nearby areas. Just now, 2 casual cultivators with a cultivation base of 300 years came to Mo's house in Nanling and sent all sects in Mo's mansion. All the monks were driven out. Even many who wanted to resist were ruthlessly killed by these 2 casual cultivators. You must know that these 2 casual cultivators have 300 years of cultivation. If the ancestors of the Mo family were here, they might not dare to act recklessly, but now, there is nothing to stop them. Finally, get rid of these miscellaneous hairs, it seems that no one will stop us. One of the bald-headed monks with his upper body bare, squinted his lips and glanced at the trembling monks from various sects around Nanling. In the entire Nanling Mo's mansion, many monks from various sects in Nanling had fallen down, bleeding. It was a miserable scene. Beside the bald monk is a quite enchanting woman. A pair of winking eyes seems to be able to attract the soul of a man, but it is a pity that it is this woman who killed dozens of Nanling monks with her own hands, and let the Mo family mansion blood flowed like a river. The patriarch of the Mo family is actually dead. God has helped us both. It seems that we can occupy this place and control the entire Nanling. The enchanting woman said seductively, and walked towards the patriarch hall in the center of Mo's mansion, together with the strong, bald monk. Because the patriarch hall has the effect of shielding the spiritual consciousness of the cultivators, even if the 2 have 300 years of cultivation, they don't know what is in the patriarch hall. They used to wonder about the secrets in the Mo family mansion, but now that the ancestor of the Mo family was beheaded, they can finally take a look. Even if the group who killed the ancestor of the Mo family appeared, they might not be able to deal with the 2 of them. You must know that they are all strong men with 300 years of cultivation. In the hall of the patriarch hall, Sha Fengxia, Mo Rong, and the eldest son's wife all looked out nervously. The bald monk and the enchanting woman approached, their faces pale. It turned out that these 2 people came. For Sha Fengxia, Mo Rong, and the eldest son's wife, these 2 guys, with 300 years of cultivation in front of them, couldn't be more familiar. The bald man, nicknamed Black Light, is a well-known casual cultivator in Nanling and several nearby areas. Together with his spouse Yaoying, he is also called Black Light Yaoying. He does not belong to any faction, but his strength is quite powerful. As long as there is any news of the birth of a natural material and an earthly treasure nearby, these 2 people will definitely come, unless the birth of a natural material and an earthly treasure cannot catch their eyes. The reason why these 2 people have been doing casual cultivation is because there is no fixed force, and there are already owners in this nearby area, such as the Mo family in Nanling. When the ancestor of the Mo family and others were still there, how could they dare to come to the Mo family's mansion in Nanling to play wild? But now, the death of the ancestor of the Mo family gave the Black Light Demon and Shadow 2 an excellent opportunity. If they grasp this opportunity well, with their cultivation base, they can easily take the entire Nanling area as their own. Unfortunately, they didn't come at the right time, because Yi Feng and Su Feiying hadn't left yet. I'm afraid these 2 people didn't expect that the person who killed the ancestor of the Mo family would still have the courage to stay here. After all, in a short while, other regional leaders must come to investigate the matter here. You must know that there are many sects around here who have good relations with the Mo family. Even if the ancestor of the Mo family dies, there will definitely be sects who will send their confidants to try to take charge of Nanling, and it is impossible to hand it over to the one who killed the ancestor of the Mo family. People. What to do? They are here. Mo Rong was the first to react, and his face darkened. With the strength of the three of them now, it is absolutely impossible to fight against the black light demon. At this time, of course, you two men should stand in front. The eldest son's wife's face was also pale, her cultivation base was the lowest, it was impossible for her to rush forward to resist the opponent. At this moment, she said the words for Mo Rong and Sha Fengxie to resist without blushing. After all, Yi Feng and Su Feiying are still below, if they don't resist for a while, Yi Feng might be blamed. Even the ancestor of the Mo family could be killed by Yi Feng with one arrow. The black light demon in front of him might not be Yi Feng's opponent, but it is not certain. After all, the ancestor of the Mo family was killed because of Yi Feng's sneak attack. Go out and stop the black light demon. It's not the opponent of this man and a woman. If you don't go out to stop, I'm afraid Yi Feng and Su Feiying will blame me. Mo Rong and Sha Fengxie are undoubtedly in a dilemma. I'm going to fight them. Sha Fengxie gritted his teeth, a ruthless look flashed in his one eye. He asked the remaining hundreds of people from his Tian shaman to guard outside, but now the black light demon came over and drove away all the disciples of the Tian shaman, and killed several elites among them. This made Sha Fengxie feel great hatred, but his cultivation base was far worse than that of black light Yaoying, and it was basically impossible for him to seek revenge. Unless you let Yi Feng take action, but if you let him know that Yi Feng also killed the elite disciples of his Tian shaman who went out to attack the Baidian Sword Academy, I am afraid his expression will be very exciting. Sha Fengxie's heart skipped a beat, and he walked to the door of the Patriarch's hall, where the red cloth-robed figure blocked the black light demon and shadow at once. He held the iron-blooded long knife behind his back in his hand, and faced the black light and Yaoying fiercely. If you want to pass this place, first ask Lao Tzu's Dao Tong if he agrees. Sha Fengxie was already dying, anyway, the entire Tiansha sect existed in name only, and he wanted to take this opportunity to rise up, but he didn't expect such a change, which really made him powerless. Now, instead of trying to survive, it's better to take a gamble. If Yi Feng and Su Feiying appear, then he can be rescued and get Yi Feng's appreciation. Ha ha. Heguang, the bald man, looked at Sha Fengxie's one-eyed and bloody long knife, stood still at the gate of the Patriarch Hall, and laughed wildly. Aunt, I will give you 3 chances to attack me, and I will never fight back, but 3 times after that, it's your time of death. Sha Fengxie was not annoyed at being underestimated by others, but calmly thought about the current situation. The black light gave him time for 3 moves, which is undoubtedly very beneficial to him, because with the time for these 3 moves, it is easier for him to wait until Yi Feng and Su Feiying appear. Okay, pay attention, the first move. Sha Fengxie swung the long knife in his hand horizontally, gathering the true energy in his whole body, and aimed at the bald man in front of him, and slashed out with a burst of knife energy. With 220 years of cultivation, Sha Fengxie's saber aura is quite powerful. In addition, the iron-blooded long saber in his hand is also a treasure-level magic weapon, which has enhanced the power of the saber technique a lot. It's a pity that seeing such a burst of saber energy, Heguang laughed and didn't pay attention at all. Black Wind Shield. Heguang laughed loudly, raised one hand, and a Zhenqi shield, glowing with black light, appeared in front of him, looking indestructible. The saber chi of evil wind and evil slashed horizontally on the shield of true energy, glowing with black light. Is too big. But just when Heguang was about to close his move, he suddenly felt awe-inspiring aura sweeping towards his face. Not good. Heguang was startled, thinking of the many rumors in the Mo family's mansion. The ancestor of the Mo family was killed by a multicolored arrow that shattered out of the void, and the situation he is facing now seems to be the same. Yaoying, help me. He Guang roared, not panicked, but full of confidence, with a sneer on his ferocious face. The ancestor of the Mo family has only one person, and his strength is limited, but now he came with Yaoying, which is much stronger than the ancestor of the Mo family. Moreover, he and Yaoying are both authentic 300-year-old powerhouses, while the ancestor of the Mo family is still a little short of the 300-year cultivation base. Yaoying didn't hesitate at all when he heard the words. The charming and enchanting look on his face didn't diminish at all, but his eyes became serious. She knew that He Guang seldom spoke to her in this tone, and now, it was obvious that He Guang was in some trouble and needed her help. But she was very surprised that a mere head of the Tiansha sect, with a cultivation base of 220 years, could threaten the black light. Soon, the black wind shield of the black light, and the defensive fairy technique, displayed by the ghost, enveloped the two of them at the same time. With the defensive methods that the two of them are currently displaying, even those with 350 years of cultivation, the strong, I am afraid it will be difficult to crush it with a single blow. He Guang immediately felt relieved. At this moment, a multicolored arrow shattered the void, appeared only a few feet away from him, and swept towards him with an extremely powerful aura. Well done! He Guang laughed loudly, confident in the joint defense of himself and Yaoying. But soon, his laughter stopped abruptly. When the black wind shield and Yaoying's true energy shield blocked the black light together, a multicolored arrow broke through the space and appeared in front of the black light. This arrow carries a frightening and tyrannical force of space, and it seems to have a destructive momentum. He Guang was laughing to himself, but found that in front of this multicolored arrow, his and Yaoying's defensive methods were completely like paper, and they were pierced by it as soon as they touched it. Even the tyrannical power of the colorful arrows penetrated into their bodies through the Jinqi shield instead, making the flow of Jinqi all over their bodies stagnant. Puff! The arrow pierced through the air, piercing He Guang's forehead in an instant, and then the whole arrow exploded, and the tyrannical force of space blasted He Guang's entire body into pieces. Seeing her longtime partner encounter such a tragic situation in front of her, the alluring and charming woman was stunned. That arrow is so terrifying. This is definitely not the work of Sha Fengxie, the head of the Tiansha sect with a cultivation base of 220 years. She didn't react until now, but it was already too late. Since the place where the arrow blasted was very close to her, the spreading power of space instantly involved her. Fortunately, these powers of space were the participation after killing the black light. When Yaoying condensed his true energy with all his strength and gathered his true energy shield in front of him, he barely resisted these forces of space. But even so, Yaoying was seriously injured by the arrow, and he would not be able to exert half of his strength in the next period of time. This gave her a bad premonition in her heart, and she became alert with all her mind, and her divine sense spread to detect the surrounding situation. At the gate of the Patriarch Hall, Sha Fengxie, who was about to launch the second move, was suddenly stunned. The arrow just now was the one that killed the ancestor of the Mo family. He was afraid for a while. Now it seems that this black light demon is far from being the opponent of Yi Feng, who killed the ancestor of the Mo family. Because Mo Rong, the chief steward of the Mo family, watched Yi Feng shoot the arrow, they knew that it was Yi Feng who killed the ancestor of the Mo family. When Mo Rong said this, Sha Fengxie and the eldest son's wife didn't quite believe it. But there is no need for Mo Rong to lie to them in this regard. Now it seems that it is so. Sha Fengxie immediately felt lucky. Fortunately he stood up in time. If Yi Feng intends to take charge of the Nanling area, he will definitely choose some confidants to serve as his subordinates. Now that he is standing up, Sha Fengxie should be able to catch his eyes. Mo Rong and the eldest son's wife felt remorse in their hearts. They would have stood with Sha Fengxie at the gate of the Patriarch Hall if they knew it earlier, and blocked the two black light demons. That way they would have a chance to show themselves. Although Yaoying is still alive, in the eyes of Sha Fengxia, Immortal, the eldest son's wife and others, it is equivalent to death, because they can be sure that there is only one Yaoying who is seriously injured and is definitely not Yifeng's opponent. In such a short period of time, the young Yifeng, who had only been cultivated for 10 years, had grown to such an extent, which was simply unprecedented for them. No, not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it. Immortal cultivators in this world can practice at such a speed. What's more, Yifeng obviously only has 160 years of cultivation, so it's really unimaginable that he can defeat the existence of 300 years of cultivation so easily. There is no doubt that Yifeng and Su Feiying must have had an adventure in the past 2 years. But no matter who it is impossible to think that Yifeng's adventure is the opportunity to get the experience of inheriting the dragon sword. Even a chance to practice has made Yifeng advance so quickly, not to mention that if he really becomes the heir of the dragon sword, his strength will increase incomparably terrifying. The 9th stage of the transformation of the dragon heart is complete, and it's time for me to go back to the tomb of the dragon sword to complete my experience, and it's not too late. Yifeng's figure appeared at the door of the Patriarch Hall, and the sound transmission said to Su Feiying beside him, "Leave this person to me to deal with. After the matter is over, I have to go to the legendary tomb to see the people from the Northern Sky Sword Academy. Maybe we can pull a big force out of Nanling." Su Feiying said. "Okay, Master, be careful yourself. If you are in danger, you can use the maid's pendant to open the teleportation channel. I believe that no one in the entire area around Nanling can stop you from teleporting away through this method." Yifeng smiled and nodded. What is contained in the maid's pendant is the power of the mysterious space, but even if it is only the power of the mysterious space, let alone the entire Nanling, even the entire world of cultivating immortals, no one can comprehend it. The power of space is mysterious and mysterious. If it is not an extremely talented existence and happens to come into contact with that level of space power, otherwise it is impossible to have the slightest chance to comprehend it. Even with Yifeng's cultivation talent at this level, if he wants to comprehend the power of mysterious space, the time he needs to spend is probably enough to raise him to 1,000 years of cultivation. As for the entire world of cultivating immortals, up to now, there is not a single strong person who has attained the Dao realm. It can be seen that the power of Xian-level space is already an advanced existence in the world of cultivating immortals. Su Feiying has a maid in her hand, and she can escape even the strongest opponent. As for the seriously injured Yaoying in front of her, Su Feiying should be able to deal with it now. After all, her 3 souls and 7 souls have been refined by Yifeng into the soul of the dragon. In this way, she can also summon the soul of the dragon and try to turn it into the sword of the dragon soul. Su Feiying's divine dragon soul was called Concubine Ying's dragon soul by Yifeng. In front of such a tyrannical existence like Yaoying, Yifeng and Su Feiying chatted and laughed happily. Soon, Yifeng activated the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and along with the power of the yellow-level space he had comprehended, opened a space passage towards the north. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng stepped into the space channel and disappeared in front of everyone. This scene surprised Sha Fengxia, Immortal, the eldest son's wife, and the injured Yaoying. Judging from the aura emanating from the space channel opened up by the young man Yifeng, this space I am afraid that the channel can go thousands of miles away in one fell swoop. What is Yifeng going to do thousands of miles away to the north? You know, the farther north you go, the closer you are to the center of the entire world of cultivating immortals, the stronger the cultivators there will be. This Yifeng, at best, has only 160 years of cultivation. It's okay to meet someone with 300 years of cultivation, maybe he can deal with it easily, but if he meets someone with 400 years, 500 years, or even higher guy, I'm afraid Yifeng won't be able to deal with it, right? But they didn't have time to think about it. Because in front of her, the snow-white Su Feiying glanced at the seriously injured Yao Ying who had landed on the ground. This woman has 300 years of cultivation. For Feiying, it was still quite a challenge to deal with her opponent. For Yi Feng, he is no longer interested in knowing the situation in Nanling. What he has to do now is to return to the Tomb of Dragon Sword and complete the experience that Senior Wu Xian told him. Each generation of the Dragon Sword successor, that is, the holder of the Dragon Sword, will go through the experience of condensing the Dragon Heart, because in this way, at certain critical moments, the Dragon Heart will help the master calm his mind. For example, once Yi Feng encounters an irresistible crisis and gets upset, or hears some bad news that makes him feel irritable, the Dragon Heart will help him calm down. You must know that each generation of Dragon Sword Masters has an extremely difficult road to go, and they will encounter countless difficulties. If the willpower is not strong enough and the mind is not concentrated enough, it is easy to fall down on this road. It is precisely because of these experiences that every generation of Dragon Sword wielders has the possibility to become the strongest in this world. Yi Feng activated the Eye of Wind and Thunder, teleporting a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. The entire immortal cultivation world is so vast that it is hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the entire Earth. The distance of more than 1,000 kilometers is only barely enough to leave the Nanling area. There is still a long way to go to the center of the entire world of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng didn't stop, he had to go back to the Tomb of Dragon Sword as quickly as possible to complete the experience, so as to proceed to the next experience. Along the way, Yi Feng will definitely meet many immortal cultivators from the world of cultivating immortals, but he does not intend to communicate with them. As for the storage rings, magic weapons, and other things to be brought to Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng has already handed them over to Su Feiying. As long as the things here are done, Su Feiying should find a quiet place to concentrate on Yangshan. With her talent, it may take about a year to condense the Yangshan. Maybe it will be shorter because she has practiced the Dragon Sword art, but it is not too short. This is definitely not something that can be done in a short time. Now on Yi Feng, only the natural materials and earth treasures that he needs to use are left, and the rest are all handed over to Su Feiying. After she has traded enough storage rings and other things, return to Peach Blossom Island to distribute to everyone. Using the maid's pendant, Su Feiying could easily go to Yi Feng's side without worrying about not being able to return to Earth. Soon, Yi Feng covered a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, and finally approached the center of the entire immortal cultivation world. The Tomb of the Dragon Sword should not be far away. If it were a different person, it would be absolutely impossible to travel from Nanling to the center of the immortal cultivation realm so quickly. You must know that even if people in the cultivation immortal realm can move instantly, they can only teleport hundreds of kilometers away at once, and their true energy will be exhausted. Generally speaking, people in the world of cultivating immortals will never teleport a distance of hundreds of kilometers at once, otherwise, when they appear, their true energy will be exhausted, and they will have no chance to resist when they encounter danger. And people in the world of cultivating immortals are not like Yi Feng, who can replenish their true energy anytime and anywhere. Things like Luotian water are completely rare things in the world of cultivating immortals. Few people in the world of cultivating immortals probably have them. Yi Feng did not use the Dragon Sword order to directly teleport back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, because he still wanted to see what was going on around the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. The Luoha immortal sect where Yuechan belongs, because of the broken Luoha 9 cauldrons, the suzerain Xiaoyao was beheaded by Yi Feng on Earth. The current situation may not be good. Although Yuechan doesn't like the suzerain Xiaoyao, there are still a few friends who care about Luoha Xianzong. She once told Yi Feng that it would be great if they could be recruited into the lineup of Peach Blossom Island up. That's why Yi Feng came over to take a look. Anyway, using the Eye of Wind and Thunder to teleport would not waste much time. Soon, the mountain where Luoha Xianzong was located appeared in front of Yi Feng. It is a continuous mountain peak, and on one of the highest peaks stands the location of the Luoha Xianzong. The birthplace of the Luoha Xianzong is the Luoha River, and the Luoha River is in this continuous mountain range. For a long time. Huh? It seems a little bleak. Feeling the breath coming from the air, Yifeng frowned slightly, knowing that the current situation of Luoha Xianzong might not be a second. If there are immortal cultivators in a place who have been cultivating, the spiritual energy produced by their cultivation can be easily felt by others, so they feel that this place has spirituality. But if there is no cultivation of immortals in a place, then its decadence can also be felt by immortals. Yifeng felt right now that there seemed to be not many living people left in the entire Luoha immortal sect. Well. Yifeng flew forward and quickly sighed. Sure enough, after losing Luoha Jioding and Suzerain Xiaoyao, Luoha Xianzong became a weak existence in the surrounding area. And this weak existence actually occupies a treasured place. Of course everyone is jealous. Therefore, it is quite normal for the people of Luoha Xianzong to be expelled. However, the current Luoha Xianzong's buildings are broken, and the square is full of dead disciples of the sect. It seems that they have not been cleaned up. This action to destroy the Luoha Xianzong seems to have just ended, and no one has come to take over this place. In other words, the forces that wiped out the Luoha Xianzong are discussing with each other how to share this treasured practice land, and they haven't sent personnel to clean it up yet. Yifeng's spiritual consciousness enveloped the ruins of the entire Luoha Xianzong building. From these ruins, it can be seen how tragic the battle to destroy the Luoha immortal sect was. At least with Yifeng's cultivation base, he could not cause such damage. After all, the most powerful people in the surrounding area are all existences with 700 or 800 years of cultivation, much stronger than Yifeng. I'm afraid that none of the disciples of Luoha Xianzong escaped. Yifeng flew in the air, shook his head, and sighed. Who? Suddenly, an alert voice came from the ruins of the building not far away, and then 3 middle-aged practitioners in gray robes flew out of it. Yifeng took a look and frowned slightly. These 3 were all strong men with 400 or 500 years of cultivation, and they seemed to be from another sect not far from Luoha immortal sect. Yifeng's cultivation was low, and he was soon surrounded by 3 people. Who are you? Report your name. A middle-aged Taoist priest headed by the other party snarled, with a fierce look on his face. He had just killed many disciples of the Luoha immortal sect, and they were still immersed in the atmosphere of killing. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Yifeng said lightly, even though he couldn't beat the 3 existences with 400 or 500 years of cultivation head-on, he wasn't afraid. 3 people. Since he promised to Achan that if he wanted to find a few friends who practiced with her, he would not break his promise unless the other party was already dead. He will never leave like this until he finds the other party's body. Anyway, it didn't take him too much time. Yifeng is here now, just wanting to rescue several months' chance friends, or find their bodies. If the few people in front of him want to stop them, Yifeng will not give them a good face. 3 immortal cultivators with more than 400 years of cultivation surrounded Yifeng in the center, and were about to say something when the expression of the middle-aged Taoist priest who was the leader suddenly changed. It's you. The middle-aged Taoist gave a soft drink, and quickly said to the other 2, let's go. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the other 2 to react, the middle-aged Taoist turned around and left. Not only the other 2 cultivators, but even Yifeng himself was taken aback. What's going on? Could it be that the middle-aged Taoist knew him? Perhaps, when Yifeng first went to Luoha Xianzong Square to rescue Yuachan, he was seen by this middle-aged Taoist priest. But even so, the middle-aged Taoist shouldn't be so afraid of him. Although the other 2 immortal cultivators didn't know why the senior brother turned around and left like this, but since the senior brother said so, they would not stay alone. You know, their middle-aged Taoist brothers have always handled things in an orderly manner, and now they are asked to retreat immediately, and he even turned around and ran away. There must be something special about the young people surrounded by the three of them in front of him. Judging from his cultivation base of only 160 years, it should not be because of his strength. In that case, could it be that this guy has some special background? However, it stands to reason that their sects are considered top in the entire world of cultivating immortals. What kind of background does this young man in front of him have? Could it be that he is a member of the 3 sects and 7 sects? There are 3 sects and 7 sects in the world of cultivating immortals, which are the 10 strongest sects in the world. What Yifeng knew before, the sect that has the profound eyes for thousands of years is one of the 3 sects, controlling more than 1/5 of the entire world of cultivating immortals. The strength of the other 2 sects is about the same as that of the sect with thousands of years of profound ice. As for the 7 sects, they are slightly weaker, but they are also stronger than the Luoha Xianzong. The existence of 700 or 800 years of cultivation is at most just an elder among the 3 sects and 7 sections. This is the gap between the 3 sects and 7 sects and Luoha Xianzong. If they come from the 3 sects and 7 sects, then they are indeed not opponents. The 2 immortal cultivators looked at each other, followed closely by their senior brother, that is, the middle-aged Taoist priest, turned and left without any hesitation. None of the people who live in the world of cultivating immortals will have a bad brain. The situation in front of them is obviously suspicious. Instead of killing a small character with a cultivation base of 160 years, it is better to be on the safe side and find out the identity of the other party first. Besides, baffling. Yifeng shook his head, ignored those 3 guys, and went straight down to the ruins of Luoha Xianzong's building, detected it with a powerful divine sense, and began to search for something. Not far away, the middle-aged Taoist priest flew a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, his 2 juniors followed up and asked one after another, "Senior brother, who was that guy just now? He only has 160 years of cultivation, why are you afraid of him? Could it be that he is a member of the 3 sects and 7 sects? But I didn't see the marks of the 3 sects and 7 sects on him." The 2 juniors asked puzzledly. In this world, there are only forces at the level of the 3 sects and 7 sects that can make them fearful. Humph, it's not from the 3 sects and 7 sects, but this kid has something to do with the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. We'd better not provoke him. The middle-aged Taoist snorted coldly, and said, "A lesson, why do you think Luoha Xianzong will be destroyed now?" As soon as these words came out, the 2 Taoist junior brothers were shocked. Could it be that this young man is related to the destruction of the Luoha Immortal sect? In addition, the Tomb of the Dragon Sword is a place that no one has been able to enter for thousands of years. How could this young man? What you shouldn't know, don't ask too much, be careful. The middle-aged Taoist scolded, but didn't have too many words. As a sect master, this middle-aged Taoist priest is very aware of the capabilities of the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are legends about the successor of the Dragon Sword. The most important thing is that someone once saw with their own eyes that the Luoha Jioding was torn apart in front of this young man, and even the head of the Luoha Immortal sect had nothing to do with this kid. You must know that Xiaoyao, the suzerain of Luoha Xianzong, is a tyrannical existence with 700 years of cultivation. What happened after that was even more unimaginable. Xiaoyao disappeared strangely one day, and he couldn't even find his shadow. Other members of the Luoha Xianzong wanted to conceal the news at first, but they couldn't contain the fire. Soon, some disciples of the Luoha Xianzong went to other sects to surrender, and explained the current situation of the Luoha Xianzong. The 9 cauldrons were shattered, and the suzerain disappeared. This is tantamount to giving the surrounding sects an excellent opportunity to occupy the resources of the entire Luoha Xianzong, allowing them to develop and strengthen themselves. As a result, Luoha Xianzong became ruins under the siege of several major sects around it. After a while, Yifeng shook his head and flew up from the ruins of the Luoha Immortal sect's buildings. He just searched the surrounding area, but he didn't find a living Luoha Immortal sect disciple. However, within the scope of the ruins, there are not many corpses. It seems that the disciples of Luoha Xianzong surrendered and joined other sects, seeing that the situation was not right. For such surrender personnel, other sects are naturally welcome, not only can strengthen their own strength, but also don't need to spend any treasures to cultivate. For those who surrender, of course, they are rarely reused in their sects, and they don't even get the cultivation resources that they should have under the corresponding cultivation level. Surrendering would only allow them to temporarily save their lives and become thugs of their sect's top leaders. So under such circumstances, there are still many disciples of the Luoha Immortal sect who would rather die than follow. Among them are those friends of Yuechan. When poor Yifeng saw them, the bodies of those people had been burned to ashes, and he could only vaguely feel the traces of their souls. Since they had been dead for a while, their souls began to scatter, and they lost consciousness long ago. This shows that the world of cultivating immortals eats the weak and the strong. Seeing this situation, Yifeng had no choice but to give up, turned around and flew in the direction of Dragon Sword's tomb. It's time to complete the experience of the Dragon Heart, and I don't know what the next experience will be. Yifeng shook his head. He didn't make random guesses. He will know what the content is in due course. Soon, he returned to the center of the whole world of cultivating immortals, where the aura of heaven and earth was the strongest. The 9 dragon pillars still stood by the lake, looking mighty and extraordinary. The more contact with the dragon sword inheritance, the more Yifeng can feel the power contained in these 9 dragon pillars. In today's world of cultivating immortals, no one can forcibly break through the formation formed by these 9 dragon pillars. Yifeng activated the power of the dragon sword order, opened the shielding formation, and entered the dragon sword tomb. In the hall of the Wuxian Shenlong, Yifeng stood in the center. In front of him is still the maid Wuxian who appeared last time. It seems that the dragon soul of the maid Wuxian is very naughty. Every time the dragon soul is not there, only the maid Wuxian appears to respond. The heart of the dragon has been condensed so quickly? Maid Wuxian was quite surprised when she saw Yifeng appear. One must know that before Yifeng, those practitioners of the dragon sword inheritance had to pass nearly a year for each of them to have 9 levels of changes in the dragon heart. And Yifeng, it only took a few months to get it done. Apparently, the population density of Yanjing, the capital of China, is extremely terrifying in this world, and it is precisely because of this that Yifeng was able to complete the experience of refining one's heart so quickly. That's right, look at my condensed dragon heart, senior, is there anything wrong? Yifeng asked back. That's right, the dragon's heart has undergone 9 changes, and has been integrated with your pill core. From now on, if your mind has a relatively large emotional fluctuation, the dragon's heart will help you. The maid Wuxian smiled gently. I think back then, my master, who was your last dragon sword successor, spent 8 months refining the heart of the 9-fold dragon. Luck. Yifeng laughed quickly. He didn't dare to compare himself with the previous successor of Dragon Sword. At least he couldn't lose face in front of the maid Wuxian. Not much else to say. There are no rewards for the training of Hongchen's heart training. The rewards have been given to you during the training process. You should be able to understand it? The maid, Wuxian, blinked and asked. Well, because of the 9-layer change of the dragon heart, the power of my true energy has increased by more than 3 times. Yifeng said, with a satisfied look in his eyes. Every experience of the dragon sword inheritance will greatly improve him. Whether it is the 2 fairy-level magic weapons given by the blood dragon before, or the dragon heart given by the maid Wuxian here, they are all for Yifeng. Strength growth helps a lot. As for the void vine, it can be regarded as Yifeng discovered it himself, but it is also inseparable from the experience of the blood dragon, otherwise Yifeng would have been slapped to death by a giant wind dragon and a giant ice dragon on the floating continent. Up. It's good to know. It's time for you to proceed to the next experience, come on. The maid Wu Xian smiled lightly, and with a wave of her hand, her graceful figure disappeared from Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng was even more surprised by this method, because when the maid Wu Xian was teleporting, there was no space fluctuation at all. Unlike cultivators at Yifeng's level, no matter how short the teleport is, every time they teleport, there will be a trace of spatial fluctuation. At some point, this slight spatial fluctuation will be noticed by the opponent, and they will react accordingly. For example, not long ago, the ancestor of the Mo family sensed the existence of the colorful arrow before it appeared. If the maid Wu Xian were to release the arrow, the ancestor of the Mo family would definitely not even know how he died. I don't even know what cultivation level maiden Wu Xian is. Yifeng had doubts in his heart, but he quickly put the doubts behind him. Once he became a real dragon sword heir, this problem would naturally be solved. He paced and walked towards the next hall. As soon as he entered the next hall, Yifeng felt a breath of spring breeze blowing towards his face, which made him feel at ease. At a glance, this is actually a palace surrounded by many vines and trees, a lush green color. Yifeng seemed to have entered an extremely warm place, making him feel that even if he was seriously injured, coming to this place would instantly heal his serious injuries. Young man, I am the bright wood dragon soul. A thick and energetic spiritual message was introduced into Yifeng's mind, which made Yifeng stunned. He raised his head to look, but saw a huge dragon body hidden among the many vines wrapped around the hall. If he didn't look carefully, it would be really difficult to find the body of the divine dragon among so many vines. This is the soul of a grass-green dragon named Brightwood Dragon. Junior Yifeng, I have met Senior Brightwood Divine Dragon. Yifeng bowed down to pay respects. This is the most basic interest. Yifeng should maintain enough respect for the elders of the dragon sword inheritance. Being able to come here means that, young man, you have already condensed the heart of the dragon. Brilliant Wood Shenlong's spiritual thoughts came a little slowly, as if he had just woken up, but he quickly explained the theme. Young man, the experience here with me is the experience of cultivation. As long as you can reach 200 years of cultivation and a complete comprehension of the second picture of the dragon sword, Ju is considered to have passed my training. Reach 200 years of cultivation, and fully comprehend the second picture of dragon sword Ju. Yifeng felt the other party's divine sense, and his expression was awe-inspiring. The first drawing of dragon sword Ju was the picture of golden dragon spinning sword. He fully comprehended the content of this picture and spent 10 years in the meditation space. If it is the second picture of dragon sword Ju, how could it be simpler than the picture of golden dragon spinning sword? I'm afraid it will take Yifeng at least 10 years of effort. Unless there is a meditation space to help him, Yifeng will have to spend a long time to complete this experience. The selection process of the holder of the dragon sword has taken hundreds of years. If someone loses the qualification during the period, his ancient dragon sword ring will be randomly scattered to give others a chance. The divine thoughts of the brilliant tree dragon continued to spread. It is not so easy to truly obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword. Unless you have extraordinary talent, as well as sufficient strength and luck. The experience in front of him is a test of the talent of the practitioners who inherited the dragon sword. Those with high talents may only need 10 years to comprehend the second picture of the dragon sword art, but if the talents are slightly less talented, it will take 20 or 30 years to comprehend it. In that way, the gap with other practitioners will naturally be widened. However, the words of the brilliant wood divine dragon also let Yifeng know a piece of information. If the trainee dies during the training process, or encounters other accidents and loses the training qualification, then someone else will soon replace him. There will always be 9 people competing for successor of the dragon sword. The maid Wu Xian said before that there were only 2 people who walked in front of Yi Feng, that is, the first to condense and complete the dragon heart. If the young master of the Sky Clan is one, then one of them has already lost his qualification. In other words, the current Yi Feng has already ranked second among the 9 people. But no one can guarantee that so many people after Yi Feng will not be caught up. You must know that the people selected by Longjian Gujia are all top-notch geniuses in each world. 200 years of cultivation will not take long, but it may take some time to comprehend the second picture of the dragon sword art. After figuring out the content of the experience, Yi Feng said directly to the brilliant Wood Shenlong. Soon, Yi Feng got the second drawing of dragon sword Ju training. This is a picture of a dragon sword soaring into the sky. In the picture, a long golden dragon wraps around a long golden sword and looks up at the sky. There is an extremely strong fighting spirit in the dragon's eyes. Seeing this picture, Yi Feng's whole body seemed to boil, as if he was attached to the golden dragon wrapped around the golden long sword, wanting to roar towards the sky and challenge the sky. Just the moment he saw this picture, Yi Feng felt that all the true energy in his body was on fire. If he used any sword technique or fairy technique now, the power would be 10% stronger than before. Needless to say, if one fully comprehends this picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, the effect will definitely be comparable to the increase that the dragon heart brought to Yi Feng, and even more than that. If you fully comprehend this picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky with 200 years of cultivation, I am afraid that you can easily deal with ordinary cultivators with 500 years of cultivation. Yi Feng's eyes showed shock. There is no doubt that the picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky shown in front of him by the brilliant tree dragon is definitely not so easy to fully comprehend. According to this picture, Yi Feng can continue to practice after reaching 200 years of dragon sword Ju, otherwise he can only stagnate at 200 years of cultivation. This is the same as the Alchemy of the Stars, except that the first picture of the Alchemy of the Stars is only enough for a cultivator to cultivate to 30 years, and the second picture is only for the upper limit of 100 years. Now Lin Shiqing and others have begun to comprehend the third picture, but they still haven't started to get in touch with the authentic power of star refining. I'm afraid that one has to wait for the third picture to be fully comprehended before one can begin to condense the slightest bit of star refining power. This is the power that can refine stars, but in the star refining valley, no one can reach that level. The immortal canon of star refining is a method of cultivating immortals handed down by the people of Star Refining Valley from ancient times. It is an advanced method of cultivating immortals. The map of the dragon sword soaring to the sky is displayed in front of Yi Feng's eyes, but he still can't comprehend it based on his current state. Only practitioners of dragon sword Ju who have reached 200 years of cultivation can begin to comprehend the artistic conception in it. Right now, Yi Feng just felt the aura contained in it, but he can't deeply understand the essence of it. Just this picture of a dragon sword soaring to the sky is a priceless treasure in the current world of cultivating immortals, and even the world of the royal family. This picture has been engraved in your dragon heart, you can realize it by yourself. In addition, if you reach the bottleneck stage, you can go back to the Tomb of Dragon Sword, and you can comprehend it in the meditation space for 10 years. Brightwood Divine Dragon's lazy spiritual thoughts came, but they also contained endless vigor and vitality, which made people feel refreshed and refreshed. Every dragon's soul is a powerful existence. Yi Feng doesn't know when he will be able to let Su Feiying, Yuechan, and the others' dragon souls grow to this level. This will be a long process. The picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky was engraved into Yi Feng's heart of the dragon, which means that from now on, the dragon sword maids around him can also look at this picture and continue to practice from the 200-year cultivation base. Among the many dragon sword maids, only Yuechan had reached 200 years of cultivation, and she began to stagnate, so she could only improve the cultivation of Yuechan's dragon soul in her body first. This is also the rule of the Dragon Sword inheritance. When the practitioner of the Dragon Sword inheritance has not completed the specific experience and breaks through to another level, the Dragon Sword made beside him will also be unable to break through. Only when Yi Feng got the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky map could his maid start to comprehend it. However, compared with Yi Feng, a Dragon Sword inheritor, the actual combat power of the Dragon Sword maid is much lower. After all, she doesn't have the 3 times the power of the Dragon Heart. However, if one can fully comprehend the diagram of the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky, according to Yi Feng's estimation, at least it can increase the combat effectiveness of the immortal cultivators dozens of times. One must know that Yi Feng has benefited a lot from just a little bit of momentum. The power of the immortal technique has increased by as much as 10%. The disciples of the Dragon Sword inheritance can almost be said to be basically invincible among all the immortal cultivators at the same level. Now even in the Soul World where the Killing Star is, and the Sky World where the Sky Clan is, both of which are third-class worlds, it is difficult for Yi Feng's opponent to exist in 160 years of cultivation. Not to mention that after 200 years of cultivation, Yi Feng can begin to comprehend the diagram of the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky, which will be another leap in his strength. Senior, let me bid farewell. Yi Feng bowed and said to the brilliant Wood Shunlong, and gradually withdrew from the palace of the brilliant Wood Shunlong. If there is a bottleneck in comprehending the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky map, Yi Feng can come to the Dragon Sword's tomb again and stay in the meditation space for 10 years. 10 years in the meditation space is equivalent to 10 days in the real world. If Yi Feng can fully comprehend the diagram of the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky in these 10 years, the gap between him and other Dragon Sword inheritors will be shortened a lot. But now, he still has to go back to Peach Blossom Island. After all, he has only cultivated for 160 years now, and everything has to wait for him to reach 200 years of cultivation. What's more, he still has the spirit-gathering colorful stone, so he has to go back and build the spirit-gathering circle on Peach Blossom Island, so that everyone on Peach Blossom Island can practice faster. Carrying the Golden Dragon Spinning Sword diagram, Yi Feng urged the Earth-level space power in the Dragon Sword token to open up a space channel leading to the Earth. With a flash of white light, his figure stepped into the space channel and disappeared from the hall of the Dragon Sword tomb. After Yi Feng's figure disappeared, the quaint Dragon Sword exuding an ancient and eternal aura quietly appeared in the hall of the Dragon Sword tomb, accompanied by a few figures who couldn't see clearly. This kid's talent is amazing, not to mention his destiny. Let's see how long it will take him to comprehend the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky this time. In the past, even the most talented disciple in the Dragon Sword inheritance would need 12 years to comprehend the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky. In my opinion, this child is expected to break this record. Another trainer who was ahead was also stuck at this level, but that guy, including the time in the meditation space, has comprehended for 14 years, and now it seems that he is not able to comprehend the dragon in a short time. Sword soaring to the sky. It's a pity for the experienced practitioners of the Sky Clan. That kid's talent may already be on par with the most talented disciples in our clan. In 12 years, he may be able to fully comprehend the diagram of the Dragon Sword soaring to the sky. It's a pity that the Tsangqiong clan destroyed the Great Wall by themselves and lifted rocks to shoot themselves in the foot. No one can help them. Several figures discussed together for a long time, but did not draw any conclusions. After a long time, they finally disappeared slowly. Like the maid Wuxian, the appearance and disappearance of these figures did not emit any spatial fluctuations. No matter who it is, they have high hopes for Yi Feng. Yi Feng activated the power of space in the Dragon Sword token, and quickly returned to the Peach Blossom Island on Earth. This place has now become Yi Feng's base camp. The battle between him and the International Practitioners Alliance has spread throughout the international cultivation world. Today's Peach Blossom Island has become a sacred place for cultivation. Many young people with dreams want to come to Peach Blossom Island to practice and become a part of Peach Blossom Island. Unfortunately, the current Peach Blossom Island does not recruit members. The cultivation resources that Yi Feng obtained now can almost be provided to these people on the island. If there are more, there is no way to guarantee it. The most important thing is that there is no shortage of manpower on Peach Blossom Island, and there is no need to recruit other practitioners. After all, the newly recruited people still have trust issues. It is impossible for Yi Feng to easily judge whether a person is trustworthy, so it is better to be cautious. If you don't recruit people, then you won't make mistakes, and you won't have any traitors in time. It was a pity that a sparrow would take over the dove's nest, and even if Yi Feng could easily snatch the Peach Blossom Island back, he didn't want to be too troublesome. After all, the most important thing for him now is to win the inheritance of the dragon sword, and he doesn't want to make any troubles about everything else. After Yi Feng returned to Peach Blossom Island, he checked the situation on the island, then went back to his own courtyard, ready to practice with all his strength, and in his spare time, he had to comprehend the picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky engraved on the heart of the dragon. On Peach Blossom Island, many people who went to the wilderness realm to practice and find materials have returned, including some members of the War Soul Army, Yue Chan, Su Menghan, Long Weiner, and his daughters. As for sisters Shu Shu, Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Qi, they should still be condensing the Yang God in the Star Alchemy Temple in the Menghuang realm, and they have not returned. Thanks to the guidance of Yue Chan, a person who has experienced it, everyone's Yangshan condensed went smoothly, and the materials that Yue Chan, Long Weiner, and Su Menghan were looking for were of good quality. Encountered many dangers. You must know that many precious materials are guarded by some powerful monsters. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible to defeat these monsters and obtain those materials. The materials used to condense Yangshan are different from Tainkadibo. Tainkadibo can improve the practitioner's cultivation level and increase the practitioner's true energy because it contains the heaven and earth aura. And the materials used to condense the Yangshan are usually accompanied by Tainkadibo, but Tainkadibo that can accompany the condensed Yangshan's materials are rare. About every 10 treasures of heaven, material and earth will be accompanied by a material that condenses the Yangshan, and it is not necessarily high quality. As for the materials for condensing Yangshan, Yi Feng didn't know if there was any official name, nor did he know the general classification of them. They should be classified according to their ability to condense the Yang God. The quality of Yang God is mainly divided into 5 levels of Tiandi Xuanhuan people. Yi Feng's Furious Thunder Yang God is a Yang God of Xian level quality, which can double the cultivation speed of the practitioner, which is quite good. As for Yi Feng's materials for condensing the Wrathful Thunder Yang God, he was rewarded by the Sunflower Dragon after completing the first experience of the Dragon Sword inheritance. Afterwards, the Blood Soul Divine Dragon gave Yi Feng 2 celestial artifacts. From this, it can be seen that the value of the Yangshan with Xian level quality is not much different from the value of the 2 celestial artifacts. In the eyes of the divine dragon's soul, inherited from the dragon sword, a Xian level Yang God is already very rare. Right now, what Yue Chan, Long Weiner, and Su Menghan found were all kinds of materials that could condense Huang level Yangshan. In the wild world, Huang level Yangshan's condensed materials were almost the best. Yue Chan, Long Weiner, and Su Menghan acted in a group of 3 at the same time. After a lot of effort, they found a total of 12 pieces, which were divided into 3 materials with 3 different attributes. Every piece of material can allow one of them to condense the Yang God. As for the quality of the Yang God, it depends on their method of condensing the Yang God. If the technique is not proficient enough, even with the materials of the yellow level Yang God, only the lowest quality human level Yang God can be condensed. The materials Yue Chan collected to condense the Yangshan are 4 water-type materials, and the condensed Yangshan should be the water-type Yangshan. Correspondingly, if Yuechan uses the magic of the water-type power, the Yangshan will make her even stronger. The young god material that Long Wanner was looking for was ice-type, and the dragon soul that Yifeng condensed for her before was also snow-white, called Changbai Dragon Soul. From this point of view, the route Long Wanner will take in the future should be based on ice. And the Yangshan material that Su Menghan was looking for turned out to be of the metal type, and it had the same attribute as Yifeng's wrathful thunder Yangshan. The power of thunder and lightning was naturally derived from the power of the gold type. Yifeng thought for a while in the courtyard, then asked Su Menghan to go to his place to find him. It's time to condense the dragon soul, for her too. 2 days later, Su Menghan came out of Yifeng's courtyard, and in her body, there was already the soul of the dragon condensed with her 3 souls and 7 souls. Her divine dragon soul is surrounded by purple lightning, and the 2 of them unanimously call it the purple lightning dragon soul. From this point of view, Su Menghan's power in the future will be mainly based on the power of the electric system. I don't know what the dragon souls of Zhang Xinyun, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoqi will be like, but the 3 girls are not on Peach Blossom Island, so Yifeng has no way of knowing for a while. I have to wait until they come back. With their talents, it may take about a year to finish refining their respective young gods. In the eyes of cultivators, a year is nothing. After condensing the purple lightning dragon soul for Su Menghan, Yifeng started to set up the spirit gathering formation on Peach Blossom Island. The gathering spirit stone was brought back by Yifeng. If he set up a spirit gathering formation on Peach Blossom Island, his own cultivation speed would be greatly improved. The spirit gathering circle is quite complicated in the world of cultivating immortals. Even ordinary people, like Yifeng, who have observed the spirit gathering circle for a period of time, are unlikely to know its specific arrangement method. But Yifeng was different. With his talent and comprehension ability, it only took a few days to fully understand the spirit gathering circle. Yifeng placed the gathering spirit stone under the square of Peach Blossom Island, and then mobilized his true energy to work on the square for more than a week. During this period, Lin Shiqing came to Peach Blossom Island from Yanjing, and after explaining to Yifeng, she went to Menghuang Realm to find Yangshan materials. Not long after Lin Shiqing left, the spirit gathering formation was announced to be completed. This spirit gathering magic circle becomes 10% and immediately increases the role of Peach Blossom Island as a fairyland treasure by half. Yifeng's eyes shone brightly. In this way, if he wanted to raise the upper limit of his cultivation from 160 years to 200 years, it would only take about 1 year. Needless to say, the effect of the spirit gathering circle will become stronger and stronger in the future, until it will stabilize in a few years. Yifeng quickly entered the process of concentrating on cultivation. He basically ignored everything on Earth except Peach Blossom Island. He only knew that under the attack of the major families in Yanjing, the power of the Miao family in Yanjing had been greatly weakened, and they had been pushed out from the central position. The current Miao family no longer has the ability to meddle in Huagua's research on space transmission technology, and as for Huagua's navy, the newly promoted admiral has also switched to the camp and joined the Yanjing Lin family's command. The power of the Yanjing Lin family has been further strengthened, but now Lin Dedian has no intention of fighting for family hegemony. His main concern is no longer competing with other families. Doing a good job in domestic economic construction and adjusting the contradictions of various classes in China have always been the issues he has been most concerned about. As for now, there is one thing that almost makes him forget about food and drink. Of course, that thing is about space transmission technology. And things like the world level that Yifeng said. Yifeng didn't pay attention to Lin Dishan's thoughts. After all, in his eyes, as long as he can get the dragon sword inheritance earlier, it will be very easy to improve the overall strength of the Earth. It's useless to think about these things now. The best way is to keep the Earth out of sight of other worlds as much as possible, so as not to cause any trouble. In fact, as long as Yi Feng keeps a low profile, the Earth will hardly have any factors to attract people from other worlds. Yi Feng entered the practice for about a month and a half, and the upper limit of his cultivation was raised to 170 years. He absorbed the treasures of heaven and earth that he had stored before, and directly raised his cultivation. His strength has once again doubled. This morning, Yi Feng had just raised his cultivation base to 170 years, and Su Feiying, who had been separated from him for a long time, finally returned with a rewarding experience. When Su Feiying's figure crossed the space and appeared on Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng's spiritual sense immediately noticed it, but a guy in Su Feiying's hand caught Yi Feng's attention. Su Feiying unexpectedly captured a soul cultivator. As for what is going on with this soul cultivator, Su Feiying will definitely explain, but not now. Right now, Yi Feng is still more interested in what happened to Su Feiying in the world of cultivating immortals. Master, you are back. Yi Feng went forward to meet her, and saw Su Feiying in a snow-white dress on the Peach Blossom Island square. Su Feiying condensed her true energy with one hand, and tightly grasped a soul cultivator with 300 years of cultivation. Her cold gaze finally showed a trace of softness when she saw Yi Feng. Let's lock up this soul cultivator first. He is cultivating an intermediate soul cultivator. Maybe you can force him to spit it out and let the people of the Battle Soul Army practice. Su Feiying said crisply, I wanted to go to Xuanhuan City to see if there were soul cultivation methods for sale, but unfortunately they were all low-level soul cultivation methods, and they were useless. It just so happened that this guy was thinking of me. I caught him here. Intermediate soul cultivation method. Yi Feng sprang out his spiritual thoughts, checked the 300-year-old soul cultivator who was caught by Su Feiying, and was a little surprised. This soul cultivation is invisible, but the soul power of her whole body is bound by Su Feiying, and she cannot escape. It can be seen that Su Feiying's strength has improved again. This is also obvious, because the current Su Feiying has a cultivation base of 140 years. During the 1-month period when Yi Feng raised the upper limit of 10-year cultivation, Su Feiying abruptly raised the upper limit of 20-year cultivation, and absorbed the treasures of heaven and earth to increase her cultivation. The higher the cultivation base of the cultivator, the more difficult it is to increase the upper limit of the cultivation base. Although it took Yi Feng more than a month to raise the upper limit of his cultivation to 170 years, but if he wants to raise it from another 10 years to 180 years, it will take at least 2 more months. Thank you, Master. Yi Feng swept across the 300-year-old soul cultivator with his spiritual sense, and laughed. Unexpectedly, Su Feiying would think of seeking benefits for the War Soul Army. It seems that the current Su Feiying has been able to integrate into the big family of Peach Blossom Island. It's just that Su Feiying's face is always cold when facing other people, and there must be not many people who dare to talk to her. It doesn't matter to Yi Feng, anyway. In his heart, Su Feiying is his master, not included in Peach Blossom Island. If other people wanted to leave, Yi Feng would definitely stop her, but if it was Su Feiying, Yi Feng would not interfere with her freedom. The soul cultivating method he practiced is called the shocking mysterious art. When Su Feiying grasped this 300-year-old soul cultivator, she had already found out the other party's details. It's a disciple of a soul cultivator sect that is about to collapse not far from Xuanhuan City. The master in the valley was wiped out by some so-called righteous people not long ago, and this guy escaped from it. Yi Feng listened to Su Feiying's introduction and kept nodding his head. He found that the soul cultivator captured by Su Feiying was not conscious at this time. It seemed that Su Feiying used some tricks on him. This is not difficult. As long as Yi Feng uses the illusion sword technique, he can easily make other immortal cultivators lose consciousness. Of course, the premise is that the opponent is weaker than Yi Feng and has already been beaten half disabled. If one could get the cultivation method of the shocking mysterious kung fu from this guy, then the Battle Soul Army and others on the island would definitely be able to upgrade to a higher level. At this stage, abolishing the previous soul control art will make them lose their cultivation base, which may be more troublesome, but from a long-term perspective, the cultivation speed of the shocking mysterious art is twice that of the soul control art. There are enough natural treasures on Peach Blossom Island. If you practice the shocking mysterious art, it will not take too long to have a century-old cultivation base again. Compared with the upper limit of the cultivation base of the members of the War Soul Army, it has already reached the upper limit of more than 100 years. Of course, it is very difficult to pry open the mouth of the soul cultivator of the Shocking Valley, even if the other party speaks out a series of mental techniques. It is difficult to guarantee that it is the correct shocking mysterious art. However, Yifeng has his own method for this. As for the specifics, let's wait until the other party wakes up. Yifeng didn't get entangled in this matter, but asked Su Feiying directly, "Master, how did you gain from this trip in the world of cultivating immortals?" "It's not bad. I took all the treasures you gave me to Xuanhuan City and sold them. At the same time, I traveled to several surrounding cities and bought 200 storage rings," Su Feiying said lightly. Although she said it in a very relaxed manner, Yifeng also has some understanding of the situation in the world of cultivating immortals. Su Feiying's trip is definitely not as smooth as she said. In the world of cultivating immortals, if there are so many treasures of heaven and earth for sale at one time, it will definitely attract a lot of suspicion. It must have taken Su Feiying a lot of effort just to sell those treasures of heaven and earth. Not to mention, Xuanhuan City alone cannot provide as many as 200 storage rings. Near Xuanhuan City, there are many cultivators as powerful as the ancestor of the Mo family. Su Feiying was carrying so many treasures, and she was so beautiful, so it was conceivable that she must have encountered a lot of trouble. Troubles in the world of cultivating immortals can be expected. Relying on her practice of Dragon Sword Ju and the power of space in the Maid's Pendant, Su Feiying can avoid these troubles, but it will never be too easy. "Master, since you're back, you should condense the Yang God first. Let me handle the matter of soul cultivation," Yifeng said with concern. "Well, then I'll leave it to you." Su Feiying threw the frightened Gu Huanxiu, who was captured by her true energy, to Yifeng, and then threw over a series of storage rings. 200 storage rings are here. In addition, there are also some natural and earthly treasures bought in the world of cultivating immortals in the storage ring. You probably haven't absorbed them before, and they can also improve your cultivation for about 10 years. In the world of cultivating immortals, due to the problem of the cultivation environment, the price of tying Kadibo is very expensive. Even if Su Feiying sold so many tying Kadibo brought back by Yifeng, she still cannot buy 200 storage rings. How many natural materials and earth treasures can be bought back under the circumstances? What's more, in the world of cultivating immortals, natural materials and earthly treasures have always been priceless. Yifeng took the string of storage rings, and his divine sense poked into it to take a look, and found that there were not many natural treasures in it, and there were only more than 40 pieces in total, and they were brought back from the wilderness realm with Yifeng. There is no way to compare. However, in the world of cultivating immortals, it is very rare to be able to buy more than 40 pieces of heaven, material, and earth treasures. But it is also very useful to Yifeng. You know, even with Yifeng's current cultivation speed, it would take more than a year to naturally improve his cultivation for 10 years. If he had enough treasures, Yifeng could save so much time. 1 year is very important to Yifeng now. Besides, I have handed over to that Yaoying to take care of Nanling in the immortal cultivation realm. Su Feiying immediately explained the situation on the South Ridge. That woman has a way, and I asked the people from Baitian Sword Academy to help, and quickly controlled the situation in Nanling, and the surrounding area. The sects of the powers and sects have also established a good relationship. That Yaoying, master, are you sure she will obediently listen to us? Yifeng heard Su Feiying's meaning, and probably developed Yaoying into her subordinate, a puppet controlling the Nanling area. 3 years ago, Su Feiying could only succumb to the influence of the Nanling Imo family, but now, she can easily control the situation in the entire Nanling area. This is the change brought about by her strength. The most fundamental support, of course, is Yi Feng. If Yi Feng hadn't accidentally obtained the Dragon Sword inheritance, it would be impossible for the current Su Feiying to deal with the ancestor of the Imo family. Of course I will. I bought a poison in Qinghuan City, called Juexian poison. I have forced her to take it. The antidote is in Bei Tianyao hands. Su Feiying explained, every month, Bei Tianyao will give Yaoying an antidote to prolong her life. If she doesn't obey, she will be poisoned to death. Hearing this, Yi Feng suddenly realized, yes, there are many ways to control a person, using poison is the easiest one. I think when he first came to Earth, he used poison to control the scar of the Heavenly Snake Gang, but compared with the absolute immortal poison, the poison he gave to Scar is hardly poisonous. How poisonous is the absolute immortal poison? It can be understood in one sentence. Anyone who swallows the Juexian poison will immediately have his veins broken and his core exploded to death. If one's cultivation reaches a certain level, of course one can fight against Juexian poison with true energy, but with Yaoying's current strength it is absolutely impossible to do so. Therefore, Yaoying can only guarantee immortality by swallowing the antidote in advance. Su Feiying also gave Yaoying the antidote first, and then asked her to swallow the absolute immortal poison, otherwise, with her cultivation, she would probably die the moment she swallowed the absolute immortal poison. Every other month from now on, the antidote in her body will expire. If she doesn't get a new antidote, she will definitely die from the poison. Under such circumstances, the charming woman Yaoying with 300 years of cultivation will naturally be obedient. As for Bei Tianyao, since Su Feiying taught the antidote to that girl, she must have used some methods, or at least she can be sure that Bei Tianyao is on her side. Not to mention that Su Feiying saved Bei Tianyao. Just Yi Feng's ability to destroy the Nanling Imo family is enough to make Bei Tianyao obey. So that's how it is. But, Master, I don't know if you have any spare parts and antidote for Juexian poison? Yi Feng turned to ask a question, and his spiritual sense probed the soul shocking Gu Huanxiu, who was grasping with true energy in his hand. There is just one portion of Juexian poison and 10 months' worth of antidote left. You can handle it yourself. I'll go to practice first. Su Feiying threw a bag of poisonous powder to Yi Feng, and seeing Yi Feng nodded, she turned and left. Yi Feng checked his hands with his spiritual sense. There were some black powder and white powder in it. The black powder was undoubtedly the poison of immortals, and the white powder should be the antidote. Although soul cultivators are invisible and unable to swallow poison, it doesn't mean they won't be poisoned. Yi Feng just wanted to use this absolute immortal poison to force the guy in front of him to speak out the cultivation method of the shocking mysterious kung fu. The specifics are also very easy to operate, as long as Yi Feng extracts the Juexian poison or its antidote and condenses them together, and then uses his true energy to disperse them into the soul power of the soul cultivator's whole body, he can easily poison them. Standing in the central square of Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng first took out 1/10 of the white powder, activated the true energy in his body, and prepared to turn this small pile of white powder into pure medicinal power. But at this moment, the soul cultivator who was held by him suddenly woke up. Hero, spare your life. As soon as Soul Cultivator of the Shocking Valley revealed his consciousness, he sensed the black and white powder in Yi Feng's hand, and was instantly frightened out of his wits, sending out his spiritual thoughts. He has been in the world of cultivating immortals since he was a child, and it is not easy to have a cultivation base of 300 years, so he naturally recognizes the appearance of Juexian poison. The young man in front of him actually wanted to use the absolute immortal poison against him. That's okay? It's better to beg for mercy now. Nowadays, when soul cultivators are rejected in the entire world of cultivating immortals, it is not easy for a soul cultivator to reach 300 years of cultivation. He naturally cherishes his own life extremely. Only those who have died once know the preciousness of life, so soul cultivators are more afraid of death than ordinary immortal cultivators. Hero, if you have any request, just tell me, I will definitely satisfy you. Don't let me be poisoned by the immortal poison. The spiritual thoughts from the soul cultivator were full of fear and pleading. Tell me the cultivation method of the shocking mysterious art, and I will put away this absolute immortal poison. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, and directly transmitted his divine thoughts. Okay, I say. Never lie. Soul cultivator seemed very timid, and immediately agreed to Yi Feng's request, making Yi Feng a little dumbfounded. This guy is too spineless, right? Soon, the soul cultivator from Shocking Soul Valley told Yi Feng completely about the cultivation method of Shocking Soul Mysterious Kung Fu. Soul Shocking Mysterious Art is an intermediate soul cultivating method, and its cultivation speed is twice that of soul controlling art. With the help of Soul Shocking Mysterious Art, Shocking Soul Valley has been at ease in the world of cultivating immortals for a long time, and it was only recently that people jointly raided it. Even though the Valley of the Shocking Soul is gone, the soul cultivators in the Valley of the Shocking Soul have spread all over the world of cultivating immortals. It can be foreseen that the shocking profound art can be passed on forever, and maybe somewhere, another soul cultivator will be gathered to rebuild the Shocking Valley. Compared with ordinary cultivators, soul cultivators have extremely strong survivability, which also makes it difficult for some soul cultivators to be completely wiped out. Even if their sect is wiped out, after a while, you may see other sects who also practice their soul cultivation method in other places. Therefore, the young killer Sha Xing from the soul world that Yi Feng met before, the so-called soul world should be a cultivation world that focuses on soul cultivation. As a killing star of soul cultivator, he is a very important existence in the soul world, equivalent to the status of the young patriarch of a family. With a soul cultivator army under him, it will definitely be much easier to do things in the future. Yi Feng thought in his heart, after handing over the cultivation method of soul-crying mysterious kung fu to Yang Shuning, he returned to his courtyard and continued to comprehend the diagram of dragon sword soaring to the sky, practice, and so on. As for the soul cultivator from Shocking Soul Valley, Yi Feng imprisoned him in the dungeon under the Peach Blossom Island Square, shielding him with the power of space. Although he handed over the cultivation method of the shocking mysterious art, but Yi Feng didn't know the truth, so of course it was impossible to let him go. What's more, it is impossible for Yi Feng to let him go on Earth. Of course, the shocking profound art he handed over should be true. After all, this soul cultivator already has a deep feeling for Su Feiying's methods. Now, he is in another world. You know, people in the entire world of cultivating immortals don't know that there are other worlds, but Su Feiying has been able to travel freely in other worlds. This caused a great shock to that soul cultivator, which is why he obeyed Yi Feng so much. As for the absolute immortal poison, it was naturally saved by Yi Feng. The sun rises, and the sun sets, winter goes to spring. Time passed bit by bit, and on Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng's cultivation was steadily improving. The spirit-gathering circle he set up years ago has played a greater role now, and everyone on Peach Blossom Island is practicing faster and faster. 10 months. Yi Feng finally raised the upper limit of his cultivation to 200 years. This is a qualitative change for him. As long as he crosses this hurdle, he can begin to comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, and continue to practice to a higher level. Finally, 200 years. Yi Feng opened his eyes, exhaled a foul breath, and stood up. After 10 months of practice, he has a good understanding of the dragon sword soaring to the sky map. As long as he raises his cultivation to 200 years, he can start to practice according to the momentum on the dragon sword soaring to the sky map. But then, his cultivation speed will become very slow. Having reached the upper limit of 200 years of cultivation, even with Yifeng's cultivation speed, in the next year, he can only increase the upper limit of cultivation for 20 years at most. As the cultivation base of the immortal cultivator increases, it becomes more difficult to widen the meridians, and it becomes more and more difficult to increase the upper limit of the cultivation base. Yifeng practiced the dragon sword Ju, and with the help of the god of wrath and thunder, his cultivation speed was 7 or 8 times faster than that of ordinary people, let alone other ordinary cultivators. If you have been practicing the Star Tomb Ju without any other special conditions, when you reach 200 years of cultivation, you can only increase your cultivation for 2 or 3 years in the next year, which shows the importance of cultivating immortals. Yifeng took out the stored treasures of heaven and earth from the dragon sword token, and began to absorb them. Soon, his whole body's energy and spirit were penetrated at once, and he suddenly reached the cultivation level of 200 years. At this moment, he immediately had a new understanding of the picture of dragon swords soaring to the sky. When his strength reached the level of 200 years of cultivation, he could immediately feel the aura of the picture of dragon swords soaring to the sky more deeply. Although the current Yifeng has only 200 years of cultivation, his real strength can compete with those who have cultivated for more than 400 years. If he can fully comprehend the dragon sword soaring to the sky immediately, then he will not be at a disadvantage against immortal cultivators who have cultivated for 500 years. His strength is improving like a rocket. His consciousness spread towards Peach Blossom Island, and soon he knew the current situation on Peach Blossom Island like the back of his hand. During these 10 months, Yang Shuning and other members of the Battle Soul Army have all switched to the soul-crying mysterious art. There is no problem with this soul cultivation technique, which makes Yifeng quite satisfied. It's time to find that soul cultivator in the dungeon. Yifeng thought in his heart, got up and went to the dungeon under the central square of Peach Blossom Island. That soul cultivator was imprisoned in this dungeon for 10 months. During this period, he had no chance of escape. After all, the power of space that Yifeng had mastered far exceeded that soul cultivator. When seeing Yifeng again, Huanxiu was shocked. It has only been 10 months, and this kid in front of him has suddenly improved his cultivation for 30 years, reaching the limit of 200 years? It's amazing. This soul cultivator still remembers that when he was only 170 years old, it took him more than 10 years to finally raise his cultivation level to 200 years, which is considered a very fast speed. But the Yifeng in front of him, in just 10 months, has completed his goal that took him 10 years to achieve. What the hell is this freak? Thinking of this soul cultivator knew that if he followed Yifeng, he would definitely have a future. Hero, I am willing to follow you to fight in all directions, and I will die as a cow and a horse. When the soul cultivator saw Yifeng's figure, before Yifeng could speak, he immediately condensed his soul body and knelt down in front of Yifeng. Yifeng was a little puzzled by this guy. Could it be that he was exuding a domineering aura? Since the other party wanted to obey, Yifeng gave him this chance. Come on, take the antidote to Juishin poison. Yifeng handed a pile of white powder to Soul Cultivator. Huanxiu saw that the face of the condensed soul body was green, but he also knew that it would not be so easy to convince Yifeng. The other party would definitely resort to tricks. Absolute immortal poison is absolute immortal poison. As long as you are sincere enough, the other party will definitely gradually trust you. Such a good opportunity to go up to a higher level, you can't just miss it. Soon, this 300-year-old Jingu Huanxiu became Yifeng's follower. This soul cultivator is called Ming Zi, and he was originally a core disciple in the Valley of the Scared. After the Jinghun Valley sect was wiped out by many immortal cultivators, Ming Zi escaped. On the way, he saw Su Feiying, a woman with a low cultivation level resting alone, and wanted to make a sneak attack to grab something. Unexpectedly, Su Feiying was so powerful that she captured him instead. During the 10 months of Yifeng's training, the cultivation of Yang Shuning and other members of the Battle Soul Army was also rapidly improving. Because of the many treasures of heaven and earth brought back by Yi Feng, their cultivation quickly returned to the 100 years before the soul control art was abolished. Going one step further, it's time to go to the wilderness realm for some experience. Soul cultivation will also undergo a qualitative change when it is cultivated for 100 years, but what it needs to condense is not the young god, but the soul god. The method of condensing the soul and spirit, Ming Yesi, you come to guide my subordinates. Yi Feng gave instructions to Ming Yesi, who was following behind. As ordered. Ming Yesi has existed in the state of soul cultivation for hundreds of years, but for Yi Feng, a young man, he obeys him with incomparable sincerity. With such a soul cultivator leading the way at the front, the members of the Battle Soul Army can save a lot of detours, and Ming Yesi can remind them in advance of many aspects that need to be paid attention to in the process of soul cultivation. Yi Feng calculated the time. It has been almost a year since Shu Shu and the others went to the Monghuang realm to find materials, and then condensed the Yang God in the Star Alchemy Temple. If it goes well, it's almost time to come back. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Some time ago, Zhang Yang and Mu Qingqing on Peach Blossom Island, both of whom had reached 100 years of cultivation, set off together to avenge their revenge in the secular world. Now that these two women have their revenge, they have also entered the Monghuang realm to practice, and they want to condense the Yang God earlier, so that they can practice faster. Now there is nothing serious on Peach Blossom Island, and there is no force on the earth that can threaten Peach Blossom Island, so Nan Nan, Dao Scar and others also went to the Monghuang realm to practice and find materials for refining the Yang God. And this year has passed, and it's time for Yi Feng to fulfill a promise he made earlier. Come with me, all of you, it's time to send you home. Yi Feng stood in the square of Peach Blossom Island and gathered 20 people from the floating island together. These people did their best on Peach Blossom Island this year. Although Peach Blossom Island did not encounter any danger, Yi Feng could still see their efforts. Yi Feng never wanted to keep them forever. After all, these practitioners who have cultivated for about 200 years can no longer help Yi Feng. On the one hand, his own strength is enough to deal with the existence of more than 400 years of cultivation. On the other hand, the overall strength of the original team on Taohua Island has also been improved. For example, the elders Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng both had nearly 200 years of cultivation at this time, and if they really fought, they would not be much different from immortal cultivators with 200 years of cultivation. Yi Feng kept his word. Of course he had to send those people from the floating continent back. Island Master Yi, I don't want to go back. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men stood up, looked at Yi Feng, and said with some embarrassment, I am just an orphan in the original world. Instead of going back to that world that doesn't have any warmth for me, it's better to stay in Yi Feng. Peach Blossom Island, help you. Yi Feng was a little surprised, and glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's name is Han Yu, and he has a good relationship with the leader of the crowd, the black-faced man Ma Gue. He also put in a lot of effort to protect Peach Blossom Island against the International Alliance of Practitioners. Since you don't want to leave, then stay on the island. Yi Feng nodded. The black-faced man Ma Gue also looked at this brother who had lived and struggled with him for many years in surprise, not knowing what made him suddenly change his decision when the situation was approaching. Didn't you say yes, we'll go back together at that time? No matter what, Ma Gue will definitely go back. After all, his roots are in his own world. In his own world, he also has women and offspring. He is almost the strongest in his own world. Instead of living a life of obeying others on Peach Blossom Island, Ma Gue felt that it would be better for him to go back to his own world. Brother Han Yu, since you have made a decision, I will not persuade you. Take care of yourself in the future, and hope to have another day together. Ma Gue held Han Yu's hands with a sincere face. Han Yu nodded, smiled slightly, and patted Ma Guo on the shoulder. Brother, goodbye. The different choices made by the two determine that their future lives will be completely different. But Han Yu will not regret it. He knows that Yi Feng is an unusual young man. Following Yi Feng, he had the opportunity to get in touch with a level that he could not touch before, which made it possible for him to reach a stronger level. His desire for power exceeds that of Ma Guo. Because the world he used to live in was a world where the weak preyed on the strong, unlike Ma Guo, who was one of the few existences with the highest cultivation in his world. In fact, Han Yu did not agree with Ma Guo's choice. Although he is the strongest in his own world, if that world encounters an invasion from other worlds, at that time, Ma Guo will have no power to resist at all. To be satisfied with the existing strength is almost fatal to a cultivator. However, Han Yu did not try to persuade Ma Guo, because he knew that with Ma Guo's character, it was impossible to change the decision he made. In the end, after 1 year, Han Yu was the only one who wanted to stay on Peach Blossom Island, which made Yi Feng a little disappointed, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, Yi Feng doesn't rely on these people. As long as he can keep one of them, it's good to give Peach Blossom Island some strength. The cross-boundary teleportation array on Peach Blossom Island is open again. If you want to send these people back to their respective worlds, you can only go through the one-way teleportation array in the Star Alchemy Temple. It just so happens that sisters Shu Shu, Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun, and Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi are still condensing the Yang God in the Star Alchemy Temple. Yi Feng can also go to see how the girls are doing. Soon a white light flashed, except for Han Yu. All the practitioners from the floating continent followed Yi Feng back to the Menghuang realm. Han Yu looked at the teleportation array where everyone disappeared, feeling a little lost. The brothers who have been fighting together for so long leave like this. I believe no one will feel good, but he quickly recovered from his disappointment. What awaits him next is an endless improvement in strength. As long as you are qualified to be Yi Feng's helper, you can follow him along the way to see more and more exciting worlds. Han Yu is very eager to see what the whole world looks like. Hey, you are so strange. Island Master Yi kindly sent you home, but you don't want to, but you are willing to stay here and listen to his orders. Min Jisai's gloomy voice sounded from beside Han Yu. Humph, what does this have to do with you? Han Yu snorted coldly, turned his head and left. Although Ming Yesi's cultivation base is very high, and he is the mentor, beside Yi Feng, who guides the training of the entire War Soul army, but Han Yu is not afraid of him. Ming Yesi watched Han Yu turn and leave, his expression darkened. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know what happened after he left. At this time, he has come to the ancient temple in the wild world, and the mirage outside the temple is still working, preventing all kinds of creatures from breaking into the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the earth. Yi Feng knew that this thousand phantasm illusion was only effective for ordinary creatures. For example, the golden giants outside the ancient forest would definitely not be affected by this thousand phantasm illusion. Of course, existences of that level probably wouldn't have any interest in going to a small place like Earth to play and wreak havoc. Come with me, everyone, and I'll take you home. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he came outside the ancient temple, and then flew in the direction of the Star Alchemy Temple. Around him were 19 immortal cultivators with a cultivation base of 200 years, and there were also people with family members, a total of 26 people. It was impossible for Yi Feng to take these people together for teleportation. Every time one more person is teleported with him, the true energy consumed will be doubled, 26 times the true energy consumption, making it impossible for Yi Feng to bear it all at once. After all, the energy in his Eye of Wind and Thunder is not unlimited. 26 people followed Yi Feng and flew towards the location of the Star Alchemy Temple. Some birds and animals along the way, feeling this powerful aura, retreated one after another. But there are still some stronger beings who are not afraid of this group of people. For example, after Yi Feng flew more than 700 kilometers, a 400-year-old fiery red dragon roared and stopped Yi Feng. I'm afraid this adult fire dragon regarded Yi Feng and the 26 people behind him as delicious food. It's a pity that although Yi Feng has only cultivated for 200 years, his actual combat power has already exceeded 400 years. Looking for death, fighting swordsmanship. Yi Feng didn't mind showing his strength in front of the crowd behind him, holding the xuanhuan sword in his hand. His whole body was like an arrow off the string, and accompanied by a simple light, he rushed towards the adult fire dragon with 400 years of cultivation. That fire dragon has been cultivated for 400 years, yet Island Master Yi charged up like that. Don't look at how young Master Yi is, in fact, his strength is far beyond a simple 200-year cultivation base. However, with 200 years of cultivation, to challenge an adult fire dragon with 400 years of cultivation, isn't it too overreaching? 200 years of cultivation is short, that's 1,000 times the total amount of true energy. There was a lot of discussion among the people, but it stopped abruptly because the result of the battle came out immediately. Under Yi Feng's sword fighting skills, the adult fire dragon with 400 years of cultivation has no room to resist at all. Just as he roared angrily and wanted to swallow Yi Feng into his stomach, he found that he had swallowed an extremely sharp sword energy. Being disemboweled, even Long Dan was crushed instantly. The moment Yi Feng drew his sword, it already contained part of the aura of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, but compared to the aura of the golden dragon flying into the sky with the golden sword in the picture, it was still far behind. If he can fully integrate that aura into his own swordsmanship, Yi Feng estimates that he can at least deal with a cultivator with 500 years of cultivation. Just a fraction of it. It is not so easy to fully comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, otherwise the tomb of the dragon sword would not have provided Yi Feng with 10 years of meditation space. Yi Feng didn't immediately go back to the tomb of the dragon sword and enter the meditation space, because he has not yet reached the bottleneck of comprehending the map of the dragon sword soaring to the sky. It is too early and too wasteful to enter now. At least, he had to wait for him to analyze how many sword skills are contained in the picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, and then enter the meditation space to study slowly. In the meditation space, Yi Feng felt that he was integrated with the entire space, and he would have a deeper understanding of the laws of the entire world, which is equivalent to improving his talent to a certain extent. Although the improvement was not large, it was better than nothing. It was easier for Yi Feng to comprehend the diagram of dragon sword soaring to the sky in the meditation space than for Yi Feng to grope outside. And the meditation space will only provide him with 10 years, although this time is so long, but in the process of comprehending the dragon sword soaring to the sky, time flies. Therefore, Yi Feng must save time and get the maximum improvement in the 10 years of meditation space. After beheading the adult fire dragon with 400 years of cultivation, Yi Feng continued to advance with 26 people, and soon came to the Star Alchemy Temple thousands of miles away. Come with me, Yi Feng said to the 26 people, and walked into the Star Alchemy Temple. 26 people hurriedly followed, observing the building made entirely of blue bricks. They all felt shocked, just like when Yi Feng first came here. But now, Yi Feng is already familiar with this star refining temple. Soon, Yi Feng brought 26 people to the place where the one-way cross-boundary teleportation array was located, and the voice of the power of inheritance came over immediately. You are here. How is the harvest this time? There is no emotion in the female voice of the power of inheritance, and it uses the language of the world of cultivating immortals. It's not bad. It's been 200 years since I've cultivated, and I've completed 3 trials of the dragon sword inheritance. Yi Feng replied. The inheritance power of this star refining immortal code only knows the power of dragon sword inheritance, but it doesn't know what kind of process the experience of dragon sword inheritance is, so it's useless for Yi Feng to tell it. With this sentence, Yifeng was just saying that his progress was good, so don't worry about the power of inheritance. Well, your cultivation base has improved very fast, and it is not bad to think that you have completed the inheritance experience. But the voice of the power of inheritance continued. If you want to go back to the world of Star Refining Valley, check the current situation of Star Refining Valley. 200 years of cultivation is not enough. You still have a long way to go, so you have to go faster. Well, the power of inheritance is urging Yifeng's speed. Although Yifeng's growth rate is already astonishing, but for the power of inheritance, perhaps there is not much concept of time. It only knows that Yifeng has obtained a lot of help from it, but the cultivation base is still 100 or 200 years old. The degree of wandering makes it very uncomfortable. It seems that we should not rely too much on this one-way teleportation array in the future. Yifeng thought in his heart, but he replied, don't worry, now, please send them back to their respective worlds, Senior. The power of inheritance did not shirk, after all, for it, opening this one-way cross-boundary teleportation array is effortless. Yifeng watched Ma Gui and others teleport away from the teleportation array one by one, while thinking in his heart, it seems that if he goes back to the meditation space this time, he has to pay attention to comprehend the power of the mysterious space. If you can comprehend the power of mysterious space, then you don't need to rely on this one-way teleportation array. However, where is the power of mysterious space so easy to comprehend? Its esoteric level is far more than that of the dragon sword soaring to the sky that Yifeng just obtained. Soon, all 26 people were sent back to their respective worlds by the power of inheritance. Yifeng didn't know what the current situation in those worlds was like, what would happen when they went back, but no matter what, he probably wouldn't have any contact with these people in the future. How is Shu Shu and the others? Yangshan condensed. Seeing the figure of the last person disappear from the one-way teleportation formation, Yifeng turned around and asked about the power of inheritance. Sisters Shu Shu, Zhang Xinyun, Zi Jianlan, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoqi, a total of 5 girls, should all be condensing the Yang God here now, because compared to other places in the Menghuang realm, the Star Alchemy Temple is undoubtedly the safest. Among them, Shu Shu is one of the inheritors of the Star Alchemy Temple, just like Lin Shiqing. In addition, sisters Zhang Xinyun and Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi are both dragon sword maids, and their identities must also be valued by the power of inheritance. There is also Zijianlin, which does not belong to any inheritance, but there are other women in the relationship, and the power of inheritance will not embarrass her. It's going well, and they will be able to leave the customs soon. The power of inheritance replied without emotion, and then unfolded a picture scroll in front of Yifeng. In the picture scroll, it was the scene of the 5 girls practicing alone in the Star Alchemy Temple, condensing the Yang God. Yifeng observed carefully for a while, and found that the speed of the 5 girls condensing Yangshan was about the same, and Zi Jianlan was the fastest. Obviously, her talent was relatively high among all the girls. Followed by Shu Shu, Zhang Xinyun, and Xiaoyu, the speed of condensing Yangshan is a little slower, but it is almost time to complete. There is also Xiaoqi. The talent may be the worst among all the girls, but compared with her sister Xiaoyu, she is not much different, but in terms of speed, she is undoubtedly the slowest. Xiaoqi's talent is not bad, but compared with the other girls, she seems a little weak. Yifeng thought to himself, but didn't care. Xiaoqi is also one of his dragon sword maids. Since she can pass the test of dragon sword inheritance and become a dragon sword maid, then her talent must not be bad. However, if there is a comparison with other people, no matter what, there will be one who is the worst, just like the top class in Huagua's first-class high school. There will still be an existence with the worst test. In the process of cultivation, such a slight difference in talent is irrelevant. The key is that among the women, each of Yifeng's dragon sword maids can play a unique role. It may not be obvious now, but when the sun gods and dragon souls of all the girls are condensed and grown stronger, the abilities of each dragon sword made will be completely different. It's about a month or so before I can successfully condense Yangshan. Yi Feng observed the situation of the girls and nodded. At this time, there is no need for Yi Feng to wait here, it is better to go back to Peach Blossom Island and wait. Earth, Peach Blossom Island. A remote courtyard, which was originally a place that few people would come to, but at this moment, a large number of practitioners gathered in this courtyard. Yang Shuning led dozens of members of the War Soul Army, together with hundreds of dragon blood warriors, surrounded the courtyard. Hanyu, are you okay? Yang Shuning looked at Hanyu, the middle-aged man beside him. Since he didn't go back to Menghuang realm with Yi Feng, Hanyu stayed on Peach Blossom Island. The originally arranged residence for him was this relatively remote courtyard. He was about to go back to rest, but when he arrived in the courtyard, he was unexpectedly attacked. The sneak attacker has a very high level of cultivation. Fortunately, Hanyu is agile, and there are many members of the War Soul Army patrolling around, so he arrived in time to prevent the sneak attacker from succeeding. At this time, the sneak attacker was surrounded by many members of the War Soul Army and soldiers of the Dragon Blood Legion. The sneak attacker was Ming Yesi, who had just been subdued by Yi Feng. What do you want to do? Hurry up and get out of the way. Ming Yesi condensed his soul body, with a fierce expression on his face. If I hadn't given Master Yi Island face, do you think you can stop me? No matter who you are, you can't hurt people on my Peach Blossom Island. Yang Shuning yelled sharply, since you have worshipped Island Master Yi, you must obey his orders and work hard for Taohua Island. Now you are attacking your own people, which is an unforgivable crime. What are you guys? You're just a bunch of scumbags. I, Master Min Ji Sai, have cultivated for 300 years. From now on, I will definitely be Island Master Ye's right-hand man. Ming Yesi sneered, pointing at Hanyu, who was injured by his sneak attack. What use does Yi Dao want for such a scum with no strength? That's fine, how dare this person treat Ming Yi Master C as disrespectful. If you don't take action to teach me a lesson, wouldn't you be in the face of Master Ming Yesi? Absurd. Yang Shuning scolded, he really wanted to arrest Ming Yesi, but the other party's cultivation base was too high, he really couldn't handle it. Apart from a genius like Yi Feng, there is probably no one else who can bridge the gap between a 100-year cultivation base and a 300-year cultivation base. Even a group of members of the War Soul Army and a group of members of the Dragon Blood Legion, it is impossible to deal with a Ming Yesi. So to a certain extent, Ming Yesi's words are correct. If Yi Feng encounters any danger in the future, there are really not many people on Peach Blossom Island who can help him. Now, the strength gap between Yang Shuning and others and Yi Feng is getting bigger and bigger. No matter how the matter of Ming Yesi is handled in the end, this matter still sounded the alarm for everyone on Peach Blossom Island. Don't think that Peach Blossom Island is invincible now. The level Yi Feng has come into contact with now has far surpassed what the people on Peach Blossom Island have seen and heard. Just bring back a Ming Yesi, even the entire Peach Blossom Island can't deal with it together. It can be seen that the world is so big, they must not sit and watch the sky. If you don't improve your strength quickly, it won't be long before they are like scum in Yi Feng's eyes. Although they knew that Yi Feng would not say anything because of Yi Feng's character, but how could they feel sorry? Yi Feng spent so much natural resources and treasures to train them, but their cultivation speed still couldn't improve. What face is there to stay on Peach Blossom Island? At this moment, a sense of urgency rose in the hearts of all the people surrounding the soul cultivator Ming Yesi. Practice, practice, practice. Work hard, work hard, work hard. Trying every means to make themselves stronger, even Master Yi is now advancing towards this goal. Why do they have any reason to be lazy? It has to be said that in the past few days, since there was no crisis in Peach Blossom Island, many people were slack in their cultivation. But the occurrence of the Minjisai incident today made them feel a sense of crisis again. Their future enemies are definitely not limited to the earth, otherwise Yifeng can handle it all by himself. What else do they need? Everyone surrounded Ming Yesi, but they didn't dare to take any action, because the difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. As for Ming Yesi, he didn't make any further moves, he just floated leisurely in mid-air, and by the way contemptuously glanced at Han Yu, the middle-aged man who was injured by him. From Ming Yesi's point of view, strength is the most important thing in this world, and Yifeng should think so. If so, then Ming Yesi only took action to teach that Han Yu a lesson, and Yifeng couldn't possibly blame him. Anyway, he is a strong man with 300 years of cultivation, much more useful than Han Yu with 200 years of cultivation. Yifeng hadn't come back yet, and on the entire island, there were only a handful of people who could control Ming Yesi. Of course they were the four daughters Yuechan, Su Feiying, Long Wan'er and Su Menghan who were still on the island. They all have nearly 200 years of cultivation now, but just like Yifeng, each of them has practiced the dragon sword art, and comprehended the strongest sword fighting technique in the golden dragon spinning sword picture. Even with a cultivation base of less than 200 years, it is no problem to deal with a mere Ming Yesi. Especially Yuechan, who has already reached 200 years of cultivation, but because Yifeng did not reach this level and did not obtain the dragon sword soaring to the sky map, so Yuechan could not improve. Not long ago, Yifeng also engraved the picture of the dragon sword soaring into the sky into Yuechan's core. In recent days, she has been contemplating this picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky wholeheartedly, and the upper limit of her cultivation has finally increased from 200 years, no longer stagnant not before. Yifeng's cultivation has increased to 200 years, and the cultivation of all the girls has not dropped. Yifeng has improved their cultivation for 30 years, and each of them has also improved their cultivation for more than 20 years on average. After condensing their respective young gods, their cultivation speed is no less than that of Yifeng. Although the young gods condensed by the girls are only of yellow level quality, they can also increase their cultivation speed by 1.5 times, which is only 0.5 times slower than Yifeng's Xian level Furious Thunder young god. The gap is not very large. Of course, with the improvement of all aspects of cultivation speed added together, Yifeng is still more than a notch faster than them. In addition to Dragon Sword Ju and Wrathful Thunder Sun God, there is also Long Wan'er who has a jade body with immortal veins. At this time, her cultivation speed has been reflected, which is much faster than the other girls. In addition, Yifeng's cultivation speed will also increase accordingly. In addition, Lin Shiqing's Destiny of Love can also allow both Yifeng and her to increase their cultivation speed. In this way, Yifeng's cultivation speed is still much faster than all the girls. The girls are on the island. If it really comes to a critical moment, they will definitely make a move. Now that Ming Yesi was obediently surrounded and didn't move, the girls didn't bother to pay attention, and it wasn't too late for Yifeng to deal with it after he came back. The sky is gradually getting brighter, and the sun will soon rise from the east. Ming Yesi, the War Soul Army, and the Dragon Blood Army faced each other for a long time in a remote courtyard. The middle-aged man Han Yu's injury had already been taken care of by Li Zong, who rushed over. Li Zong practiced the Star Tomb art, and now he has cultivated it for decades, and his whole body is much more energetic than when Yifeng first met him. Li Zong can easily heal the injuries of ordinary people. After all, he is also able to perform lay on hands now. However, the damage Min Jisai caused to Han Yu involved some soul-level damage. Li Zong alone was helpless, so he could only deal with it a little bit. Only after Shushu came back could he completely heal Han Yu. In the past year, there were not many places where Li Zong could be used on Peach Blossom Island. This was the first time he encountered such a difficult injury when Shushu was not around. The extremely penetrating soul power continued to spread in Han Yu's body, and Li Zong felt that he could only stop it for one night at most. Once the dawn breaks, these soul powers are unstoppable, and Han Yu will definitely be seriously injured, and it may even endanger his life. Just when Li Zong was anxious, a spatial fluctuation came from the direction of the Taohua Island teleportation array not far away. Someone is back. It's Yi Feng. Soon the news spread in the arena. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the arena cheered up, especially Min Ji Sai. He was eager to know how Yi Feng would handle this matter. From Yi Feng's handling method, Ming Yesi can roughly know what kind of person Yi Feng is, and thus know how to cater to this young Yi Island master in the future. As an old fritter who has been in the world of cultivating immortals, he is very aware of the importance of finding out the temper of his superiors. Soon, Yi Feng's figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Yi Feng looked at the scene in front of him and frowned slightly. He never thought that just sending those 26 people back to his own world, such a thing happened on Peach Blossom Island in just one night. It seems that there are too many people coming to Peach Blossom Island recently. The crowds are naturally chaotic. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to this beforehand. Min Ji Sai, why did you do it? When Yi Feng came in front of the crowd, he didn't talk nonsense, he just asked questions. He's being rude to me, and that alone would kill him. Ming Yesi laughed and said. I'm rude to you too, why don't you come and kill me? Yi Feng's expression turned cold, his tone instantly became indifferent, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a lot. As soon as Ming Yesi felt the meaning of Yi Feng's words, he couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, this Yi Feng is different from what he imagined. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, everyone on Peach Blossom Island is not allowed to kill each other. Yi Feng looked around, especially staring at Ming Yesi, and said, if there are any conflicts, go to Commander Yang Shunning to coordinate. If you can't coordinate, you can tell me directly, Uncle Yang, or tell one or that Menghan, and the others will also okay. This is the rule from now on, Yi Feng explained it straightforwardly. Yes. Yang Shunning nodded yes. He has a lot of power on Peach Blossom Island, but what this brings is that he is busy all day long and doesn't have much time to take care of his cultivation. From the looks of it, Yang Shunning seems to be very beautiful, but in fact, he would rather not be so beautiful, and choose to focus on his own cultivation. It's just that the War Soul Army must have a commander, and he is also reluctant to part with the many subordinates who have followed him for so many years. Whether it was during his lifetime or after he was killed in the submarine, Yang Shunning and these subordinates were always fighting together. As for now, Min Ji Sai, just stay with me obediently for a while. Yi Feng snorted coldly, and condensed a burst of space power. With a bang, the soul cultivator Min Ji Sai was sent by Yi Feng into the dungeon under the Taohua Island Square, and blocked with the tyrannical power of yellow-level space. There are not many immortal cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals who can comprehend the power of yellow-level space. The level of Ming Yesi is that they can use the power of human-level space to perform short-distance teleportation. Facing Yi Feng's blockade, Ming Yesi could only obediently be suppressed. Yi Feng was going to let Ming Yesi stay in the dungeon for a while. Since this soul cultivator wants to rely on him, Yi Feng must let him learn to be obedient, otherwise, it is better to kill this guy directly and simply. Soul cultivation, with a cultivation base of 300 years, may still be useful at some point. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng asked everyone to disperse to rest and practice, and then checked Han Yu's injuries. There should be no problem. Auntie will be back in less than a month. Senior Li Zong, please take good care of Mr. Han during this time. Yi Feng himself had no idea about healing, and he couldn't help Li Zong and Han Yu either. 1 month, good. Li Zong nodded solemnly. Let him keep Han Yu's life for as long as possible, but the key is not to let the soul power in Han Yu's body run wild, thus hurting his dantian and core, otherwise his 200-year-old cultivation base will be destroyed in one fell swoop, which is not fun matter. Yi Feng helped Han Yu suppress the soul power in his body, but it could help him contain it for a few more days. These few days are enough for Li Zong to configure a suitable pharmacy to help Han Yu recuperate his body. Anyway, Han Yu is Yi Feng's subordinate now. It is impossible for Yi Feng to watch him being killed by Ming Yesi, and Yi Feng's behavior of suppressing Ming Yesi made Han Yu secretly admire him. You know, Han Yu has only cultivated for 200 years, while Ming Yesi has cultivated for 300 years. If such a situation happened in his original world, no one would speak for him. As a high cultivation existence, Ming Yesi would not say much even if he hurt and killed someone of his own power. After all, he, Han Yu, is not a well-connected person, nor does he have a deep background. So far, Han Yu's gratitude to Peach Blossom Island and Yi Feng has grown deeper. Yi Feng didn't bother the others anymore. He returned to his own courtyard and continued to comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky. He has been visualizing this picture of a dragon sword soaring to the sky for more than 10 months, and he is already very familiar with the artistic conception of the whole picture, and Yi Feng also has a little understanding of some of the meanings contained in it. This picture should also contain 3 kinds of swordsmanship. Yi Feng had finally seen this until now, but no matter how he observed, he could only discover 2 of the sword skills for the time being. Entangling swordsmanship, using sword energy to entangle the opponent, is a main means of controlling the opponent, and its control power is soft and tough, which can be called a model of softness over rigidity. If it is using domineering power, even a strong man whose strength is several times stronger than Yi Feng's may not be able to break free from the shackles of the sword wrapping technique. Not to mention Yi Feng's strength, already equivalent to a strong man with more than 400 years of cultivation. If he can skillfully use the entangled sword technique, then Yi Feng will be able to fight with ease in the future, and even defeat those opponents who were impossible to defeat. Shujian Jutsu is the defensive sword jutsu derived from Dragon Sword Ju, and it has the same nature as xuanhuan Jianshu, heaven and earth useless. Although it doesn't sound like much, but Yi Feng can understand a part of the content of the swordsmanship now, and he knows very clearly that the swordsmanship of the Dragon Sword Ju is much better than the xuanhuan swordsmanship Tiandi Wuwu. In any case, xuanhuan swordsmanship is only the top swordsmanship in a 6th-class world, the royal family's world, but it is still far behind the top-notch dragon sword art in the 2nd-class world. Whether it is entangling sword technique or sword-keeping technique, it is difficult for Yi Feng to use it now, because both of these 2 sword techniques contain mysterious principles. Just like fighting sword techniques, they are by no means easy to comprehend. Even with Yi Feng's talent, it would take a long time to start using the sword entangling technique and the sword guarding technique. Time keeps passing in practice. A month later, in Yi Feng's courtyard, Yuechan was standing in the yard, wearing a long purple dress that made her look charming, and her beautiful and fresh face gave people a kind and gentle feeling. In particular, the water-type sun god she condensed before made her look as warm and gentle as water. In her hand, she holds a long sword, which is a Taoist weapon obtained from the royal world, one of the 2 swords that split the sky and startled the dragon. On the opposite side of Yuechan, standing was Yi Feng wearing a black shirt, holding the other of the heaven-shattering and frightening swords in his hand. The 2 long swords have the same quality and similar power, so they are usually used by Yi Feng for sparring. Yuechan, are you ready? Yi Feng held the long sword and asked Yuechan. Bring it on. Yuechan nodded lightly, pursed her red lips lightly, and condensed her true energy on the sword in her hand. Dragon Sword Ju, entangling sword technique. With a thought in Yi Feng's mind, the dragon's heart and his dantian quickly condensed his true energy on the sky-splitting sword, and then through the tip of the sword, one after another soft sword energy invisible to the naked eye penetrated from the tip of the sword. Out. After this month's comprehension, Yi Feng has comprehended both the sword entangling technique and the sword guarding technique, and he can perform them initially. But just like the sword fighting technique on the first level, the effects of the sword wrapping technique and sword guarding technique on this first level are not very good. Yi Feng is just trying it out now. The soft sword energy condensed from the sword wrapping technique swept towards Yuechan in front of her like thousands of strands. Yuechan raised her eyebrows, she danced the long sword in her hand, and the watercolor streamed light and melodiously. Dragon Sword Ju, keep swordsmanship. During this period of time, Yuechan also comprehended the entangling sword technique and the sword-keeping technique, but just like Yifeng, they were only half-baked. Facing Yifeng's entangling sword technique, Yuechan used the sword-guarding technique. Accompanied by the true energy of her young god's water system, a soft and tough sword energy swept out, instantly enveloping her whole body. Hum. With a muffled sound, Yifeng's entangling sword qi and sword-guarding sword qi collided with each other, and a soft air burst out, like a spring breeze blowing past. Yifeng's wrapping sword technique didn't work. Still can't figure it out. Yifeng frowned slightly, and shook his head. The key to sword wrapping is to use softness to overcome rigidity. Although the sword energy I released just now was soft enough, it was too soft and lost the strength to overcome rigidity. You have to think and practice a lot. Yuechan heard the words, smiled slightly, put away her long sword and walked to Yifeng's side. It's very difficult for you to control the wrapping sword technique so softly. You must know that your young god is the young god of wrath and thunder. The thunder god of wrath, born masculine, will also give Yifeng an indomitable momentum in his true energy. This is also one of the reasons why he can quickly achieve results in practicing sword fighting before. Right now, swordsmanship also requires strong sword energy, but Yuechan's water-type sun god prevented her from displaying it. The sword-keeping technique she performed is as soft as the sword-enveloping technique. This is the problem of the ability to control the true energy. To comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, no matter who it is necessary to control one's true energy to a fine and subtle level. Yifeng and Yuechan studied together for a while, and then separated to continue comprehending the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky. After comprehending the map of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, the most obvious change brought to the two of them was that they could continue to raise the upper limit of cultivation from 200 years. In this 1 month, Yifeng's cultivation limit has only increased by 2 years. Compared to before, the speed has been much slower. You must know that he has only 200 years of cultivation at this time. If it reaches 700 or 800 years of cultivation, it will become extremely difficult every year to increase the upper limit of cultivation. This shows how difficult it is to reach the realm of 1,000 years of cultivation. Sword entangling and sword keeping are 2 sword techniques that Yifeng must master. Not only will they be very effective in actual combat, but if he wants to pass the experience of the brilliant wood dragon, he must fully comprehend the entire picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky. How can it be called a complete comprehension of the dragon sword soaring to the sky without mastering the sword wrapping technique and the sword keeping technique? He continued to practice on Peach Blossom Island, carefully observing the picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky engraved in the heart of the dragon, and found that there was still a third sword technique that he still couldn't comprehend, and he didn't know whether his cultivation base was too low or what. At this time, Peach Blossom Island finally became lively again. There is no other reason. The daughters who went to the wilderness to experience and condense the young god finally returned to Peach Blossom Island. Sisters Shu Shu, Zhang Xinyun, Zi Jianlan, Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi returned to the earth together at the same time. Appearing in front of everyone again, they not only improved their cultivation to a certain extent, but the most important thing is that they finally succeeded in condensing their respective young gods. As soon as the girls came back, Long Wanner, Su Menghan, and Yuechan went to the cross-boundary teleportation formation to greet them. As the saying goes, there are 3 women in one drama, and now that there are so many women on Peach Blossom Island, they are chatting non-stop. The topic of chat among the girls naturally centered around 2 centers. The first was, of course, cultivation. After all, cultivation was their top priority at this stage, and the second was, of course, Yifeng. No matter which one of the girls they are all closely related to Yi Feng. It is because of Yi Feng that so many talented girls are able to gather together on Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng didn't show up to participate in the discussion with the girls, but just scanned the girls with his divine sense, not far away. This time, he finally found out in bewilderment that in the entire Peach Blossom Island, except for himself, who is the Xian-level Raging Thunder Sun God, only the Huang-level Yang God who can condense the Yang God. As for the most basic human-level Yang God, there are not many. At least the original people of Taohua Island did not condense the human-level Yang God. The middle-aged man, Hanyu, who stayed behind was just the most ordinary human-level Yang God, but it could also double his cultivation speed. The effect of Yang God on immortal cultivators is beyond doubt. Yi Feng could clearly tell that there was a trace of regret on Shushu's face. It seemed that the material she had collected for condensing the Yang God might contain some mysterious materials. But in the end, due to various factors, she failed to condense the Xian-level Yang God, which is considered normal. Yi Feng was able to condense a mysterious Yang God because the materials he used were all given by the Sunflower Dragon, and the quality of the things given by the Sunflower Dragon must be quite good. Yi Feng's condensed Wrath Thunder Yang God made him feel that it was not the limit of that set of materials. From this point of view, there might be Earth-level materials in that set of 4 materials. Listening to the discussions among the girls, Yi Feng knew that the Sun God that Shushu condensed this time was named Sun God by her. The materials she collected for condensing the Sun God were materials with 4 attributes: light, fire, water, and wood. Condensed. When she was collecting materials, she had listened to the opinions of the inheritance power of the star refining immortal code, and knew that the combination of these 4 attributes of materials would be of great help in improving her healing ability. This made Yi Feng feel that he knew quite a lot about the inheritance power of the star refining and immortal code, and the guidance for each person is different for each person, helping each person to choose the most suitable cultivation method. Because Zijianlin has 1,000 years of Xianbing Xiaobai, the materials she collected are all ice-type materials. The Yang God she condensed is somewhat similar to Long Waner's, but her Xianbing Yang God is more Long Waner's Yang God was even colder and biting. Zhang Xingyun is a condensed Earth-type Yang God, because the Earth-type Yang God can enhance her body's defense ability a lot. You must know that as an innate ghost spirit, her main fighting method in the future must be to control ghosts. As for herself, just enough defense is fine. Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi, one of fire element and one of wood element, have similar personalities with them respectively. Xiaoyu, a fiery beauty, has condensed the Yang God of the fire element. In the future, when performing various sword techniques of the dragon sword art, she will be able to attach the power of flames, multiplying its power. As for Xiaoqi, the Yang God of the wood element made her feel at home when she practiced sword techniques such as entangling swordsmanship, and it went very smoothly, but if she practiced swordsmanship, sword fighting skills, etc., the effect would definitely be reduced. The Yang God is so important to the cultivators that all the girls choose the Yang God that suits them best. In actual battles, Yi Feng hadn't used the power of the Wrathful Thunder God, but what he used the most was to snatch and incorporate the Wrathful Thunder God's Eye of Wind and Thunder. If Yi Feng used the Yangshan's power to perform his swordsmanship, and brought the power of furious thunder in the sword energy, the formidable power would obviously be stronger. But so far, none of the opponents he has encountered asked him to use his full strength, or even if he tried his best, he couldn't deal with it, so he didn't use this method. For Yi Feng, instead of relying on the Thunder God of Fury to increase the power of his swordsmanship, it would be more cost-effective to keep the power of the God of Thunder and Thunder for escape. Now on Peach Blossom Island, although the girls have returned, they are not reunited, because there are still many people who have gone out to practice and search for materials to refine the Yangshan. This includes the girl priest Ai Xuanhuan from the Wild World, as well as Nan Nan, Dao Scar, and others who were originally on the earth. Nanfeng, Dao Scar, and his 8 brothers, together with AI Xuanhuan and a few dragon blood warriors with higher cultivation levels, searched for the materials for condensing the Yang God in the wilderness realm. Although they have just come to Menghuang realm not long ago, their search for materials is progressing well, and they have already obtained several good quality materials. Since everyone has stayed in Peach Blossom Island for a long time, they are already very familiar with each other. AI Xuan treats Yifeng with the same admiration as her elder brother. In her eyes, Yifeng is a bit far away from her life, so that she seldom sees Yifeng once. But South and Scar are different. In the process of getting along for a long time, AI Xuan, the Dragon Blood Warriors, Nanfeng, Dao Scar and others have become close friends who talk about everything. There seems to be nothing on Peach Blossom Island that Yifeng needs to worry about. Feeling that his cultivation was almost done, Yifeng decided to get up and head to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword again, preparing to enter the meditation space. After entering the meditation space, in 10 days in reality, he has already practiced for 10 years. This is the great benefit that the Tomb of the Dragon Sword gives to the trainees of the Dragon Sword inheritance. It can make them improve greatly in a short period of time. However, apart from the peak forces in the second-class world like the Dragon Sword inheritance, I am afraid that no one can create it. Even in the Dragon Sword inheritance, there are still strict regulations on the opening of the meditation space, and it is not easy to enter it. It is conceivable that maintaining the meditation space must consume a lot of energy. What's more, the energy consumed by opening the meditation space for 10 days is already unimaginable to Yifeng. Immortal cultivators at a higher level have not only mastered the power of space, but also the power of time, and can create such a magical place as a meditation space. That is the realm that Yifeng can't even look up at now. Now he can only step by step, improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, so as to step into a higher level as soon as possible. Only in that way can he be able to protect Peach Blossom Island, and even protect the Earth. What's more, he is now in a difficult situation. If he fails to compete for the inheritance of the Dragon Sword, then he, Su Feiying and his maids will only become vassals of others, and they will no longer be free. The world of cultivating immortals, the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Yifeng passed the cross-boundary teleportation formation on Peach Blossom Island, and quickly returned to the place where he received his experience. Senior Dragon Sword, Junior Yifeng, come to enter the meditation space and comprehend the diagram of Dragon Sword soaring to the sky. Yifeng stood in the hall of the quaint Dragon Sword tomb, clasped his fists, and said aloud, "No hurry, no hurry." The ancient and long-lasting spiritual thoughts of Dragon Sword quickly spread out, and then the simple and majestic Dragon Sword appeared in front of Yifeng, hovering above him. Before that, you need to choose a little destiny of your own. As soon as he received Gupu Longjian's spiritual thought, Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He chose a small destiny? As I said before, his destiny was expelled by the Dragon Sword inheritance, because it was too bad, but now, he has to choose a small destiny again? What is the relationship between little destiny and destiny? Destiny can be chosen by oneself? For this series of questions, Yifeng's eyes were darkened, and he didn't understand at all. If you don't understand, you have to ask, so he said, "Senior, what is the difference between Xiao Tianming and Tianming?" In this world, every creature has its own destiny, and each destiny will have a strengthening effect on their respective aspects. Your destiny has been erased by us, but if you can obtain the Dragon Sword inheritance, naturally will regain a better destiny. As for now, what you want to choose is little destiny. Like destiny, little destiny can strengthen you in a certain direction, but the effect is not as good as destiny. The power of the Dragon Sword inheritance is beyond your imagination. In the entire world, there are very few forces that can control the destiny. And the Dragon Sword inheritance happens to be one of them. The powerful person in the Dragon Sword inheritance exerts the supreme immortal power, turns the world around, and steals the secrets of the heavens, so that you can have the opportunity to choose your destiny, and derive a small destiny. Every cultivator has a different soul strength, and the power of destiny that he can withstand is also different. Some people have strong souls, and it would be a pity to only have one destiny, and the souls of young people who come to practice dragon sword inheritance are generally very powerful, so you can choose a certain number of small destiny to make yourself stronger. Stealing the secrets of heaven with supreme immortal power is not a simple matter. Therefore, to steal destiny, only after you become the heir of Dragon's Sword, will there be many great powers in the inheritance to join forces to steal destiny for you. As for the little destiny, you don't need to, it's so troublesome, so at each stage of your experience, we will give you a chance to choose a small destiny. The stronger your soul strength is, the more small destiny you can choose. After hearing these words, Yi Feng finally figured out that there is still such a relationship between this destiny and little destiny. However, regarding the many powerful abilities inherited from the dragon's sword, it is really an existence against the heavens to be able to steal the destiny and allow those who accept the inheritance of the dragon's sword to obtain the strongest destiny. It can be seen from this that the highest state of the second-class world is far beyond what Yi Feng can fathom now. Then let's begin. Yi Feng was quite looking forward to choosing Xiao Tianming. What he knows now is that Lin Shurqing's destiny of love can enhance the speed of the two of them's cultivation, which has a great effect, and Shu Shu is able to have such a high talent in medical skills because of the destiny of the Holy Hand. If he can also have a destiny, even if it is only a small destiny for the time being, it should also greatly improve his strength. Okay, after a while, there will be supreme immortal power coming here to open the door of destiny for you. This time all you can feel is the destiny of destiny. Whichever one you like, you can surround it with your thoughts, and pass it on. Daning will use the supreme power to integrate it into your body. After the Gupu dragon sword god's thoughts were passed on, Yi Feng felt a majestic force enveloping him in an instant, making him feel like he was bound, and he couldn't move at all. This power. Yi Feng was startled. Could this be the so-called supreme immortal power? In this majestic power, Yi Feng felt a sense of kindness, perhaps because the one who exerted this power was the supreme power in the dragon sword inheritance, the dragon sword art of cultivation, so the power of the two came from the same source. The next moment, Yi Feng's eyes blurred, and he felt his whole consciousness floating, and a shining light suddenly appeared in front of him. In this piece of golden light, Yi Feng opened his eyes wide, but he still couldn't see anything. His consciousness spread rapidly around, and he couldn't feel anything. All he knew was that he seemed to have come to a void where there was nothing, except for the golden light that filled the world. There was nothing in this place. However, soon, he concentrated his mind, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be something floating around him. These things were densely packed, but they could not be clearly perceived, let alone seen by the naked eye. Could this be the destiny of the little one? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Under such circumstances, his perception was almost completely blinded. How could he choose the little destiny that suits him? Yi Feng. Suddenly a deafening sound came to Yi Feng's ears. Hurry up, stealing the secrets consumes too much. I can only support a stick of incense time at most. This voice is not from the ancient dragon sword, so it must be the senior of the dragon sword inheritance who displayed the supreme immortal power. When Yi Feng heard this, he straightened his mind immediately. The other party consumed the supreme immortal power to steal the heavenly secrets for him to obtain a small destiny. He couldn't just live up to the other party's expectations. Yi Feng concentrated on his perception, wanting to feel what kind of destiny the little destiny flying around him belonged to, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. Those little destiny, all hazy, feel exactly the same. This is the secret? Yi Feng felt an awe-inspiring feeling in his heart. It really is so elusive. It should not be too late, the time for a stick of incense will soon pass. Yi Feng did not hesitate, he stretched out his will, and directly surrounded the force of destiny that was closest to him. He chose the Xiao Tianming, who was closest to him, because the one closest to him might be the one that suits him best. Under the current circumstances, Yi Feng could only make such a choice. The next moment, the golden light dissipated, and the supreme immortal power disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yi Feng opened his eyes, and found that he had returned to the main hall of the Dragon Sword's tomb, and the ancient dragon sword exuded an ancient and long-lasting aura, still floating above his head. Although it was still the previous scene, Yi Feng vaguely felt that he was different from before. Haha. Yi Feng, the little destiny you got this time is the destiny of the little spirit root. This destiny can make your talent more outstanding. Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment by the ancient and simple dragon sword divine sense. Xiaolingen's destiny? Can he enhance his talent again? Having the little spirit root's destiny, your comprehension, creativity, and understanding will all be stronger than before. Although it's just a little destiny, it can also increase your comprehension of general swordsmanship moves by 30% to 50% faster. Gupu Longjian explained. 30% to 50%. When Yi Feng heard this number, he couldn't help being startled. In other words, if it took him 10 years to fully comprehend the diagram of dragon swords soaring to the sky, now it only takes 5 or 6 years to complete it. This is still just the effect of the small destiny. If you get the real big destiny at that time, wouldn't the comprehension speed double? The effect of this little spirit root's destiny on Yi Feng is very significant, because his own talent is amazing, and getting this destiny is even more powerful. If it is a person with stupid aptitude, even if he gets the destiny of the little spirit root and increases his comprehension speed by 30% to 50%, it will not be of much use. For example, Yi Feng can fully comprehend the diagram of dragon swords soaring to the sky in 10 years, but it takes 100 years for those with stupid qualifications to comprehend the diagram of dragon swords soaring to the sky. Even if this stupid person with the qualifications gets the destiny of the little spirit root, it will take 50 or 60 years to complete it. Compared with Yi Feng, it was still as slow as a snail. The higher the talent, the better the effect of obtaining the destiny of the little spirit root. It's just that, for Yi Feng, this little spiritual root's destiny will neither increase his cultivation speed nor give him an advantage in battle, so it's actually not a very good choice. The speed of comprehension is fast, but after countless years, if all the things that should be comprehended are comprehended, it seems that the destiny of this little spirit root will be useless. Yi Feng, don't think so. As if aware of Yi Feng's thoughts, Gupu Longjian's ancient divine thoughts came, which contained solemnity. The world is vast, far beyond your imagination, and a person's talent basically determines his success in this life. How far? Now you are faced with comprehending the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, but this is not something too profound. In the future, when you want to comprehend the power of the mysterious space, the power of the earth-level space, or even the power of the sky-level space, or even the power of time and the power of destiny at a higher level are closely related to your comprehension ability. Like that powerful being just now who wants to help you steal the heavenly secret, if he doesn't have enough talent to comprehend the power of a certain rule, how can he use his own supreme immortal power to break the shackles of the heavenly destiny for you? These words made Yi Feng's heart tremble. Yes, there are so many powers in this world, and the enhancement of the innate ability to comprehend anything is something that any cultivator can only dream of. Among other things, if Yi Feng's talent is so strong that he can instantly comprehend the power of heaven-level space, then he is already invincible in this world. Because it takes endless years to comprehend the power of heaven-level space, even the existence of a top talent, once comprehended, almost no one can catch him. In any battle, can remain invincible. There are not many such top-notch existences, even in the dragon sword inheritance. In any case, Yi Feng now has more confidence in obtaining the inheritance of the dragon sword. With the destiny of the little spirit root, he will definitely be able to comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky faster. After 10 years of meditating on the space, Yi Feng felt that he would be able to fully comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, and the rest of the time could be used to comprehend the power of the mysterious space. If he can comprehend the power of mysterious space, then Yi Feng can cross all worlds with his own means, without having to rely on the cross-boundary teleportation array. Of course, those high-level worlds have barriers, and Yi Feng's current strength is still unable to break into them, but even walking through the low-level worlds will allow him to obtain incomparable benefits. At least, in a low-level world like the world of cultivating immortals, it is considered an invincible existence. Next, I will send you into the meditation space. 10 days outside and 10 years inside, you must make good use of these 10 years. After you come out, the experience given to you by the bright wood dragon should be able to complete. The quaint dragon sword, divine thoughts, passed into Yi Feng's mind. I also feel that 10 years is enough for me to comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword, soaring to the sky. Yi Feng's eyes burst out with strong confidence. Originally, he thought that 10 years should be about the same, but now that he has Xiaolingen's destiny, he is at home and full of confidence. Soon, Yi Feng only felt that the surrounding space began to distort, and time was reversed. In an instant, the surrounding scene was transformed into the deep and quiet place in the meditation space again. The speed of time passing in this place is different from that of the outside world. 10 years of practice here have only passed 10 days in the outside world. Entering this time, Yi Feng may have a little understanding of the power of a higher level, and vaguely felt that there are countless turbulent undercurrents lurking around this meditation space. These turbulent undercurrents should be the cruel and ruthless power of time, the great power inherited by Dragon's Sword, opening up such a time-reversing meditation space for him. Without further ado, Yi Feng immediately began to comprehend the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky. In the quiet and deep meditation space, there is a faint force of law from the heaven and earth, filling the whole space, allowing Yi Feng, who is cultivating in it, to feel it involuntarily. With the help of this force of law, Yi Feng felt that his comprehension speed of the dragon sword soaring to the sky had once again been improved. This is the benefit of practicing in the meditation space. When Yi Feng fully comprehended the drawing of dragon sword soaring to the sky, he had only passed 4 years in the meditation space. There are still 6 years left, and of course he won't waste money. The power of mysterious space is the next goal he wants to comprehend. However, it is not so easy to comprehend the power of mysterious space. Even with Yi Feng's talent, it is impossible to fully comprehend the power of mysterious space in these 6 years. But even if he can't comprehend it completely, Yi Feng still has to try to see if he can comprehend something. Once he comprehends the power of the mysterious space, he will be able to freely cross various worlds, which will be of great convenience to his future actions. To comprehend the power of mysterious space, you can refer to the colorful dragon bow and the blood shield. Both of these 2 immortal weapons carry the power of earth-level space. From them, you can comprehend something deeper than the power of mysterious space. In addition, the power of the void contained in the void vines may also inspire me. Yi Feng quickly took out the colorful dragon bow and blood shield, and placed them in front of him. These 2 immortal artifacts were refined by the Blood Soul Dragon for him. Although they are only the lowest quality among the immortal artifacts, they are already very powerful existences for Yi Feng. The power of earth-level space in the colorful dragon bow will only take effect when Yi Feng shoots an arrow. These powers of earth-level space will spontaneously seal the target of the arrow so that it cannot escape, and then shoot the target then explodes, easily defeating the opponent. Unless the cultivation base is too much higher than Yi Feng, or under such an arrow, basically no one can escape. As for the nether blood shield, a barrier that can condense the power of earth-level space, its strength is also related to Yi Feng's cultivation base, but compared to ordinary defense methods, the nether blood shield is much stronger. However, now it seems that the defensive ability of the ghost blood shield is similar to the level of my 3rd level of sword defense. It seems that I don't really need the ghost blood shield. You can consider giving this blood shield to other people on Peach Blossom Island after you go back. The first thing Yi Feng thought of was Lin Shiqing. Other women who practice dragon sword Ju can also comprehend the technique of defending the sword, so there is no need for the blood shield to do anything extra. However, the star-refining immortal code cultivated by Lin Shiqing does not seem to have derived any powerful defensive fairy technique so far, so it is better for her. Suitable. Of course, sending out the blood shield is a matter for the future. Yi Feng is still focusing on comprehending the power of the mysterious space. 1 year, 2 years. During the comprehension process, time passed quickly, but Yi Feng's comprehension progress did not make much progress. It seems that it is indeed necessary to take out the void vines and observe and study it. Yi Feng stroked his unshaven chin and thought about it. With a thought, he mobilized his whole body to feel the void vines in another space. The void vine grew stronger than before, and the power of the void contained in it was so strong that even Yi Feng could hardly grasp it. Fortunately, Yi Feng is bound to the soul of the void vine. No matter how strong the void vine is, Yi Feng can manipulate the void vine. However, the power of the void that Yi Feng can control is closely related to his cultivation base. No matter how strong the void power of the void vine tree is, Yi Feng's cultivation base is not enough to control all of it, but only a part of it. Of course, even if it is only a part of the void power, it is very important to Yi Feng. Compared with his own true qi, if Yi Feng uses the power of the void to perform various swordsmanship, its power will definitely be several times or even dozens of times stronger. As for the specific power, Yi Feng has never tried it, so he is not very clear. He only knew that if he really met an opponent who needed him to use his full strength, and let him use the power of the void and the power of the thunder god to attack together, the power he could unleash would be amazing. Of course, the Blood Soul Dragon once warned that if it is not necessary, it is best for Yi Feng at this stage not to expose the power of Void Vine to ordinary people. Because of this tyrannical and rare existence, it will attract the red eyes of many other people. The current Yi Feng didn't have enough strength to keep the Void Vine wood. It would be no fun if someone robbed him. Yi Feng summoned the Void Vine to his meditation space, and instantly felt that he was enveloped by the power of the void. If it was someone else, covered by this kind of void power, I'm afraid they would be wiped out instantly, but the souls of Yi Feng and the void vines are bound together. This power is equivalent to Yi Feng's own power. It will not cause any harm to him. Soon, Yi Feng seemed to feel something from the void vine's void power, and continued to frown tightly, thinking hard. Time passed day by day, and Yi Feng's comprehension of the power of space became more and more complete. 6 years, in the practice and comprehension day and night, almost passed by in a flash. In the meditation space, Yi Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and with a wave of one hand, he sent the vine beside him back to the space arranged by the blood dragon. Finally figured it out. Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly, trying to find out the power of space he had comprehended. After 6 years of comprehension, he was finally able to clearly feel the barrier of the whole world, and seemed to be able to feel other worlds through this barrier. It's just that, with the power of space that he now comprehends and masters, he can only see other worlds, but cannot open the space channel leading to that world. Even so, Yi Feng already has a certain impression of the power of space, and a trace of mysterious space power has been produced in his body. In the future, as long as this trace of mysterious space power is gradually strengthened, one will be able to further comprehend the method of opening the space channel and possess the power of free cross-boundary transmission. This stage is the most important and the longest, but it is also the easiest, because it has passed the most difficult level of comprehending and feeling the power of the mysterious space. Next, just like normal practice, let this trace of mysterious space power be strengthened. According to Yi Feng's estimate, this process will take 40 or 50 years, but at least it gave him hope. It's half mysterious, this kid's talent really didn't disappoint us. In the dark, several figures who were observing Yi Feng's comprehension and cultivation finally started discussing Yi Feng again. With the little spirit root's destiny, his talent has far surpassed his peers, and it only took 6 years to comprehend the semi-mystical power of space. It's unbelievable. Back then, I realized the power of half-mysterious space, and I had cultivated it for thousands of years to reach the Tao realm. It took a total of more than 60 years. During the 10 years of Yi Feng's 10 years in the meditation space, he comprehended the performance of the dragon sword soaring to the sky and the power of the mysterious space, which has gradually entered the eyes of the dragon sword inheritors. When Yi Feng's figure reappeared in the main hall of the dragon sword tomb, only 10 days had passed in reality. But for Yi Feng, 10 years have passed, and his own cultivation base has also been greatly improved, and his actual combat power has improved by leaps and bounds. After consuming all the natural treasures left on his body, Yi Feng raised his cultivation to exactly 300 years. As for the upper limit of his cultivation, it has already reached 325 years. As long as he gets some special natural materials debao, you can continue to break through at any time. It's just that Yi Feng has already absorbed many types of natural treasures. Yi Feng can no longer absorb most types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the 4 worlds of earth, Immortal Cultivation Realm, Menghuang Realm, and Royal Family Realm. If he wants to get more natural treasures, he can only go to more other worlds. However, Yi Feng is still unable to travel freely in various worlds. The power of mysterious space that he has comprehended is only half of it. The current him probably knows that every world in this world is separated by a barrier invisible to the naked eye, and the position of this barrier cannot be perceived by ordinary people's perception alone. But if one comprehends the existence of the power of the mysterious space, even a cultivator of the power of the half-mystical space can easily find the location of this barrier. The comprehension of the power of mysterious space is equivalent to giving the cultivator an extra dimension of perception. This is like having a wall, which is not high, but reaches infinite length. Creatures that can't jump can't go through this wall no matter what, but if they can jump, they can cross this wall and reach the world on the other side of the wall in one fell swoop. Comprehending the power of mysterious space is roughly equivalent to jumping in the above example. Between the world of cultivating immortals and the earth, there is such a wall, which is a layer of space barrier that is extremely difficult for ordinary people to perceive. There is also such a space barrier between the world of cultivating immortals and other worlds. Now that Yi Feng is in the Tomb of Dragon Sword, he activated the semi-mysterious level of space power, and he can feel that there are layers of space barriers around him, arranged irregularly and staggered. Behind any space barrier, there is another world. The current Yi Feng can observe the scenes of these worlds, but he can't break through the space barrier and cross the world, because what he comprehends is only half-mystical power of space. Soon, after feeling the mystery of the power of space for a while, Yi Feng found that behind some space barriers, he couldn't even see the scenes of those worlds. Thinking about it, this is the stronger space barrier of the higher world, which has a certain blocking effect on the observers of the lower world. In the Tomb of Dragon Sword, Yi Feng could observe tens of thousands of spatial barriers. It can be seen that tens of thousands of worlds are connected to the world of cultivating immortals. Among them, most of them can be directly observed by Yi Feng, only a small part, even less than 1% of the world, is blocked by high-level space barriers, so that Yi Feng's sight cannot reach it. The number of higher worlds is extremely rare in this world. But even so, there are hundreds of space barriers in the world of cultivating immortals at a glance. Higher worlds are at least third-class worlds, such as the Soul World and the Sky World. Any third-class world is not something that Yi Feng can fight against. Compared with the third-class world, the current Yi Feng is like an ant at the foot of a mountain. There is no possibility of shaking that mountain at all. There are hundreds of such worlds connected to the world of cultivating immortals. In hundreds of worlds, there are countless cultivators who are stronger than Yi Feng. It can be seen that this world is vast and boundless, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers unfathomable. Yi Feng searched carefully among the many space barriers, and finally found the location of the world where the Earth is located. What's the current situation on Peach Blossom Island? Yi Feng thought in his heart. Half-mysterious space power leaked out of his body, and immediately penetrated the space barrier between the worlds. Soon, he saw the current situation of Peach Blossom Island on Earth. On Peach Blossom Island, Long Wanner, Yuechan, Su Feiying and others practiced independently. Everyone on the island lived in peace, and the dragon sword maids were trying their best to comprehend the artistic conception of the dragon sword soaring to the sky. To the people on Peach Blossom Island, only 10 days have passed since Yi Feng left Peach Blossom Island and went to Dragon Sword's tomb. And the people on Peach Blossom Island never knew that the current Yi Feng was able to observe the situation of Peach Blossom Island on their Earth across the world. Swish! Yi Feng withdrew his line of sight, and the power of half-mysterious space retracted into his body. The world where the Earth is located is so vast. That's what scientists call the universe. I don't know what there is in the depths of the universe. The universe is too big. Yi Feng's semi-mysterious space power sprang out, and all he felt was a void. Trying to find a life planet similar to the Earth was almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Earth is in a non-hierarchical world, and it seems that apart from the Earth, there are no other living planets in the entire universe. And in Yi Feng's perception of the half-mysterious space power, in some fourth-class worlds and fifth-class worlds, those cultivating beings have detected a lot of areas in their respective universes, and there are beings living on many planets. Practice. Could it be that there was only life on one planet in each world at the beginning, and as the strength of life on this planet grows, can it expand to other planets? Yi Feng can only guess like this now. As for what is going on in the universe of each world, Yi Feng can only fly and shuttle in a vacuum state after he has cultivated for 1,000 years and reached the Tao realm. It is a big watershed for cultivators to cultivate for 1,000 years and attain the realm of Taoism. Only after reaching 1,000-year cultivation base and condensing the Tao fruit, can a cultivator not eat or drink water, and rely on the breath between heaven and earth to absorb nutrients. In the legends of Earth and China, such a person is almost a fairy. But a real immortal can only be counted if he has cultivated for 10,000 years. As for the inconceivable abilities of the peak beings who have become immortals for 10,000 years, even Yi Feng has no idea about this. Because the current him has not yet reached this level. Yi Feng thought about it. He wondered what happened to Jin Xingqing in the royal family now. What happened to the others in Menghuang realm? Is it possible to find the location of Lu Feng by relying on the power of half-mysterious space? Do whatever comes to mind. Motivated by Yi Feng's semi-mysterious space power, he searched tens of thousands of different worlds, and finally found a place similar to the Menghuang realm after a long time. The reason why it is said to be similar to the wild world is because each world has its own unique and different atmosphere, and Yi Feng knows the breath of the wild world very well. But when Yi Feng looked at Menghuang realm, he was stunned by the scene. This wild world is different from all other worlds. When Yi Feng sensed the aura of the wild world and spewed out half-mysterious space power, wanting to perceive what kind of place the wild world is, the scene that appeared in his mind surprised him. He saw a part of the wild world, which was the ancient jungle he had been to, and that ancient jungle was the place where Alchemy Star Valley had visited and built thousands of cross-boundary teleportation arrays. The Star Alchemy Temple and the ancient temple leading to the Earth are also in this ancient jungle. This is not something that surprised Yi Feng. What surprised him was that when he wanted to observe the situation outside this ancient forest, he found that there were similar creatures on the edge of this ancient forest that were similar to those outside the higher world. Space barrier. The Menghuang realm is a high-level world? Yi Feng was taken aback, but thinking that the previous golden giants lived in the wild world, maybe the wild world is really a higher world. But since the Menghuang realm is a higher world, why is there such a place as the ancient jungle? There is no space barrier around the ancient forest, which is equivalent to a low-level world, and the life that lives in it is also the strength of the low-level world, and none of them can reach the level of the high-level world. Needless to say, the high-level world, even the sixth-class world, requires the existence of strong people who have cultivated for 1,000 years and attained the Tao realm. However, in the ancient jungles of the wild desolate realm, there is no life that has reached the 1,000-year cultivation level. Compared with other mysterious areas in the wild world, the ancient jungle is an area that is completely incompatible with it. How did this ancient jungle come about? Yi Feng couldn't figure this out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He only observed that in the ancient jungle, Nanfeng, Dao Scar, Lin Shiqing and others were practicing to find the materials for condensing the Yang God. And the aborigines of the ancient forest in Menghuang realm, that is, Ai Xuanhuan and some dragon blood warriors from the Sar tribe, attracted Yi Feng's attention a little bit. Perhaps, the existence of the ancient jungle is related to these tribes. Is there any strong man who specializes in practicing curses, passed down a set of ritual cultivation methods, and then created a place like the ancient jungle? Yi Feng could not know all of this. Strength is still too important. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly. Even though his strength has been greatly improved in the past 10 years in the meditation space, in the final analysis, he still doesn't even have the qualifications to see the true face of the higher world. It is said that in order to pass through the space barrier of the higher world and enter the higher world, one must comprehend the power of Earth-level space. Unless, that person originally belonged to that higher world and bears the imprint of that world. The inhabitants of each world have the imprint of their own world. Now Yi Feng's body is marked with the earth, not the world of cultivating immortals, because his body was born on the earth. As long as you accept the inheritance of the dragon sword, you will definitely be eligible to go to the second-class world where the inheritance of the dragon sword is located. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Without hesitation, he walked straight towards the palace of the bright wood dragon. Along the way, he passed through the 3 halls of Kuishui Shenlong, Shueshan Shenlong, and Wuxian Shenlong. Soon, he came to the hall of Tsuimu Shenlong. Senior Brilliant Tree Dragon, this junior has fulfilled his mission. He has fully comprehended the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, and has reached 300 years of cultivation. Yi Feng said respectfully without saying a word. The entire hall was covered with green vines full of vitality, which made Yi Feng feel full of vitality. Yes, let's go to the next hall. The divine sense of the brilliant tree dragon entered Yi Feng's mind calmly. Yi Feng cupped his fists respectfully, and then left. The experience of the brilliant tree dragon gave him the greatest benefit of 10 years of training time in the meditation space. If it weren't for the requirements of this experience, it would be difficult for him to enter the meditation space. After each experience, Yi Feng's strength will be greatly improved, which makes Yi Feng faintly look forward to what his next experience will be. Soon, he walked through the hall of the bright wood dragon and arrived at the next hall. As soon as he entered this hall, Yi Feng felt a wave of heat rushing toward his face. This hall belongs to the hall of the mysterious fire dragon. Young man, you have finally come to my place. A fiery divine thought entered Yi Feng's mind the moment he stepped into the hall, but Yi Feng did not see the opponent's figure. Judging from the other party's words, it seems that Xuanhuan Shenlong has been waiting for Yi Feng for a long time. Senior, I don't know what kind of experience I will accept this time. Yi Feng asked aloud. Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan Shenlong laughed loudly, with endless enthusiasm in his voice, as if he wanted to overwhelm Yi Feng with enthusiasm, and then his divine thoughts immediately came. This time, you and another dragon sword inheritance competitor will participate together. Yi Feng was taken aback immediately. Another dragon sword inheritance competitor? So far, there have been 2 groups, that is, 4 people, who have arrived at my hall to accept the experience, but these 4 people have all fallen in the subsequent checkpoints, and their qualifications for inheriting the dragon sword have also passed. Switch to other talented young talents. You are the sixth young man to reach this level during the selection of the leader of the Dragon Sword Inheritance. You and the fifth competitor who came here will go to the next experience together. In this experience, you and another competitor will be in a cooperative relationship. The divine sense of xuanhuan shenlong made Yifeng's heart beat several times. Cooperate with another Dragon Sword Inheritance competitor for the next experience? 2 Dragon Sword Inheritance practitioners were actually required to participate. It seemed that this training was either quite difficult or required competition between them. If you achieve the training goal, you can all pass this training. But if you fail to meet the training goal, waiting for your end, maybe you will die. The next divine sense from xuanhuan shenlong let Yifeng know that the danger of the next training must be much higher than the previous training. What is the training task? Yifeng calmly began to ask. Don't worry, I will tell you all the information about the experience right now. The xuanhuan shenlong paused for a moment, and then the divine thoughts continued. The location of the experience is in a high-level world. Exactly 1 month later, an ancient relic will appear. You and another experiencer go there together. Ancient ruins, get something in the ancient ruins. Halfway through xuanhuan shenlong's speech, Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Is to go to the higher world? It seems that the training content this time is different for each group of trainees. For example, Yifeng happened to have ancient relics appearing in that advanced world after a month. If he came to the hall of xuanhuan shenlong for a month at night, the content of his experience would definitely change. The divine sense of the xuanhuan shenlong continued to spread. This advanced world is a third-class world, the world of dawn. In the world of dawn, there are countless strong people who have cultivated for 1,000 years and have attained the Tao realm. Even strong people who have become immortals for 10,000 years are very common, so you must be careful. However, only cultivators with less than 1,000 years of cultivation can enter the ancient ruins, because there is a barrier around the ruins, and any practitioners with more than 1,000 years of cultivation will be blocked. When you practice in the ancient ruins, you don't have to worry about it. Encountering an opponent that is too strong. The barrier of the ancient ruins can't be broken even by the experts of our Dragon Sword Inheritance. From this, it can be seen that what you may obtain in this ancient ruins, I'm afraid even the peak experts of our second-class world will be jealous. Just like the void vines you have now, they are things that you can meet but not seek in the second-class world. In the ancient ruins, you may be able to find existences of similar quality or even higher quality than the void vines. Hearing what xuanhuan shenlong said, Yifeng kept nodding his head, expressing that he heard clearly. It seems that this training mission is not ordinary. It is said to be training, but it is actually a means for Dragon Sword Inheritance to strengthen its own power. If Yifeng and the competitor who is about to experience together have obtained any precious things from the ancient ruins, these things naturally belong to the inheritance of Dragon Sword. After all, both of them can be considered as inheritors of the Dragon Sword. If the two of them get any precious items, in the final analysis, it is the power of the Dragon Sword Inheritance that will be enhanced. Even the Dragon Sword Inheritors couldn't break through the barrier of the ancient ruins. It seems that the ancient ruins are extraordinary. Yifeng has a lot of interest in this experience. The content of experience is one aspect, and the most important thing is to see who your collaborators and competitors are this time. Until now, Yifeng has not seen any contender for the Dragon Sword Inheritance. In addition, this experience is not just for the two of you to go. The xuanhuan shenlong Shenyan finally came. You can each bring your Dragon Sword maids, but you can only bring 2 at most, you understand? Learn. Yifeng nodded. For this trip to the ancient ruins, he could bring 2 Dragon Sword maids with him, so there is no doubt that he must bring the one with the highest cultivation level, so that Yifeng's training will be smoother. You have to be mentally prepared. The news of the appearance of the ancient ruins has spread to many higher worlds, and many powerful young geniuses are all eager to try. Xuanhua Shenlong's dignified spiritual thoughts came. Among them, there are many successors selected by forces no less than the inheritance of Dragon's Sword, who will go to compete with you. Of course, you may not necessarily be rivals. In some cases, you may be able to cooperate, which will also benefit you a lot after you become the heir of the Dragon's Sword in the future. Yes. Yifeng's eyes shone brightly. This was an extraordinary challenge for him. He didn't know until now that the previous experience of Dragon's Sword inheritance was just a warm-up, and the experience given by the Xuanhua Shenlong is the real experience. From this experience, Yifeng will go to the higher world, and be with the practitioners in the higher world. Thanks to the help of the Dragon Sword inheritance, Yifeng is equivalent to having a good step, allowing him to step on the bridge to the higher world. If Yifeng's expectations are not bad, there are 4 more trials in Dragon Sword inheritance, and they will all be similar in nature to this one. On the one hand, to improve the strength of the Dragon Sword inheritance trainees in actual combat, on the other hand, let the Dragon Sword inheritance trainees deepen their understanding of this world and other high-level world powerhouses through each experience. It is by no means so easy to become the successor of the Dragon Sword. If you are not a dragon among men, it is impossible for you to pass this series of difficult tests. The previous 4 training sessions were completely just testing the talent of the trainee. While ensuring the talent of the trainee, it also improved the strength of the trainee. When the trainee has a certain strength, it's time to go to the real battlefield. You have 1 month to prepare. 1 month later, come here to meet your collaborators. After Xuanhua Shenlong said this sentence, his divine sense traveled farther and farther until it disappeared. But Yifeng's mind has drifted to the upcoming experience. The content of this experience makes his blood boil. 1 month later, he will go to a third-class world, to compete with many powerful geniuses in an ancient ruins. The specific training goal, Xuanhua Shenlong hasn't said yet, but Yifeng can guess that as long as he gets enough valuable things from the ancient ruins, he can pass the training. In addition, a prerequisite is that you must come out alive. If you die in the ancient ruins, it's useless to say anything. One of the experiences this time came from the ancient ruins themselves. After all, no one knew what unknown dangers there would be, and the other came from competitors from various forces. In this training, Yifeng and the Dragon Sword inheritance trainer, who has never met before, can be regarded as a cooperative relationship. Although only one of the two can become the successor of Dragon Sword in the end, if the two of them don't cooperate well, they may be killed by powerful practitioners from other forces in the ancient ruins. If you can't pass this level, how can you talk about the future? Therefore, Yifeng didn't have anything against the upcoming cooperation. Instead, he could take advantage of this cooperation to see what kind of guy the other party is. Yifeng activated the space power of the Dragon Sword Order, and quickly created a space channel, returning to the Peach Blossom Island on Earth. During this month, he had to make good preparations to raise his strength to the peak state. In addition, he had to choose 2 Dragon Sword maids by his side to prepare to go to the ancient ruins together. There are 3 candidates in Yifeng's mind: Yuechan, Su Feiying, and Long Wanner. The 3 girls have the highest talent, the richest combat experience, and the strongest cultivation at this stage. But to let those 2 girls go, Yifeng had to discuss it after he went back. Soon, under Yifeng's call, the main personnel of Peach Blossom Island gathered in the square. Under the starlight at night, everyone was solemnly preparing to discuss with Yifeng. In addition to the 7 Dragon Sword maids beside Yifeng, even Shu Shu, Zi Jianlan, Tang Qingling, and others came. In addition, there are also some members of the Battle Soul Army, all gathered here. Yifeng is finally about to enter a new world. Although for some people, they don't know what the higher world means, for example, some dragon blood warriors from the wild world, etc., but they still think Yifeng looks awesome. In the central square of Taohua Island, under the starlight of the night sky, everyone gathered together. That's the way it is. Who of you wants to go to the ancient ruins with me? As Yifeng spoke, He looked around solemnly. This trip is no small matter, and there is even a possibility that the three of us will not be able to come back alive. In this case, you all know the fate of the other 5 dragon sword maids. Everyone understands the importance of Yi Feng's trip. Yi Feng is their center, and they are Yi Feng's maids. If Yi Feng dies and loses the qualification to inherit the dragon sword, then they are not qualified to practice dragon sword art. Although the cultivation speed of the dragon sword Ju is fast, it is a stronger mental method than the high-level cultivation method, but it is not without risk if you want to practice the dragon sword Ju. Therefore, although there were quite a few people who wanted to go with Yi Feng this time, among the 7 women, no one stood up first. Especially Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi, whose cultivation bases are relatively low for the time being, only have a cultivation base of 160 years, and the gap with Yi Feng is too big. Even if they can keep up, it is useless, and the 2 girls are now at the critical stage of comprehending the dragon sword soaring to the sky stage. If they go now, I am afraid that their comprehension will be interrupted, and it will take some time to recomprehend. Su Minghan's cultivation base is now 180 years, and she shook her head secretly when she heard Yi Feng's words. Her expression was not very good. Of course she wanted to go with Yi Feng, but she also knew that with her current cultivation, she couldn't help Yi Feng at all, but because she didn't have enough real combat experience, she might hold back Yi Feng. The rest are the 4 daughters Yuechan, Su Feiying, Long Wanner, and Zhang Xinyun. How about, Yi Feng, I'll go. Contrary to Yi Feng's expectations, the first one to stand up was not Yuechan, Su Feiying, and Long Wanner, but Zhang Xinyun, who rarely spoke. Hearing her voice, Yi Feng raised his head and looked at this pure and beautiful girl with short hair. After reaching 50 years of cultivation, Zhang Xinyun can freely control the 4 innate ghost marks on her face and body. Now, although she has no makeup at all, she looks extremely beautiful, with no trace of her face flaw. I am an innate ghost spirit body, and until now, I have not controlled any soul. Zhang Xinyun thought for a while and said, the previous Huiyun demon lord's soul, because the cultivation level was too low, I dispelled it long ago. This time I went to the ancient ruins. If you can kill an opponent, then I can control his soul, but strengthen our own strength. Not only that, according to my speculation, places like the ancient ruins must be very dangerous. Maybe the hidden mechanism can kill a large number of people. So, after I control the souls of others, I can let these souls go to the front to explore the way. In this way, Zhang Xinyun's innate ghost body seems to be very effective. So, among the 2 people, you should have a place. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile, and what you have condensed is an Earth-type sun god, with a relatively strong defensive ability. Follow me, I am more at ease. That's what determines a fellow traveler. I really want to go. After Zhang Xinyun, another person spoke out. When everyone looked at it, they saw Shu Shu, who was charming, and smiled regretfully. It's a pity, I'm not a dragon sword maid, so I don't have the qualifications. Auntie, if you go with me, I'd welcome it, but it's a pity that only dragon sword maids can go this time. Yi Feng said in puzzlement and shook his head. If it wasn't for the restriction that only the maid of the dragon sword could follow, Yi Feng would just choose Shu Shu directly, and if she followed, Yi Feng's safety would be greatly guaranteed. As long as Yi Feng is still alive, Shu Shu will have a way to revive him, and at the worst, can greatly reduce his injuries. This is not to mention how important it is when it is in danger. It's a pity that Shu Shu can't go this time. Yi Feng turned his attention to Yuechan, Su Feiying, and Long Wanner in turn. Yuechan, Master, Wanner, the 3 of you have similar talents and cultivation levels, and you also have rich combat experience. Which one of you will come with me? Yi Feng asked aloud. Yuechan has been cultivated for 210 years, Su Feiying has been cultivated for 180 years, and Long Wanner has been cultivated for 200 years. From this point of view, it seems that Su Feiying is not suitable to go. However, Su Feiying also has an advantage compared to the other women, that is, she is the most familiar with Yi Feng, and at critical moments, she can often tell what the other party is thinking with just a glance. After all, Yi Feng and Su Feiying have been together for more than 10 years. Except for Su Feiying, there was no one else present who could have a tacit understanding with Yi Feng to this extent like her. In the world of cultivating immortals back then, although Yi Feng's cultivation level was not high, he still helped Su Feiying a lot with his extremely high talent and witty mind, and cooperated many times. Of course, going to the ancient ruins this time is another matter of a different nature. The difference between Su Feiying and Yuechan's cultivation base was 30 years, and the strength of their true energy was 7 or 8 times different. If they really fought, Su Feiying would hardly be Yuechan's opponent. It is still not easy to determine who will follow Yi Feng to the ancient ruins with Zhang Xinyan. Let me go. Yuechan finally stood up and smiled softly. I have a good understanding of the sword wrapping technique, and my cultivation level is the highest, so it should come in handy. I just hope that Wanner, you don't get jealous of me. Of course not. Long Wanner smiled Pucci when she heard the words, Sister Yuechan, you can go, we will wait for you to come back on Peach Blossom Island, come on. Long Wanner said so, of course Yi Feng would not refuse. He glanced at Su Feiying, wanting to ask for her opinion. After all, going to the ancient ruins is related to the fate of everyone present, including Su Feiying's, so Yi Feng needs to make sure that Su Feiying will not be dissatisfied with the candidate. Go, I trust everyone. Su Feiying nodded lightly. Although her tone was light, everyone could hear her trust in everyone, and she didn't spend too much time with everyone, but now, Su Feiying has obviously begun to integrate into the big family of Peach Blossom Island. That's good, then it's settled. Yi Feng stood up and glanced at Zhang Xinyan and Yuechan. The faces of the two beauties were not filled with joy, but rather excited and nervous. After all, the ancient ruins of the third-class world are still very mysterious and high-end existences to them. In another month, they will follow Yi Feng to the ancient ruins to practice. If you can have any adventures in it, then it will be easier to improve your cultivation by leaps and bounds. This is a dangerous journey, but also a journey with many opportunities. The candidates to go to the ancient ruins together have been decided, so in the next month, Yi Feng, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyan can make good preparations. The most urgent task at the moment, of course, is to try our best to obtain some natural and earthly treasures, so that the cultivation base of the three can be further improved. For example, Yi Feng has 300 years of cultivation now, but the upper limit of his cultivation has reached 325 years. If he can increase his cultivation for another 25 years to reach the upper limit of his cultivation, then Yi Feng's confidence in going to the ancient ruins is also very small. Bigger. 25 years of cultivation, as long as Yi Feng pays more attention to observation, he can find some natural and earthly treasures after spending some time, and if he absorbs them, he can improve. As for Yuechan, it was not so easy. Now the upper limit of Yuechan's cultivation has reached 420 years, but her cultivation is only 205 years. She started to practice far earlier than Yi Feng, and it is normal for her cultivation base to far exceed his upper limit, but it is a pity that she has already absorbed many kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures before practicing dragon sword art. It is almost impossible to find any natural treasures that can allow her to absorb and improve her cultivation. Now if she wanted to improve her cultivation, she had to try her luck elsewhere to see if she could find any unabsorbed natural treasures, or she had to practice honestly. Because of the dragon sword juice she practiced and the effect of the Huang level Yang God she condensed, her cultivation speed is not slow, 5 or 6 times faster than ordinary people. 1 year of practice can naturally improve 5 or 6 years of cultivation. This speed can't be compared with Yi Feng's 7 or 8 years, but it is already quite fast. Of course, one mountain is higher than another, Yifeng's cultivation speed is not much different from that of Longwaner, because Longwaner has a jade body with immortal veins. The 7-star immortal vein jade body can increase Longwaner's cultivation speed by 70% on top of the basics. Although Yifeng could rely on her immortal meridian jade body to increase her cultivation speed, compared with her own improvement, it was nothing. If it wasn't for Longwaner's young god being only a yellow-ranked young god, her cultivation speed would have far surpassed Yifeng's. Zhang Xingyun now has 180 years of cultivation, but the upper limit of cultivation is 200 years, and she needs to sprint within this month. Of course, Yifeng led the two of them to work together. Now he has comprehended the half-mysterious power of space, which is almost unique among young people of his generation. He can use the power of the semi-mysterious space to observe where there are heavenly and earthly treasures that he has not absorbed, and carefully think about the difficulty of obtaining that day's material and earthly treasures. If it is ensured that he can get the treasure of that day, Yifeng can set off immediately, go to that world through the one-way teleportation array of the star refining immortal code, and then obtain that treasure of heaven, material and earth. Of course, the types of natural materials and earthly treasures in this world are limited, and it is impossible for people to rely on them forever to improve their cultivation. However, Yifeng has only cultivated for 300 years now, and there is still a long way to go before absorbing all the treasures of heaven and earth. It is quite easy to improve his cultivation in this way. Let's go to the one-way teleportation array of the Star Refining Temple, and get ready. Once I find the treasures of heaven and earth, I will leave immediately. Yifeng took Zhang Xingyun and Ruchan together on the cross-boundary teleportation array on Peach Blossom Island. Alchemy Star Temple. Power of Inheritance looked at Yifeng in amazement. He disappeared for a short time, and this kid actually increased his cultivation by 100 years, reaching 300 years? Moreover, his whole person has an edge that makes people retreat, and it seems that the actual combat power seems to be hundreds of times stronger than before. This is the effect of Yifeng's comprehension of the dragon sword soaring to the sky map. Although he didn't give himself the artistic conception of the dragon sword soaring to the sky at this time, it still gives people a feeling of showing his sharpness. After 3 days of farewell, you should look at each other with admiration. Nothing can describe the current mood of inheritance power better than this sentence. Not long ago, it was still urging Yifeng to speed up, but in the blink of an eye, Yifeng achieved a level that ordinary cultivators could not reach for decades. Achievements achieved. Young man, what are you doing here this time? The power of inheritance suppressed the surprise in his heart, and then asked, in the language of the world of cultivating immortals. I want to improve my strength as much as possible within a month, and there are also my 2 dragon sword maids. So, I'm afraid I need to use the one-way teleportation array again. Yifeng said bluntly, without any hesitation or pause. He continued, also, after I have obtained those heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I need you to escort us back to the Star Alchemy Temple. This sentence surprised the power of inheritance. This teleportation array is only one way. It can send you to another world, but it is impossible to bring you back. You asked me to pick you up, how could it be possible? Inheritance power felt that Yifeng's request was troublesome. This is very simple. Yifeng snapped his fingers and smiled slightly. Now I have comprehended the half-mysterious power of space, and can locate the location of the Star Refining Temple in the wild world. However, I have not yet opened the power of the space channel, so I need you to respond. Don't worry, I will first locate the location of the Star Alchemy Temple, and then shoot a multicolored arrow. As long as you see this arrow, you can help stabilize the space passage. This is Yifeng's plan. Now that he has comprehended the power of half-mysterious space, he can locate a certain location in other worlds across the world. Thus, it is possible to easily shoot an arrow attached to the power of Earth-level space. It can be said that the current Yifeng can completely attack people in another world, because he has a colorful dragon bow that contains the power of Earth-level space. This very weapon is his most powerful attack method so far. Semi-mysterious base power. At this point in the power of inheritance, the tone finally could no longer remain calm. Its heart is already full of shock. As the consciousness condensed from the power passed down by Star Refining Valley, it knows most of the things that Star Refining Valley has explored, and it can be said to be equivalent to a wise man. Therefore, the power of inheritance certainly knows the existence of the power of mysterious space and the power of semi-mysterious space. How long has it been since Yi Feng has comprehended the power of half-mysterious space? In this way, after a while, it is not impossible for this young man, Yi Feng, to comprehend the power of mysterious space. One must know that Star Refining Valley is a force developed by several Dao realm powerhouses who have comprehended the power of mysterious space. So, Yi Feng in the near future will be in existence on the same level as the ancestor of Star Refining Valley? Only then did the power of inheritance know what kind of talent and strength it had seen before. The power of inheritance instantly knew that it was definitely not a wrong decision to choose to have a good relationship with Yi Feng. Even, this is the most correct decision it has made so far. Yi Feng in front of him, even if he didn't become the next successor of Dragon Sword, the talent and strength he showed has made the power of inheritance feel terrifying. Another piece of news for you. Yi Feng paused for a moment, and felt that it was necessary to tell the power of inheritance about this matter. Under this world, every world has its own level. The world where your Star Refining Valley is located is a 5th level world, which leads to the shadow world where you perish is actually not much higher than yours, it's just a 4th class world. This is a clear statement. After Yi Feng comprehended the power of half-mysterious space, he was able to detect the details of the shadow world. However, the shadow world belongs to the 4th class world, and there are also many strong people who have comprehended the power of half-mysterious space or even mysterious. The power of space. Under such circumstances, if Yi Feng spied rashly, it would be easy for the experts in the shadow realm to spot the clues. Therefore, he would like to follow the teachings of the seniors in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, and before his own strength can provoke those powerful worlds, he should not easily use the power of half-mysterious space to investigate their worlds. The existences who have cultivated for thousands of years and attained the Dao realm are completely ordinary existences in the shadow world of the 4th class world, and Yi Feng dare not provoke them easily. Now he can only avoid the edge. 5th class world, 4th class world. The power of inheritance muttered to himself, it turns out that the difference between the two worlds is only 1 level, and the strength between the two worlds is so different? Under the invasion of the shadow world of the 4th class world, the world of Liang Xinggu, the 5th class world, has no power to resist at all. And the place where its power of inheritance is located may already be the last inheritance place of the 5th class world, Star Refining Valley, and the own world where Star Refining Valley is located may have been destroyed by people from the shadow world of the 4th class world. The power of inheritance dare not imagine anymore. It hoped to hook up with Yi Feng's original idea, and wanted Yi Feng to help it return to the world of Star Refining Valley, to find out how the current world of Star Refining Valley is going. But now, the power of inheritance feels that if it maintains a good relationship with Yi Feng, Lin Shiqing, Xu Shu, and others under its inheritance will definitely burst out with even more dazzling brilliance. What's more, just the 2 daughters Xu Shu and Lin Shiqing will achieve more achievements in the future than the entire world of Star Refining Valley. The power of inheritance is deeply grateful for its choice at the beginning. Ahem, besides, I don't dare to investigate the current situation in Star Refining Valley. Yi Feng coughed twice, and said with a little embarrassment, because the current Star Refining Valley world is no longer the territory of Star Refining Valley, if I rashly investigate the other party, I'm afraid I will cause some trouble. Well, let's wait until you are stronger. The power of inheritance deeply agrees, now that he knows Yi Feng's potential, he is not in a hurry. Carrying forward the inheritance of Star Refining Valley is obviously more meaningful and attractive than figuring out the current situation of Star Refining Valley earlier. After all, the power of inheritance has long guessed that the current Star Refining Valley has long since perished, and even if it has not perished, it is still enslaved destiny. Under such circumstances, it's better to let Yi Feng have enough strength, and then attack the opponent before it's too late. Okay, I will try my best to cooperate with you. The power of inheritance made up his mind, and finally appeared in front of Yi Feng in the image of a woman. In the past, Yi Feng could only hear his voice and not see his shape, but now, he finally knew the image of the power of inheritance, which turned out to be a beautiful woman in star blue clothes. Of course, the beautiful woman in the star blue dress in front of her is completely made of the power of refining the stars, and can be transformed into any other image. Yi Feng didn't pay much attention to the scene in front of him. I started looking. Yi Feng nodded, closed his eyes, and began to activate the half-mysterious space power. Layer after layer of space barriers appeared in his perception range, the world behind these layers of space barriers. As long as Yi Feng thought about it, he could clearly see it. But from the aura of each space barrier, Yi Feng can judge the approximate level of the world. If it was a world of 5th class or above, Yi Feng would be careful not to touch it, otherwise it would be easy to get burned. Therefore, Yi Feng's goals are mainly the 6th class world, the 7th class world, and the non-hierarchical world like Earth. Anyway, every world has its natural treasures that are suitable for growth. Yi Feng is now searching from house to house, and he will definitely be able to find the treasures that will allow him to grow to the upper limit soon. After finding it, Yi Feng will try every means to get it, no matter if it is a coincidence or a plunder. Soon, a burst of bright light caught Yi Feng's eyes. His semi-mysterious space power quickly condensed to that place, only to find that the place where the light was shining turned out to be a place that Yi Feng had touched before, the royal family realm. Yi Feng discovered with half-mysterious space power that there are actually many strong people from stronger worlds gathered in the royal family at this time. The goal of these people is a rare and precious treasure of heaven and earth that appeared in the world of the royal family. Yi Feng's semi-mysterious space power detected it, and he knew that Tian Kai Dibao looked like a crystal shard, and he didn't know what it was, but it was such a crystal shard the size of a little finger, which could actually raise the level of a cultivator. 10 years of cultivation. Cannot miss. Yi Feng came to such a judgment almost instantly. Treasures of heaven, material, and earth that have been improved for 20 years at once are extremely rare. You must know that even if things like the 1,000 years of black ice and the fire of eternal night appeared on the earth, they were not favored by other powerful people. Snatch. But right now, this crystal shard that can improve the cultivation level for 20 years appeared in the royal world, and it actually attracted the attention of the powerful people in the world who had comprehended the power of the mysterious space, which shows how precious it is. The existence of being able to comprehend the power of mysterious space is all a tyrannical existence above the realm of thousands of years of cultivation, and ordinary treasures of heaven and earth have already absorbed it. Therefore, the treasures of heaven and earth that have appeared on the earth so far will not provoke these terrifying and powerful existences at all. But in front of him, the crystal shards in the royal realm did it. In Yi Feng's perception of semi-mysterious space power, he can easily detect 4 or 5 tyrannical auras, which are opening the space channel leading to the royal world. And the crystal shards in the royal world have not appeared for a long time. After a while, I am afraid that more powerful people will feel the breath of the crystal shards, and they will rush to them. Act immediately, the power of inheritance, send me, the target royal family, the Northwest Wilderness. Yi Feng immediately withdrew the power of half-mysterious space, and said to the power of inheritance. The 6th class world, the royal family's world, and the Northwest Wilderness. In the Northwest Wilderness of the royal family realm, where a sea of sand can be seen as far as the eye can see, the wilderness people are the rulers of this land. Although the royal family rules more than 80% of the world's land in the entire royal family, there are always some people who do not obey the rule of the royal family, such as the wilderness. There are a total of 3,000-year-old cultivators who have attained the Tao realm in the wilderness clan, but they are all in the early stages of a 1,000-year cultivation, so they are not too strong. With the mentality of their cultivation, it is already a very lucky situation to reach the 1,000-year cultivation base, and it is almost impossible to go further, because their lifespan is only enough for them to get to this point. The importance of cultivating immortality to any cultivator is self-evident. This is why Yi Feng made everyone on Peach Blossom Island, including himself, resolutely abandon the low-level cultivating mentality in the past and practice more advanced ones. The reason for cultivating immortals. This will allow everyone to be able to reach higher levels in the future. Of course, the current Yi Feng has not reached the level of a 1,000-year cultivation, so he is not very clear about the cultivation of a realm above a 1,000-year cultivation. All he knew was that the 3 wilderness tribesmen who had been detected with the power of the mysterious space were only a few years or more than 1,000 years old. It's almost at a standstill. What happened specifically, Yi Feng didn't know. Now he only knows that it seems that he and Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun have hit the big luck. The crystal shards that attracted many powerful people to the royal realm landed on the land of the wilderness people, and the place Yi Feng teleported to through the one-way teleportation array was also in this area. But as soon as he came to this wilderness where the yellow sand touched the sky, he felt 2 terrifying forces burst out not far away. It's 2 strong men who came to grab the crystal fragments, and they are the first to match up. Yi Feng knew what was going on almost immediately. Because in front of him, the yellow sand rolled up all over the sky, and there were 2 figures wielding terrifying power recklessly. They were 2 existences who had definitely surpassed 2,000 years of cultivation. The gap between 1,000 years and 2,000 years is almost the difference between heaven and earth. Even if it is the strongest wilderness tribe with a cultivation base of 1,000 years, the current Yi Feng cannot be the opponent. Not to mention the existence of 2,000 years of cultivation. Even hundreds of Yi Fengs couldn't move a single hair of such a strong man. Almost at the moment when they came to the royal family, Yi Feng, Yuechan, and Zhang Xingyun were swept away by the berserk energy. Let's dodge first. Yi Feng didn't want to be the victim of the struggle between 2 terrifying powerhouses, so he immediately activated the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and led Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun back 100 miles away. Yi Feng was relieved to be away from the center of the storm. But even though they were separated by a distance of 100 miles, Yi Feng could still clearly feel the terrifying power emanating from those 2 strong men. I'm afraid that if he reacted a little slower, he would have died when he just arrived. In the center of the storm, 2 strong men fought fiercely and bickered at the same time. Lu Ling, what do I do with this fragment? Neither of us has obtained such fragments until now. Let me do it once today, and I will not participate in the snatching next time, so as not to be like the previous few times. The snipe clams fight each other, but the fisherman benefits. A fierce young man wearing a black turban shouted loudly, but without hesitation, he waved a series of tyrannical saber aura and swept towards his opponent Lu Ling. That Lu Ling was a handsome young man with an elegant figure. Hearing the other parties yelling, he was calm and said a few words. Mo Meng, why don't you let me go this time, and I won't be with you next time. You scrambled. What the 2 of them said meant that no one wanted to let the other. After all, the fragment in front of them was too important to them. Anyone who got this fragment might comprehend some unusual things. Each person can only comprehend such fragments once, and what they can comprehend depends on good luck. However, this kind of fragment is extremely rare, and every time it appears, a large number of people will take action to snatch it. Among the people who robbed such fragments, the cultivation base of 2,000 years was almost the highest. Therefore, if Lu Ling and Mo Meng didn't fight each time they met, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 that this fragment belonged to one of them. It's a pity that after the previous incidents, Lu Ling and Mo Meng have become sworn enemies, and there is no possibility of reconciliation at all. There was no mercy between the two of them. Mo Python held a black long knife in his hand, and every time he swung it, there was a burst of terrifying and strange black knife light. The powerful mysterious space power was attached to the knife light, which made people unpredictable in the direction it was going to sweep. Lu Ling, on the other hand, did not use any magic weapon, but mainly used immortal techniques to condense a feather fan in his hand. Between the feather fan and the scarf, the black sword light of the ink python was smashed and scattered. Lu Ling, you are dead. After fighting for dozens of rounds, Mo Meng burst into laughter. After the probing just now, Mo Meng has figured out Lu Ling's routines, and in recent years, he has not shown any improvement at all. Such Lu Ling can never be his Mo Meng's opponent. Ink Python Profound Sword, the last move, the ink knife swallows the sky. The ink python condensed all the true energy in his body, shouted loudly, and suddenly the black flames surged to the sky, and the ink-colored saber energy actually enveloped the entire range of tens of miles. At this moment, heavy rain began to fall in this area, and the heavy rain turned out to be black. All of a sudden, most of the ordinary people in this area, of course, were the wilderness people in the northwest of the royal family. They were corroded one by one in this black rainstorm, leaving no bones left. This is a move that Mo Meng has just comprehended recently, and it contains the power of a certain law. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to resist. One move. As for the ink python, it is only worth 2,000 years of cultivation. Defeating an opponent with a cultivation base of 100 years is already very remarkable in the cultivation world. The most important thing is that the existence of 2,000 years of cultivation bases is not a simple person. In the future, Yi Feng, if he can defeat a strong man with a cultivation level of 2,100 years at a cultivation level of 2,000 years, it will also be very difficult. Ha, small tricks. Seeing Mo Meng's latest trick, Lu Ling smiled lightly, his handsome figure danced lightly in the black rainstorm, and the feather fan in his hand erupted with a strong light instantly. This burst of bright light actually dissolved the black rainstorm of the ink python in an instant. This is, you have realized, the Academy, ah. Mo Python's eyes were wide open with disbelief on his face, and the next moment, he was decapitated. This pair of mortal enemies that lasted for decades finally came to an end at this moment. The existence of the ink python did not end with his death. Lu Ling's sharp bright light shattered Mo Meng's body, but then his 3 souls and 7 souls were divided into several directions, trying to escape quickly. Although the cultivation base of the physical body is gone, as long as the soul is preserved, with the power of Mo Meng's own master, it may not be impossible to make a comeback. However, Lu Ling certainly wouldn't just let this mortal enemy, who had been defeated so hard, just let go. The remnant soul still wants to escape, dreaming. With a graceful figure, Lu Ling gently waved the feather fan in his hand, capturing part of Mo Python's soul in an instant. Burst. To kill an enemy, one must kill it cleanly. Mo Meng's 3 souls were suddenly caught in the storm formed by the feather fan in Lu Ling's hand, and were smashed to pieces in an instant. But he still had 7 souls left, but he fled from different directions, taking advantage of the time when Lu Ling destroyed his 3 souls, he quickly flew towards the distance. Without the physical body, the black python no longer has the power to cross the world, so it can only rely on the instinct of the remnant soul, to fly around. With the condensed soul being relatively strong, the ink python can divide the 7 souls into 7 parts, each of which can escape. Hee, the shards are about to appear, so I'll let you go first. Lu Ling felt the direction in which the ink python's 7 souls were fleeing, and shook his head lightly, then turned to look in another direction. There are only 7 souls left in the ink python, and the 3 souls have been destroyed, even the gods can't save his life. From now on, Lu Ling will lose such a mortal enemy. Instead of chasing the ink python, it is better to hurry to find the upcoming fragments. That is the main goal of Lu Ling's trip. Although it was several times late to get the fragments, as long as I get the fragments this time, I may have more insights due to the improvement of my cultivation base. Lu Ling's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Yi Feng, Yue Chan, and Zhang Xingyun teleported 100 miles away from where the battle broke out, and finally escaped the catastrophe. Looking at the black rainstorm near the center of the battle, Yi Feng was afraid for a while. With these thousands of years of cultivation, he has truly comprehended the existence of the power of the mysterious space. It is really powerful and frightening. The black rainstorm just now may have killed all the creatures within a radius of tens of miles. Its power is comparable to the high-tech nuclear bombs on the Earth, but compared to nuclear bombs, this dark rainstorm is obviously more terrifying. Even nuclear bombs can't kill some tyrannical creatures in this area, but even the 400- or 500-year-old wilderness tribesmen have no bones left in this black rainstorm, and they have no ability to resist. Young Master Yi, the danger of this competition for heaven, material, and earth treasures is a bit high. Shall we continue? Yue Chan looked at the black rainstorm that was gradually subsiding in front of her, feeling lingering fear in her heart. Now, although she has practiced Dragon Sword Ju and has seen levels that she has never seen before, she is still in awe of some particularly powerful existences. Because she was rescued by Yi Feng, just because she and her 2 senior brothers encountered a terrifying existence exuding demon energy. If she knew that Yi Feng and the demon eye of myriad realms knew each other, she might feel quite agitated in her heart. But at this time, Yue Chan had already practiced dragon sword art and became Yi Feng's dragon sword maid. Even if she knew the truth, she couldn't come to ask Yi Feng for an explanation for 2 senior brothers who were not very close. Most importantly, Yue Chan definitely knew that Yi Feng at that time had no choice at all in such a situation. The myriad realms demon eye refined her 2 senior brothers into puppets, and Yi Feng was completely powerless to stop it. Of course we must continue. Yi Feng nodded, and said solemnly, it's just that we must be careful in all actions. If we encounter danger, we must protect ourselves first. It is not impossible for Yi Feng to find an opportunity in the cracks in the competition among many strong players. Wait, someone is coming. Suddenly, beside Yi Feng, Zhang Xingyun, who was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, made a soft sound, then raised her head and looked forward. The next moment, Yi Feng and Yue Chan also felt the movement in front of them almost at the same time. A remnant soul suddenly appeared in front of him, seemed to be seriously injured, and was fleeing towards their place. It's one of those 2 strong men. It's actually dead. Yi Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect the 2 strong men who were fighting just now to decide the winner so quickly, and even beat one of them's soul. However, after being surprised, Yi Feng immediately realized that this is a great opportunity bestowed on him by the heavens. Although the remnant soul in front of him has lost its strength, if it can be controlled by Zhang Xingyun, it can exert half of its strength before life and become their powerful assistant. The reason why Zhang Xingyun was the first to speak out just now was because she was born with a ghost body and had the strongest ability to perceive the soul. Even though his cultivation base is much lower than Yi Feng's, his perception of soul is still stronger than Yi Feng's. The only thing that needs to be considered is, with Zhang Xingyun's current cultivation base, can she subdue the soul of the strong man in front of her who has cultivated for more than 1,000 years? Xiao Zhang, prepare to use the innate ghost seal to subdue him. Yi Feng gave the order almost without hesitation, because the one in front of him was just his soul anyway. Even if he failed to surrender, there would be no loss to Zhang Xingyun, at most it would consume some true energy. For ordinary people, this may still need to be considered, but Yi Feng has Luotian water, so he doesn't need to think about whether his true energy is enough. So for Yi Feng, the current situation is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Zhang Xinyun was taken aback for a moment when she heard the words, and then immediately came to her senses. After practicing for so long, she really hasn't used the innate ghost mark a few times. Innate ghost seal, open. Zhang Xinyun sighed softly in her heart. She didn't hesitate at Yi Feng's words, and didn't check carefully what was going on with the soul in front of her. She took action. A tyrannical force of surrender enveloped the remnant soul in front of it. After Mo Meng's 7 souls fled separately, they soon found that Lu Ling hadn't caught up, so they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although his soul was powerful enough to be divided into several parts, it couldn't stand the consumption, and finally regrouped after flying 100 miles away. At this moment, Mo Meng didn't notice the combination of a man and 2 women in front of him. In his opinion, those 3 young men's cultivation bases are nothing more than 200 or 300 years, and they are nothing to be afraid of. Although he is dead, it is still impossible to treat his remnant soul with 200 to 300 years of cultivation alone. Make something. But what he didn't expect was that one of the 3 young people in front of him would be an extremely rare innate ghost spirit. His 7 souls had just gathered together, and before he breathed a sigh of relief, he was shocked to find that a tyrannical force of surrender shrouded his remnant soul in front of him. Zhang Xinyun has 4 innate ghost seals, and when she subdues her soul, her cultivation can exceed 5 times. That is to say, she has 180 years of cultivation now, and at most she can subdue the soul with 1080 years of cultivation before her death. Of course, this is only theoretical. In fact, the soul strength of each cultivator is different. If the opponent's soul strength is too strong, Zhang Xinyun will not be able to subdue it even if it has a cultivation base of 700 or 800 years. The current Yi Feng, just holding the mentality of giving it a try, asked Zhang Xinyun to make a move. With the innate ghost seal fully opened, Zhang Xinyun's short, refreshing hair rose with the wind, and her whole body was enveloped in a deep black light. In an instant, a series of ghost powers invisible to the naked eye swept towards the 7 souls of the black python in front of her. In an instant, Mo Meng's 7 souls were enveloped by Zhang Xinyun's innate ghost power. Ah! It's actually an innate ghost spirit body. Mo Python was taken aback for an instant, but the remaining 7 souls immediately struggled subconsciously. After struggling, he realized that the innate ghost body in front of him was actually relatively weak, with only 180 years of cultivation. With this level of cultivation, you want to subdue me, Mo Meng, little girl, you are thinking too much. Mo Python's 7 remnant souls instantly condensed into the image of a black-faced reckless man, with a ferocious expression on his face, and roared at Zhang Xinyun. It's a pity that the current him doesn't have any ability to hurt Yi Feng and the others. He just roared so fiercely that he can only try to break free from Zhang Xinyun's shackles and continue to flee. Want to run? Yi Feng suddenly sensed Mo Meng's intentions, his eyes flashed, and he moved with the power of half-mysterious space. Entangling swordsmanship. In Yi Feng's entangling sword technique, he incorporated some semi-mysterious space power. Such a sword technique is definitely not something Mo Meng's 7 souls can break free from. Swish! In just an instant, Mo Meng found that his only remaining 7 souls could not escape the surrounding area at all. You little devil, you have only 300 years of cultivation, and you have already comprehended the power of half-mysterious space, so scary. Mo Meng was taken aback, and only then began to pay attention to Yi Feng's attire, and then felt Yi Feng's entanglement sword technique just now. Soon, he discovered Yi Feng's identity. You, the person who inherits the dragon sword. Mo Python had a frightened expression on his face, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. That's right, if you're sensible, you'd better obediently grab him with nothing. Yi Feng said lightly. He didn't know what to fear in the eyes of Mo Meng, who inherited the dragon sword, but he still cooperated very well and pretended to be aggressive. Sure enough, when he saw Yi Feng like this, Mo Meng stopped struggling all of a sudden, his remnant soul condensed into a soul body, with a crazy look in his eyes. Since he is the inheritor of Dragon's Sword, it will be easy. Mo Meng laughed, Boy Lu Ling, although you killed me, you don't want to have a good life. Young man, how about we negotiate an agreement? Oh? Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. At this time, Zhang Xinyun's innate ghost seal power was completely surrounding Mo Meng, but it could be seen that Mo Python's soul strength was not afraid at all in front of this level of innate ghost seal power. Even though she was trapped by Yi Feng, it was still impossible for Zhang Xinyun to subdue the ink python with her own cultivation. After all, Mo Meng had 2,000 years of cultivation before he was alive, so the gap is too big. This time when the fragments come, you, as the inheritor of Dragon's Sword, will naturally have to fight for it, but your cultivation level is too low, so I'm afraid you won't get any benefits. Mo Meng quickly said, You promise me one condition, and I will help you get the fragments this time. After hearing this, Yi Feng was a little puzzled. It seems that Mo Meng, a powerful existence with 2,000 years of cultivation base, attaches great importance to the fragments that appeared this time. Is there anything different about these fragments from ordinary treasures of heaven, material, and earth? Yi Feng didn't know, but under the current situation, it's not appropriate to ask more questions. What conditions, you say first? Yi Feng can only listen to the other party's conditions first. If he can get those fragments, it won't be too late to study slowly when he returns to the Tomb of Dragon's Sword. Otherwise, if the black-faced strong man in front of him knew that he, Yi Feng, was just a small shrimp inherited from Dragon's Sword, and he didn't even understand these fragments, maybe he wouldn't propose such a deal. Let the elders of your sect take action against Lu Ling from Yunhuang Academy. Mo Python's black face showed ferocity with a look of unwillingness. As soon as Yi Feng heard this, he immediately knew that the other party's request was to take revenge with the power of his Dragon Sword inheritance. Thinking of this, Yi Feng sneered, If the elders of my Dragon Sword inheritance master would care about such trivial matters, do you still need to fetch the fragments for me? It's not so easy to take advantage of Yi Feng. Now Yi Feng really wants to get the shard, but compared to it, he wants Zhang Xinyun to surrender the ink python's 7 souls. In that way, it will be a great help for Yi Feng and others to follow the ancient ruins. Little baby, you can't say that. Mo Meng shook his head, as if he was not afraid of being subdued by Zhang Xinyun's innate ghost seal power. His target was completely on Yi Feng alone, and he continued, If you let the elders of your sect take action to snatch that fragment, then what do you think? Will they give you the pieces? Even if you don't give it to me, what does that have to do with you? Yi Feng returned it coldly, This is also a matter of our Dragon Sword inheritance. What's more, the fragments of Lao Shitzi, the elders of our Dragon Sword inheritance, everyone has it. Why bother to fight with me, a junior? What he said was wrong. Now he doesn't know that the fragments are precious. Even if there are some Taoist realms with more than 1,000 years of cultivation in the Dragon Sword inheritance, I am afraid that these fragments are very much needed. Only then did Mo Meng's tone suffocate. Yes, Dragon Sword inheritance is rich and powerful, such a fragment, maybe it really won't compete with a junior. While thinking about it, Yi Feng blatantly launched an attack. During the time when he was chatting with the opponent just now, Yi Feng has been making preparations, wanting to divide the remaining 7 souls of the opponent into 3 again. In this way, Zhang Xinyun concentrated the power of the innate ghost seal on one remnant soul, and it was easy to surrender it, and then surrender the next one. In this way, she has surrendered 3 souls, but these 3 souls can still be combined into a black python's 7 souls, the fighting power of which is far beyond the ordinary 3 souls. In an instant, Yi Feng's multicolored arrows and dark blood-colored shield light swept out all at once. Swish! Like a breeze caressing past, Mo Meng's 7 remnants were divided into 3 parts again. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's dragon sword inheritance status that calmed Mo Meng and distracted him from thinking, even if Yi Feng used 2 immortal weapons, he would definitely not be able to disperse his remnant soul. Xiao Zhang, don't worry, come one by one, I have now separated the 3 parts of his remnant soul. As Yi Feng spoke, he urged the semi-mysterious space power to entangle the separated ink python remnants, respectively. The ink python's remnant soul was divided into 3 parts, and a panic expression finally appeared on the black face of one part. Mo Python's panic was of no avail. His remnant soul was divided into 3 by Yi Feng, and the strength of each soul was reduced a lot. Now, even Zhang Xinyun, who only has a cultivation base of 180 years, can easily subdue him. Zhang Xinyun, who watched Yi Feng's movements, did not stop for even a moment. The moment Yi Feng made his move, Zhang Xinyun immediately mobilized the whole body's true energy and innate ghost power, pouring it into the 4 innate ghost seals, instantly erupting with extremely strong subduing power. Roar! In an instant, some of the ink python's remnants were subdued by Zhang Xinyun. The next 2 parts were not spared either. Amid Mo Meng's rude scolding, Mo Meng's 7 remaining souls were surrendered by Zhang Xinyun. Combine! As soon as Zhang Xinyun raised her hand, the power of the innate ghost spirit urged the 3 parts of the ink python's remnant souls to close together. He actually had 2,000 years of cultivation before he was alive. But now there are only 7 remnant souls left, and his real strength in fighting is far from that strong. Zhang Xinyun felt Mo Meng's 7 remaining souls, and shook her head involuntarily. Yi Feng nodded, thinking in his heart, there are only 7 remnant souls left in Mo Python's soul, and probably only 70% of his cultivation remains. But even if there is only 70% of his cultivation left, he is already a very powerful thug for everyone in Yi Feng. 70% of 2,000 years of cultivation is 1,400 years. After being surrendered by Zhang Xinyun, she will be able to display the fighting power of 700 years of cultivation. What's more, Mo Meng's combat skills are far superior to that of ordinary people. In a real battle, even a cultivator who has been cultivating for more than 100 years may not be his opponent. Originally, Zhang Xinyun was walking beside Yi Feng, but with her strength, it was a bit dispensable. But now, Zhang Xinyun's overall strength has surpassed Yi Feng's. Just a remnant soul of the ink python can beat Yi Feng to the ground. Letting Zhang Xinyun follow is indeed the right choice. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now that they have Mo Meng remnant soul as a god-level thug, their confidence in going to the ancient ruins will be much greater. The trip of the 3 of them was not in vain. Even if they didn't get the shards, they would have made a lot of money. Yi Feng, I feel a little full. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyun raised her head, looked at Yi Feng with big watery eyes, and said, "Full?" Yi Feng was surprised. Yue-chan on the side also opened her eyes, looking at the lovely girl beside her, a little puzzled. This black python's remnant soul has taken up too much of my spiritual power. Zhang Xinyun pointed to the remnant soul of the ink python beside her. By the way, there must be some restrictions on the number and total cultivation level of innate ghosts and spirits to control souls, but Yi Feng doesn't know what the limit is. Now Zhang Xinyun said that she seemed a little full. Could it be that after subduing the remnant soul of the ink python, she couldn't subdue other souls in the future? This made Yi Feng a little regretful. According to legend, the powerful innate ghost spirit in the world of cultivating immortals controls a soul army, which is so powerful that it cannot be added. Now it seems that it is not very strong? Of course, the current Zhang Xinyun only has a cultivation base of 180 years, and she can have a stronger combat power than Yi Feng, which is obviously impossible for ordinary cultivators. In terms of attack power, Zhang Xinyun and Mo Meng's remnant soul teamed up and already surpassed Yi Feng. But in terms of defense, Zhang Xingyun is still much worse than Yi Feng, and this is also the weakness of all innate ghosts and spirits. Innate ghosts and spirits can control the souls of the deceased and become a powerful help for themselves, but they themselves are a great weakness. In any case, Zhang Xingyun subdued Mo Meng's remnant soul, which was good news for the three of them. Next, let's see if the crystal shards can be obtained. Listening to Mo Python's tone just now, this crystal fragment seems to be an extremely precious and rare existence, and it should be able to improve the practitioner's strength a lot, and there may be some hidden special functions in it. Even if it is difficult, it is good to see the excitement. We'll stop here. I'll use the power of half-mysterious space to check the situation of the crystal shard. After Yi Feng finished speaking to Zhang Xingyun and Yue Chan, he took a drop of Luotian water, recovered his true energy, gathered half-mysterious space power, and observed towards the wilderness area in the northwest of the royal family realm. In the current imperial world, there are strong people gathered. As soon as Yi Feng's semi-mysterious space power appeared, he was immediately discovered by everyone. In such a short period of time, dozens of people have already comprehended the existence of mysterious space power, discovered the trace of the crystal fragment, and broke through the space one after another, preparing to come to snatch it. It is foreseeable that this will inevitably set off another bloodbath. Of course, Yi Feng didn't leave, because he still had a certain degree of certainty in obtaining the crystal shards. He just needed to take a small risk. The crystal shards appeared in the wilderness in the northwest of the royal family realm, thousands of miles deep in a barren yellow sandy land. Even though they were buried so deep, they could not escape the detection of the mysterious space power. In this world, there are too many different worlds, so even though the crystal shards appear very conspicuously, there are still only a few dozens of people who have been attracted to comprehend the power of mysterious space. Of course, if the time is delayed, it is not certain how many people will come. At least for now, the number of powerful cultivators coming to the royal realm has been increasing, and the condensed aura has almost swept across the entire wilderness in the northwest of the royal realm. Those barbaric wilderness people who had always been against the royal family suddenly became docile when so many strong men came. The crystal shards had already appeared, but no one dared to rush to fight for them, because there are too many powerful people in the entire royal family are eyeing the crystal shards. In addition to these powerful people from other worlds, there are also some strong people who have cultivated for thousands of years and attained the Dao realm in the royal family, and they have come to the vicinity of the northwest wilderness. Among them, the three strongest members of the wilderness clan, several supreme elders of the royal clan, and other forces that do not belong to the royal clan or the wilderness clan, also came several thousand years or more. Of course, all of these people have failed to comprehend the power of the mysterious space, and their cultivation bases are all just in their early 1,000 years. At this time, they gathered together to discuss the situation in front of them. Where did these strong men come from? Almost every one of them is much stronger than us. Those who have not comprehended the power of the mysterious space, do not know that there are other worlds outside the royal family. Of course, apart from a few elders of the royal family, after the trip to the wild world, the senior officials of the royal family finally knew the fact that there are other more powerful worlds besides this world. Of course, the royal family will not tell the wilderness people who have been hostile to them and other forces who do not obey their rule. But no matter which aspect it is, it seems that the crystal shards are bound to be won. The storm is surging, right now. The three top masters of the wilderness clan and the royal family have led the wilderness clansmen to fight against the royal family for hundreds of years. The three of them had never been in contact with people from other worlds before, so they were full of doubts about the sudden appearance of this group of mysterious powerhouses. Never heard of such a group of strong people exist in this world? But no matter what, it is absolutely impossible for the wilderness people to give up on the treasures of heaven and earth that appear within their territory. Seeing so many mysterious powerhouses appear because of that crystal fragment is definitely an extraordinary treasure. If they can get their hands on it, maybe they can make their long-stalled cultivation level go a step further. However, with so many experts guarding the crystal shard, their chances are slim, so they can only settle for the next best thing. Now, both the Wilderness clan and the Royal clan have strong men who have surpassed 1,000 years of cultivation, but after 1,000 years of cultivation, their progress in cultivation is very slow. The most important thing is the upper limit of cultivation. It is basically difficult to raise it up, and their meridians have been difficult to expand. If you want to continue to practice, you must find a new method, but the helpless thing is that neither the royal family nor the wilderness people know how to practice next. Originally, they thought that the end of 1,000 years of cultivation was already the end, but now from the eyes of these mysterious strong men, cultivation is endless. Each of these people has 14 to 500 years of cultivation, and some even look young. This group of people must have profound attainments in cultivation. Go to the crystal shard, and we can help one of the most powerful men get that crystal shard. The patriarch of the wilderness immediately ordered, help him get the crystal shards, we can ask him how to continue practicing. Yes. Obey. The two wilderness clan elders agreed with the wilderness patriarch's statement. The eyes of these three savage men who have cultivated for thousands of years and attained the Tao realm all had expressions of excitement. If everything goes well, this time their cultivation might be able to break through the shackles they have been trapped in for a long time. Soon, the three of them exerted their comprehension of the power of the yellow level space, and teleported to the sky above the land where the crystal fragments were located. They have already found a strong man with a relatively high level of cultivation, but not the highest, and decided to target this strong man and help him get the crystal fragments. Several elders of the royal family did not make a move. They clearly know that these strong men from other worlds don't need their help, or in other words, even if they want their help, they just want them to be cannon fodder. But apart from the supreme elder of the royal family, several thousand-year-old strong men from other local forces in the royal family also chose a strong man, with the same idea as the wilderness clan. In this competition, it seems that practitioners whose cultivation base has not reached 1,000 years have no qualifications at all. Little thief, let's see where you go this time. Suddenly, not far from where the crystal shards appeared, an angry voice sounded. It was two competitors from other worlds who met suddenly. They seemed to be enemies in the past, and they finally started chasing each other. A young man in a blue gown flew ahead and fled, while another middle-aged man in a red gown chased desperately, cursing while chasing. Haha, is someone coming after me? The fleeing young man in front laughed loudly. His flying speed was not much slower than that of the middle-aged man, and he didn't seem to use his full strength. The middle-aged man in the red gown furiously mobilized his whole body to chase after him. Soon, the two of them were getting closer and closer to the land where the crystal shards were. The chase and escape of the two made the other Tao realm powerhouses hiding around a little suspicious, but they didn't make a move, just secretly vigilant. In such a volatile situation like now, it is very possible that one person will be decapitated by accident. They don't want to come here. They didn't get the fragments, but they lost their lives. But soon, many hidden Tao realm powerhouses cursed angrily, and they couldn't sit still. Because the middle-aged man and the young man who were chasing and fleeing, after reaching the top of the crystal shards, they suddenly opened the space channel downwards as if they had made an agreement. With their cultivation base, they also comprehended the power of mysterious space, and opened a space channel leading to where the crystal shards were located. It took less than 1/10 of a second. However, in this short 1/10 of a second, all the strong people in the surrounding Tao realm were aware of it. Dog thief, don't try to plot evil. A reckless man with 2 axes rushed out first, swung the 2 axes together, and 2 red flames swept towards the middle-aged man in the red gown. As for the young man in the blue short coat nearby, he is also facing the attack of several people. Unfortunately, they were too well prepared. Swish! Swish! After 2 beeps, the figures of the young man and the middle-aged man who had been chasing and fleeing disappeared from their original places, and in an instant they arrived at the crystal fragments under the ground. It's not that easy to get rule fragments. A faint voice came from the side. It was Lu Ling, the scholar from Yunhuang Academy. Following his words, a ray of holy light burst out from the ground below, and the young man and middle-aged man who wanted to take the crystal shards first were exploded and turned into powder, breaking through the sand and flying down the sky. In front of Lu Ling, a scholar with a cultivation base of 2,000 years, these 2 cultivators of 1,450,000 and 1,000 years were instantly killed when they met each other. People die for money. As soon as Lu Ling appeared, someone immediately formed an alliance, because this Lu Ling had the highest cultivation level in the field. If they didn't unite, today's rule fragments would definitely belong to Lu Ling. A large group of cultivators appeared out of nowhere, and over the sand where the crystal fragments were located, more than 20 strong men who had attained the Tao realm appeared in an instant. Among them, there are 3 elders from the Wilderness clan and several Tao realm powerhouses from other forces in the royal family. There is no doubt that they were pushed out as cannon fodder by their respective selected targets. "Stop Lu Ling!" I don't know who yelled, and at that moment, the real energy in the field glowed, and all kinds of powerful fairy arts swept towards the scholar Lu Ling under the sand. Innocent. Scholar Lu Ling relied on his deep cultivation and condensed the true energy in his whole body. A holy light flashed past again, and he even resisted the fairy art performed by more than 20 people in the field at the same time. That's the holy light of Yunhuang from the academy. It's too scary. This Lu Ling actually comprehended the holy light of Yunhuang. What's more, his cultivation base has reached 2,000 years. It seems that this time, we have no chance. Rule fragments are rare. If I miss this time, I don't know how many years it will take to wait. Even if there is a next time, there must be other competitors. Now Lu Ling of Yunhuang Academy is already very easy to deal with. Already. Everyone was talking about it, but obviously there were still many people who were unwilling to watch the scholar, Lu Ling, take away the fragments of the rules like this. In the face of absolute power, some small tricks seem to be useless. But there are exceptions to this sentence. It turns out that the fragment is called the rule fragment, and I don't know what special effect it has on the cultivator. Yifeng's semi-mysterious space power has been observing the field. Since there are hundreds of space powers in the field, no one will notice Yifeng's observation. At this time, a big melee started in the field, and cultivators who had reached the Tao realm were killed and fell, and even on such a battlefield, even their souls could not escape, and their souls flew away. In just a moment, more than 5 practitioners in the field have fallen, and there are no bones left. All the magic weapons and the like on them were snatched away by other people around them. Among them, only the scholar Lu Ling killed 4 of them. Because of the backing of Yunhuang Academy, the scholar Lu Ling would not be afraid of these people's backers coming to make trouble. Among the practitioners who competed for fragments of the rules this time, Yunhuang Academy was definitely a giant-like force. The scholar Lu Ling from the third-class world, when faced with the temptation of rule fragments, chose to kill and kill. Even if a group of people join hands to deal with Lu Ling, they still have no chance at all. The most important thing is that although these people join forces to deal with Lu Ling, they still have their own ghosts in their hearts. Who doesn't want rule shards? Only by their own means. Soon, the number of fallen cultivators reached 10, including the 3 leaders of the Wilderness clan who were used as cannon fodder, and several Daoist realm experts from other forces in the royal family. They also wanted to make some contributions in this battle, and then get the know-how to continue to practice, but they didn't expect to be directly used as spearmen, and fell without any suspense. A cultivator who has just reached the beginning of 1,000 years is far weaker than any other cultivator in the field. At the beginning, some people were afraid. this scholar Lu Ling, who had comprehended the holy light of the academy, had a terrifying combat power. As long as the people present came into contact with the holy light of Yunhuang, they would basically die. Master Yi, I wonder if you have a good plan? Yue Chan, who was observing from far away, asked Yi Feng curiously. Yi Feng's figure was imprinted in her beautiful eyes, seeing that he seemed to want to make a move. She really wanted to know what Yi Feng was thinking now. Follow me for a while, and send the fragments back to Dragon Sword's tomb as soon as you get them. Yi Feng just said that, the Dragon Sword token in his hand is ready. For each experience, Dragon Sword token only has 2 chances to teleport across borders. Yi Feng has already used it once before, and now he can use it again to go back to the Tomb of Dragon Sword. It was originally used when he took his 2 daughters to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword a month later to participate in the ancient ruins. But now that the situation is critical, Yi Feng can't believe that with the support of the 5-colored dragon bow and the inheritance power of the Star Alchemy Code, he can safely return to the Star Alchemy Temple in the wild desolate realm. Even if they could go back, what if this group of strong men came after them? Lu Ling, a scholar who has cultivated for 2,000 years, may not be able to resist the inheritance power of the Star Alchemy Temple. In this way, he can only use the teleportation function of the Dragon Sword token, and even if this group of people chase after him back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, Yi Feng doesn't have to worry about it. Who dares to act wild in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword? It is simply impatient to live. The Yunhuang Academy in front of me, although it sounds awesome, is definitely not as good as the inheritance of the Dragon Sword, otherwise Mo Meng would not be so frightened when he saw it before. Obviously, the elders of the Dragon Sword inheritance are much stronger than the elders of Yunhuang Academy, otherwise Mo Meng would not have made such a request to Yi Feng. The number of practitioners who died on the spot reached 15, Yi Feng knew that the time was almost up. After 15 dead, the encirclement and suppression of the scholar Lu Ling in the arena temporarily stopped, because they found that they could not defeat the scholar Lu Ling's Yunhuang holy light no matter what. That layer of holy light, like an absolute defense, lay in front of them. Void Fujiki, come on. Just when many practitioners in the field hesitated, and the scholar Lu Ling faintly wanted to take away the fragments of the rules, Yi Feng moved. A tyrannical and terrifying force of the void suddenly shattered thousands of kilometers away from the crystal shards. Yi Feng summoned the void vines in a different space, exuding endless void power, which spread throughout the entire royal family continent at that moment. At the same time, the void vines that appeared in the royal world immediately began to devour the space of the royal world. The void vines located thousands of miles away from the crystal shards. The space soon began to collapse, and the powerful force of the void swept away. Fortunately, there is also a desert nearby, otherwise, just like the black rainstorm before, the power of these voids is enough to kill ordinary practitioners with a radius of tens of kilometers nearby. The power of the void has enough interference effect on the power of space. On the other hand, the void vines should be very attractive to the many powerhouses competing for the fragments of the rules in front of them. Yi Feng kept in mind the warning from the seniors of Dragon Sword inheritance: if it is not necessary, don't show the void vine in front of others, but right now, using void vine is Yi Feng's only way to grab the rule fragments. Walk. As soon as the void vine appeared, Yi Feng immediately mobilized his whole body's true energy and half-mysterious space power, and together with Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun, teleported towards the crystal fragments under the ground. Snapped. Yi Feng didn't wait for the surrounding space to fully recover from the twisted state. He stretched forward with one hand, and grabbed something cold. Rule fragments. Scholar Lu Ling was beside Yi Feng, staring in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the young man and the 2 beautiful women. These 3 young men with only 200 or 300 years of cultivation, dare to come to this kind of place to fight for the rule fragments? Moreover, the power of the void suddenly erupted not far away, and the power of space of everyone in the field should be affected, and it is difficult to use it if it is temporarily stagnant. How did these three young men teleport in? For a moment, the scholar Lu Ling didn't think at all that the void vines that erupted with the power of the void belonged to the young man with 300 years of cultivation in front of him. How is this possible? Bye-bye. Yi Feng held the crystal-like rule shards in his hand, and smiled friendlily at the scholar Lu Ling. The dragon sword command in his hand burst out a burst of earth-level space power, instantly sending Yi Feng, Yuechan, and Zhang Xinyun into the space channel. Destination, Tomb of Dragon Sword. The scholar Lu Ling wanted to stop him, but Yi Feng's speed was too fast, and it was completely planned from the beginning. When the scholar Lu Ling broke free from the shackles of the power of the void, the three young men in front of him had disappeared. Want to run? Whether it was the scholar Lu Ling or the other people present, their anger erupted at the same time. Want to run? Almost everyone burst into anger in their hearts. After breaking free from the shackles of the power of the void, they immediately began to track Yi Feng's power of space, wanting to know the whereabouts of Yi Feng and the two women. But soon they discovered that the world these three young people had arrived in turned out to be an inconspicuous seventh-class world. Then, they could no longer detect any traces of the three of them. In the center of the seventh-class world, there was a mysterious place that blocked all of them from detecting their spiritual senses. Everyone was disappointed and remorseful, but many people immediately realized that there was not a void vine not far away. From the perspective of preciousness, the value of void vines is far more than a rule fragment. Now they all realized that the void vine tree must have been owned by one of the three young men just now, otherwise they would not be immune to the influence of its void power. If you can't get the rule fragments, as long as you can get even a little fragment of the void vine, that's great. The power of the void is one of the most profound and high-end forces in this world, and it keeps pace with the rule fragments. If you can get some fragments of void vines, its value is almost the same as regular fragments, and such a whole plant of void vines, they don't need to compete with each other. Just go up and grab some fragments and retreat immediately. Everyone teleported to the void vine in an instant. At this time, Yi Feng did not control the void vine, otherwise the void vine would not be able to exert any power at all. Without the restriction of Yi Feng's cultivation, Void Fujiki released the power of the void to his heart's content, absorbing the surrounding space. In such a short period of time, a black hole has appeared in the sky of the royal realm. These are collapsed spaces. Although the collapsed space will be repaired automatically after Void Fujiki leaves, it is a permanent trauma. Without these spaces, the royal family will forever lack so much space. If the void vines were placed in the royal family, after hundreds of years, the entire royal family might perish. Including the scholar Lu Ling of Yunhuang Academy, no one can break through the layer of void power surrounding the void vines. I asked the elders of the division to come, and this void vine must be obtained. The scholar Lu Ling had a look of unwillingness in his eyes. The fragments of the rules that he had originally handed over to someone else just like this. The most ridiculous thing is that he doesn't even know who the other party is. There are still 3 young people with 200 or 300 years of cultivation. If this word gets out, not only his scholar Lu Ling's reputation will be ruined, but even the reputation of Yunhuang Academy may be affected. I also let the elders of my sect come. Immediately, other people spoke up and agreed with the scholar Lu Ling. If they can find a strong person to separate the power of the void, they can harvest a whole void vine. Such an opportunity must not be missed, otherwise the void vine tree would be taken back by the 3 young people just now. Everyone was in a hurry, but in the end they couldn't match Yi Feng's speed. In the realm of cultivating immortals, in the Tomb of Dragon Sword, the figures of Yi Feng, Yuechan, and Zhang Xinyun appeared in the hall of the Dragon Sword tomb. Immediately afterwards, through the power of Xian-level space, Yi Feng noticed that the scholar Lu Ling and others were surrounding the void vine, as if they wanted to take away the void vine. Yi Feng was a little puzzled. he didn't expect that group of people to be so fast. The current Yi Feng can choose to regain control of the Void Vine immediately, and send it to the different space prepared by the Blood Dragon. But the key problem is that the moment Yi Feng regains control of the Void Vines, the power of the Void Vines will be weakened sharply, that is to say, the layer of void power that originally separated the scholar Lu Ling and others will become very weak. It's just that they can display the same strength as Yi Feng with 300 years of cultivation, and they can't stop the scholar Lu Ling and other strong people at all. Because of this, Yi Feng didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise he would lose the Void Vines while getting the rule fragments. Wait a moment, I will go to the seniors for help. Yi Feng told the two women, then turned around and walked towards the hall where the Blood Dragon was, and soon arrived at the furnace-like hall of the Blood Dragon. Senior Blood Soul Dragon, please show up and help me take back the Void Vine tree. Yi Feng said respectfully. Mess around. The Blood Soul Dragon did not stand idly by, but snorted coldly, and criticized Yi Feng's behavior. In the future, if you encounter stronger enemies, you will not have the chance to let us rescue them. None of us will be its opponents. You must not rely too much on our existence. Senior taught me that. But the Void Vine. Yi Feng scratched his head. Because the Void Vines are too precious, I will help you this time, but this is not an example. All actions you do in the future will be borne by yourself. The Blood Dragon snorted softly, and began to move. The Void Fujiki in the Imperial world suddenly seemed to be inspired, and at this moment, he broke through the space and was about to disappear. The scholar Lu Ling and others in the field were surprised. Why so fast? After thinking about it for a while, they knew that the elders of the three young men must have made the move. Hateful. Scholar Lu Ling was full of unwillingness. Originally, this time he finally comprehended the holy light of Yunhuang and killed Mo Meng, his mortal enemy who had fought against him several times. Unexpectedly, he still didn't get the rule fragments. It was a shame. However, I have nothing to do with the opponent's elders. Yunhuang Academy is currently preparing for the upcoming ancient ruins. It's normal that master, and uncle didn't come here so soon. The scholar Lu Ling shook his head. What's more, for those three young people to have an extremely powerful existence like Void Vine, their inheritance must be extraordinary. For the time being, it's better not to provoke them. In the Tomb of Dragon Sword, Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rule fragments have been obtained, and the Void Vine has also been shot by the Blood Dragon and sent back to that special space. It's not easy to raise Void Vine, and I don't know what space the Blood Dragon sent it to. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. He raised his hand and glanced at the rule fragments in his hand. This fragment is like a broken crystal, the whole body is transparent, shining bright light. This bright light seems to be able to resonate with the power of space in Yi Feng's body. It turns out to be fragments of space rules, no wonder it's worth your risk. The ancient divine thoughts of the ancient dragon sword slowly entered Yi Feng's mind. Spatial rule debris, what's the use of this? Yi Feng asked, curiously. If you absorb and understand the power contained in it, it will not only improve your cultivation, but more importantly, it will increase your understanding of the power of space. If you are lucky, you can even comprehend the power of mysterious space in one fell swoop. The divine thoughts from the ancient dragon sword instantly made Yi Feng's eyes shine. No wonder so many people came to snatch the rule fragments. It turns out that they are one-time use and can improve the practitioner's understanding of the power of space. So, can I absorb this space rule fragment now? Yi Feng held the crystal-like shard of space rules and asked, with great interest. Of course, you can get this fragment this time, it is quite thoughtful. Long Jian affirmed Yi Feng's plan this time, and then sent a divine thought. However, fortunately, the strongest backer among those people is an ordinary force in the third-class world, Yunhuang Academy, but we can't help it. If it is replaced by other forces that can shoulder the inheritance of Dragon's Sword, it will not be so easy to solve. The junior understands. Yi Feng nodded. This world is infinitely vast. Even if he has the Dragon Sword inheritance, he must not be arrogant because he must know that in this world, there are still many forces that can fight against the Dragon Sword inheritance. But this time the result was gratifying. Yi Feng played with the fragments of space rules in his hand. He couldn't put it down, and soon after listening to Long Jin's explanation, he was ready to absorb the power contained in it. I will open a meditation space for you once, and you will work harder in it, striving to directly comprehend the power of the mysterious space. As Long Jin said, the power of time surged, and Yi Feng once again entered the meditation space. It can be seen that the fragments of space rules are quite precious things, and Long Jin would be willing to open a meditation space for Yi Feng to help him absorb the power of the fragments of space rules. But thinking about it, the comprehension ability of practitioners in the meditation space has been slightly enhanced. If Yi Feng can use this momentum to directly comprehend the power of the mysterious space, it will be called heaven-defying. There are very few cultivators who have comprehended the power of Xian-level space after more than 300 years of cultivation. In today's era, among the information that Long Jin knows, there are even fewer, and only a few particularly ancient and powerful forces will have such a terrifying genius. And it is impossible for these geniuses to comprehend purely by themselves, but just like Yi Feng obtained the space rule fragments now, they comprehend the power of space with the help of various foreign objects. According to this situation, if it goes well, I am afraid that this kid will be able to comprehend the power of the Earth-level space when he has cultivated for 1,000 years. The future is limitless. As for Yi Feng, Long Jin became more and more satisfied with it. Invisibly, Yi Feng had left another competitor behind. Of course, it's too early to talk about conclusions, not to mention, due to the settings of various experiences in the Dragon Sword inheritance, there will definitely be other geniuses catching up from behind. In the meditation space, Yi Feng has already held the fragments of the space rules in his hand, urging the true energy in his whole body. The core of the pill and the heart of the dragon wrapped around the core are in full swing. A trace of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was absorbed by Yi Feng from the fragments of space rules, allowing his cultivation to gradually increase. 301 years. 302 years. 320 years. After 20 years of cultivation, after absorbing the aura of heaven and earth in the fragments of space rules, it directly grew on Yi Feng's body. After 20 years of improvement, his strength has directly increased to 4 times the original strength, and his strength has once again increased by a large amount. Ascension like him is rarely achieved by ordinary practitioners. Ordinary people, who want to improve their cultivation level for 20 years, who hasn't cultivated for 10 or 8 years. However, Yi Feng was not overly excited because of his cultivation base. Now he is facing an even more difficult task, because he feels that after the heaven and earth aura in the space rule fragments have been absorbed, a trace of profound and mysterious space power finally penetrated. Come out. This trace of spatial power has no grades. If a cultivator who has comprehended the power of earth-level space absorbs this power of space, he can also make his power of space comprehend and improve, and even further comprehend the power of half-day level space. Therefore, this trace of space power is the closest to the essence of space power under the sun. As soon as Yi Feng came into contact with this trace of space power, a little understanding came into his heart, and he felt that his semi-mysterious space power seemed to have improved a bit. Sensing this situation, Yi Feng didn't dare to be negligent, and devoted himself to the comprehension of the power of space. Although there is only a trace of the power of space in the fragments of space rules, it is the power of the essence of the power of space, which is of great benefit to the practitioners to understand the power of space. However, although there is only a trace of the essence of the power of space, it is extremely profound, and within a short period of time, Yifeng could not comprehend it at all. Fortunately, Long Jian knew this a long time ago, so he let Yifeng enter the meditation space. Day after day, Yifeng gradually comprehended that trace of mysterious space essence power, and the original semi-mysterious space power gradually moved towards the mysterious space power. 1 year later, Yifeng in the meditation space suddenly opened his eyes, bursting out with a flash of light. Finally, it is done. He had fully comprehended the essence of space that originally surrounded him, and this trace of essence of space made him directly comprehend the power of mysterious space. Sure enough, just as Long Jian said, this space rule fragment is very important to a practitioner, and can even allow people to comprehend the power of mysterious space in one fell swoop. A cultivator's comprehension of the power of mysterious space is the most important link, because it determines whether a cultivator can freely travel across various worlds with his own power. Yifeng finally comprehended the power of mysterious space at this time, and from now on, birds can fly in the sky and fish can swim in the sea. Whether it's the world of the royal family, the world of wilderness, or the world of cultivating immortals, Yifeng can come and go freely from now on. For a cultivator, only when he understands the power of the mysterious space can he be called freedom. At least the current Yifeng feels like he has broken free from the shackles, as if the whole person has broken free from the cage. Not only that, Yifeng's cultivation also naturally increased during the 1 year in the meditation space, reaching 330 years. 330 years of cultivation is not far from his upper limit, and there is no need to find Tai and Katibo to equalize. But this year in the meditation space, in reality, only 1 day has passed. When Yifeng returned to the main hall of the Dragon Sword Tomb, he saw Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun sitting upright and practicing, waiting for his appearance. I made it. Yifeng clenched his fist with one hand, thinking in his heart that he finally lived up to the expectations of the two girls. Senior Long Jian, thank you for your help. Yifeng yelled towards the top of the Dragon Sword Tomb Hall, but he didn't get a response, but he didn't care, but turned sideways and looked at Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun. Let's go, it's time to do more for you. Improve some cultivation. Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun heard Yifeng's voice, opened their eyes, and felt that Yifeng's comprehension of the power of space had deepened, and they couldn't help but look a little excited. Yifeng has comprehended the power of mysterious space, which means that they can also enjoy the freedom to cross the world at will. It's as happy as a lame wheelchair-bound person on Earth who suddenly has 2 legs that can walk. Let's go to the royal family again. Yifeng nodded to the 2 women, full of confidence in the trip to the ancient ruins in the near future. His cultivation is almost equal to the upper limit of cultivation, but the most important thing is Yuechan, whose cultivation is still far below the upper limit of cultivation. In the remaining 20 days or so, Yifeng must improve her cultivation at least to the same extent as myself. Undoubtedly, this will be an arduous task, but Yifeng has comprehended the power of mysterious space, so overall it doesn't seem to be that difficult. When he went to the royal realm before, Yifeng observed it with the power of half-mysterious space. It seems that Jin Xinqing, the leader of the Lufeng guards who returned to the royal realm, encountered some troubles. Thinking of the friendship with Jin Xinqing before, Yifeng wanted to go to the royal family to help him. Of course, the most important thing is that he has now comprehended the power of the mysterious space, and he feels more clearly that there are still some Yuechan in the royal world. The necessary treasures of heaven, material, and earth exist. In addition, it is because of the guilt of losing Lufeng. Until now, Yifeng couldn't find where Goddess General Lufeng went. For this reason, he felt quite sorry for Jin Xinqing and the Lufeng family of the royal family. Fortunately, now he has the strength to help Jin Xinqing. Let's go. Following the nods of the 2 women, Yifeng waved his hand, and the power of mysterious space that he had just comprehended spread out, covering the bodies of the 3 of them. Walk. White light flickered, and the 3 of them felt the space around them distort. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of him changed drastically, which was exactly the same as when passing through the cross-boundary teleportation array. This is also a very natural thing. After all, the construction principle of the cross-boundary teleportation array is to store the power of the mysterious space in the teleportation array, and then stimulate it when it is needed. Now Yi Feng can build a cross-boundary teleportation formation by himself. As long as he understands the power of the mysterious space, the formation structure of the cross-boundary teleportation formation that stores the power of the mysterious space is not complicated at all. Now Huagua on the Earth, the research is probably stuck in this link. Although they have researched the formation structure of the cross-boundary teleportation formation, they have no way to get the power of the mysterious space. Logically speaking, the power of the mysterious space exists in nature, but with Huagua's technological means, it is naturally impossible to capture the power of the mysterious space. In fact, for the world of science and technology, the specific ranking depends on what level of power the world of science and technology can capture. Once the power of mysterious space can be captured, this technological world can become a fifth-class world. After all, in the authentic fifth-class world and the royal family, no one can comprehend the power of the mysterious space. Originally, there were not many cultivators with a 1,000-year cultivation base in the imperial world, but after the last competition of rule fragments, more than half of them disappeared all of a sudden. Now the strength of the entire royal family has regressed greatly, and has even reached the edge of the fifth-class world. As long as the remaining 10,000-year-old existences die, the imperial world will become a sixth-class world similar to the immortal world. The fifth-class world, the royal family, and the desert in the northwest. On the edge of the endless desert stands a small city that is swaying in the wind and sand. It is called Sansi City, and it is the most marginal city in the area ruled by the royal family. A little further west of this city is the territory of the wilderness race. For a long time, Sansi City was just a gathering place for criminals, because it was difficult for the royal family to control it. Even the two fortresses on the border did not include Sansi City in their respective defensive areas. Inside. And Shanghai City is also the city that is most frequently invaded by wilderness tribes within the entire area ruled by the royal family. Almost every autumn, the people from the wilderness would invade Sansi City once, looting all the food, magical artifacts, women, etc. stored by the people there. At this time, ordinary people in Shanghai City will definitely run away, and come back to settle down after the wilderness people have retreated. There is no way, the fertile soil inside the royal family's ruled area will never let the people of Shanghai City enter and live. They can only make their home in Sansi City, facing the danger of being robbed by wild people every year. Liufeng's clansmen were falsely bestowed with titles by the royal lord, sent to Shanghai City, and settled in the city lord's mansion. Although the Liufeng family has ruled a city since then, and Liufeng's younger brother, Liu Yu, has become the lord of Sansi City, but there are criminals running around in Shanghai City, the poor, and he, the lord of Sansi City, is as good as not being the lord of Sansi City. Even when the wilderness tribe came to attack, as the city lord, the Liufeng tribe couldn't escape, otherwise they would be punished as treason. Last year when the wilderness tribe came to attack, Liu Yu relied on his strong diplomatic talent to sign a contract with the wilderness tribe by all means. The content of the agreement is that this year's Sansi City will regularly provide supplies to the wilderness people, and the wilderness people will not invade Sansi City again this year. Liu Yu posted the news and announced it to the residents of Sansi City, but unfortunately, the residents of Sansi City did not believe that the wilderness people would abide by the agreement. Seeing that this autumn has quietly come. In previous years, people from the wilderness would often start to invade and plunder in the near future. Therefore, most of the people in Sansi City are already preparing to escape. Of course, these ordinary people would not know the far-reaching impact of the previous competition for rule fragments on the entire royal family. Liu Yu stood at the gate of the city lord's mansion, constantly persuading the people of Shanghai City who were about to flee. This is a handsome young man, his appearance is very similar to that of the goddess General Lu Feng, and he will win people's favor at a glance. It's a pity that no matter how much he persuaded at the gate of the city lord's mansion at this time, the people of Shanghai City couldn't let the people of Shanghai City look at him, and even cast mocking glances at him. This new city lord is too naive. Do you really think that group of barbarians from the wilderness tribe will abide by the agreement? Ridiculous. Little brother Lu, I think it's better to forget it, we don't need to be as knowledgeable as them. Beside the young city master Yu, stood Jin Xinqing in blue armor. In the words sent by the royal family master, Jin Xinqing died in the Menghuang realm together with the goddess General Lu Feng. Therefore, after returning to the royal family realm, Jin Xinqing did not go to the royal family master at all, but came directly to Shanghai City and found Lu Feng. The reason why we were able to negotiate conditions with the wilderness people at this time last year was precisely because of Jin Xinqing's presence. Jin Xinqing's cultivation base is still very high. If the wilderness people don't send out any strong men, they can't do anything to him at all. Hearing Jin Xinqing's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. Lu Yu was sent to Shanghai City to be the city lord, so he naturally had ideas in his heart, but he had no room to resist at all when faced with the orders of the royal lord. Because, the strength of the entire Lu Feng family is weak after Lu Feng disappeared, and the strongest among them, Liu Yu, has only been cultivated for 400 years. Fortunately, Jin Xinqing came to help in time, otherwise the Lu Feng family would not be able to survive in an environment like Shanghai City. And when Jin Xinqing appeared in front of other people, he also concealed his identity, otherwise, if it reached the ears of the royal lord, no one would know how things would develop. I don't know where my sister is now. The young city master looked up to the sky, with a look of helplessness on his handsome face. This world is too vast, even a powerful cultivator like Jin Xinqing has an existence that is completely unmatched, and the young man he mentioned, Yi Feng. At this moment, a chaotic scene suddenly appeared in front of the city lord's mansion. Surrounded by the crowd, a large group of people came straight towards the city lord's mansion, causing people to turn their backs on their backs along the way. Seeing this battle, the expression of the young Qingzhuyu changed. The group of men and horses that rushed over turned out to be the other three major forces in this Shanghai City, joined forces. A total of hundreds of powerful monks approached the city lord's mansion vigorously. Each of these three major forces has a cultivator with more than 700 years of cultivation as the leader. If they unite, they will definitely be able to resist the once-a-year invasion of the wilderness tribe. After all, when the wilderness race came to plunder Shanghai City, there would not be many practitioners with too high a cultivation level. It's a pity that the three major forces don't like each other, and when the wilderness race comes, the three major forces are afraid of suffering losses, so every time they flee without fighting to save their strength, so as not to lose in the confrontation between the three major forces in the future below. It is precisely because of the existence of these three major forces that the wilderness people dare not completely capture Shanghai City, but just rob it and leave. In front of them, the three major forces of Shanghai City have joined forces to attack the city lord's mansion of Shanghai City. Of the three leaders, one has a beard, another wears a cyclopean patch, and the remaining one has a big bald head. These are the leaders of the three major factions, each with more than 700 years of cultivation. The bearded man first rode a horse to the gate of the city lord's mansion, looked down at the young city master Yu from top to bottom, and said arrogantly, "Stinky boy, our three major gangs are going to enter the city lord's mansion to get some supplies today, so hurry up and let them go, open." Supplies. The expressions of Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing beside him changed. At this time, Jin Xinqing was wearing a blue armor, but wearing a mask on his face, so that others could not see his identity at all, but he exuded a powerful aura of 700 years of cultivation, which could not be questioned. But even so, Jin Xinqing's complexion hidden under the mask changed. Come to the city lord's mansion to get some supplies. To put it nicely, isn't it straightforward to come to the city lord's mansion to rob something? The Lu Feng family came from the center of the royal family. When the goddess general Lu Feng was there, they might have gained a lot of benefits and brought them to Shanghai City. These three forces have been planning for a long time, and finally made an agreement with each other on how to divide the spoils, and then they are ready to take action to snatch the property belonging to the Lu Feng family. That's right, if you are acquainted and get out of the way obediently, you can save some flesh and blood pain, otherwise, it will be better for you. The one-eyed mask's voice was a bit hoarse and sinister, but the meaning in the words was the same as the one with the beard before. Let Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing get out of the way so that they could enter the city lord's mansion to search. Unexpectedly, before the people from the wilderness tribe came, they waited for their own people in Shanghai City to come first. The eyes of the main master of the city are full of anger, but facing the combination of three gang leaders with more than 700 years of cultivation, he knows that they will never be able to stop the other party just by members of their Lu Feng family and Jin Xinqing. Instead of making unnecessary sacrifices, it is better to give way first, at least there should be no casualties. As for supplies, they can grab as much as they want. Anyway, what they brought over from the main city of the imperial family didn't have much value. Captain Jin, let's make room first. City Master, you had no choice but to make this choice, but from his eyes, it was easy to see the hidden anger. If he has enough strength in the future, he will never forget today's shame. It is extremely embarrassing that the family of the goddess general, a dignified royal family, was dispatched to such a vicious place as Shanghai City, and even robbed by the head of the local gang. If his sister Lu Feng was still there, how could such a thing happen? Just as Lu Yu took 2 steps to the side, unwilling to do so, he suddenly found that Jin Xinqing did not follow him out of the way, but walked a few steps forward and stood in front of the 3 gang leaders. You guys are too brave, Jin Xinqing said in a muffled voice, and the blue spear appeared in his hand with a clang. Humph, you are the mysterious master of the city lord's mansion, but you only have 700 years of cultivation. Why, you still want to fight 3 with 1? The bald man, one of the leaders of the 3 major gangs, smiled contemptuously, with a long knife in his hand, gleaming with cruel blood. There have been 800 cultivators who have died under his sword. Even Jin Xinqing, who has cultivated for 700 years, has had a few heads cut off by him. Although Jin Xinqing is relatively mysterious, but now that the 3 of them join forces, it is impossible for them to defeat a being who is of the same cultivation level as them. Jin Xinqing's complexion under the mask was not very good-looking, and he had to face 3 strong men of the same cultivation level at the same time. The leaders of the 3 major guilds moved with true energy and suppressed their aura, instantly making Jin Xinqing feel extremely strong pressure. However, he did not back down even a small step. As the captain of the Imperial Guard of the Goddess General, even if the general is gone now, I will fight for her family until the last moment. Infinite fighting spirit ignited in Jin Xinqing's heart, making the spear in his hand look dazzling. Under the shining blue light, the shadows of guns swept towards the leaders of the 3 major gangs in front of them. Their power was astounding. The young city master, you didn't have time to stop him, and saw Jin Xinqing fighting with the 3 powerhouses, and the burst of anger at that moment sent his little guy with a 400-year cultivation level flying away. When Lu Yu got up again, he saw that the mask on Jin Xinqing's face had been broken, and the leaders of the 3 major gangs knocked Jin Xinqing to the ground and surrounded him. Haha, it turned out to be the captain of the Imperial Guard of the Goddess General. I thought it was a strong man who would come to protect the Lu Feng family like a lost dog. However, didn't the Lord issue an announcement saying that Jin Xinqing had died in battle with Lu Feng? Why did he still appear here? I don't know, but this guy is not our opponent. The most vicious bearded man gave an order, kill him and enter the city lord's mansion. Just when they were about to make a move, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, attracting the attention of everyone around them. What's the situation? Seeing three young figures, one man, two women, appear out of nowhere in the sky not far away, everyone in Shanghai City was startled. The three young men who appeared above Shanghai City were naturally Yi Feng, Yue Chan, and Zhang Xinyun. The three of them teleported across the world through the mysterious space power that Yi Feng had just comprehended, and they landed directly on the place where Jin Xinqing was. As soon as he arrived at this place, Yi Feng immediately found Jin Xinqing, who had been beaten up by the leaders of the three major gangs in Shanghai City. At the same time, he also noticed that a large number of people in the entire Shanghai City were focusing on him and the two girls. But these lines of sight are not in the way to Yi Feng at all. The key is that the current Yi Feng has to help Jin Xinqing immediately, otherwise this kid will be killed by those three strong men who also have a cultivation level of 700 years. Yi Feng still admires the commander of the Imperial Guard, Goddess General Lu Feng. First, this guy is very loyal. Even if Lu Feng is no longer around, he will give his life to protect her family. Feng was able to subdue him, he was undoubtedly a right-hand man. Of course, Yi Feng didn't have much thought about subduing Jin Xinqing, at most he could only rely on Lu Feng's reputation to keep Jin Xinqing by his side temporarily. However, now it seems that there is still a way to get Jin Xinqing to my side. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then his figure moved. Although he had just comprehended the power of Xian-level space, he had already used it to perfection. Swish! In the blink of an eye, before everyone in Shanghai City recovered from the violent spatial fluctuations above their heads, Yi Feng's figure had already appeared in front of the bearded leader who was the strongest among the three major gang leaders in Shanghai City. Dragon Sword Ju, Entangling Sword Technique. The dragon sword danced in Yi Feng's hand, and the simple sword energy swept out immediately, trapping the bearded man in place in an instant. Stinky boy, good time. The bearded man felt the strong aura emanating from Yi Feng's body, and knew that this time he was facing an extremely powerful enemy. Although I don't know who the young man in front of me is, and I don't know why this young man wants to deal with him as soon as he comes up, but if he is provoked by such a young man, wouldn't he be too weak if he doesn't show some color to the other party? Point? The bearded man condensed his whole body's true energy, trying to break free from the shackles of Yi Feng's wrapped sword technique. It's a pity that Yi Feng's entangling swordsmanship now has the power of mysterious space, which is enough to entangle an existence with 800 years of cultivation, and this bearded man is only over 700 years of cultivation. How can he break free? Just for a moment, the bearded man realized something was wrong, and his face changed. He couldn't escape the sword energy of the young man in front of him. What the hell is this? The bearded man felt a chill in his heart, and wanted to use teleportation to escape from this ghostly place, but found that his teleportation had no effect. The power of space he had comprehended in his body was actually suppressed by the power of the sword energy. Fighting swordsmanship. Yi Feng let out a soft shout in his heart, and with a turn of the ancient sword of Xuanhuan, the extremely fast and fierce sword energy instantly penetrated the bearded body. The other side. When Yi Feng met the bearded man, the leaders of the other three major gangs felt strange. However, they didn't help. In their eyes, an inexplicable young man seemed quite strong, but in the eyes of practitioners of their level, he was nothing more than that. Beard, one person is enough to deal with him. However, the facts are always beyond their expectations. Just for a moment, the bearded man was chilled by the young man's unparalleled sword aura, and his head was in a different place. And all of this happened within a short second, and even the expression on the bearded face still maintained the astonishment that he couldn't break free. The strength of the young people in front of them is definitely not something that cultivators of their level can handle. The rest of the big bald head and the one-eyed patch finally understood. If this is the case, if you don't run now, when will you wait? The two looked at each other, and then separated and fled at a very fast speed. However, at this time, a wisp of ghostly remnant soul appeared directly in front of the big bald head, and a mouthful of black saliva spewed out, instantly corroding the blood-stained long knife in the big bald head's hand, leaving only ashes in an instant. After subduing the ink python's remnant soul, I haven't used it yet. Now facing an opponent with a cultivation level of 700 years, we can see how powerful it is. Zhang Xinyun's slender and pretty figure fluttered beside Yi Feng, her whole body was surging with the power of the innate ghost mark. Obviously she was controlling the remnant soul of the ink python to stop the big bald head. Looking at the power of the fairy art he practiced during his lifetime, it's not bad. Yi Feng watched Mo Meng's remnant soul destroy the blood-stained long knife in the big bald head's hand, and nodded in satisfaction. The celestial art practiced by this black python is corrosive, and the black rainstorm before gave Yi Feng a very deep impression. That rain alone wiped out all the creatures within a radius of tens of miles, and its power was truly terrifying. Although the current ink python remnant soul can only display the strength of 700 years of cultivation, the various fairy arts he has comprehended during his lifetime can still be used under Zhang Xinyun's control. The battle of congenital ghosts and spirits is not easy. If the brain is not good, even as congenital ghosts and spirits, it is difficult to become a master in this world. Because innate ghosts and spirits control souls to fight, they must be able to understand the understanding of various fairy arts in these souls' minds. Only in this way can they exert half of their respective strengths in life. If there is only cultivation but no immortality, the combat effectiveness of these controlled souls will be greatly reduced. There is obviously no problem with Zhang Xinyun's talent and IQ, and it is even far superior to ordinary people. For example now. Let it down, ink rain. With a slight movement in Zhang Xinyun's heart, she understood the rain of ink and wash recorded in the ink python's remnant soul. At this moment, the remnant soul of the black python standing in front of the big bald head raised his hands instantly, releasing the true energy from his whole body, and the black rain began to fall all around. For this, Yi Feng was already prepared. Nether Blood Shield. With one hand, Yi Feng took out the nether blood shield, and activated its defensive function, completely blocking more than half of the Shanghai city area around him. With his current true energy, the defense range of the blood shield can reach several thousand meters, but now he can only protect the small area of the city lord's mansion. Yi Feng's goal is to keep Jin Xinqing and try to subdue him. As for the other people in Shanghai city, what does it have to do with Yi Feng? Just when Zhang Xinyun gave the order, a dark rainstorm fell from the sky. This dark rainstorm was a terrifying killing for the entire Shanghai city. Due to the problem of cultivation, the range of ink rain displayed by the remnant soul of the ink python is not wide, but it also covers an area at the gate of the city lord's mansion. This area is exactly where the people and horses of the three major gangs of Shanghai city gather. The black torrential rain fell in an instant. The blood shield in Yi Feng's hand emitted a fantastic light, covering the entire city lord's mansion. It was more than enough to resist the 700-year-old ink python's move. And the others who were not covered by the blood shield's defensive cover would be out of luck. The most important of these was the more than 100 horsemen brought by the three major gangs of Shanghai city, who were completely enveloped by the black rainstorm in an instant. With the strength of the 700-year-old cultivation level that the remnant soul of the ink python can display now, the range that this rainstorm can affect is far more than this, but Zhang Xinyun also knows that most of the people in this Shanghai city are still civilians of the royal family. The lowering range is too large to be suitable. Anyway, at present, it is mainly the people from the three major gangs who are causing trouble, so we should clean up the troublemakers. Almost in an instant, the gathering place of the three major gangs in front of the city lord's mansion was in chaos, and with the black raindrops pouring down, the terrifying corrosive power contained in it instantly made these people fly away. One after another, the members of the three major gangs were washed away in the black rainstorm, and then they died without even being able to hum. The big bald head who was the first to bear the brunt of the black rainstorm was under unparalleled pressure. He urged the whole body of true energy to condense a layer of true energy shield to resist the black rainstorm that fell from the sky, but his 700 years of cultivation alone was obviously not enough to resist this move. The black python, with a cultivation base of 2,000 years, can defeat a strong man with a cultivation base of 2,100 years with this move. Now, although the remnant soul of the ink python only has the strength of a cultivation base of 700 years, he wants to kill it. It is undoubtedly easy for a guy with a cultivation base of 700 years. The blood-colored long knife in the big bald head's hand was first corroded by the black rainstorm, and then he himself couldn't hold on for long. Under the washing of the black rainstorm, his bones were soon gone. As for the one-eyed mask among the leaders of the three major gangs in Shanghai City, he was also not so lucky. Like the big bald head, he was corroded to death in an instant after resisting the black rainstorm for a while, leaving no ashes behind. Down. The three major gangs in Shanghai City, including hundreds of cultivation masters, including 3 leaders whose cultivation base was over 700 years old, were all wiped out in an instant. The hellish scene in front of him stunned everyone who saw this scene in Shanghai City, especially the city lord's mansion under the protection of Yi Fengyao's blood shield. Now the city lord's mansion is full of people from the Lufeng family. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the young man standing at the gate of the city lord's mansion and helping Captain Jin Xinqing up. After all, this young man used a magic weapon to save the entire city lord's mansion from the black rainstorm. Although the dark rainstorm was caused by Zhang Xingyun, who was with Yi Feng, Yi Feng's ability to withstand this indiscriminate attack also showed Yi Feng's strength. Captain Jin, I haven't seen you for a long time, but I was beaten so miserably. Yi Feng said with a smile while supporting Jin Xinqing to stand up. Master Yi. Jin Xinqing never dreamed that at this time, someone would jump out to help him, and what was even more unexpected was that the one who jumped out to help him would be Yi Feng. When he left through the one-way teleportation array from the star refining temple in the wilderness realm before, he never thought that he would see Yi Feng again in the future, but now it seems that there is still some fate between the two of them. Of course, seeing Yi Feng again was not enough to shock Jin Xinqing. After all, Yi Feng's identity was there, and it was not uncommon for Yi Feng to cross the world and come to the royal family. What shocked him the most was that this Yi Feng had grown to such a terrifying level after only seeing him for such a short period of time. Not only was he able to kill the bearded man with one sword, but his subordinates even slaughtered the elites of the three major gangs with one move, which is really brave. At this time, the young city leader Yu, the younger brother of Goddess General Lu Feng, finally came to his senses. It seems that because of someone else's intervention, the crisis of the Lu Feng family in his city lord's mansion was inexplicably resolved. And the person here seems to know Jin Xinqing. Could it be that the young man in front of him was Jin Xinqing's rescuer? Could it be my sister Liu Feng's old friend? In the past, the goddess general had a great reputation and great prestige in the royal family. It is not impossible to have some powerful old friends. But now the goddess general Lu Feng is missing, or in other words, in the eyes of the royal family, Lu Feng has already died in battle. Under such circumstances, anyone who is willing to stand up for Lu Feng is undoubtedly a true friend. Thinking of this, Liu Yu hurriedly stepped forward to pay a visit. Junior Liu Yu, the younger brother of Goddess General Lu Feng. Thank you for helping the hero this time, but where does the hero come from? Liu Yu faced Yi Feng with an extremely respectful expression. Not only because of Yi Feng's strength, but also because Yi Feng helped him out of the siege, and the people from the three major gangs in Shanghai City who would cause trouble in the future were cleared away. This is a great kindness to the entire Lu Feng family, and Liu Yu will definitely remember it in his heart. You're welcome, I'm your sister's friend. Yifeng waved his hand. I'm sorry, but the disappearance of Goddess General has something to do with me. You are? When Liu heard this, he was a little surprised. No need to ask, he is Yifeng. Jin Xinqing stood up from the ground at this time, and grabbed the ground next to him with one hand, but what he got was the shattered mask. He looked around, only to see that the violent black rainstorm had stopped, and the surrounding people of Shanghai City were pointing at this side. The content of the discussion was nothing more than the shocking black rainstorm seen just now, but some people were still discussing about Jin Xinqing's identity. In the minds of everyone in the royal family, the current goddess General Lu Feng and the commander of the guards, Jin Xinqing, have all died in battle. But now, Jin Xinqing appears beside Liu Feng's younger brother Liu Yu in Shanghai City, and he is still anonymous. Could it be that there is something hidden in this? Many people looked at Jin Xinqing with some doubts in their eyes. There is no doubt that what happened in Shanghai City today will definitely spread quickly. When the time comes, the news of Jin Xinqing's appearance will definitely be known to the royal lord. Jin Xinqing threw away the broken mask in his hand, and said with a wry smile, I'm afraid it won't be long before the things here will reach the lord's ears. These words stunned the young and handsome Ruyu. Jin Xinqing's identity has been exposed. Come to think of it, the head of the royal family will come to investigate this matter soon, right? Okay, you don't have to worry. Yifeng seemed to have seen through the thoughts of Jin Xinqing and Liu Yu, and immediately said, if you have nowhere to go, you can follow me. In the future, one part of my plan is to find the goddess General. When these words came out, both Jin Xinqing and Liu Yu looked at him in surprise. Follow Yifeng? Where could this guy take them? In Jin Xinqing's mind, in this world, there is no force that can wipe out the Wilderness clan. After all, the Wilderness clan still has 3 strong men who have attained the Dao realm to guard them. How did he know that these 3 Dao realm powerhouses of the Wilderness race had already fallen before? Just as he was thinking this way, the people of Shanghai City who fled suddenly came back not far away, shouting loudly while running, the royal army is here. The royal army is here. The royal legion is here. Jin Xinqing's expression changed. Could it be that the people from the royal family arrived so soon? It took less than half an hour for the news of Jin Xinqing's appearance to spread, and there was an army of the royal family coming. The news of the royal family was spreading and marching too fast, right? Compared with Jin Xinqing's bewilderment, Yifeng smiled lightly. This situation was exactly as he expected. When scrambling for the fragments of space rules before, several elders of the royal family did not make a move. Instead, they watched the death of the 3 strong men of the Wilderness family. Such an excellent opportunity, the royal family absolutely cannot let it go, which is why Yifeng said that the Wilderness clan is about to perish. Because, the death of the 3 Wilderness clan's Dao realm powerhouses left the entire Wilderness clan without support. The Royal Legion's expedition at this time was obviously approved by the Supreme Elder. Captain Jean, don't worry, the Royal Legion is not here because of your appearance, but because they are here to wipe out the entire Wilderness race. Yifeng said unhurriedly, the power of Xian-level space checked the situation of the whole royal family world, and took the situation of the whole royal family world into his eyes. Since he comprehended the power of semi-mysterious space, most of the lower worlds could not stop his detection. For example, in worlds such as the Earth, the world of cultivating immortals, and the world of the royal family, everything will be under Yifeng's control. The perception of the power of space is completely omnidirectional, without any dead ends. The Royal Legion, with a total of more than 1 million horses, is marching towards Shanghai City from the 2 nearby fortresses. It seems that they want to use Shanghai City as a base for operations. Sanxi City is within the territory ruled by the royal family, and the closest city to the border of the Wilderness race. If the royal family wants to attack the Wilderness race, it is of course necessary to start from Sanxi City and supply supplies. Destroy the Wilderness? Listening to Yi Feng's words, Jin Xinqing couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He looked at the confident expression on Yi Feng's face, and suddenly thought, could it be that the current wilderness tribe is facing some serious problems? Although the forces in this world do not yet have the strength to wipe out the wilderness race, if there is power from other worlds, it would be easier. Among other things, if the blood-colored giant dragon that appeared in the wild world appeared in the royal world, I am afraid that the whole world will be destroyed by it, and no creature in the world will survive. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Jin Xinqing couldn't help asking, is there something wrong with the wilderness clan now? Or is it that the royal clan has a powerful force to help? 3 of the wilderness clan's Dao realm powerhouses have fallen. How could the royal clan not seize this opportunity and quickly wipe out the heartthorn of the wilderness clan? Yi Feng laughed and explained briefly. However, this news made Jin Xinqing's mouth and eyes wide open. He couldn't come to his senses for a long time. 3 of the wilderness clan's Dao realm experts died? Why did Yi Feng know so clearly? Could it be related to him? Regarding this, Jin Xinqing didn't ask any more questions. Soon, the city of Shanghai was boiling, and the news of the royal legion's impending arrival spread everywhere, making those people of Shanghai City who were eager to escape stay behind, ready to wait and see. If the royal legion came to protect Shanghai City, why would they run away? And in the city lord's mansion, the members of the Lu Feng family obviously got the news. When the young city master summoned the entire Lu Feng family members and arrived at the gate of the city master's mansion, another person jumped out immediately. Lu Yu, as the current patriarch of the Lu family, you don't want to make progress and don't talk about it. Instead, you collude with outsiders who don't know the details and want to take the entire Lu family away. What are your intentions? This is a young man who is about the same age as Ru Yu, and his appearance is also 5 or 6 points similar, and his cultivation base can almost reach 400 years. His name is Lu Quan. He is a collateral descendant of the Lu family. He is the cousin of Lu Yu and Lu Feng. Jin Xinqing was beside Yi Feng and immediately introduced him. Yi Feng glanced at Lu Quan, and found that there were quite a few people from the Lu family standing behind the other party. They were obviously supporters of Lu Quan, and these people seemed to be somewhat displeased with Lu Yu. Undoubtedly, the Lu family is now divided into 2 factions. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yuxiu was the highest and Jin Xinqing was still there, Lu Quan might have taken the position of the head of the Lu family long ago. It can be seen that Lu Quan is ambitious and is Lu Yu's opponent. Of course, Yi Feng would not let such a person go to Nanling to manage affairs. Okay, Ru Yu, bring your own people and follow me. The others, let them fend for themselves. Yi Feng waved his hand and said to Lu Yu. When Lu Yu heard this, he was a little embarrassed. Although Lu Quan and his gang were always against him, they were still members of the Lu family. How could he abandon them? Brother Yi, I'll go discuss it with him. Jin Xinqing saw that it was difficult for Lu Yu to make up his mind, so he knew that he had to come forward to persuade him now. Otherwise, when the royal army came over later, there might be troubles again. Go. Yi Feng nodded. Seeing Yi Feng, Yue Chan, and Zhang Xinyun standing aside, looking a little arrogant in front of Jin Xinqing, the Lu family all gasped. Who are these 3 young people? Judging by their cultivation bases, these 3 young people have only 200 or 300 years of cultivation bases, so there is nothing outstanding about them. Why does Jin Xinqing treat them with such respect? If you want to go, let Lu Yu go alone, and others should not easily trust people of unknown origin. At this time, Lu Quan led many supporters, and said coldly, these guys have unknown origins, how can we leave the royal family with them? When we fall into the den of thieves, I'm afraid our entire Lu family will perish. As soon as this remark came out, many members of Lu's family booed and expressed their support for Lu Quan's decision. Even some members of the Lu family who were on Lu Yu's side in the past felt that Lu Yu's decision was inappropriate. How could they move with a few people of unknown origin? For these, Yifeng didn't get involved at all. He didn't care how many people would follow him in the end. He just needs to be sure that the two important people, Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu, will go with him. The others have nothing to do with him, and even bringing too much is still a burden. After the other party's discussion is over, Yifeng should take people away from the royal family. However, not long after, before Lu Yu, Jin Xinqing and Lu Quan could argue with each other, the royal army finally entered Sanxi City. Among them, the high-level commanders of the Royal Legion, a total of hundreds of people, are marching towards the city lord's mansion. Obviously, if there is a war, the city lord's mansion in Shanghai City will be their headquarters. A group of people came all the way, and the first thing they saw were Yifeng, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyan standing outside the city lord's mansion. Yifeng frowned slightly as the army of the Royal Legion came under pressure. He doesn't want to spend too much time in the royal world, unless there are enough benefits for him. You must know that the most important thing for him now is to find natural treasures for Yuechan and Zhang Xinyan to improve their cultivation. The improvement of Zhang Xinyan's cultivation base will allow her to have enough strength to subdue more tyrannical souls, thus improving her overall combat effectiveness. As for Yuechan, the upper limit of her cultivation has reached more than 400 years. It can be said that among the three who are going to the ancient ruins, Yuechan is the one with the most development potential. After all, as long as she has enough natural materials and earthly treasures, she can raise her cultivation base to more than 400 years. In addition to practicing the Dragon Sword Ju and comprehending various sword techniques derived from the Dragon Sword Ju, as well as the help of the Yuechan Dragon Soul condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls in the body, Yuechan, who has been cultivated for more than 400 years, can definitely compete with 8 ordinary immortal cultivators who have cultivated for more than 100 years are comparable. Because they don't have the heart of the dragon, the fighting power of the dragon sword maids like Yuechan is slightly lower than that of Yifeng with the same cultivation level. Who is in front, dare to stop the royal general? Many officers of the Royal Legion came to the Shanghai City Lord's mansion, and saw Yifeng and the 3 of them at a glance, but seeing that the 3 young men had no intention of stepping aside, they couldn't help becoming angry. Yifeng took a quick look, but saw that the 2 leading generals had about 800 years of cultivation, and each wore silver armor. They turned out to be great generals from the 2 nearby fortresses, at the same level as Goddess General Lu Feng. Behind the 2 generals are other junior officers, including several adjutants with 700 years of cultivation. If it was head-to-head, Yifeng and the 3 would not be opponents at all, but of course Yifeng would not fight head-to-head with them. If they fought, Yifeng would directly use the power of the mysterious space to avoid their edge. Although it is difficult for Yifeng to confront this group of people head-on due to his slightly lower cultivation base, but it is also impossible for the other party to do anything to him. Let's make way. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, didn't say much, and walked aside with the 2 girls. But seeing this situation, the many officers of the royal family were unyielding. It seemed that the Legion had just set off for an expedition and needed to show their prestige in front of the people. A 700-year-old adjutant at the side, with extremely thick eyebrows and wide-eyed eyes, took a step forward and pointed at Yifeng and the 2 women. When you see the royal general, hurry up and kneel down. Yifeng frowned slightly, kneeling? Of course he couldn't kneel down with these people in this kind of place. Especially when he found out that among this group of royal officers, many of them were staring at Yuechan and Zhang Xinyan with lustful eyes, which made Yifeng snort suddenly. Hearing this cold snort, all the officers of the royal family jumped out one after another like cats whose tails had been trampled on. They all looked fierce, and seemed to be able to deal with Yifeng and the 2 girls in a legitimate manner. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng, Yuechan, and Zhang Xinyan were surrounded by many royal family officers. Of course, the scene here was seen by the members of the Lu family in the Lord's mansion of Shanghai City. Haha, Lu Yu Patriarch, those unidentified friends of yours have collided with the chiefs of the Legion, and it seems that the end will not be good. Seeing this, Lu Quan, who had been fighting against Lu Yu, burst out laughing. The current Lu family, of course, has no ability to rescue Yi Feng and the two women from the hands of the royal army. No matter what Lu Yu thinks, it can't change the fate of those three inexplicable young people being arrested. That man, he should be arrested and abolished, so he can act as a coolie. Those two women are quite beautiful, and they have a good figure. TSK, it's a pity that they will definitely be cheaper than the members of the Royal Legion. Fortunately we didn't go with Lu Yu, otherwise I'm afraid we will be blocked by the royal army now. We can't go anywhere, and we have violated the royal law. Many members of the Lu family discussed and pointed at Yi Feng and the two women in the field. Between the words, they coveted the beauty of Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, but it's a pity that these people dare not compete with the royal army. What's more, apart from a lineup like the Royal Legion, I am afraid that there is no power that can suppress these three young people. After all, everyone has seen it. Just now, Yi Feng killed a bearded man with 700 years of cultivation with a single strike. However, the two generals in the Royal Legion are both strong men with 800 years of cultivation. The candidates of the royal family to guard the border are naturally extremely strong. 700 years and 800 years are two completely different concepts. That young man could kill a bearded man with a 700-year cultivation level with a single sword, but it didn't mean that he would be able to come back alive under the hands of a strong man with a 800-year-old cultivation level. What's more, those three young people seem to be a little too arrogant now. How dare they despise the members of the Royal Legion so much? Most of the Lu family gloated, but a few people, including Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing, frowned tightly, obviously a little worried. Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing were more worried about the safety of Yi Feng and the two women. As for the others, they were worried whether the Royal Legion would say that their Lu family colluded with those three people. If that was the case, the whole Lu family would do nothing and around the city lord's mansion of Shanghai City, those cultivators and people, one by one, seemed a little excited because of the arrival of the Royal Legion. Now, they are pointing at the side because there is a good show to watch. In their eyes, they seem to have seen the scene where the two young and beautiful women were ravaged by the royal officers in turn. Let's go first. Surrounded by many officers of the royal family, Yi Feng did not panic in the slightest, but looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion with some pity. With the current situation, it seems that it is very difficult to take Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu away, so we can only talk about it later, and hope that Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu are still alive when we come next time. Yi Feng couldn't just take the two of them away. After all, their affairs here haven't been settled yet. If they just take them away like this, they might be dissatisfied with Yi Feng. Yi Feng was not afraid of the two of them, but he was afraid that if the two of them arrived on his territory, if they didn't do their best, it would be troublesome. The power of mysterious space was slowly stimulated by Yi Feng, and he was about to break through the space and cross the world. None of the royal officers in front of him had the ability to catch up. However, at this moment, an extremely majestic voice suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone stop, senior, calm down. As soon as these words came out, all the officers of the royal family, the members of the Lufeng tribe, and the people of Shanghai City were all taken aback. Immediately afterwards, several figures in golden armor landed in front of Yi Feng and the two women. It turned out to be the head of the royal family and several other elders of the royal family. The head of the royal family and the four elders descended, and everyone around was stunned. What's the situation? Why did such a big man come to Shanghai City today? Moreover, they were shouting the phrase "Senior, calm down" as soon as they came. Could it be that the three young people in front of them were seniors? After being stunned for a moment, everyone around reacted. My lord lives the same life as the sky, and dominates the world. Everyone knelt down and yelled such a line. There is no doubt that in the royal family, everyone had to yell this line when they saw the royal lord. Years in general. Including the 2 silver-armored generals of the royal army, everyone knelt down towards the royal lord, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The big-eyed adjutant who had just yelled at Yi Feng was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. What a pity, how could he casually bully 3 young people, and they would be relatives of the emperor? In their eyes, Yi Feng and the 2 daughters in front of them are probably relatives of the head of the royal family, and they are even of high seniority. At least they are qualified enough for the elders of the royal family to call them senior. However, never heard of the royal family having such 3 young ancestors? Even if they look young, because of cultivation, it's impossible, because the 3 of them obviously only have 200 or 300 years of cultivation. All the children of the Lu family in the city lord's mansion also bowed down, except for 2 people. One was Jin Xinqing, and the other was Lu Yu. Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu were the only 2 people present, besides Yi Feng and others who knew Lu Feng's true whereabouts. The head of the royal family broke his promise, left Lu Feng to escape at the critical moment, and even announced Liu Feng's death after returning, and then transferred the Lu Feng family to such a remote place. This kind of approach has already chilled Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu. Although they were wondering why the head of the royal family apologized to Yi Feng and the 3 and called them senior, but this situation is naturally a good thing for them. After all, they were considered to be with Yi Feng. All the cultivators and people watching around Shanghai City also turned towards the royal lord, and the 4 elders knelt down without any hesitation. The man in golden armor in front of him is definitely the lord of the royal family, no doubt. The audience was still standing, except for the royal clan master and the 4 aged supreme elders. Only Yi Feng, Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing were the only ones standing. At this time, the head of the royal family and the 4 elders were all sweating coldly, facing Yi Feng, lowering their heads, as if they were really paying respect to some seniors. This scene made Yi Feng and the 2 women feel a little baffled, and Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing were even more baffled. Senior, my subordinates don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and offended the senior, please forgive me. The lord of the royal clan has a nice voice and a good-looking appearance, and his words are quite decent, but Yi Feng just finds this guy unhappy. Others may think that this guy is an awesome character, but in Yi Feng's eyes, this royal master is just a coward who abandoned his subordinates and ran away at a critical moment. Yi Feng was just about to condense the power of the mysterious space to run away, but now that he saw this, he didn't disperse the power of space. After all, he didn't know exactly what was going on with the royal master in front of him. He could only guess the general reason, probably because when he snatched the fragments of the space rules before, he showed his face in front of several elders who were observing the field, and finally snatched the fragments of the space rules. You must know that those who competed for the fragments of space rules at that time were all extremely terrifying powerhouses from other worlds. The 3 Dao realm powerhouses of the Wilderness clan were wiped out in minutes. Yi Feng's ability to snatch space rule fragments in such an environment shows his strength. Therefore, it is not surprising that the royal clan lord and the supreme elder felt that Yi Feng was quite scary, and now he was in such a form. It's okay, don't bother us. Yi Feng waved his hand, and slowly sent out his spiritual thoughts. Tell your subordinates to get away, don't let me see them again. In addition, I will take some of the people from the Lu family here. Do you have any objections? No, of course I don't have any objections, and I will follow the orders of the seniors. The head of the royal family immediately said, but after a pause, he continued, excuse me, senior, can you stay for a while after the matter is over, and give us some advice on cultivation? After 1,000 years of cultivation, it has become extremely difficult to increase the upper limit of cultivation. The royal master and several elders have long wanted to know how to continue their cultivation. Now that he meets Yi Feng, who seems to be very powerful, of course he has to keep him and ask him. How did they know that Yi Feng is far from reaching that level now? His eyes are darkened, and he doesn't know as much as them about the cultivation after 1,000 years of cultivation. But of course, Yi Feng can't show weakness now. He just said indifferently after hearing the words, "I'll talk about it when I'm in a better mood. Right now I need some treasures from heaven and earth. You can ask your people to collect some for me." "Yes, Senior." The head of the royal family agreed, but at the same time he was secretly happy. It seems that this young man is quite talkative, and there is hope for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Of course he didn't know that Yi Feng was completely fooling him. But when dealing with this kind of person, use it if you can. Yi Feng doesn't think he is too much, on the contrary, it can give Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing a bad breath. Yi Feng still doesn't have the strength to kill the royal master, but to make the opponent feel distressed and angry, judging from the current situation, Yi Feng can still do it. "What are you looking at? Don't let go, and collect heaven and earth treasures for the seniors?" The royal lord gave a soft shout, and all the officers of the royal family who originally wanted to come to the city lord's mansion to fight the autumn wind scattered one by one, and went to find the treasures they had collected in their daily life. Right now is a great opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Although they don't know the specific identities of Yi Feng and the other three young people, they are obviously big shots. If you please them, wouldn't it be just around the corner in the future? Yi Feng looked at the scene in front of him and smiled in his heart. It is really a gift of heaven and earth sent to him for nothing. It seems that he will gain a lot later. Thinking of this, Yi Feng didn't care about the royal clan master at the side, but turned his attention to the city lord's mansion at the side. At this time in the city lord's mansion, everyone was already surprised from ear to ear. What did they see? The aloof royal lord can kill tens of thousands of people with a single order, but now, he is respectful to the three young people, and even asks to collect the treasures of heaven and earth and give them to each other. What are the origins of these three young men? For a moment, Lu Quan in the crowd felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that the three young men that Lu Yu colluded with were actually extremely powerful existences? Not to mention the bearded beard who can kill 700 years of cultivation, even the head of the royal family and the four elders are not his opponents? Horrible. Lu Quan's forehead was dripping with sweat, and when he looked around, he saw that many people changed their positions all of a sudden. Many people who were originally on his side started to stand up and please Lu Yu, hoping that Lu Yu and Jin Xinqing would take them out of here. After all, the royal family is like this to the Lu family, and no one wants to stay in the royal family at this time. For the royal family, no matter who the members of the Lu family were, they were all disappointed. The head of the royal family and the four elders did not leave, but followed Yi Feng, as if they were afraid that he would run away, but in fact, if Yi Feng wanted to run away, they alone would not be able to stop him. And after the appearance of the royal clan lord, everyone in the Lu family made a unanimous decision to follow Yi Feng. No matter what, seeing Yi Feng's coquettish appearance, they knew that after following Yi Feng, the entire Lu family would rise to a higher level, and they would no longer have to look at the faces of the royal family. The only thing to pay attention to is, Yi Feng seems to be such a powerful existence, why would he take away people from their Lu family? Brother, you met the goddess general, so I can help you, so you can stop thinking about it. Jin Xinqing explained this in this way. However, even so, many people in Lu's family still had misconceptions, speculating whether Yi Feng would cross the river and demolish the bridge, and take away their people to be coolies. In any case, the opinions of the entire Lu family were unified. Even Lu Yu's opponent, cousin Lu Quan, lowered his ambition and expressed his willingness to follow Yi Feng. Yi Feng is not very optimistic about him. This guy is too ambitious. If he is placed in Nanling, there may be some uncertainties. If so, don't bring it. Okay, let's wait here for a while, and when the treasures collected by the Royal Legion arrive, we will set off. Yi Feng didn't say what was in his mind for the time being. He talked to the Lu Feng family members, then stood aside and began to rest his mind with his eyes closed. The head of the royal family and the elders on this side have been wanting to ask about the practice after 1,000 years of cultivation, but seeing Yi Feng closing his eyes and resting his mind, they are not ashamed to ask. Let's wait until the treasures of heaven and earth are used to honor this strong man. Judging from the strength that started to condense on this kid when he was surrounded just now, this guy must have comprehended the existence of a very high level of space power. Faced with such an existence, the head of the royal family did not feel that it would be embarrassing to submit to the other party. However, the presence of the royal lord here made the people and practitioners of the entire Shanghai city shudder, and no one dared to chew their tongues in front of the royal lord. You know, in the world of the royal family, a word from the royal master can make tens of millions of people fall to the ground. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Feng closed his eyes and didn't say a word. Soon, a fortress general finally collected some natural and earthly treasures, gathered them together, and handed them over to the royal lord. Such a good opportunity for meritorious deeds, of course, the general should take it all into his pocket middle. He also handed over the treasures of heaven and earth collected by his subordinates. As for the rewards for the opponents, then there is no need for the royal master to worry about it. The 800-year-old general in silver armor came over and handed a storage belt to the royal master. The head of the royal clan took a look and expressed his satisfaction, then handed it to Yi Feng respectfully. Yi Feng took the storage belt with one hand, and threw it to Yuechan beside him. Yuechan, take a look at the treasures of heaven and earth inside, enough to improve your cultivation for how many years? Yuechan took it, and her divine sense poked into it to take a look, and immediately said, to be promoted for 35 years, this member of the royal family is still doing his best. 35 years, it seems that the treasures of heaven and earth in this storage belt are not bad. That being the case, Yi Feng doesn't mind giving them some sweetness. Well done. About the power of space, maybe you don't know it yet. It is divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and human. Only when you understand the power of mysterious space can you freely cross the world. Regarding the grading of the power of space, the royal master, the elder Taisheng and others don't know the specifics. Like the original Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng, they only know the strength of the power of space. Hearing Yi Feng's explanation at this time, his eyes lit up. So the power of space still has this level? As for more, Yi Feng didn't bother to tell them, and continued to close his eyes and meditate. This appearance made the people of the Lu family look at each other in blank dismay. They grew up so big, and they have never heard of anyone who can hang themselves in front of the royal lord. Seeing this, the royal master could only be patient, urging another general to come over in his heart. Soon, another general, with a cultivation base of 800 years, rushed over anxiously wearing a silver armor, holding the same storage belt in his hand. Report to my lord, the subordinates are lucky to live up to their fate. The general ran forward and offered the storage belt in his hands, with both hands. As usual, it was Yuechan who took it away, and her spiritual sense probed in, and said, if you don't count the one just now, this one can improve my cultivation for 42 years, which is better than the one just now, but the 2 materials there are a lot of repetitions, and together they can only improve 55 years of cultivation. Good. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just sitting here, so many treasures from heaven and earth have come to his door. In the entire royal family world, only the royal family master has such great energy to do it. As for Yi Feng, he happened to be able to restrain the young royal lord in golden armor. Not only cured them, but Yi Feng also played tricks on them. Anything else? Yi Feng raised his head slightly, and asked the head of the royal clan. Report to senior, there is no more, may I ask if it is not enough? The royal lord replied with some cold sweat on his forehead. Seeing that his 2 generals had collected so many treasures, he originally wanted to reward them, but who knew that Yi Feng was not very satisfied. It's only that small, and you're too embarrassed to fool me. Yifeng snorted and waved his hand. "We're leaving, you can figure it out yourself." The power of the mysterious space burst out, enveloping him and the two women in it. Immediately afterwards, the power of the Xian-level space spread out, enveloping Jin Xinqing, Lu Yu and all other Lu family members. Of course, except for that stream right. This person is too ambitious. Yifeng doesn't want him, so as not to cause any trouble in the future. You must know that the world of cultivating immortals is not a closed world. This guy is so ambitious, he will definitely contact other strong people in the world of cultivating immortals. Bye-bye. Yifeng smiled and waved to the royal master. So far, the head of the royal family, even if he is stupid, he already knows what Yifeng is, and this kid actually played tricks on them. One could tell at a glance that Yifeng didn't want to fulfill the agreement, but just ran away. Faced with Yifeng's pranks, the royal clan master had no way to do anything. He had just heard Yifeng explain the grading of space power, so of course he understood that Yifeng now has mastered the mysterious level of space power, and can freely travel between different worlds. And his royal family master, as well as all the elders, are far from this level. The power of space they comprehend now is only enough for them to teleport for a short distance, and such a move across the world is absolutely impossible. Watching Yifeng leave with everyone from the Lu family, the head of the royal family didn't say a word, but his face turned green. He was afraid of offending Yifeng and causing some unpredictable troubles, so he didn't dare to say anything, but it didn't mean he didn't have any resentment towards Yifeng in his heart. Of course, now, he can only swallow how much resentment he has. Cultivation World, Nanling. In the past, this place belonged to the leader of the Mo family, but now it has changed owners. On the surface, it is ruled by Yaoying. After all, this coquettish woman has a very high level of cultivation, which has reached more than 300 years. With such a cultivation base, the surrounding forces that were originally ready to move did not mess around. But in reality, Yaoying was poisoned and was firmly controlled by Su Feiying. The entire Nanling Mountains now belong to the command of Baidian Sword Academy. Today, Yifeng brought over 400 people from the Lu family. From now on, the Lu family will be the absolute ruler of Nanling. Of course, for Su Feiying's friends, the Baidian Sword Academy, where Baishanya was located, Yifeng would not treat them badly. The entire Nanling mansion will be controlled by two parties, one is Baishanya and the other is Liu Yu. Neither party can act arbitrarily, which is undoubtedly very beneficial to the development of the entire Nanling. Jin Xinqing, on the other hand, has no intention of participating in management matters. He just wants to be a bodyguard with peace of mind. Therefore, Nanling now has a strong man with a cultivation base of 700 years, and another person with a cultivation base of 400 years, Lu Yu. There are also 7 or 8 disciples of the Lu family who have reached 300 years of cultivation. In this way, the peak strength of the entire Nanling far exceeds that of several surrounding areas. Regarding these matters, Yifeng was too lazy to take care of them. Anyway, after coming to Nanling, everyone in the Lu family was stunned for a long time when they learned that this was another world. That sent them to another world? This Yifeng is really capable. But from then on, they seemed to be drifting away from the life of the royal family, and what greeted them was the 7th-class world of the immortal world, which was weaker than the royal world. In this world, their Lu family will be powerful, and they will never be as oppressed as they were in the royal family. And what this brings is more cultivation resources and natural treasures, so that their strength and cultivation base can be improved more quickly. After Yifeng made arrangements for Nanling's affairs, he asked Yuechan to start absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth obtained from the head of the royal clan. With a cultivation base of 260 years, after Yuechan absorbed all the treasures from heaven and earth, her strength finally rose to a higher level, but this was not enough for Yifeng's requirements. The upper limit of 420 years of cultivation, the closer, the better. In other words, Yi Feng still had to take her around to search for treasures. And from the royal family, the remaining treasures of heaven and earth allowed Zhang Xinyun to raise her cultivation level to 205 years, reaching the upper limit of her cultivation level. There is still some left, Yi Feng keeps it, and when he raises his upper limit of cultivation, he can also absorb the aura of heaven and earth in it to quickly improve his cultivation. Time flies. The month given by xuanhuan passed quickly. During this month, Yi Feng took Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun around to search for treasures in various lower worlds. Along the way, there is no danger. Yuechan's cultivation has finally reached 400 years again. After comprehending the power of Xian-level space, the improvement of cultivation base is so simple. Yi Feng can observe some natural and earthly treasures in the lower world at will, and then use the power of Xian-level space to teleport them there and take them into his hands. Yuechan's 400-year cultivation base, the combat power that can be displayed is stronger than Yi Feng's 320-year-old cultivation, and even facing the strong man with 800-year cultivation base, she can easily defeat him. With the current strength of Yi Feng and the two girls, even if they meet a master with a cultivation base of 900 years, they can fight for a fight. Besides, Yi Feng gave the blood shield to Zhang Xinyun. After all, Zhang Xinyun's cultivation level is relatively low, and she hasn't grasped the essentials of using swordsmanship yet. If there is no defense of the blood shield, if there is any accident in the ancient ruins, it will not be fun. However, Yi Feng and Yuechan's cultivation bases are higher, and they can still use the sword guard technique, so they don't really need the blood shield. In addition, Yi Feng divided Luotian water into 3 parts and gave Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun 1 part each, so as not to run out of true energy during the ancient ruins and have no strength to fight back. Everyone should prepare a little bit. In case of accidental separation, the 3 of them can fight on their own and won't be in a desperate situation. In addition, the souls of the dragon that the 2 women condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls have also grown considerably. At critical moments, Yi Feng can use the dragon control technique to display even more powerful strength. Yuechan's dragon soul, now 200 years old, has doubled its power when transformed into a dragon soul sword, and Zhang Xinyun's ghost dragon soul has also reached 120 years of cultivation, which is not bad. After getting ready, Yi Feng took the 2 girls back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword in the Immortal Cultivation Realm to meet the xuanhuan. Tomorrow, the ancient ruins in the 3rd-class world, Dawn World, will be opened. Seeing Yi Feng and the 2 girls, the xuanhuan soaring in mid-air nodded lightly. Obviously, the progress of the 3 of them in this month made him very satisfied. Today, I will take you to meet you this time. Collaborators. Collaborators are also competitors. Yi Feng has always been curious about what kind of person he would be, another practitioner of the Dragon Sword inheritance. The other party is not only his partner in this trip to the ancient ruins, but also his competitor for obtaining the inheritance of the Dragon Sword in the future. You must take this opportunity to get to know each other better. Space warp, span the world. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng and the 2 girls disappeared from the Dragon Sword's tomb. It was the power of a higher level of space that sent them away. As for whether it was the Earth level or the Sky level, I don't know. The power of space at this level only needs an instant to cross the world, and it will not make people feel uncomfortable at all. It is stronger than the power of mysterious space. Yi Feng just blinked his eyes, and found that he had come to a magnificent and majestic palace. On the surrounding resplendent and magnificent stone walls, there were sculptures of oriental dragons carved one after another, which looked mighty and extraordinary. In front of Yi Feng, there was a young man with an indifferent expression. Behind the young man, there were 2 stunning women following Yi Feng. Obviously, this young man in a snow-white robe was Yi Feng's partner in this operation, and also his competitor for the Dragon Sword inheritance in the future. When Yi Feng looked at that young man also glanced at Yi Feng. But immediately, a look of contempt flashed in the young man's eyes, as if he saw that Yi Feng's cultivation base was only 320 years old. He was much weaker than him, and he felt contemptuous in his heart. Yi Feng didn't take it seriously, but felt that it might be a little troublesome if the young man in front of him refused to cooperate with him. The ancient ruins and his party might be even more troublesome. Soon, a flaming dragon soul flew over Yi Feng and the others, looking down at them all. The xuanhuan followed, probably to lead everyone to the ancient ruins. This is Lin Xuanqi, and this is Yi Feng. You are all practitioners of the dragon sword inheritance. This time, the 6 of you are collaborators when we go to the ancient ruins. Hearing the words of xuanhuan, Yi Feng nodded. It turned out that the young man was called Lin Xuanqi. He threw his divine thoughts towards the opponent, and found that Lin Xuanqi's cultivation had reached 460 years. If he, like Yi Feng, had fully comprehended the diagram of the dragon sword soaring to the sky, his real strength would not be weaker than that of ordinary 1,000-year-olds. Dao realm has been cultivated as a strong one. Of course, there will be qualitative changes after attaining the Dao realm for 1,000 years. Lin Xuanqi still can't compare, but from the point of view of the total amount of true energy, Lin Xuanqi has even surpassed the powerhouse at the level of the royal master. The current Yi Feng, together with Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun, is no match for Lin Xuanqi. Yi Feng was not too discouraged. After all, he started the dragon sword inheritance experience relatively late, and it is normal for him to be lower than the other party. It's just that he didn't expect that this guy in front of him was not the young master of the Sky Clan. Maybe the last time the Sky Clan sent someone to assassinate Yi Feng was exposed, so the young master of the Sky Clan would be disqualified. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. Hello. Yi Feng nodded directly towards Lin Xuanqi. However, Lin Xuanqi didn't seem to notice Yi Feng's movements. He didn't pay attention to his greeting at all, but raised his head proudly, looking in the direction of the xuanhuan. Xuanhua, send us there quickly. This one action, Lin Xuanqi, is enough. As for this, Yi Feng, you can ask him to do whatever he wants, but don't let me hold you back. This guy is really proud. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his cultivation was not as good as the opponent's, he still had a trump card in hand. Yi Feng didn't dare to compare with the other party about the immortal artifacts. After all, who knows that the other party didn't come from some powerful force? If his family was rich, Yi Feng's 2 immortal artifacts would definitely not be seen by the other party. Yi Feng relied more on the void vines he raised and the profound space power he had comprehended. He can be sure that the young man named Lin Xuanqi in front of him absolutely does not understand the power of mysterious space. After all, not everyone is as lucky as Yi Feng and can get a space rule fragment. What's more, Yi Feng's talent is much higher than Lin Xuanqi's after adding the destiny of Xiaolingen. Let's go. The xuanhuan didn't seem to be very friendly to Lin Xuanqi. Especially Lin Xuanqi's haughty appearance made him feel a little bit conflicted. It's not about other things. It's okay for Lin Xuanqi to be arrogant towards Yi Feng, but it seems that he doesn't even respect him, xuanhuan, so this is inappropriate. After all, the current Lin Xuanqi is completely an ant in the eyes of xuanhuan. It was only because of his status as a dragon sword inheritance practitioner that Lin Xuanqi stood here and was qualified to talk to the xuanhuan, but Lin Xuanqi didn't think much of the xuanhuan. Does he really think he can get the dragon sword inheritance? Xuanhuan was almost certain in his heart that if Lin Xuanqi continued to be so arrogant, it would be 100% impossible for him to inherit the dragon sword. But it's not easy to break through. Everything depends on Lin Xuanqi himself. After groaning, the xuanhuan activated the power of space at a higher level, creating a cross-boundary space channel in the center of the huge hall. This space passage is the passage leading to the third-class world that is about to be opened in the ancient ruins, the world of Dawn. Senior Xuanhua, what is this place? Yi Feng did not leave in a hurry, but looked around and asked curiously. This vast hall is dozens of times wider than the main hall of the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, and there are many statues of oriental dragons carved on the surrounding stone walls, which looks mighty and extraordinary. This is the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the foundation of the Dragon Sword inheritance. Xuanhuan Shenlong replied easily, of course, this is just one of the small side halls. The ancient ruins will be open tomorrow, and you can rest here today, and walk around the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace by the way, but remember, some signs the forbidden area is not allowed to enter. Okay. Yi Feng nodded. It turns out that this is called Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and it is the headquarters of Dragon Sword Inheritance. That is to say, where are the few of them now, a second-class world? Originally, Lin Xuanqi wanted to walk directly into the cross-boundary transmission channel, but he stopped after hearing what the Xuanhua Shenlong said. Since this is the foundation of the Dragon Sword inheritance, it would be good to spend some time walking around today. The corners of Lin Xuanqi's mouth curled up slightly. In his heart, this Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will be the foundation under his control from now on. For the inheritance of Dragon Sword, Lin Xuanqi is bound to win. He ignored Yi Feng and Xuanhua Shenlong, and walked directly towards the door of the hall with two beautiful maids. Yi Feng watched from behind, squinting his eyes. Although Lin Xuanqi's cultivation was very high, the cultivation of his two maids was not worthy of him. Although they were very beautiful, they only had a cultivation of about 100 years, and they could only condense the young god. Compared with Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, the two maids were far behind. However, Yi Feng could tell that Lin Xuanqi's two maids, the soul of the dragon condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls in their bodies, had a very high level of cultivation. If they were mastered by Lin Xuanqi's sword, the power they could unleash would even be able to kill the royal family master and several elders too. Yi Feng shook his head. Although allowing the Dragon Sword Maiden to blindly improve the cultivation of the Dragon Soul can greatly enhance the Master's attack power, the defensibility of the 2 Dragon Sword Maidens has become extremely poor. Once he left Lin Xuanqi, he would become vulnerable. After all, no matter how high the cultivation level of the Divine Dragon Soul is, it is still their 3 souls and 7 souls. If the Divine Dragon Soul is used in direct combat, if there is any damage, it will be permanent damage. However, what choice Lin Xuanqi made had nothing to do with Yi Feng. After shaking his head slightly, he nodded to Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, and also walked out of the hall. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, this is the foundation of the entire Dragon Sword inheritance, and now, Yi Feng is about to see its true colors. In Dragon Sword Realm, above the vast expanse of land, a fairyland-like building complex is quietly suspended in the sky. This complex of buildings, which can't be seen at a glance, occupies half of the sky in the whole world. Among them, pavilions, towering palaces, majestic. The aura of heaven and earth drifts in it, filling the entire building complex, making the entire building complex look like a fairyland. If you fly in it, you will be surrounded by aura of heaven and earth, and your cultivation speed will increase several times. This building complex is the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. In the east, south, west, and north directions of Longjian Immortal Palace, there are 4 extremely imposing Immortal Gate plaques, which read East Gate of Immortal Palace, South Gate of Immortal Palace, West Gate of Immortal Palace, and Xiangong Immortal Gate. North Gate has 4 characters each. The 4 characters on the Immortal Door plaque on each side were written by the inheritors of the Dragon Sword in the past dynasties. Its momentum pierces the sky, and the strokes of the pen shock the rivers and seas. Just by looking at it, one can feel the infinite power surging in it. Yi Feng, Yuechan, and Zhang Xinyun walked out of the mighty and vast hall together, and when they arrived at the entrance of the hall, they were stunned by the scene they saw at the door. The vast hall, they were in turned out to be just a very small side hall of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. It can be seen that in the center of the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there are huge palaces comparable to mountains. They are endless and surrounded by the aura of heaven and earth. Any palace may be more magnificent than Huashan, Huangshan, etc. on the earth. In the sea of clouds, the palace was undulating continuously, as if the clouds were tossing and raining. At a glance, one could roughly understand the general strength of the faction of Dragon Sword inheritance. Such a complex of buildings, let alone suspended in the sky, even if built on flat ground, would require countless manpower and material resources. I am afraid that it will take tens of thousands of years for the 6 or 7 billion people on the earth to carry out this project together. Not to mention the technology that makes the entire building complex float in the air. It is impossible to have it on the earth. This is the gap between the second-class world and the non-hierarchical world. If ordinary people on the earth came to the Dragon Sword realm, they would probably be surprised for a long time if they saw anything casually, and the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace could even shock people for half an hour. After Yifeng was shocked, he gradually withdrew his gaze and looked sideways, only to see that Lin Xuanqi and the two maids were looking at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Although this Lin Xuanqi was arrogant, he didn't seem to have much insight. Even Yifeng came to his senses earlier than him. At any rate, Yifeng also comprehended the existence of the power of the mysterious space. When observed with the power of the mysterious space, the buildings in the lower worlds are much more magnificent than those on the earth. Although the buildings in the lower world are not as magnificent as this Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Yifeng has enough psychological preparation. Even in some low-level worlds, there are still architectural relics from ancient times, which are magnificent. Just looking at the relics, one can know that the world in its heyday was probably no less than a second-class world like Dragon Sword Realm. It's a pity that time is a butcher's knife. In the face of time, even a powerful second-class world may decline into a lower world. Looking at Lin Xuanqi's stupefied appearance, Yifeng certainly wouldn't remind him. This Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is so vast, and the most important thing is that there is a space restriction. Unless one comprehends the power of mysterious space, it is impossible to move instantly in this Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. That is to say, Yifeng can stimulate the power of mysterious space to visit the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. But Lin Xuanqi could only fly slowly among the buildings with the two maids. According to the vastness of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, it would probably take more than a month for the three of them to fly all over the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Yifeng smiled. The power of Xian-level space is really easy to use. With a wave of his hand, he cast his eyes on another side hall tens of kilometers away, which was already the closest side hall to them now. Swish! The power of Xian-level space surged, and Yifeng disappeared from the spot with the two women. This scene made Lin Xuanqi next to him finally come back to his senses, and his expression changed when he saw this. He could feel that the power of the yellow-level space he had comprehended could not be used in this Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. But why was that Yifeng able to teleport away with his maid? You don't need to guess, Yifeng has a good talent, and he has already comprehended the power of mysterious space. Compared with you, you are still far behind. The voice of the mysterious fire dragon came from behind Lin Xuanqi, and then a fire dragon rushed out from the hall, and disappeared before Lin Xuanqi's eyes in a flash. At the entrance of the entire side hall, only Lin Xuanqi and his two maids were left. At this moment, Lin Xuanqi looked at the extremely vast Dragon Sword Immortal Palace in front of him, and finally felt his own insignificance deeply. Even a contender for the inheritance of the Dragon Sword, who has only been cultivated for more than 300 years, has already comprehended the power of mysterious space. Compared with him, what is Lin Xuanqi's cultivation? No matter how high his cultivation base is, if he doesn't comprehend the power of space, he won't be able to do anything against Yifeng in a fight. Yi Feng brought Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun with him and started to travel around the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Soon, Yi Feng knew that there were a total of 30,000 side halls in the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, each of which had various functions. For example, the side hall that the xuanhuan Shenlong sent them to was specially used to receive the disciples and the inheritance. In addition to the 30,000 side halls, there are 9,000 side halls in the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, which are the residences of ordinary disciples of the Dragon Sword inheritance, and the 888 main halls are the residences of important figures in the inheritance. Whether it is the side hall or the main hall, there are still many vacancies. Dragon Sword inheritance recruits disciples. The conditions are very strict. Not everyone can come in and practice Dragon Sword art. Each of the main halls is at least inhabited by those who have been in the realm of immortality for 10,000 years, and even ordinary strongmen in the realm of immortality cannot live in it. The huge fiery figure of the xuanhuan Shenlong came to the side of Yi Feng and the two women at some point, and explained lightly, "Of course, my lord is also among them." The owner of the xuanhuan Shenlong is naturally the xuanhuan maid. Unexpectedly, even the maid of the previous Dragon Sword has reached the realm of becoming a fairy for 10,000 years. And thinking about it this way, there are a total of 888 main halls. Even if some of them are vacant, there are still hundreds of immortals, and if anyone walks out, they can sweep the lower worlds such as the royal family world and the immortal world. Even ordinary strongmen in the realm of immortality cannot live in it. That is to say, in the entire Dragon Sword inheritance, there may be as many as 1,000 strongmen in the realm of immortality. As for the inheritance of the Dragon Sword, there is no such thing as a master or suzerain, and there are only Dragon Sword masters. It has been passed down from generation to generation. So far, there have been dozens of generations of Dragon Sword holders. Each Dragon Sword holder can reign for 1,000 years at most. After 1,000 years, he can only abdicate. The abdicated Dragon Sword masters formed a Dragon Sword Presbyterian Council to assist the next Dragon Sword master to lead the entire Dragon Sword inheritance. The current Yi Feng is competing for the position of the next Dragon Sword holder. After seeing the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Yi Feng had a deep understanding of the entire strength of the Dragon Sword inheritance, and he was even more astonished. The person in charge of the Dragon Sword is equivalent to the acting head of the entire sect. This was beyond his expectation. Originally, he thought that the holder of the Dragon Sword should be similar to the custodian, just a watchman, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Xuanhuan Shenlong, after appearing and explaining, the huge figure disappeared. Yi Feng brought the two women to wander around in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Even if he possessed the mysterious space power, under the pressure of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace's space power, he couldn't teleport too far away all at once. With the help of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, Yi Feng can only teleport a distance of less than 100 kilometers at most when he exerts the power of mysterious space, which is already his limit. But even so, it was much faster than that guy Lin Xuanqi. At least, within one day, Yi Feng can still visit the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace for a small part. As for Lin Xuanqi, he could only visit that small corner. Yi Feng took the two daughters and traveled directly in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace for a day. It was not until the sun rose and the moon set the next day that he activated the power of space and returned to the original place. During this day and night, Yi Feng didn't meet anyone else from the Dragon Sword inheritance. Most of the Dragon Sword inheritance disciples should be practicing in their respective mansions, and no one would wander around idle. Yi Feng didn't care too much, anyway. This line of business made him know the specific power of Dragon Sword inheritance, which was far beyond his imagination. In this way, it must be more difficult than he imagined to obtain the Dragon Sword inheritance. If one wants to wield the Dragon Sword, the restriction on cultivation may not be very high, but other aspects are the most important, such as talent, character, willpower, and so on. According to this, Yifeng feels that the competitor Lin Xuanqi is definitely not qualified, but such things as character can be changed in one experience, and it is not hopeless. Perhaps after Lin Xuanqi experienced more things, his haughty temper would become restrained. Being cautious is the first condition for long-term survival in the cultivation world. The predecessors of Dragon Sword Inheritance have also said that even Dragon Sword Inheritance is not the strongest force in this world. If you offend some stronger geniuses, even Dragon Sword Inheritance will not be able to keep at them. When the sun was rising, Yifeng brought the two girls back to the side hall where they came from. Lin Xuanqi and his two dragon sword maids probably didn't go far, so they came back before Yifeng and were already waiting in the hall. In view of Lin Xuanqi's haughty attitude before, Yifeng did not greet him. But this time, Lin Xuanqi took the initiative to smile at Yifeng. Yifeng, since you started the Dragon Sword Inheritance experience later than me, then I will call you junior brother. Yi junior brother, this trip to the ancient ruins, your cultivation may be a little weaker, but as long as you follow me, you don't need to worry about anything. This time, the ancient ruins opened by the Chenxi world, all the existences with more than 1,000 years of cultivation, cannot enter it, which is why the Dragon Sword Inheritance specially allows 2 experienced practitioners to enter it. In Lin Xuanqi's mind, people who can enter the ancient ruins can at most have 1,000-year cultivation base, and with his own cultivation base of more than 400 years, he is enough to fight against a strong man with 1,000-year cultivation base. In this way, there should be no danger from competitors in the entire ancient ruins. But Yifeng squinted his eyes, but said, that's not necessarily the case. Senior brother Lin, if you have the ability to fight a strong man with a 400-year-old cultivation base, other people may not be able to do it. If some those who have cultivated for 100 years enter it, and they also come from other powerful inheritances, and their combat power may be comparable to existences with a cultivation of 14 or 500 years. Lin Xuanqi's face was a bit unhappy when he said this. Indeed, what Yifeng said was not wrong, but Lin Xuanqi has always been very confident in his strength and talent, so he snorted softly, anyway, you are not as good as me, after you go, just follow me. He still doesn't accept Yifeng, it's the power of mysterious space, what's so great about it, as long as he is given some time, Lin Xuanqi can still comprehend it easily. If Lin Xuanqi knew that it took Yifeng only a little over 10 years to fully comprehend the dragon sword soaring to the sky map and the power of mysterious space, Lin Xuanqi would not be complacent because of his talent. The communication between Yifeng and Lin Xuanqi was very short. Since Lin Xuanqi changed his mind and wanted to invite him to practice together in the ruins, Yifeng would certainly not refuse. After all, his current frontal combat effectiveness is indeed not very good. As for the void vines, it's better not to be exposed if it can be avoided. The two waited for a while in the majestic hall, and the figure of the xuanhuan Shenlong appeared in front of them. What surprised everyone in Yifeng was that xuanhuan Shenlong did not come alone this time. Behind the xuanhuan Shenlong, there were actually more than a dozen young people following them, all of them imposing, and at first glance they looked like dragons and phoenixes among men. Among them, the 3 women, with firm skin and lightning-like expressions, were actually 3 women with extremely high cultivation bases. Chinese heroes. The 13 of them are ordinary disciples of the younger generation of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. This time, they will go to the ancient ruins of the World of Dawn together. Xuanhua Shenlong introduced lightly, and you two are experienced practitioners of the Dragon Sword Inheritance, and your performance in the ancient ruins must not let us down. In the second-class world of the Dragon Sword realm, and even in some other high-level worlds, the name for the inheritance of the Dragon Sword is simply the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The Dragon Sword Inheritance refers specifically to the inheritance that Dragon Sword practitioners must accept, even for ordinary disciples in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. It is an extremely mysterious existence. It is very strange that the holder of the dragon sword is not selected from the ordinary disciples of the dragon sword Immortal Palace, but is looking for talented people from various lower worlds. Although he was puzzled, if it wasn't for this, Yi Feng would not have achieved what he is today. This made him secretly glad. He raised his head and looked at the 13 young people from the dragon sword Immortal Palace in front of him. Each of these young people has 100 years of cultivation, and Yi Feng can be sure of their true strength. Absolutely above the group of royal masters. We were actually asked to compete with these 100-year-old existences when we were 300 or 400 years old. Yi Feng smiled wryly in his heart. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is worthy of being the top power in the second-class world, and it is these ordinary disciples who have such terrifying cultivation bases. When they saw Yi Feng and Lin Xuanqi, the eyes of the 13 young people, without exception, had a feeling of displeasure. Very upset. These two guys in front of them have only 300 or 400 years of cultivation. What kind of ability do they have to compete for the control of Dragon Sword? Regarding the selection method of the Dragon Sword Master, in fact, there have always been many opposing voices in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, even from the very beginning. However, this selection method has always been passed down like this, without any exception. Every 1,000 years, a dragon sword holder will be replaced, and the process of selecting a dragon sword holder lasts from decades to hundreds of years. The birth of every dragon sword holder will at least eliminate hundreds or even thousands of practitioners. Because in the process of training in the 9th layer, too many trainees will die halfway, or be disqualified for various reasons, just like the young master of the Sky Clan, who broke the rules for the selection of the leader and was kicked out of the game. In the end, there must be 9 Dragon Sword Inheritance trainees who have all reached the 9th level of training, and then competed in the final training. For example, in the current ancient ruins, the 5th level of experience, Lin Xuanqi had already arrived, and then waited for Yi Feng to pass the 4th level of experience before the two of them could proceed together. The 9th level of experience can only finally start when all 9 people are present. Among other things, just wanting to reach the 9th stage of experience is not something ordinary people can do, because it requires not only talent, but also various existences such as luck, hard work, perseverance, alertness, and various excellent qualities. One must. If you want to gather these 9 people, it will take decades or hundreds of years. The person in charge of the Dragon Sword Inheritance must be chosen from among thousands of people. And before the new Dragon Sword Master is produced, the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will be under the management of the Dragon Sword Elders Association. In fact, even if the person in charge of the Dragon Sword is in power, the Dragon Sword Presbyterian Council still has more than 80% of the management authority over the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. There are not many things that the real Dragon Sword holder can decide. Of course, the holder of the Dragon Sword is still the leader of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace in name, and he still has face when he goes out, and since then, the cultivation resources he has obtained are naturally endless, and it is easier to improve his cultivation. At the very least, if one becomes the holder of the Dragon Sword, the conditions for future cultivation will be the best in the world. Yi Feng's current round of Dragon Sword Masters has only started for 40 or 50 years of experience selection, but luck is not very good, and none of the experiencers has reached the next few stages of experience. Before Yi Feng and Lin Xuanqi, there were a few trainees who passed the 5th level of experience, but during the 6th level of experience, there were accidents and all of them died. Now for Yi Feng, the dragon soul of the previous Dragon Sword holder is quite optimistic. Maybe, this guy will be one of the 9 people who can reach the 9th level of experience. Yi Feng and Lin Xuanqi had a total of 6 people, 2 men and 4 women, and after a few glances with the 13 ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, it was almost time to set off. There was no communication between the two sides, because the mysterious fire dragon explained the details of the opening of the ancient ruins, making them all listen attentively. This time, the ancient ruins are located in the world of Chenxi. They are opened every 100 years. Legend has it that they were passed down by the ancient emperors. There are many treasures in them, and treasures of the ancient level are considered common among them. Every time the Ruins of Dawn is opened, thousands of sects must send disciples to participate. If they are lucky and strong, they can even jump up and become the most dazzling new stars in the world by virtue of what they get in the Ruins of Dawn. Therefore, every time the Dawn Ruins is opened, the competition in it is very fierce. My Dragon Sword Immortal Palace usually sends more than a dozen disciples there, but each time less than half of them can come back alive, which shows that it is extremely dangerous. You all must remember that in the Ruins of Dawn, try to avoid fighting with other people, and put all your thoughts on breaking the prohibition of the ruins and weaving wounds. Don't forget that. The voice of xuanhuan Shenlong, like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, beat heavily on everyone's hearts. The goal of Yi Feng and the others on this trip is to obtain enough and good enough treasures in the ancient ruins, not to fight with other inherited geniuses. How many people are killed does not count, what counts is how many treasures are captured. Only at certain critical moments when robbing treasures is it necessary to fight with geniuses from other forces, otherwise, it is better not to offend the river. After all the restrictions in the world of Dawn are extremely dangerous, and it is very troublesome to deal with these restrictions. If you are fighting with other competitors at the same time, what treasure do you come in to find? The 13 ordinary disciples of Immortal Palace nodded repeatedly, of order, Master Xuanhua. But Yi Feng quietly sent out his divine thoughts, and asked the xuanhuan Shenlong, then what do you mean by an eternal treasure? Others know about it, but Yi Feng doesn't know about it. The level of these things is too high, and he has never touched it before. Since you don't understand, let me explain to you. The xuanhuan Shenlong glanced at Yi Feng and Lin Xuanqi. It seemed that Lin Xuanqi, like Yi Feng, had never been exposed to such high-level things. All magic treasures in the world are actually divided into grades. In addition to the magical weapons, spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, and Taoist weapons there are also fairy weapons and even higher quality objects. Immortal artifacts alone are divided into 3 qualities: high grade, middle grade, and low grade. On top of immortal artifacts, there are treasures of 3 major qualities: eternal, reincarnation, and immortal. Eternal level treasures are quite difficult to find in the ordinary world. Not to mention your cultivation level, even immortals who have become immortals for thousands of years may not be able to possess them. And the higher level reincarnation level treasures, the entire Dragon Sword Immortal, there are only 3 pieces in the palace, and they are the treasures of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. As for the immortal treasure, xuanhuan Shenlong couldn't help shaking his head when he said this. There is not even one in the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. If a world has an immortal treasure, this world is definitely qualified to be a first-class world, and our Dragon Sword there is still a short distance from the first-class world. It can be said that there are only 10 immortal treasures in the entire world, and each of them has the power to destroy the world. Xuanhuan Shenlong's explanation did not avoid those ordinary disciples of the Immortal Palace. Seeing that the 2 Dragon Sword inheritance practitioners in front of them didn't even know the most basic classification of treasures, the displeasure in the eyes of these 13 people became more intense. Such a thing can be qualified to compete for the holder of the Dragon Sword, it is simply God's eyes. Facing the scorn in the eyes of these 13 people, Lin Xuanqi's chest was obviously filled with anger, but he saw that Yi Feng was not moving at the side, so he didn't do anything randomly. Yi Feng wasn't indifferent to those people's contempt, but he was very concerned about quietly asking xuanhuan Shenlong something. Senior Xuanhua, if you say that, what kind of treasure is the void vines I have? Yi Feng asked expectantly.